Chapter 1: The beginning of a story. When an unexpected adventure suddenly presents itself, most people's first instinct, especially under the constraints of time, is to seize the opportunity without hesitation. The protagonist of this tale is no exception, and this momentous decision leads him into the enchanting realm of Harry Potter. This revelation is delivered to him by a letter carried by an owl. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Driff, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you'll find a list of required books and supplies. The term begins on September 1st. We will await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Professor Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. This unexpected correspondence fundamentally altered Hill's future plans. Hildriff is the name bestowed upon him upon his arrival in this world. Initially, in the body of an infant, he was engulfed in confusion and trepidation. The yearning for his past loved ones rendered him taciturn. However, his new parents, the Driffs, offered him sincere affection. As time passed, he buried these thoughts deep within his heart, embracing the name Hildriff with newfound hope for his forthcoming life. With his foresight, he believed that in 1980s England, with a little effort and the aid of his fortunate circumstances, living a prosperous life would be well within his grasp. It cannot be denied that Hildriff's life commenced on a promising note, as the Driff couple were regarded as esteemed lawyers in their community. Growing up, Hill never wanted for food or clothing. He diligently learned from the lessons of his past life, and his journey began smoothly, with a bright future ahead. Yet, who could have anticipated that he had entered the world of Harry Potter, a realm fraught with peril, especially for a Muggle wizard who would soon find himself targeted by Death Eaters? His life, which had begun with such promise, was suddenly relegated to mediocrity. His fortunate circumstances were not a system of academic superiority, but merely a means to resurrect in another world, following the paths laid out by predecessors, striving for greatness. Though it appeared idyllic, was he truly still himself, having accepted this preordained existence? Hill was unwilling to accept such a fate. He yearned for personal growth, to tread his own path, devoid of fortuitous encounters or protagonist halo, to live a life that was genuinely his own, to witness his own vistas, and to become the person he aspired to be. Thus, he resolved to walk the path he had chosen, no matter how arduous it might be. Hogwarts was a certainty for Hill. When he presented the letter to the Driff couple, they initially dismissed it as a prank. However, upon Hill's earnest insistence, they began to realize that it might indeed be serious. Mrs. Driff expressed her vehement opposition. I absolutely will not permit my son to attend some inexplicable institution to learn magic. He should be studying at Eton. What good is magic? Will it lead to a promising job after graduation? It's Hogwarts, Hill interjected. I don't care what it's called, he is simply not going. Despite Mr. Bill Driff's repeated assertions that Hill had always been a sensible and opinionated child, he was left helpless before the genuine concern of Mrs. Lena Driff. However, Hill's steadfast resolve compelled Mrs. Driff to reconsider, and her stance softened under persuasion. When Mrs. Driff declared that she would only allow Hill to attend Hogwarts upon witnessing real magic, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. After a moment of hesitation among the three, Mr. Bill Driff rose to answer the door. Upon confirming that a lady stood outside, he opened the door. There stood a woman with square glasses, draped in a vibrant green cloak, her demeanor serious and earnest. Are you the guardian of Hildriff? She inquired, her tone reminiscent of one of Hill's former teachers. Yes, I am his father. May I ask who you are? Bill replied. Minerva McGonagall. The lady outside responded. I am indeed a professor from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Bill glanced back at Mrs. Lena Driff and quickly gestured, please come in. Although Hill could discern his mother's reluctance, she nonetheless stepped aside to prepare tea for their guest. Thank you, but there's no need for that. Professor McGonagall promptly interjected, I have several other families to visit, so I cannot linger here for too long. Is what the letter stated truly accurate? Mrs. Driff still struggled to believe in the existence of magic. Of course, Professor McGonagall affirmed with a nod, and with a gentle flick of the small wand she produced from her cloak, a cup on the low table transformed into a living mouse, only to revert to its original form moments later. Hogwarts is a school dedicated to the teaching of magic and has been in existence for over 1,000 years, Professor McGonagall explained. The Driff couple had no choice but to acknowledge the reality of magic, though astonished. They ultimately consented to Hill's request to study magic after some discussion. To this end, Mr. Bill Driff hastily penned a reply and entrusted it to the owl standing by. Seeing the response taken away, Professor McGonagall nodded. Excellent. The list of required books and school supplies for attending Hogwarts has been clearly outlined in the previous letter. You may procure them from Diagon Alley in London. Also, remember to keep your train ticket safe. Where's Diagon Alley? Bill inquired, taking the train ticket marked with Platform 9. Professor McGonagall pointed her wand towards the letter that had been placed on the table, and words began to appear on the page. 117, Charing Cross Road, Westminster, London. Mr. Bill Driff read softly. Well then, farewell, Driff family. Remember to exchange some galleons at Gringotts first. With that, Professor McGonagall exited the door, vanishing into the shadows. Once Professor McGonagall had departed, Mrs. Lena Driff let out a sigh of relief. I can hardly believe that magic truly exists in this world, and that our child will be able to learn it. She scrutinized the cup that had previously transformed into a mouse, and then turned her gaze toward Hill. Hill, observing his parents examining him with curiosity, shrugged his shoulders in resignation. He waved his hand lightly, and the cup in Mrs. Driff's grasp soared through the air into Hill's waiting hand. The Driff couple gasped in astonishment and then embraced Hill tightly. Hill had certainly not spent the past 11 years in vain. He had not only diligently absorbed scientific knowledge, but had also been tirelessly learning the magical principles bestowed upon him by his fortunate circumstances. The earlier incident was merely a demonstration of the Mage Hand spell. However, during his studies of the magical legacy, many questions had arisen. Though Hill's mental fortitude had sufficiently developed to cast second-tier spells through traditional mage meditation, he found himself utterly incapable of even executing a first-tier spell. This peculiar phenomenon perplexed him, but after witnessing Professor McGonagall's spell casting, Hill began to form some conjectures in his mind. Yet, at present, he had no means to verify his hypotheses. Hill soon set such thoughts aside. Although he had spent a decade in this world, the formidable mental strength he had cultivated allowed him to recall the Harry Potter saga quite vividly. Armed with knowledge of the future, even if he lacked the strength to resist Voldemort upon his return, he could certainly ensure his family's safety by fleeing far away. The future, he believed, would not be bleak. Such was Hill's conviction. Chapter 2, Hill's support. That evening, Hill lay in bed, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had to admit that calming his overly excited parents had required considerable effort on his part. As Hill gently closed his eyes, he found himself once again in a grandiose library, the very heart of the mage's legacy. Though he had visited this place countless times and was well acquainted with it, the sight of the towering bookshelves stretching into infinity never failed to leave him in awe of the boundlessness of knowledge. Without hesitation, he stepped into the luminous center of the library and declared his destination. Council Chamber. In no time, the brilliance of the light stabilized once more, and as Hill stepped out of the shimmer, he found himself within a magnificent temple. The resplendent starlight cascaded from the towering dome of the Grand Hall, illuminating the immense statue that stood solemnly upon the central platform, rendering it seemingly unadorned. Surrounding the elevated dais were numerous gilded chairs, each accompanied by statues of varying forms that loomed before them. Sierra paid little heed to these embellishments as he ascended the steps, swiftly arriving at the summit of the platform, where a spectral figure awaited him. You always insist on climbing the stairs to reach this place, despite your ability to materialize directly in the heart of this hall, the apparition remarked. That is because I wish to remind myself of my own humility and insignificance, which are gifts bestowed upon me by others, Sierra replied, unfazed by the words of the figure before him. The legacy of the Traveler Mage not only endowed Sierra with a wealth of knowledge akin to the boundless ocean, but also provided him with a swift passage to eternity within a well-structured world. The spectral presence before him was the manifestation of this world's will. As you have stated, there indeed exists a concealed realm of magic unbeknownst to the masses within this world. No world imbued with magical essence can merely treat magic as a backdrop without actively incorporating it into the fabric of its existence. I shall strive diligently, Sierra declared, casting his gaze towards the vast expanse of the starry realm. I too shall fulfill my duties. Should you perish during your journey of growth, I will arrange for your reincarnation within this world and expedite your development in accordance with the plans laid out by your predecessors until you reach the zenith of this world. I do not wish to wait excessively long, the apparition spoke softly. I understand. If one were to regard a typical vocational inheritance as a means to bestow knowledge upon successors, enabling them to become extraordinary beings and granting them the key to transcendence, then the legacy of the Traveler Mage directly paves the railway to immortality. Once the inheritor boards the train, eternal life is assured. As a Traveler Mage, his duty entails traversing one world after another, continuously gathering materials and inspiration, constructing a realm of his own and seeking a higher echelon of permanence upon the foundation of immortality. Yet, for an ordinary individual, achieving immortality is already an insurmountable challenge. What then can be said of permanence? Though endowed with endless life, the relentless passage of time, having witnessed countless similarities, inevitably leads the immortal to experience a gradual fading and eventual extinction of emotions. Bereft of emotion, motivation dissipates. Pure rationality confines one within the narrow bounds of self-imposed rules, rendering groundbreaking change exceedingly difficult. Such immortals have lost their humanity and bear little distinction from machines. This is precisely why the Traveler Mage bequeaths a legacy. To avert such a fate, some choose self-dissolution to embrace reincarnation, while others seal their memories to preserve their emotions. Yet, many succumb to a prolonged slumber, wearied by the weight of their experiences. Of course, for Sierra, who has only just embarked on the path of the extraordinary, these matters seem far removed. For the Traveler Mage, immortality is an inevitable outcome, yet, growing amidst the gifts of predecessors unavoidably leaves imprints of their past, as everything is preordained. Due to the frailty of ordinary individuals and their narrow perceptions of self, those who have undergone such experiences do not shield their memories to navigate through them, which inevitably leads to doubts about whether they are mere puppets under manipulation. Sierra does not wish to grow within a predetermined script, yet this does not preclude him from gleaning certain assistance from the gifts of his forerunners. Though he has ventured into the world of Harry Potter, seeking freedom and growth, it is evident that such aspirations come at a cost. Everything is governed by fairness. Only equitable exchanges can yield mutual benefits and open avenues for future transactions. The world of Harry Potter permits Sierra to flourish within its confines, embracing the transformations he brings while endorsing all his actions therein. Simultaneously, Sierra must fulfill the task assigned by the world to eradicate the malevolent deity before he departs. This arrangement does not inherently disadvantage any party objectively speaking. The world will greatly benefit from Sierra's growth. However, for Sierra, a conducive environment for development is paramount. With the endorsement of the world, the spells from the otherworldly system are sanctioned for use. While this may disrupt the established order, both parties stand to gain from the collision of disparate civilizations. Had he not gained the world's recognition, the casting of otherworldly spells would have necessitated the utilization of the foundational powers bestowed upon him by the Traveler Mage's legacy. This scenario resembles a transaction where Sierra pays a currency and the world responds, which would be decidedly unfavorable for him. Fortunately, such a situation has not arisen. With the acknowledgement of the otherworldly spells, the world will naturally rationalize them. As it stands, Sierra has yet to successfully cast a spell of the first circle or higher, yet the successful execution of zero-circle spells attests to the acceptance of the otherworldly spell system he has studied. Any failures in casting must stem from the imposition of certain conditions by the world during the rationalization process. Having witnessed Professor McGonagall's transfiguration spells, Sierra has reason to suspect that the wand may play a role in this. Regarding the malevolent deity mentioned in the transaction, Sierra initially found himself at a loss, having sifted through numerous historical tomes without uncovering any valuable clues. However, now that a concealed magical world exists, it is highly plausible that the traces of the malevolent deity have been obscured by wizards. Sierra feels confident that he will uncover some leads within the ancient texts of the magical realm, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Sierra fell silent, embarking on his daily studies, a routine he has diligently maintained for a decade. He understands that growth is not an instantaneous endeavor. Only through the gradual accumulation of knowledge can a solid foundation be laid for the monumental achievements of the future. Chapter 3. Diagon Alley. On the following morning, awakening from meditation, Sierra rose and gently stretched his limbs before proceeding to his garden for his daily exercise. This has been a commendable habit he has cultivated since childhood. Although Sierra's aspiration is to become a great mage, this does not imply that a healthy body is unnecessary for a mage. To prepare for the myriad challenges that may lie ahead, and to avoid becoming incapacitated should he lose his magical abilities, Sierra has made ample preparations. While he may not qualify as a seasoned warrior, Sierra's combat skills are certainly commendable. Upon completing his workout, Sierra took a brief shower and arrived punctually in the dining room, where the Drift family sat in their accustomed seats, enjoying breakfast as usual. Today, the Drift family of 3 planned to venture to Diagon Alley to experience the world belonging to wizards. Despite Hill's already acquired magical abilities and his rudimentary understanding from a previous life, he was nevertheless filled with curiosity, influenced by his parents' excitement. After all, even through films, Hill had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the wizarding world. Under the guidance of Mr. Drift, the trio arrived at the location mentioned by Professor McGonagall. Observing his parents, who appeared bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings, Hill recalled the muggle-repelling charm used by wizards. Although he was intrigued by the nature of such a spell, this was not the time for contemplation. Thus, Hill took the initiative to lead his parents into the renowned Leaky Cauldron. It was not mealtime, and the tavern was not particularly crowded. Nonetheless, the Drift couple found the unique atmosphere of the establishment quite captivating. Before long, the tavern's proprietor approached them. "Good day, sir. Our child is a new student at Hogwarts this year, and we learned about this place from Professor McGonagall." Upon seeing their attire, Old Tom quickly grasped the situation. "Oh, I see. You are here for supplies in Diagon Alley, right? No problem. Follow me, and you may call me Old Tom." Leading them to a wall, Old Tom skillfully tapped several bricks in a specific pattern, and the wall immediately opened before them. The Drift couple gazed in astonishment at the rapidly moving bricks, but their attention was soon captured by the wondrous wizarding world that lay beyond the wall. "Thank you, Mr. Tom. I am Hill Drift. No need for thanks. I hope you enjoy your visit." Old Tom did not linger, as there were still patrons in need of his service. With the assistance of passers-by, the Drift couple swiftly arrived at Gringotts, where they beheld goblins for the first time. These goblins were not particularly attractive, and the glimmer of shrewdness and cunning in their eyes left a less than favorable impression on the trio. However, in consideration of the monetary exchange, the goblins eagerly provided services to the Drift family. At Hill's request, Mr. Drift exchanged all of this year's pounds for galleons. However, it became apparent that this transaction yielded a rather meager sum. The astute goblins clearly did not permit significant fluctuations in the wizarding economy, and the pureblood aristocrats evidently supported measures that curbed the rise of young wizards from affluent Muggle families. Having spent a modest amount, Hill acquired a detailed map of Diagon Alley from a rather greedy goblin, which clearly outlined their subsequent itinerary, thus sparing them the trouble of asking for directions. Just as the trio prepared to head to their next destination, they were approached by another family of three. "Excuse me, is your child also a new student at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year?" Hill shifted his gaze from the map in his hands and, upon raising his head, beheld a young lady with chestnut locks and prominent front teeth. Her distinctive features instantly made Hill realize that he had encountered Hermione Jane Granger, the intellectual cornerstone of the future trio destined to save the world. At first glance, Hermione was not particularly striking, and one might even describe her as rather ordinary. "Hello. I am Hermione Jane Granger. What about you?" the young girl inquired with an air of confidence. "Hill Drive," came his succinct reply, subtly reflecting his demeanor. However, Hermione appeared oblivious to this nuance, eagerly sharing her excitement with Hill. To be candid, Hill was not inclined to involve himself in the affairs of the future saviors. Youth often heralded complications, and such matters could easily attract Dumbledore's attention. Once under Dumbledore's scrutiny, Hill would inevitably exhibit his uniqueness, which would undoubtedly lead to a convoluted explanation, an endeavor he found decidedly troublesome. Hill preferred to avoid trouble and strived not to inconvenience others, a principle he consistently adhered to. "Are you feeling unwell? You seem rather listless," Hermione inquired with concern, noticing Hill's distracted demeanor. "No, I feel perfectly fine," he replied. The Drift family was engaged in lively conversation with the Granger family, but Hill believed this camaraderie stemmed largely from their shared backgrounds as members of the Muggle community, which provided a sense of familiarity in an otherwise alien environment. Once the Grangers had exchanged their galleons, the group followed the map's directions to purchase uniforms and essential supplies. Along the way, the two families inevitably discussed their children. Hermione and Hill were clearly among the top students at school, and Hill's calm demeanor amidst the bustling crowd earned him the admiration of Mr. and Mrs. Granger, for composure was indeed a requisite quality for a physician. Due to financial constraints, Hermione proposed the idea of exchanging book lists, allowing her to access a broader range of literature. Although Hill did not consider novels detailing the adventures of wizards to be particularly useful, he was compelled to purchase several books that Hermione cherished at the insistence of the Drift couple. While there were numerous books related to magic in the store, those that instructed on the art of spellcasting were exceedingly rare. It was evident that a monopoly on knowledge existed within the wizarding world, with pureblood aristocrats maintaining their familial status through this monopoly. A wizard from a Muggle background, apart from the knowledge gleaned from school, would have to either possess extraordinary talent to create their own magic or seek further knowledge through servitude to pureblood aristocrats or the Ministry of Magic. Despite the library's wealth of information, Hill held little hope for the self-discipline and drive of children experiencing a joyful education, even those from wizarding families. After all, playfulness was an inherent trait among children, and such instincts were difficult to suppress. Upon completing their book purchases, the next destination was to acquire pets. Although the notice had mentioned the allowance of pets at school, neither Hermione nor Hill wished to bring a pet during their first term. While Hermione was indecisive, Hill found the available pets rather unremarkable, not due to a belief that caring for them would be troublesome. However, considering family dynamics, Hill reluctantly purchased an owl for delivering messages at his father's strong urging. The school did provide communal owls, but they were ultimately the school's property and not available for personal use at all times. Following their pet acquisition, the final item on their list was to procure wands. Chapter 4. Wands in the world of Harry Potter. Though some wizards had mastered wandless magic, wands remained essential tools for casting spells. Ollivander's wand shop, with its dilapidated exterior, indeed lived up to its faded sign boasting a history of fine wand-making since 382 B.C. Within the dusty display window, a solitary wand rested on a faded purple velvet cushion. Upon entering the shop, the soft chime of bells echoed from the back room, signaling the arrival of customers to the proprietor. The store was small, featuring only a long bench in front of the counter, while the back was crammed with elongated boxes nearly reaching the ceiling, likely housing completed wands. If one possessed magical sight, they would perceive a wall formed of shimmering magical auras of various colors. Soon, a gentle voice emerged from behind the counter. "Greetings. Are you here to purchase wands for this year's new students?" An elderly wizard with large, greenish eyes scrutinized the two young wizards. "Ollivanders, trust me. You will find a wand perfectly suited for you." After a brief introduction, Hermione stepped forward eagerly to select her wand, adhering to the principle of ladies first. "Miss Granger, which hand do you use for your wand?" My right hand." "Please raise your arm." Ollivander bent down to measure Hermione's dimensions, from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and the entire head. As he measured, he murmured, "Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard." Each Ollivander wand is imbued with powerful magical properties, which is its essence. We typically use unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Every wand is unique because no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are identical. Naturally, if you wield a wand that rightfully belongs to another wizard, you will not achieve the same results. Once the measurements were complete, Ollivander retrieved the wand from the towering boxes. "Here, try this wand. Give it a gentle wave." Under Ollivander's guidance, Hermione swiftly selected a 12-inch wand made of vine wood and dragon heartstring that felt just right for her. "Now, it's your turn, young man. Which hand do you favor?" "My right hand," Hill responded. Ollivander meticulously measured Hill as well, then recommended several wands. As Hill grasped the wand and summoned his magical energy, he quickly realized the difference it made. Not only did he feel an enhancement in the speed of his own magical flow, but he could now effortlessly command the magic that had previously eluded his attention in the surrounding space. Hill gently squeezed the wand in his hand, as if struck by a sudden realization. According to conventional wisdom, there are two primary means of harnessing external magical energy, either through the caster's own mental prowess or through the innate charm bestowed upon them by the world, often referred to as affinity. Both avenues significantly aid in the practice of magic. Typically, those who derive their powers from mental strength are known as wizards, while those who rely on their charm are referred to as sorcerers. Generally, neither method is deemed superior to the other, however. Based on Hill's personal experiences within the Harry Potter universe, the path of the wizard appears to be fraught with challenges. The reason for this predicament, as Hill had gleaned from his previous readings, lies in the fact that the source of magic in this world seems to have been claimed. It is indeed rare for the fundamental source of magical energy to be monopolized. Furthermore, discussions among the surrounding wizards failed to reveal any evidence of a single individual or organization holding dominion over the wizarding community, which is rather peculiar. If the wizarding path is obstructed, it stands to reason that the practice of magic in this world is predicated upon sorcery. Yet, this too seems at odds with reality. Sorcerers typically draw their magical abilities from ancestral lineage, showing little interest in the study of spells. Their emotive reasoning, influenced by their bloodline, often hinders their patience for delving into the tedious theories and principles of magic. For them, spells can be effortlessly learned through their heritage, rendering the formal study of such matters unnecessary. Thus, the situation remains perplexing. Hill found himself murmuring softly in contemplation. "What's the matter?" Oliver inquired, observing Hill's sudden silence with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing," Hill replied, regaining his focus as he raised the wand in his hand. "I simply meant that this wand is truly remarkable. It suits me perfectly." "Indeed, it is a fine piece," Oliver boasted. "Crafted from 12 inches of cedar wood and dragon heartstring, my finest creation." However, Hill paid little heed to Oliver's words, choosing instead to examine the wand closely, squeezing it gently with a satisfied smile. The source of magic had been claimed, yet its claimant had inexplicably left behind many bloodlines. These bloodlines granted the wizards the privilege to wield magic, serving as the very foundation of their abilities. As wizards aged, their bloodlines grew stronger, ultimately enabling them to channel the surrounding magical energies through their formidable mental faculties. Conversely, those lacking in mental strength, due to the loss of traditional mental training methods, became mute in the face of magic, rendered incapable of casting spells or resonating with magical forces. In the nascent days of wizardry, practitioners relied solely on their bloodlines to perform magic without wands. However, as time progressed, the bloodlines inevitably weakened, leading to the emergence of wands as essential tools in the practice of magic. Wands act as amplifiers of a wizard's bloodline, thus compatibility becomes a notable factor. A wand with high compatibility can greatly assist a wizard in manipulating surrounding magical energies, enabling them to cast formidable spells with only a fraction of their own magical essence. Those who can still perform wandless magic today are undoubtedly among the elite. Nevertheless, judging by Dumbledore's performance, even the greatest wizards of our time cannot wield magic at will without their wands. The diminished bloodlines no longer provide complete spells directly to the wizards. However, the lesser influence of these diluted bloodlines on emotions has led to a resurgence in the importance of magical study, becoming a vital aspect of a wizard's life. Hill felt a tinge of nostalgia, uncertain whether his musings held any truth, yet acknowledging the evident decline of wizarding civilization as a fact from the original narrative. After settling the payment for his wand, the group departed from Diagon Alley, having fulfilled their purpose for the visit, and bid farewell to each other. They exchanged contact information, promising to stay in touch over the summer, with the ever-enthusiastic Hermione already preparing to document all their shared books during the holiday. Truly, she was destined to become the future Miss Know-It-All. Chapter 5. Platform 9 3/4. The summer vacation, which seemed interminable to most, felt fleeting to Hill. With his very own wand in hand, he could finally wield the first and second ring spells that had previously eluded him, a realization that brought him great relief. The ability to cast spells not only confirmed the relatively unchanged nature of the inherited magic, but also significantly enhanced his own capabilities. The tomes purchased from Diagon Alley contained little of profound complexity, and Hill swiftly mastered their contents, as they were merely the introductory lessons intended for first-year students. Devoid of significant difficulty, during the remainder of the summer, Hill dedicated himself to practicing spells he had once been unable to perform. Mastery and mere knowledge are two distinctly different concepts. Concerning the slow development of his own bloodline, Hill found himself powerless. While he could, like traditional sorcerers, accelerate his growth through a blood purification ritual, he doubted the existence of the necessary materials in this world, and such a ritual would tolerate no errors. However, should he discover potions or rituals in this realm with similar effects, he would not hesitate to employ them. Throughout the summer, Hermione visited to exchange books, warmly welcomed by the Drift family. Ultimately, at the invitation of Mrs. Lena, she stayed at Hill's home for several days. Although the Drift couple hoped to take Hermione on a brief tour nearby, the studious girl ventured out for merely one day before returning to immerse herself in books at Hill's residence. Hill had initially placed little importance on magic, prioritizing financial gain instead, Novelli believing he might be the only one capable of wielding it in this world. Thus, aside from his dedicated practice, he spent the remainder of his time voraciously reading, seeking opportunities for profit. Despite hailing from a more advanced era, Hill, an ordinary individual, could hardly possess any remarkable insights into wealth accumulation. Rather, he aimed to grasp the currents of the times, aspiring to invent items that were bound to gain popularity in the future, a pursuit requiring considerable knowledge across various disciplines. To support this ambition, Mr. Drift had kindly provided him with a study dedicated solely to his learning. When Hermione first beheld the study, her excitement was palpable, though it was tempered by a hint of melancholy, as she realized her time there would be limited, leaving her little opportunity to delve into the books. It must be said that Hermione was truly diligent and eager to learn. If Hill's ability to remain focused on his studies was attributed to the accumulated self-discipline from over 30 years of life experience, Hermione's zeal for reading was innate, invoking a sense of shame in Hill for his previous laziness and playfulness. Witnessing Hermione's remarkable aptitude for learning only spurred him to work harder. However, amidst their studies, Hill found himself developing a fondness for the quiet young girl, who remained engrossed in her reading. All in all, the summer proved to be exceedingly fulfilling. Having arranged to meet at platform 9 3/4, the Drift family encountered the waiting Granger family outside the station. "Hey, Hill," Hermione called out, waving her small hand upon spotting the Drift family in the distance. Although their time together during the summer was brief, it was evident that Hermione had already considered Hill a friend, despite his demeanor towards her being little different from that towards others. Navigating through the crowd, Mr. Drift led his family to join the Grangers. "Apologies for keeping you waiting," he expressed, extending his greetings. "Oh, it's no trouble. We just arrived ourselves," Mr. Granger replied. "Have you heard of platform 9 3/4? Mr. Drift shrugged and shook his head. "Though I've been here before, I have not heard of such a platform." Thus, the group set off, pushing their luggage in search of their destination. Before Hill could articulate his thoughts, the observant Hermione spotted a similarly attired young wizard pushing his luggage as he bid farewell to his family and proceeded to walk through a wall. "Hey, I found it!" Hermione exclaimed excitedly, pulling her parents toward the wall to share her discovery. The adults hesitated momentarily, but reassured by the prior confirmation from a wizarding parent, they felt at ease. Hermione beamed with pride at receiving her parents' praise, casting a triumphant glance toward Hill, clearly relishing the moment. With a resigned shake of his head, Hill bid farewell to his reluctant parents and bravely propelled his luggage towards the wall. The anticipated sensation of collision did not register, and when he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by a uniquely enchanting environment, instantly realizing he had arrived at platform 9 3/4. Before long, Hermione, also pushing her luggage, appeared by Hill's side. She gazed around in delight, enthusiastically sharing her thoughts while urging Hill to hasten. Together, they navigated the throng and successfully boarded the train. Fortunately, they had arrived early enough for many compartments to remain unoccupied. Hill and Hermione did not hesitate for long, casually selecting a small compartment to place their luggage. "Hill, are you not the least bit excited? We are about to embark on our journey to the magical school," Hermione inquired, observing Hill's calm demeanor as she withdrew a book to peruse. "Why should I be excited?" Hill replied nonchalantly, opening the rather thick mathematics book in her hands. "Sure. Be quiet. I am about to read." Noticing that her companion was engrossed in her book and ignoring her, Hermione felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Huffing softly as she too retrieved a book to read, Hill cast a glance at her, noticing her adorably pouting expression, and a faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. Hermione's demeanor made it difficult for Hill to believe she was genuinely upset. In his eyes, she merely sought to capture his attention and engage him in conversation. Upon observing Hill's expression, Hermione's displeasure deepened. With a resounding thud, she slammed the book she had just opened onto the table between them and indignantly exclaimed, "What sort of expression is that? And does speaking to me in such a tone suggest that I am a disobedient child? All right, do not be angry. I merely found something amusing in the book," Hill replied, closing his own book and focusing on the visibly irritated girl before him. "Huh. I hardly believe a dry and tedious mathematics textbook could elicit any joy. Do not think I am oblivious to that." Hermione shot him a fierce glare. Under the weight of her righteous gaze, Hill instinctively rubbed his nose with his right index finger, feeling somewhat guilty as he replied, "Well, that might simply be because you have yet to appreciate the joys of mathematics." Hermione found herself momentarily speechless, resorting to rolling her eyes at him before reopening her book. Choosing to ignore this somewhat infuriating fellow, Hill displayed a helpless smile, intending to wait until her anger subsided before offering an apology. After all, his parents were quite fond of this intelligent young lady, and should she report him, he would undoubtedly face a thorough reprimand. He recalled the time when, due to his parents' busy schedules, he returned home alone after school. Mrs. Lena, distressed by her failure to pick him up, searched frantically until she discovered him at home, resulting in a 2-hour lecture for here. Chapter 6. On the train, it seemed that the mutual understanding between the two created a serene and tranquil atmosphere, immersed in reading, which felt somewhat at odds with the noisy compartments surrounding them. Even after the train had departed, no one intruded upon the tranquility of their little compartment. "Dear ones, do you need to purchase any food?" A smiling lady, pushing a cart laden with delicacies, paused in the aisle to gently inquire of the two within the compartment. Snapping back from her book, Here set it down and glanced at the sky, rubbing his slightly hungry stomach. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Could you kindly inform me when we are expected to reach our final destination?" "Oh, dear children, that would be after it grows dark." Upon receiving her answer, Here retrieved some change from his pocket and replied, "Very well then, might I ask for your recommendations?" "Certainly. Look, here are chocolate frog sweets, these are jelly beans, and this is bubble gum." As she noticed the young customer's interest in purchasing, she eagerly began to showcase her wares. Hermione, who had been engrossed in her reading, was also drawn in by the array of candies. No need for a detailed introduction. I'll take some of each, please." Observing Hermione's eagerness to buy candies, Here quickly interjected, handing over the counted money to the lady across from him. After he piled the purchased sweets on the small table in the middle, Here sincerely murmured, "All right, Hermione. I must admit that my previous behavior was inappropriate. Please accept these candies as a token of my apology." Hearing Here's contrition, a smile blossomed on Hermione's face as she softly replied, "In light of the candies, I shall let this matter slide. I forgive you." With a sigh of relief, Hill felt the weight of parental admonishment lift from his shoulders, setting aside unnecessary thoughts for the moment. The two indulged in sweets while gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery, engaging in light-hearted discussions about amusing incidents that transpired during their summer separation. Naturally, it was primarily Hermione who regaled Hill with her tales, while he listened attentively, occasionally offering his thoughts to elicit her laughter. Just as their conversation reached a delightful crescendo, an untimely voice interrupted their exchange. "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" A timid chubby boy asked, tears brimming in his eyes. "No," Hill replied nonchalantly. "Hill, mind your tone. Can't you see he's upset?" Hermione frowned, only to see Hill shrug in response. She rose from her seat and approached the boy, offering comfort. "Don't be sad. You'll find it. By the way, what is your name?" "My name is Neville. I've lost my pet again. It must hate me. It always tries to escape from me." "All right, don't worry. How about this? We'll help you look for it," Hermione reassured him, glancing back at Hill. Hill certainly comprehended the significance reflected in her gaze. However, he remained motionless and earnestly remarked, "Hermione, do you perceive your actions as benevolent assistance or mere meddling?" Although both involve intervening to aid others, the responses elicited can be strikingly different, and the distinction, in Hill's view, hinges on whether one intrudes upon others at an opportune moment. Hermione's current endeavor, perceived by her as aiding Neville, could very well disrupt the conversations of those in adjacent compartments. Previously, a cart selling sweets had traversed the aisle, and sharing candies undoubtedly serves as an excellent means to foster camaraderie. At this moment, first-year wizards within their compartments are likely indulging in sweets while engaging in conversation, while the upperclassmen are surely recounting their summer experiences. Hermione, leading a tearful Neville in search of a toad, would inevitably disturb the harmonious atmosphere they had established, making a favorable impression on others difficult to attain. Yet, Hill refrained from voicing these thoughts to Hermione. "What do you mean?" Hermione fixed her gaze on Hill. "Should we indifferently sit by and watch Neville weep? Trust me, if you take him from compartment to compartment in search of a toad, you will find it challenging to make friends at school." Hill rose, gesturing with open hands as he explained, "Your desire to assist others is commendable, but inquiring in other compartments at this moment is ill-timed. Others may perceive it as meddling." "Enough, do not say more," Hermione interrupted him. Though she did not immediately counter his argument, the astute Hermione had grasped the essence of Hill's words. She bit her lip, her wandering gaze betraying the fierce clash of conflicting thoughts within her. Ultimately, she resolved to confront Hill with unwavering determination, meeting his eyes directly. "I am not one to easily abandon my convictions due to others' opinions. If you are unwilling, then stay here by yourself." With that declaration, Hermione did not turn to leave. In her heart, Hill had become her friend, and she sincerely wished for him to accompany her in aiding Neville. Sunlight streamed through the carriage window, illuminating Hermione's face. Yet Hill could distinctly see that even this radiance could not diminish the brilliance emanating from her eyes. This stirred something within Hill, and the compartment fell into a profound silence, with even Neville ceasing his sobs at an unknown moment. Eventually, Hermione turned, grasping Neville's hand as she prepared to seek his toad. "Wait." Upon witnessing Hermione's slightly sorrowful expression as she turned away without receiving a response, Hill sighed inwardly and said, "Very well, Hermione, you may stay here. I will accompany Neville in search of his pet toad. Perhaps everyone will perceive this as genuine assistance." Upon hearing Hill's words, Hermione halted, turning to reveal a genuine smile. No, this was my initial suggestion, so I shall personally help Neville find his toad. Moreover, thank you for agreeing to accompany me. Reflecting on the time that had passed since he met Hermione, Hill had never before recognized the captivating allure of the girl's smile, which left an indelible mark deep within his heart. The radiant Hermione he had just witnessed was as different from the girl he had first met as night is from day. Hill had never intended to forge friendships within the confines of the school. He found the prospect of aiding Neville to be merely a nuisance. However, Hermione's willingness to step forward in the face of a stranger's need for assistance inspired a sense of respect within Hill. At his strong insistence, Hermione entrusted the inquiry to him, yet as they traversed from compartment to compartment, they failed to uncover any trace or clue regarding the whereabouts of the toad, which left Hermione somewhat disheartened. Gently patting Hermione's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement, Hill took a step forward and entered the next compartment. Chapter 7. Encounters upon entering. Before uttering a word, Hill beheld a brown-haired boy poised to cast a spell on his mouse with his wand. Instinctively, he glanced at the bespectacled black-haired boy seated beside him, then turned to look back at Hermione, who stood at his side. Hill had come to realize that seated within the compartment were Ron Weasley and the illustrious Harry Potter, the savior himself. Seemingly displeased by Hill's abrupt pause and the inexplicable glance cast in her direction, Hermione tugged at Hill's outer garment and boldly inquired, "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's has gone missing." Ron appeared somewhat irked as he replied, "We haven't seen it." However, the wand in his hand had successfully captured Hermione's attention. "Oh, are you attempting some magic? Then let us behold your talents." Although Neville's toad remained unfound, Hermione was beginning to feel fatigued, and with someone ready to perform magic, it seemed an opportune moment to sit and rest. Hermione's self-absorbed actions startled Ron, who sat opposite her. All right." He cleared his throat and recited, "Spirit of the heavens, Spirit of the earth, transform this clumsy, plump rat into something yellow." Ron waved his wand, yet the rodent before him underwent no transformation. Keen-eyed Hermione noticed that Harry's glasses bore some cracks, prompting her to demonstrate her glasses-repairing charm in front of the two seated across from her. Before proudly introducing herself and the companion at her side, Hill. Seeing Hermione's animated demeanor, Hill felt a mix of exasperation and understanding regarding the girl's desire to showcase her abilities. During the summer, Hill had mastered this particular spell more swiftly than Hermione, which left her lacking the confidence to recognize her own capabilities. She stubbornly believed that her rapid acquisition of the spell stemmed from its simplicity, entertaining the notion that young wizards raised in magical households would surely grasp such spells with greater ease. With Hermione having made her introduction, Ron followed suit and introduced himself and Harry. "Oh, really? You are Harry Potter?" Hermione exclaimed, astonished. "I know quite a bit about you. I possess an extracurricular book detailing your background. Furthermore, you are a notable figure in the chronicles of modern wizards and the rise and fall of the mystical arts in the 20th century." Clearly, Harry was unaware of the widespread recognition his name commanded. He glanced at him with a hint of sympathy and restrained Hermione, who was eager to continue speaking. "Our foremost priority now is to assist Neville in locating his toad. There will be ample opportunity for you to converse with Harry in school later." Hermione acquiesced to Hill's words, rising to her feet as she said, "Goodbye." She took Hill and Neville's hands and exited the compartment. As they stepped out, Hermione recalled Hill's peculiar behavior upon entering and inquired, "Why did you look back at me earlier? Is something amiss?" "Nothing at all. The hour is getting late, and we shall soon arrive at our destination. There are still some compartments we have yet to search, so let us hasten our efforts." Hill, wishing to avoid elaboration, diverted the conversation. Just as they were about to proceed to the next compartment, a jarring voice pierced the air. "Look, who is that?" "It's clumsy Neville and his two muggle wizard friends." Hill couldn't help but furrow his brow as he turned around to intercept Hermione, who was eager to engage in a theoretical debate. The trio consisted of a platinum-haired boy at the forefront, flanked by two rather robust boys who served as his guardians, unmistakably indicating his privileged background. However, such familial status held little sway over Hill's demeanor. "Haven't your parents taught you the importance of treating strangers with politeness?" Hill stated sternly, employing an intimidating tone. Although he doubted it would genuinely intimidate his adversaries, his extraordinary mental prowess seemed to sap the trio's bravado. "I am Draco Malfoy. My parents have indeed instructed me in the ways of etiquette, yet I find you unworthy of such courtesy." "I presume you do not wish to encounter complications in your future at Hogwarts," Malfoy retorted. "You ought to apologize to Neville." Hermione exclaimed loudly. "Let it go, Hermione. I'm used to it. Malfoy is the son of a governor. I don't want to drag you into this." Neville murmured from the sidelines, having remained largely unnoticed throughout the encounter. See? If you provoke me, you must consider the consequences, Malfoy said, his tone growing more assertive as he recalled his own status. However, upon observing Hill's indifferent expression, his tone faltered. Very well, I'll let it slide this time. Just remember to steer clear of me in the future. With that, Malfoy attempted to move past them, eager to encounter the Chosen One and unwilling to waste time in trivial disputes, especially with someone who appeared formidable. Yet, Hill placed a hand on Malfoy's shoulder, a faint smile gracing his lips. I believe an apology is indeed warranted. Feeling the pain from the grip, Malfoy quickly halted his companions, aware that while they could undoubtedly prevail in a confrontation, he would be the one to suffer first. Reluctantly, he conceded. I take back what I said. I apologize, Neville. Shaking off Hill's hand, Malfoy scrutinized the two before him, huffed dismissively, and hurried away. Although Malfoy's apology lacked sincerity, it profoundly moved Neville. Thank you, Hill, Hermione. No one has ever helped me as you have. Neville expressed his genuine gratitude. No need for thanks, Neville. I believe we should be friends, shouldn't we? Hermione reassured him, glancing up at Hill, who effortlessly discerned her appreciation in her smiling eyes. After they finished inquiring about the remaining compartments, Neville's toad was still nowhere to be found. After encouraging Neville to maintain optimism and escorting him back to his own compartment, the two returned to their seats, somewhat fatigued. Don't worry, Hermione. I believe that once the toad feels hungry, it will instinctively return to its owner, Hill consoled. Noticing Hermione's lingering concern for the toad, well, let us hope so, Hermione replied nonchalantly, her brow remaining furrowed despite Hill's words. Seeing that his attempts to reassure her had fallen flat, Hill felt a twinge of helplessness. Children, the train is about to arrive at its final destination. Please change your clothes promptly and remember to exercise caution when disembarking. Leave your luggage where it is. It will be transported to the school. A woman's voice resonated throughout the train. Hill and Hermione did not need to change into their school uniforms, so a mere tidying up sufficed. The train was gradually slowing down, and outside the window, darkness enveloped the landscape. At last, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 8. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 1. Upon disembarking, Hill grasped Hermione's hand, guiding her through the throngs of people to avoid being separated. As she observed Hill, who was tugging at her sleeve, a rosy hue crept across Hermione's cheeks. The wind was quite fierce. Do take care to keep warm. Once they reached a less crowded area, Hill released her hand and turned back to remind her. Hermione blinked but remained silent. First, your students, gather over here, bellowed a towering figure. A robust man holding a bright oil lamp, his voice cutting through the biting cold. Be careful, follow me, and do not stray. Seeing Hermione nod, Hill felt reassured and led her toward the swaying light. Are there any more first years? He continued. Fear not, I am Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Follow me, and watch your step. After ensuring no one was left behind, Hagrid counted the group and steered the little wizards along a narrow, steep path. Perhaps due to the enveloping darkness of the surrounding woods and the unevenness of the terrain, Hermione instinctively reached out to grasp the back of Hill's robe. Noticing that she was struggling to keep up, Hill moderated his pace. I truly wonder why the school does not tend to this path. Surely, they need not subject the newly arrived young witches and wizards to such a rugged experience just to impart a taste of the founder's journey. Hagrid's well-conditioned physique found little difficulty in matching the pace set by the forward march toward Shanghai. Yet the unsteady steps of the surrounding young wizards revealed that such speed proved somewhat strenuous for them. After a considerable journey and a turn around a bend, the narrow path finally opened up to a breathtaking vista. In the distance, a colossal castle adorned with numerous turrets and lofty towers nestled between two grand mountains. Gazing across a vast, inky lake at the small wizards, its windows shimmering like stars under the night sky. That was Hogwarts. Cautiously descending to the lake's edge, Hill and Hermione, accompanied by Neville and another unfamiliar girl, boarded a small boat. Together, they glided across the glassy surface of the lake, passing through an entrance veiled by a curtain of evergreen ivy clinging to the cliffs, navigating along a dark waterway that wound beneath the ancient castle until they finally arrived at an underground dock. Upon disembarking, the young wizards, fatigued from their exertions and having skipped dinner, found themselves too weary to move, with several of them collapsing directly onto the ground. Thus, a brief respite was taken. Fortunately, Neville had at long last recovered his long-missing toad, discovered by Hagrid aboard the boat. After expressing their gratitude to Hagrid, the young wizards set forth once more. Guided by Hagrid's lantern, they ascended a pathway amid the stones along the shore, ultimately arriving at a damp, level patch of grass beneath the castle's shadow. Climbing a short flight of stone steps, Hagrid raised his enormous fist and knocked thrice upon the grand door. The door swung open immediately, revealing Professor McGonagall, clad in a long emerald green robe. "Professor, the first-year students are all here," Hagrid reported. "Very well," Professor McGonagall said, casting a quick glance to count the students. "Thank you. I will take them inside. Welcome to Hogwarts, children. Please follow me and remember not to lag behind," McGonagall instructed, surveying the young wizards with a serious demeanor. The young wizards, brimming with excitement, followed Professor McGonagall into the castle, which was astonishingly vast. Torches illuminated the stone walls, and the soaring ceilings and pristine marble stairs left the young wizards agape with wonder. Hermione, having never witnessed such a spectacle, eagerly gazed around. Feeling as though her eyes were inadequate to take it all in, her mouth continuously uttering words of praise, Professor McGonagall led the newcomers to a small, quiet room away from the bustling hall and began to explain the proceedings for the welcoming feast and the sorting ceremony. After allowing the young wizards a moment to prepare, she temporarily departed. Hearing a nearby crowd discussing the sorting ceremony, Hermione could not resist joining in. However, when Hermione mentioned her ability to perform several types of magic, Hill could not help but shake his head. Hill discerned that this was likely Hermione's way of releasing her stress. However, it was rather inappropriate, as those who overheard might perceive it as a display of self-importance, given that Hermione undeniably surpassed them in excellence. Hill promptly grasped Hermione's arm and inquired softly, "Hermione, to which house do you intend to belong?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hermione replied, "Gryffindor. I once read in a history of Hogwarts that the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore, graduated from Gryffindor, and I aspire to join their ranks. What about you?" Hill. Noticing Hill's amused silence, Hermione pouted in displeasure. Just as she was about to press further, her attention was diverted by a sudden emergence of white ghosts that materialized from the walls. Before long, as the ghosts were about to depart, Professor McGonagall reappeared before the young wizards. Standing in a line, she instructed the newcomers, "Now, follow me." Consequently, Hill positioned himself behind Hermione, and together they traversed through a grand double door into the Great Hall. The Great Hall was resplendent, with upperclassmen and professors already seated. Above them, thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating the hall brilliantly, while tables were adorned with shimmering golden plates and goblets. "Look, that is Hogwarts." Hermione gestured for Hill to observe the enchanted ceiling mentioned in the history of the school. The ceiling was indeed extraordinary, a deep, inky black adorned with countless colorful stars, twinkling as if revealing a splendid night sky. Hill could even discern several familiar constellations. Professor McGonagall placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students and gently set upon it a tattered and worn sorting hat. It was difficult to fathom that such an old and soiled hat existed in the world. Could not the greatest white wizard of this century have cleaned it? As the hat was positioned, a hush fell over the assembly. The sorting hat wriggled slightly, its seams parting like a mouth, and began to sing in a rather discordant tone. Hill did not possess an obsessive cleanliness. Yet any reasonable individual would be disinclined to harbor fondness for filthy and tattered objects. Moreover, the hat in question bore the unsettling ability to pry into one's thoughts, rendering Hill even more reluctant to don it. Reflecting on the fact that the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore, seated regally in the central armchair, was also a master of the mind-reading charm, Hill found himself regretting not having anticipated this sooner and failing to acquire spells capable of safeguarding his own mind. He lowered his head, preparing to meticulously devise a plan after the first week of school. At that moment, applause erupted around him. The sorting hat had finished its song, and only then did he come to his senses, joining in the clapping. Observing that everyone around him was focused on the enchanted hat, he discreetly cast a self-hypnosis spell, engaging in a brief, targeted trance. Chapter 9, The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. Like many others, here was reluctant to reveal his innermost thoughts. He could not ascertain whether the headmaster, Dumbledore, who wielded absolute authority over the castle, would inquire into the minds of each young wizard after the sorting ceremony concluded. It is essential to recognize that the entire narrative of Harry Potter unfolded under Dumbledore's careful orchestration, without his guidance. The Savior would not have faced the trials necessary for his growth. Even in the event of Dumbledore's unexpected demise, Harry successfully vanquished Voldemort, adhering to the plans laid out before Dumbledore's passing. Any deviation from the established plan would draw Dumbledore's keen scrutiny, a fate he wished to evade. lest he find himself under relentless observation. Hill would not place his hopes on others. Even in the presence of a magical creation, he dared not relax his vigilance, instead striving to compensate in every possible way. As the applause gradually subsided, Professor McGonagall took a few steps forward and gently unfurled a scroll of parchment in her hands. "Now, when I call out your name, you shall don the hat and take a seat upon the stool, awaiting your house assignment," she said with a serious tone. Hannah Abbott, a rather clumsy young girl, stepped out from the line, seated herself upon the stool, and donned the sorting hat. Clearly, the hat was far too large for her, immediately obscuring her eyes. "Hufflepuff," the sorting hat proclaimed, extending its tone. "Susan Bones." One by one, the first years called upon took their turns, each being assigned to their respective houses by the hat. Hermione Granger. Upon hearing her name, Hermione glanced back at Hill for encouragement, then trotted over to the stool and placed the sorting hat upon her head. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor students, in their customary manner, welcomed the newcomers with exuberant cheers. Hermione excitedly ran to join them, finding an empty seat, with a few more vacant spots beside her. Although she did not voice it, Hill understood that Hermione still harbored a desire to be sorted into the same house as her. Hildriff. It was now his turn. He approached calmly, striving to collect his thoughts. While one may typically feel only a singular thought in the course of daily life, in reality, countless notions flicker through the mind at all times. Despite their fleeting nature rendering them easily overlooked, they undeniably exist and influence one's judgment, often revealing many secrets in the process. Hill reflected on the state of his meditation, striving to empty his mind of all thoughts and focusing his entire spirit on the words Gryffindor. He aimed to diminish the likelihood of his wandering thoughts through this method. Hill endured as he donned the tattered sorting hat. The moment it settled upon his head, he felt a gentle probing of his thoughts, albeit not too intense. Nevertheless, Hill remained vigilant. Considering his previous use of misdirection, he estimated that he could successfully navigate this scrutiny. "I have never encountered a child so fervently eager to join Gryffindor." "Well, very well, I shall grant your wish." Gryffindor. As soon as he heard the first syllable, Hill promptly removed the hat and placed it on the bench. Then, amidst the jubilant cheers for Gryffindor, he made his way to their section. Hermione also joyfully rose, waving to indicate that Hill should sit beside her. Without hesitation, Hill settled beside Hermione. Soon, all the freshmen found their respective places. The savior, Harry Potter, along with his companions, unsurprisingly became members of Gryffindor, while Malfoy and his two cronies successfully joined Slytherin House. Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I would like to share a few words. Foolishness. Whimpering. Dregs. Twist. Thank you all. After Dumbledore concluded his speech, he resumed his seat, and the audience promptly erupted into applause. Before long, the once empty golden platters on the long table were filled with an abundance of food. Roasted beef, roasted chicken, pork, lamb, sausages, cured meats, and steaks, accompanied by boiled tomatoes, baked sweet potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, snow pears, rich carrot soup, ketchup, and mint-flavored hard candy. One cannot help but ponder the presence of mint-flavored hard candy at a feast. Perhaps it serves to freshen the palate after the meal? Hill was not particularly fond of consuming such fare, yet at that moment, feeling famished, he disregarded the flavor and prioritized filling his stomach. The surrounding students engaged in cheerful conversations as they ate, and soon the topic shifted to their respective families. I shared that both of my parents were ordinary individuals, and when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, my parents were utterly astonished, believing it to be a prank. Hermione then inquired, "What about you, Neville?" "I was raised by my grandmother, who is a witch," Neville replied, "but my family has long regarded me as a regular person. My uncle, however, always attempts to train me as a wizard. On one occasion, he pushed me off the pier at Blackpool, and I nearly drowned. Yet, my life before the age of 8 was rather unremarkable. When I turned 8, my uncle visited our home, and, seizing my ankle, hung me upside down outside the upstairs window to practice his skills. At that moment, my aunt handed him a sweet biscuit, and he inadvertently let go of my ankle. Surprisingly, I not only survived the fall but bounced from the garden onto the street. When my grandmother saw me unharmed, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears. My uncle was equally delighted and gifted me a toad afterward." Upon hearing Neville's account, Hermione appeared visibly astonished and perplexed. However, noticing Neville's cheerful demeanor, she hesitated to directly inquire further, opting instead to confide her questions privately to Hill. While enjoying the second batch of candies, Hill casually remarked, This is quite easy to comprehend. If one considers wizards as akin to nobility, and this nobility is largely hereditary, then the sudden disqualification of a scion from inheriting the noble title can be a profound disgrace for a family. However, that does not warrant casting the child into the sea or dangling them from a window, does it? Hermione still found this notion somewhat astonishing. Of course, as a wizard, although one is not permitted to wield magic indiscriminately in the presence of muggles, a wizard could effortlessly extinguish the life of an ordinary person should they so desire. Furthermore, upon becoming a wizard, even if one lacks the means to live a life of the elite, the essentials of daily sustenance are no longer a cause for concern. Hill swallowed a piece of beef and continued, if a generation fails to produce a wizard, it becomes increasingly unlikely that the subsequent generation will yield one. While children from ordinary families possess the potential to become wizards, their numbers are minuscule compared to the total of newly emerging wizards. The fall from being a wizard to what they refer to as a muggle represents a profound disconnection from the world of magic, akin to the sudden loss of a vast ancestral inheritance. Observing Hermione's lack of comprehension, Hill felt compelled to offer a more straightforward explanation. That is love. The most genuine affection from Uncle Neville. Chapter 10. The Sorting Ceremony, Part 2. Hermione discerned the disparity in Hill's responses and recognized that he was beginning to dismiss her. She reached out and playfully twisted his arm. In her view, while Hill was not obligated to explain himself if he chose to do so, it was imperative that he engage sincerely. Even if she struggled to understand, she would not voice her grievances. However, dismissiveness was a serious attitude issue. Caught mid-sip of milk, Hill nearly choked, turning to argue with Hermione. He had indeed provided an explanation. If she failed to grasp it, that was her concern, not his. Yet, reasoning with an irate girl was evidently futile and would likely exacerbate the situation. Consequently, Hermione's anger intensified, and with a huff, she turned away, unwilling to engage with Hill. Witnessing Hermione's sulky demeanor, Hill inexplicably found a sense of calm washing over him. He chuckled to himself, realizing that after spending so much time around children, he too had begun to adopt their emotional tendencies. A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over Hill as he sighed, preparing to apologize to Hermione. However, in her current state of anger, Hermione was unwilling to accept it, leaving Hill to bide his time until her temper cooled. At that moment, the plates on the dining table were magically cleared, returning to their pristine state as if the feast had yet to commence. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence as everyone turned to observe the reemergence of Professor Dumbledore. Ah, now that everyone is satiated and refreshed, I believe I have a few words to share with you all, he began. At the outset of this term, I would like to draw your attention to several important matters. Dumbledore paused, his gaze sweeping over the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. First, your students. Take heed. Entry into the woods on campus is strictly prohibited for all students. I implore some of our older classmates to remember this as well. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term, and those interested in representing the house should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, he added, I must inform you all that those who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and tragic fates should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. At this statement, a few individuals erupted in laughter, seemingly mistaking it for another of Dumbledore's jests. However, the majority remained silent. Professor Dumbledore never trifled with matters of danger. Hill felt a profound disdain upon hearing Dumbledore's words. If there truly existed a desire to safeguard the children from perilous explorations, the educators of the school ought to have preemptively eliminated such dangers or obscured them with enchantments beyond the comprehension of the students. Would this not be a far superior approach to leaving a door easily accessible with a mere Alohomora spell? Herco could hardly believe that the greatest white wizard of this century was incapable of such a trivial task. Warnings typically serve only to deter the timid and the inept. Those audacious children would regard these prohibitions as a mark of honor. You see, Dumbledore has explicitly indicated the location, which is clearly aimed at capturing the attention of those fearless young wizards, especially for Harry Potter, who is heralded as the savior. How could these dangers possibly pose a challenge to the one destined to save? Assigning a dedicated guard is evidently an intention to permit the savior to face the trials at an opportune moment. He could not bear to be ensnared by such troubles. It was best to keep a safe distance from Dumbledore's messianic training game. He certainly did not wish to attract Dumbledore's attention by getting involved, thereby being designated as one of the subjects to be cultivated. Now, before everyone retires for the night, let us join together in singing the school song. Dumbledore proclaimed with fervor. No sooner had the words left his lips than the professors seated at the staff table wore expressions of stunned bewilderment. Dumbledore raised his wand with a gentle flourish, as if he intended to soar down from the dais. A long, golden ribbon unfurled from his wand, ascending gracefully above the table to form a cascade of floating words. Choose your favorite melody, Dumbledore bellowed. Ready, sing. The entire school erupted in a cacophony, voices rising and falling in a dissonant symphony, creating a tumult that left minds in disarray, teetering on the brink of madness. Hill was reluctant to engage in such a ludicrous endeavor, yet to avoid detection, he could only open and close his mouth silently, blending into the crowd. Fortunately, no one seemed to take notice of this absurdity. After the Wesleys, who sang at the slowest and most peculiar pace, concluded their performance, Dumbledore announced from the dais the end of the banquet. The students from various houses, under the guidance of their respective prefects, began to form lines and proceed to their dormitories. As Gryffindor's common room and dormitories were located on the 8th floor, the freshmen had no choice but to ascend the stairs step by step under the leadership of their upperclassmen. Hill couldn't help but scoff at the peculiar staircases of Hogwarts. The primary function of a staircase is to connect different levels for ease of passage. Aesthetics can be overlooked, but convenience should certainly be a priority. Yet, what is the reality of the staircases at Hogwarts? According to the upperclassmen, there are a total of 142 staircases. Some are grand and wide, while others are narrow and rickety. Certain staircases change direction every Friday, and some ascend only to have a step suddenly vanish, requiring one to remember where to leap over. Moreover, there are numerous doors that will not open unless one politely requests their cooperation or ensures they are prodding the correct spot. Some doors are merely illusions, masquerading as formidable walls. Given the castle's antiquity, these original designs may have been intended to thwart invading foes. Yet how many of the current wizards in the British magical community are not Hogwarts alumni? Who among them is unaware of the staircase's capricious patterns? Such designs merely serve to provide a modicum of novelty for the first-year students. Throughout the journey, Hill sought opportunities to apologize to Hermione, but alas, she offered him no chance, persistently turning away in disinterest. The petulant girl would not engage in reasoning. After enduring Peeves' antics and passing through the portrait of the fat lady by uttering the correct password, Hill felt utterly drained, even beginning to question whether his choice of Gryffindor was a mistake. Distance creates beauty, and similarly, it also averts trouble. Upon locating his dormitory, he briefly acquainted himself with his future housemates, who he would likely share the next 7 years with, and then retrieved his wand to magically organize his belongings. After freshening up, he retired to bed early, for there were tasks awaiting him the following morning. Chapter 11. The Room of Requirement and Breakfast upon awakening. Feeling rejuvenated and full of vigor, Hill quietly rose. He glanced at his roommate Ernst, who was still in a deep slumber, and then looked out at the pitch blackness beyond the window. It was still quite early. Carefully, Hill descended from his bed, making every effort to avoid disturbing his slumbering roommate. If one wishes to remain undisturbed, it is prudent to refrain from disrupting others. The dormitory space is rather limited, and the morning influx of individuals in the common lounge is bound to increase. Hill was determined not to relinquish his habit of early morning exercise. Thus he sought a suitable location for his personal use. Fortuitously, Hogwarts Castle harbored a space that perfectly met his requirements, the Room of Requirement. This room was known to only a select few, serving as a relatively private sanctuary. It could be utilized not only for morning workouts, but also as a highly confidential hideaway, facilitating Hill's personal affairs in the future. After completing his morning ablutions, Hill approached his desk. A meticulously detailed class schedule lay quietly on the surface, thoughtfully marked with the locations for each course. He picked it up and glanced over it. It appeared that the young wizards were in for a demanding academic year. Hill was intrigued by how the note had come to rest upon his desk. And then he considered the house elves residing in the kitchen. It now appeared that they were not merely chefs, but also responsible for a multitude of tasks within the walls of Hogwarts Castle. It was no wonder that, within the confines of a castle where apparition was forbidden, the house elves were capable of such instantaneous travel. After meticulously arranging the books he required for the day, Hill pondered and stuffed a change of clothes into his backpack before setting off. He exchanged the necessary passwords with the plump woman and slipped through her portrait. Emerging into the corridor, Hogwarts could be described as a veritable collection of magical artifacts, and the headmaster as the custodian of these enchanted items. held a position of great significance. The portraits adorning the walls of staircases and corridors served as the headmaster's eyes and ears throughout the school, although Hill did not believe that the ever-busy Professor Dumbledore would be watching him at all times. He could not entirely dismiss the possibility that these portraits might report any unusual behavior to him. These portraits were indeed a distinctive feature of the school. Not only could their subjects engage in conversation with individuals, but they could also traverse from one painting to another. Thus, in a bid to err on the side of caution, the overly prudent Hill not only cast an invisibility charm upon himself, but also employed a spell to mask his scent, lest it be detected by Filch's cat. As for the matter of sound, since he had yet to learn any relevant spells, he resolved to be particularly mindful. After contemplating every aspect, Hill finally embarked on his quest to locate the Room of Requirement. This hidden chamber within the Hogwarts castle could be easily discovered, provided one was aware of its characteristics and the method of entry. Before long, diligence proved rewarding, and Hill found the room tucked away in a secluded corridor on the 8th floor. Repeating a silent mantra in his mind, yearning for a suitable private space, he paced back and forth 3 times, and suddenly, a door materialized from the very wall itself. With a sense of delight, Hill opened the door and, after ensuring that everything was in order, stepped inside. The interior was spacious, featuring a small bathroom suitable for washing up, perfectly accommodating Hill's needs after a workout. Hill was quite pleased with this, and subsequently set aside his small backpack, making a few preparations before commencing his exercise. Hill is not primarily concerned with developing a robust physique. Rather, he places greater emphasis on cultivating excellent bodily coordination and flexibility. The sense of strength derived from muscle can create an illusion of power, which may distort one's self-perception. Among children, the most immediate comparisons are physical. Robust children often exude greater confidence. However, if this confidence manifests as bullying others, it can evolve into arrogance and selfishness. Conversely, frail children may become insecure, and without proper guidance and reassurance, they often develop into timid and self-deprecating individuals. Therefore, it is crucial to attentively monitor children's growth, as these formative experiences can leave an indelible mark on their future lives. Hill exercises with the purpose of cultivating inner tranquility and honing his focus. After concluding his daily workout and performing a brief cleansing ritual, he picked up his backpack and quietly departed from the wishful room, finding a secluded corner to reveal himself. Hill, in high spirits, made his way to the dining hall. Upon arriving, the dawn had already brightened the sky. As he stepped through the entrance, he spotted Hermione, who was already seated alone, enjoying her breakfast. It was evident from the empty seats surrounding her that, despite the passage of an entire night, she had not yet forged friendships with her dormitory companions. Hill felt a sense of contemplation as he shook his head and approached her, taking a seat beside her. He casually selected some favored food and began to eat, inquiring of Hermione, "Haven't you made any new friends? Why are you all alone here for breakfast?" Hill was oblivious to the inappropriateness of his timing and tone, perceiving that he had inadvertently mocked Hermione for losing her upper-middle-class bread. "Are you mocking me?" she retorted. "Indeed. You are correct. My roommates find my meddling quite bothersome." As she spoke, Hermione's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, and Hill sensed her intention to rise. He hastily reached out to restrain her. In a crowded dining area, such incidents could easily lead to misunderstandings. Although Hill felt a sense of embarrassment, he remained indifferent to the opinions of others. However, if the matter were to spread, he would inevitably become notorious within the school. He had no choice but to hastily apologize to Hermione, striving to console her troubled heart. Hill was not particularly skilled in the art of apology, nor did he possess much experience in comforting others, yet his sincerity managed to resonate with Hermione. Gradually, Hermione's spirits lifted. The once irritable Hill now appeared significantly more agreeable. Observing Hermione's calm demeanor, Hill exhaled with relief. Do not overthink it. As for what transpired earlier, consider it forgiven. However, the events of yesterday remain etched in my memory. Hermione could not help but interject as she watched Hill raise a glass of milk to soothe his parched throat. With a sudden sputter, Hill expelled the milk he had just taken a sip of. Fortunately, the seat across from him was unoccupied. As he set the cup down, he frantically searched for a tissue to wipe away the mess. Observing Hill's flustered demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but smile. She drew her wand and uttered the incantation for the cleaning charm, instantly rendering Hill's clothes spotless. "Thank you," he expressed his gratitude. The events of the previous night were now balanced out. Although Hermione wore a smile, Hill sensed an undercurrent of disappointment within her. This feeling was not directly tied to Hill, but rather a common emotion experienced by individuals who find themselves far from home in unfamiliar surroundings. Traveling away from home is an inevitable part of life that everyone must face, and Hill felt powerless against it. Nevertheless, he believed that Hermione would soon regain her cheerful disposition. Her curiosity about magic and her earnest approach to learning would swiftly capture her attention. Leaving little room for such thoughts, Hermione quickly finished the bread she had earlier abandoned and, once cleaned up, settled down to wait for Hill. Not wanting to keep her waiting, Hill hastily took a few bites to conclude his breakfast. Subsequently, the two of them set off together towards the classroom. Chapter 12, Transfiguration Class, Part 1. Hogwarts' curriculum is characterized by its unique offerings, and the instructors each possess distinct personalities. Professor McGonagall left an impression of seriousness and gravity. It was their first Transfiguration class, and Hill and Hermione arrived at the classroom early. At that moment, there were not many students present, with the notable exception of a cat perched on the podium. In Hill's mind, it was clear that the Calico Cat was none other than Professor McGonagall's animagus form. Distinguished for her mastery of transfiguration, Professor McGonagall is an esteemed expert in the field, having also attained the pinnacle of transfiguration, animagus. Unlike ordinary transfiguration, which can be reversed at will, animagus allows a wizard to remain in their transformed state indefinitely as long as the magic is not dispelled. Although the transformation is limited to non-magical creatures and can only manifest as a single fixed form, the utility of this spell remains significant. The mere ability to maintain the transformation without actively reversing it is a compelling reason for scholars to pursue its study. Achieving the status of animagus requires several years of dedicated training, and even with thorough preparation, the spell carries a considerable risk of failure, with potentially dire consequences. Furthermore, the uncertainty of what animal one might become after casting animagus deters many wizards from attempting to master this spell. As one of the 7 registered animagi of the 20th century, Professor McGonagall's stature within the wizarding community is unmistakable. The fortunate young witches and wizards under her tutelage are indeed privileged. As Hill observed quietly for a while, he soon discerned a rather inconspicuous trait inherent to animagi. Upon transformation, they retain certain characteristics and habits of their animal forms. Just like a cat, Professor McGonagall, having transformed into a tabby, habitually licked her fur with her tongue, although he was curious about how she would react to catnip placed before her. The potential consequences of such an action made Hill abandon the thought. Despite his perception of some shortcomings in animagi, he still hoped to learn from Professor McGonagall in the future. Every spell is not flawless at its inception. Refining them is the duty of every wizard. And perhaps Hill could even achieve the transformation into a magical creature himself. Settling into his seat, Hill placed the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch on the edge of his desk. He had perused this book numerous times over the summer, much like Hermione, having memorized its contents thoroughly. However, out of caution regarding this unfamiliar type of magic, Hill refrained from attempting any spells in advance. Unlike most spells taught in the Legacy of the Traveling Wizard, the magic in this world required the accurate incantation of the correct spell and the proper wand movements for successful execution, rather than merely memorizing and understanding the magical constructs before casting. As for those spells involving incantations and rituals, while some were also present in the Legacy, they were all marked for cautious casting. Without a teacher's guidance, even a single mispronounced syllable or incorrect gesture could yield unpredictable results. Wasting one's mental and magical energy was among the more favorable outcomes of numerous failures. Thus, every wizard approached their magical research with due caution, diligently preparing protective spells beforehand and conducting experiments within laboratories imbued with various protective enchantments. The comforts of life dulled the ambition of wizards, just as it did for ordinary people. Without a yearning for new magic, combined with its inherent dangers, most wizards abandoned such research. Luna, in the next semester, had lost her mother to a magical accident. Creating a new spell from scratch was immensely challenging, and those who could achieve it were destined for greatness. Under the shadow of failure, Hill and Hermione opted to study only simple spells that posed minimal risks, yet transfiguration was evidently not among them. Should a spell go awry, rendering him unable to revert, Hill, still unfamiliar with the magical world and lacking sufficient knowledge of it, would have no idea whom to seek for assistance. The surrounding young wizards were unaware that Professor McGonagall was already in the classroom, having just arrived at the school. They did not yet know each other well and engaged in conversation, hoping to find kindred spirits among the crowd, even without initiating conversation. Several approached Hill to inquire his name. After all, he had inherited his parents' remarkable good looks. A pleasing appearance is one of the key factors in attracting the attention of strangers. Just as boys are drawn to conversing with pretty girls, girls likewise seek out handsome boys, such as human nature, nothing peculiar about it. Out of courtesy, Hill merely responded with his name, plainly indicating his desire to be left undisturbed, which soon resulted in no further inquiries directed at him. Hermione, on the other hand, blended into the group engaged in conversation, and Hill sincerely hoped she would make good friends. Bored, Hill sat contemplating, having long harbored thoughts about the collection of books housed within the school. With Hogwarts' rich history, Hill believed the library would possess an extensive array of texts. He resolved to memorize all the books, relying on his formidable memory, thus sparing himself the need to venture to the library later, and also preventing the possibility of losing access to a book he might need due to it being checked out. Simultaneously, Hill aimed to glean insights into the current overall proficiency of wizards and perhaps uncover clues within these texts to assist him in completing his tasks. Lost in thought, Hill felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. It was Hermione, returning to her seat, reminding him that class was about to commence. Adjusting his mindset, Hill opened the beginner's guide to Transfiguration and surveyed the classroom. Professor McGonagall remained seated at the lectern, observing the students. Most of the young wizards had quieted down, though a few still whispered among themselves, awaiting the arrival of their teacher, oblivious to the fact that the tabby cat on the podium was indeed Professor McGonagall. The spots where Harry and Ron should have been were conspicuously empty, indicating they had either overslept or, regrettably, lost their way to the classroom. Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, already aware of the situation regarding the House Cup, feeling the pressing need to contribute and help the historically underperforming Gryffindor win the coveted trophy. However, Harry and Ron clearly failed to meet her expectations, as it was only after the class had begun that they hurriedly entered the classroom. Just as they felt relieved to think that Professor McGonagall had not yet arrived, the tabby cat leapt down from the podium, reverting to her true form, startling both Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron instinctively sought to explain their tardiness, but were interrupted by Professor McGonagall, who wore a stern expression as she reprimanded them sharply. Gryffindor, already at 0 points, had now accrued negative points. Chapter 13, Transfiguration Class, continued. Once the latecomers, Harry and Ron, had taken their seats, Professor McGonagall returned to the lectern. With a serious demeanor, she addressed the class. Transfiguration can be regarded as one of the most complex and perilous spells you will learn at Hogwarts. Pausing, she scanned the faces of the students below her. Anyone wishing to engage in disruptive antics in my class will be promptly expelled from the classroom, never to return. I make this warning clear from the outset. Subsequently, in an effort to alleviate the classroom atmosphere and simultaneously cultivate the young wizard's interest in transfiguration, Professor McGonagall showcased her skills by transforming the lectern into a pig and then reverting it back. This enchanting demonstration indeed piqued the enthusiasm of the young wizards, who maintained unwavering focus throughout the ensuing class. Rather than adhering strictly to the textbook, Professor McGonagall interspersed her lecture with personal insights regarding transfiguration, prompting the students to diligently take notes. The rhythm of the class was expertly orchestrated by the seasoned professor, leaving little room for the students to stray or engage in whispered conversations. The material presented ranged from profound to elementary, yet all students comprehended it remarkably well, with Neville persistently raising his hand to inquire further. Unable to manage him effectively, Professor McGonagall eventually instructed Neville to jot down the lesson's content and approach her afterward, as she could not allow one individual to disrupt the entire class. The knowledge imparted by Professor McGonagall, combined with the texts in the students' hands, swiftly provided them with a foundational understanding of transfiguration. To assess the students' attentiveness and gauge their aptitude for transfiguration, Professor McGonagall handed each young wizard a matchstick, encouraging them to discuss amongst themselves and attempt to transform the matchstick before them into a silver needle. According to Professor McGonagall, a serious attitude must be maintained while practicing transfiguration, along with a comprehensive understanding of the target object. The more detailed the understanding, the less magical energy would be required, thereby extending the duration of the transformation. A lack of sufficient comprehension could result in incomplete transformations, while inanimate objects might not pose a significant issue. The transformation of living beings could yield peculiar outcomes, such as a mouse with limbs and a tail. Consequently, Professor McGonagall strictly prohibited the young wizards from arbitrarily using transfiguration on people or animals, permitting such practices only after they had demonstrated proficiency in transforming objects and inanimate matter into animals, at which point they could seek her permission. With formidable mental strength and meticulous control, Hill effortlessly conjured a vivid image of a silver needle in his mind. With a flourish of his wand and the incantation spoken, the matchstick successfully transmuted into a silver needle before him. Hill mastered the fundamental application of transfiguration, and with a swift flick of his wand, transformed the silver needle back once more. Despite his quick and meticulous movements, he was nonetheless caught in the act by Hermione, who approached to discuss matters with him. Observing that he had successfully transmuted a matchstick into a silver needle, she was eager to inquire about his technique, only to witness the needle revert back to its original form. Convinced that her eyes had not deceived her, she softly questioned, "Did you not succeed? Why not raise your hand to inform Professor McGonagall? She would surely reward you with extra credit." Hill felt a twinge of distress as he reflected on the consequences of his previous indifference towards Hermione. Observing her earnest demeanor at that moment, he promptly began to engage his intellect. "Did you see that? My eyesight is impeccable. How could I possibly be mistaken?" he exclaimed. So I was successful just now? But why has it reverted?" He then began to peruse the textbook on his desk, searching for any mention of such phenomena. Although Hermione had clearly witnessed the silver needle transform back into a matchstick after Hill waved his wand, she understood that as long as Hill refused to acknowledge it, claiming his earlier actions were merely spontaneous, she would have no recourse to contest him. Hill did not wish to stand out in front of others. For those who possess exceptional abilities invariably attract the attention of all, whether it be in the form of praise or disparagement, and troubles naturally ensue. Much like Harry Potter, who, merely bearing the title of the Savior, draws the gaze of a multitude. Everywhere he goes, his presence is known. A casual inquiry to a passerby could readily yield information about Harry's activities for the day, leaving him with scarcely an ounce of privacy. Hill was utterly disinclined to endure such treatment. Moreover, his remarkable performance would inevitably attract the attention of the professors, subsequently drawing the gaze of Headmaster Dumbledore. At that point, in order to evade exposure, Hill would be compelled to expend greater effort concealing himself, which would severely disrupt his meticulously laid plans, an outcome he found intolerable. Even though he had a long stretch of time at his disposal, the time lost could never be reclaimed. Thus, valuing time was a principle that any ambitious wizard must adhere to. Furthermore, in the wizarding world dominated by pure-blood aristocracy, the excellence of a muggle-born wizard served as undeniable evidence against the supremacy of pure-blood ideology, making him a target for suppression. What would Hill do if he found himself unable to borrow books from them? He could neither resort to vile schemes to achieve his aims. It would be prudent to maintain a moderate level of performance. Proud and ambitious Hermione could not fathom Hill's perspective. She was fervently eager for Gryffindor to win this year's House Cup and was deeply troubled by the deduction of points due to Harry and Ron's tardiness. Hill's inaction significantly challenged her competitive ideals, yet she found herself powerless against him, left to simmer in silence. After all, one could not engage in quarrels with classmates during class. Hill did not wish to explain himself to Hermione. He believed that her optimistic demeanor was precisely how a child should behave, which would greatly benefit her growth. Furthermore, as she matured, she would naturally come to understand the reasons behind Hill's actions at this moment. However, a sulking Hermione was not something Hill desired to witness. "Very well. I shall share with you the details of the spell I just cast. Perhaps it will lead to your success." Upon hearing Hill's words, a spark ignited in Hermione's eyes. Her circle of friends was already quite limited, and living at school, coupled with her immersion in the magical realm, had diminished the topics she could discuss with her former friends, naturally leading to a cooling of their relationships. Thus, she cherished her friendship with Hill. Yet, should friends keep secrets from one another? Hermione was puzzled. In her past interactions with friends, sharing secrets had been an effective means of drawing closer together. Why then? Was Hill reluctant to confide in her? Was she not considered a friend in his eyes? Her thoughts swirled, and the more she pondered, the more uncertain she became, leaving her in a state of anxiety and apprehension. Hiriko was unaware of the thoughts swirling in Hermione's mind. Noticing her momentary distraction, he felt compelled to gently remind her to refocus. Hermione quickly regained her composure, redirecting her attention to transfiguration. At this moment, transforming the matchstick into a silver needle to earn points for her house was of utmost importance. Observing Hiriko's earnest demeanor, Hermione couldn't help but wonder if she had been overly concerned. After all, why would he be so meticulous if they were not friends? With Hiriko's assistance, Hermione swiftly accomplished Professor McGonagall's task, showcasing her remarkable talent in transfiguration. This achievement not only earned her a smile from Professor McGonagall, but also contributed valuable points to her house. However, as she caught Hiriko's calm gaze upon her, her mind began to wander once more. Hill's demeanor was not reflective of how a true friend ought to behave, which filled Hermione with concern. Hill had not noticed Hermione's unusual behavior. At this moment, he was already contemplating how to obtain guidance from Professor McGonagall regarding becoming an animagus. Chapter 14. The routine of classes. The Professor of Charms was Professor Flitwick, a diminutive figure nestled amidst towering stacks of books, barely visible to the young wizards surrounding him, who could only catch a glimpse of his face peeking out from behind the lectern. His somewhat high-pitched voice was distinctly recognizable, and when he called out Harry Potter's name, he let out a shriek, nearly tumbling from his chair, for Harry Potter was the only individual in history to have survived the killing curse. As a professor who dedicated his life to the study of charms, this extraordinary event weighed heavily on his mind. The opportunity to meet the Chosen One clearly overwhelmed him with joy. Professor Flitwick possessed extensive teaching experience, adeptly elucidating complex spells in a manner that made them easily comprehensible for the young witches and wizards. During the first charms lesson, he specifically taught the spell Wingardium Leviosa, which allows objects to levitate. Hermione's prior preparation proved invaluable, as she swiftly mastered the spell, earning accolades for Gryffindor House. Astronomy class laid the groundwork for the upcoming divination course. Every Wednesday at midnight, students ascended the astronomy tower to observe the night sky through telescopes, learning the names of various stars and the orbits of planets. Initially, the young wizards were filled with excitement, but as the sessions continued, drowsiness inevitably crept in. Additionally, students had 3 opportunities each week to venture into the greenhouse behind the castle to acquire knowledge about plants. Hill harbored a profound interest in this subject. Experience breeds knowledge, and direct interaction with these magical plants imparted far more than any textbook could offer. The instructor for this lesson was Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. Renowned for her extensive expertise in botany and her stewardship of the school's botanical gardens. Though the professor was a short and stout witch, her earnest teaching demeanor rendered her exceptionally amiable. The students felt a close rapport with her, and she diligently addressed every inquiry posed by them. Hermione, who was passionate about learning, exhibited her competitive spirit by being the first to raise her hand whenever the professor posed questions to the young wizards, thereby earning precious points for Gryffindor House on numerous occasions. The most tedious class was undoubtedly history of magic. However, for Hill, it was the simplest of all subjects. It was the only course taught by a ghost. It was said that Professor Binns had been the instructor of history of magic in his lifetime, and due to his profound love for the subject, he continued to teach even after his demise. Yet, during his lectures, he buzzed about like a bee, and the students merely memorized a few names and dates, often confusing them in the process. Thanks to Hill's remarkable memory, he had memorized the entire content of the textbook long ago, even able to pinpoint the exact location of each paragraph. Thus, most of the time, he rested his chin on his hand, lost in his own thoughts. This behavior appeared to be daydreaming, much to Hermione's discontent, as she, being a diligent student, could not abide such inattentiveness in class. However, Hill had indeed absorbed all the key points, and over time, she ceased to pay him any mind. Hill's least favorite class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, primarily due to Professor Quirrell, who was possessed by the soul of the dark wizard Voldemort. To Hill, Voldemort was undeniably a perilous figure, and Quirrell's constant emanation of garlic odor, a futile attempt to mask his abnormalities, only made Hill wish to keep his distance. However, to the other young witches and wizards, Defense Against the Dark Arts was the most captivating course. Professor Quirrell, instead of teaching how to defend against dark magic, regaled his students with tales of his own adventures. Yet, no one believed his stories, for whenever someone inquired about the details, Quirrell would blush and deftly change the subject. Through these lessons, Hill gained a deeper understanding of the true magical world. Concurrently, Hermione, upon realizing that her performance was on par with her peers, often even superior, developed a robust sense of confidence. Yet, Hill sensed that Hermione's confidence had morphed into arrogance. She frequently took it upon herself to assist others with their studies. This tendency to meddle earned her a reputation among the students, and while no one openly expressed disdain, few were eager to forge a friendship with her. Hermione remained oblivious to the troubles her good intentions had caused her, despite Hill's previous warnings. She maintained that her actions were justified. In the end, only Neville remained by her side, not merely out of loyalty, but also because of Hermione's assistance during their train journey. As for Hill, he was particularly intrigued by potions class, scheduled for Fridays. This class represented one of the few occasions when the Gryffindors shared lessons with the Slytherin students, and the potions master was none other than Professor Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Given the long-standing rivalry between the two houses, coupled with Snape's notoriously cold demeanor, the Gryffindors had already anticipated a torturous experience, even before their first class. Nevertheless, Hill found himself quite eager for the upcoming potions lesson. At that moment, he was seated in the Great Hall, enjoying his breakfast, while Hermione sat beside him, inquiring whether Neville had completed his preparations for class. Since Hill and Hermione had aided Neville on the train, he felt immense gratitude towards them, often seeking their company since the start of the term. However, compared to leisure activities, Hill and Hermione preferred to spend their time in the library. And soon Neville joined them. This led Hill and Hermione to discover Neville's rather poor memory as individuals with remarkable recall. They struggled to comprehend how someone could have such difficulty. Nevertheless, through diligence, Neville had managed to retain a fair amount of useful knowledge. And Hermione took it upon herself to oversee his studies, ensuring he made progress. Before long, the familiar scene of owls delivering mail unfolded in the Great Hall. And Hill soon received the magazine he had requested his parents to subscribe to, delivered by his owl, Vane. Hermione had named the owl, which fostered a close bond between Vane and her, often seeking her out for food, to which Hermione gladly obliged. After finishing their breakfast, the trio tidied up their belongings. It was time to attend potions class. Chapter 15. Snape. As the class time arrived, Professor Snape entered the classroom promptly. Though not unattractive and arguably somewhat handsome, an aura of coldness surrounded him, sending shivers down the spines of the young witches and wizards. Like Professor Flitwick, Snape began the class by taking attendance. But upon calling out Harry's name, he couldn't help but sneer. "Ah, yes, Harry Potter, our school's newest celebrity." This remark elicited stifled laughter from Draco Malfoy and his two cronies from Slytherin. Snape's icy gaze fell upon Harry, leaving him bewildered. He could not comprehend why he had offended Snape and felt he was being treated unfairly. This reminded him of his Aunt Petunia's family, stirring feelings of sadness and igniting a simmering anger within him. Unbeknownst to him was the complex history between his parents and Professor Snape, for no one had ever shared such details with him. After taking attendance, Snape stood at the front of the classroom, looking down at the students with a cold demeanor. His dark eyes resembled a chilling tunnel, devoid of any visible end. Snape's imposing presence inadvertently reminded Hermione of Hill. The most significant person in Snape's life had long since passed, leaving his heart as lifeless as his soul. He existed primarily to seek vengeance against Voldemort and to care for the child of his beloved, yet every time he laid eyes on Harry, he was reminded of the individual he despised, instinctively feeling animosity towards Harry. In contrast, Hill harbored no such significant figures in his heart. He had experienced familial love in his previous life, and in this life, his parents were merely individuals of relative importance to him. Hill's aspiration is to become a legendary sorcerer. After acquiring a certain level of power, he aims to fulfill his duties and leave behind enough for the parents of this world before departing. By the time he reappears, it is likely that all those he once knew will have turned to dust. So why would he return? Consequently, he treats others with indifference, wishing to avoid the creation of too many cherished memories, as such reminiscences could ultimately inflict upon him an overwhelming amount of anguish. Hill was still uncertain whether he possessed the fortitude to confront such a harsh reality, and he was reluctant to cultivate a sense of cynicism before having witnessed more of the world's beauty. Thus, despite their shared demeanor of indifference, the underlying reasons for Hill and Snape's dispositions were markedly different. Hermione, of course, remained oblivious to these nuances. She was preoccupied with the thought of assisting Hill in making friends, perhaps facilitating his ability to connect with others. Yet, how could Hermione, who herself struggled to forge friendships, possibly help anyone else? In her frustration, her free-flowing thoughts were soon interrupted by Professor Snape's voice. "You are here to learn the intricate art of potion making," Snape announced. His voice was low, almost a whisper, yet every word resonated clearly among the students. He proceeded to expound upon the significance of potions in the wizarding world and their vast potential applications, even suggesting that potions could grant immortality. However, the young witches and wizards appeared unable to grasp or engage with Snape's discourse. The silence in the room was a result of their intimidation by Snape's tone. "As long as you do not exhibit the same foolishness as those whom I taught previously," Snape concluded, surveying the students with satisfaction. Hermione sat upright, convinced that she did not belong to the category of fools he referred to. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Hill was certain that Snape had noticed Harry's subtle movements. As expected, Snape abruptly called on Harry. Potter, what would be the consequence of adding powdered daffodil bulbs to wormwood juice? Harry furtively glanced at Ron, both wearing expressions of bewilderment, while Hermione desperately raised her hand, eager to be called upon by Snape. I don't know, Professor, Harry replied softly. Snape smirked, his disdain evident. It seems that fame does not equate to intelligence. He completely disregarded Hermione's raised hand. Very well, let me pose another question. If I instructed you to find a bezoar, where would you begin your search? Hermione again raised her hand as high as possible, while Malfoy and his two cronies shook with laughter. I don't know, Professor. Don't you ever prepare before class? Snape retorted, still ignoring Hermione, and continued to question Harry. What are the distinctions between aconite and wolfsbane? At this, Hermione stood up, her hand nearly grazing the ceiling of the dungeon. Observing her fervent effort, Hill sighed inwardly. I don't know, Harry muttered, but I think Hermione does. Why don't you ask her? Laughter erupted in the classroom, yet Snape remained unamused. Sit down, Potter, he glared. The answers to my previous questions are as follows. The mixture of daffodil bulb powder and wormwood creates a powerful sleeping potion, commonly referred to as the draught of living death. A bezoar is a stone taken from a goat's stomach, capable of neutralizing most poisons. As for aconite and wolfsbane, they are actually the same plant, collectively known as aconite. Do you comprehend? So why are you not recording this in your notebooks? The classroom was soon filled with the rustling of quills and parchment. Potter, for your insubordination, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor, Snape coldly declared. Hermione was filled with resentment. She could not fathom why a teacher would not afford a student who raised their hand the opportunity to answer questions. She felt this was an unjust targeting of Gryffindor House, and her dislike for Slytherin began to swell. The potion class continued, and before long, Snape instructed the students to begin practical work. To be fair, Snape's teaching was exemplary. He articulated the potion-making process and foundational theories with clarity. As long as the students attentively listened and meticulously followed his instructions, they would undoubtedly concoct a satisfactory potion. However, such stringent adherence to guidelines also precluded mistakes. And without experiencing failure, the young witches and wizards might not grasp the depth of Snape's intentions. Following Snape's directives, Hill and Hermione swiftly produced a competent remedy for scabies. Yet not all students could adhere strictly to the standards, and Snape was unyielding in his criticism of those who faltered. Perhaps the most unfortunate was Neville. Despite having prepared beforehand, his memory failed him when it came to Snape's classroom cautions. In a moment of carelessness, he inadvertently caused Seamus's cauldron to leak, spilling the potion onto the floor with a hissing sound, burning holes in the shoes of his classmates. Within seconds, the entire class was perched atop their chairs, staring at Neville, who was drenched in the overturned potion. Chapter 16. Obstacles. Neville was soaked in potion, his arms and legs reddened from the burns, and he could not help but burst into tears. Fool! Snape bellowed, waving his wand to clean up the chaotic spill. Did you not remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Neville's small sores on his nose glistened bright red, as if they were about to erupt. His sobs grew louder. Hermione anxiously watched Neville, unsure of how to assist him. Take him to the infirmary, Snape instructed Seamus. He then turned his glare to Harry and Ron, whispering, Harry, why did you not remind him not to add the porcupine quills prematurely? Oh, was it your intention to witness the consequences of his actions? Another point deducted from Gryffindor. As Harry was about to argue, he was nudged by Ron, prompting him to fall silent. Hermione, listening to Professor Snape's words, felt an even greater indignation, yet out of respect for her teacher. She could only lament why Harry and Ron had made such mistakes. However, Hill understood that Hermione must be harboring considerable discontent towards Professor Snape, as his actions against Harry were glaringly evident. While she held no particular grievances against Harry and Ron as a member of Gryffindor, she was acutely aware that the points deducted were a result of her own hard work. In the following moments, the young wizards maintained a somber demeanor. After class, according to their usual routine, Hill was supposed to head straight to the library. However, as Hermione intended to visit Neville in the infirmary, Hill had no choice but to first fill his stomach in the dining hall. After hearing Professor Snape's remarks during class, Hill became cognizant of the significance of potions. Not only potions, but equipment also constituted an essential aspect of a wizard's strength. Previously, Hill found himself incapable of engaging in such endeavors, as he could barely execute many spells and was largely confined to theoretical studies. After a prolonged period of neglect, he had long since pushed this matter to the back of his mind, only to be reminded by Snape's words. Nevertheless, the crafting of enchanted items and the brewing of potions, regardless of the approach, inevitably required a substantial investment of resources for practice before mastering the necessary skills. Most of these attempts would end in failure, yielding no benefits. Moreover, it was imperative to note that such extensive practice required a considerable amount of materials, which not only demanded a hefty sum of galleons, but also necessitated finding a reliable source. Unfortunately, Hill currently possessed neither sufficient galleons nor a means to acquire materials. He recognized the importance of money. In any civilized society, it remained an indispensable commodity. At present, Hill desperately needed a stable avenue for earning income, one that could provide a continuous flow of resources to meet his future expenses. However, given Hill's age, this proved to be a challenging feat. No one would take a child's words seriously. Being young, he found it difficult to gain the trust of others, even if someone did believe him. There was no assurance that such a person would not entertain inappropriate thoughts, as Hill's youth did not inspire confidence in his ability to safeguard substantial assets. Pleading with teachers was equally unfeasible. He could not face their inquiries. After all, it was rather peculiar for an 11-year-old wizard to be contemplating earning money. Likewise, even if Hill employed disguise charms to masquerade as another individual, a sudden appearance of a stranger in this relatively small wizarding community would undoubtedly seem out of place. Just as he found himself at a loss, Hill suddenly recalled a unique potion known as the Polyjuice Potion. This remarkable concoction required merely a small sample of the target's physical material during its brewing, allowing the user to perfectly transform into the designated individual for an hour, a duration ample for Hill's purposes. With this thought, Hill hastily stuffed several bites of food into his mouth, rose from his seat, and briskly made his way to the library. He remembered that the recipe and brewing method for the Polyjuice Potion were detailed in a book titled Powerful Potions, which he had noted during his initial browsing of the catalog. Sure enough, shortly after arriving at the library, Hill found the desired tome on the shelves. The book indeed contained a comprehensive account of the Polyjuice Potion's formula and brewing process. As Hill read attentively, he discerned that concocting it would not be overly difficult. He discreetly reviewed the materials he currently possessed. It was evident that the potion ingredients he had purchased during the summer were insufficient for brewing the Polyjuice Potion. First-year students were not permitted to leave the school, leaving Hill with no option but to wait until the holidays to visit Diagon Alley, where he could procure the necessary materials. In truth, Hill was not in a rush to brew the Polyjuice Potion, as the first year at Hogwarts remained quite safe. As long as he steered clear of Professor Quirrell and Harry, danger would not seek him out, and it was not yet a pressing matter to rely on external means to enhance his strength. With a slight sense of relief, Hill glanced at the substantial vial of potent potion in his hand. He contemplated the possibility of crafting some unique elixirs to generate income and resolved to dedicate some time to meticulously peruse this book. In broadening his knowledge, he might discover recipes for simple yet versatile potions, although Hill felt this endeavor was somewhat unlikely given that the book was not a rare edition. If such a method existed, others would have surely exploited it by now, leaving no opportunity for him to seize. Nonetheless, one must always harbor dreams. Who knows? He might just stumble upon a hidden gem. Even if he encountered difficulties, Hill could seek assistance from Professor Snape. He firmly believed that as a mentor, Professor Snape would not turn away a diligent student seeking enlightenment. Yet, the thought of Snape's intimidating aura and his rigid visage weighed heavily on Hill's mind. Few would relish the company of someone like Snape. Speaking of Professor Snape, Hill could not help but be reminded of his striking eyes and his masterful use of the occlumency technique. As a double agent, Professor Snape adeptly concealed his true thoughts from two masters proficient in legilimency, earning the genuine trust of both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. Truly, Snape's circumstances were arduous. Chapter 17, The Origins of the Dark God and the World, Ideas and Additional Concepts. During his exploration of the library's catalog, Hill found no texts pertaining to the occlumency technique. Occlumency serves as a defense against legilimency, and those who wield legilimency are few and far between. Even in cases where urgent confessions from criminals are required, the use of truth serums is often preferred. No one desires to be accompanied by someone who can invade their thoughts at will. After all, everyone harbors their own little secrets. The most adept practitioners of legilimency are likely Voldemort and Dumbledore. As the leader of the dark forces, Voldemort trusts no one but himself, employing legilimency to scrutinize his subordinates and ensure he is never betrayed. Dumbledore's use of legilimency likely originated as a means to thwart Voldemort's infiltration of the Order of the Phoenix. for Voldemort is indeed terrifying. And Dumbledore could not be entirely certain that his members would not entertain thoughts of treachery. In order to safeguard his secrets from being inadvertently uncovered by the headmaster, Hill fervently wished to master occlumency. However, the library lacked any tomes on the subject, leading Hill to suspect that such texts might reside in the restricted section or the headmaster's office, with a greater likelihood of being found in the former. After all, occlumency is a protective magic designed to safeguard oneself and is not listed among the prohibited spells. There exists no justification for preventing others from learning protective enchantments to enhance their security. Hill felt it was time to arrange a nocturnal expedition into the forbidden section of the library. He found himself unable to approach the professor to request knowledge of the mental occlusion technique. As a young wizard of Muggle descent, without access to information about this technique in the public areas of the library, Hill had no means of discovering its existence. Thus, he could only search for any references to mental occlusion within the forbidden section. Simultaneously, Hill was intrigued by the books in the restricted area. Although his intention was not to delve into dark magic, he approached such spells, which could potentially affect his mind, with a respectful caution, seeking merely to understand them to avoid pitfalls should he encounter dark magic in the future. Additionally, Hill intended to explore whether he could uncover any information regarding the malevolent deities. The malevolent gods of this world seemed to be concealed with remarkable perfection, leaving no trace throughout human history, as if their remnants had been deliberately eradicated. Speaking of malevolent gods, it is essential to recount the origins of the world as learned from the legacy of the traveling mage. The world emerged from the primordial chaos, which can also be referred to as miracles. Regardless of the terminology, their essence consists of an amalgamation of information. Within this boundless chaos lie countless miracles. Depending on the quantity of their inherent information, at opportune moments, they assimilate the surrounding chaos, evolving into worlds of varying scales. It is often said that those who traverse worlds are absorbed during the process of chaos assimilation. However, these travelers must either gain the world's recognition or be expelled from it. This is precisely why Hill seeks the acknowledgement of the Harry Potter universe. The world yearns for growth, necessitating the acquisition of suitable information, and only intelligent beings possess the capacity to create information and generate vast quantities of it. Hence, most worlds that reach a certain level of development actively adapt themselves for survival, fostering the emergence of life, continually iterating species until the advent of intelligent beings. Worlds cherish intelligent life. Under their protection, intelligent races flourish, establishing diverse civilizations and generating a plethora of vibrant information. Yet, should a civilization become complacent and cease to strive for progress, calamities will descend, using suffering as a means of assessment to propel them forward. The information generated by civilization is preserved by the world until the conclusion of a cycle, after which it is processed and reintegrated into its essence, enriching the foundation for the next cycle. Miracles do not vanish, but the world experiences cycles. As the world began to evolve, the initial information was limited, and continuous assimilation of chaos resulted in ongoing consumption. This information does not dissipate. Rather, it becomes an integral part of the world, rendered unusable. Therefore, when all information is ultimately expended, the world will commence its decline toward destruction. Is there a means to prolong the world's demise? Certainly, throughout its existence. A considerable portion of information has been utilized to suppress the overwhelming negative information generated by intelligent life. With intelligence comes an increase in desires, which, while propelling the advancement of civilization, inflicts significant harm upon the world. Driven by desire, they devastate the environment and recklessly hunt creatures to satiate their appetites, fueled by desire. They wage wars, fiercely vying for fame and fortune to fulfill their ideals of dignity. In this process, far too many lives that should not perish lose hope for survival, generating immense negative information aimed at avenging the living, inciting them towards self-destruction. The world will not allow such a scenario to unfold. It constructs the shadowy aspects of existence through information, absorbing the grievances of the deceased and drawing upon the negative emotions of every intelligent being to ensure that civilization remains optimistic and can develop swiftly. However, the limited capacity of information also signifies that the power of the world's darker side is finite. Whenever the population of intelligent beings reaches a critical mass, the negative emotions within individuals significantly escalate, leading to societal unrest, moral decay, warfare, and suffering. As the pressure of the darkness diminishes, a positive mindset returns to the survivors, who reflect on history and begin to rebuild their civilizations, entering a new era of prosperity until the information of the world is exhausted, leading to total annihilation. To ensure that civilization endures through the ages, every individual must impose strict constraints upon their desires, assist one another, nurture a connection with nature, and cultivate a harmonious society, filling each heart with sunshine. However, should deities born of postnatal origins emerge in the world, their personified forms would significantly advance the development of existence. Yet, for the sake of survival, they would actively educate intelligent beings, urging them to perform virtuous deeds and fostering a harmonious atmosphere within society, striving to delay the onset of the world's demise. Nevertheless, meaningless prolongation does not align with the purpose of existence, thus, in opposition to the deities. The malevolent gods emerge from the world's darker aspects, tasked with enticing intelligent beings toward corruption, actively bringing about the world's destruction. As such, the malevolent gods are an essential component of existence, destined never to be annihilated, only to be defeated or sealed away. Regardless, they will inevitably leave their mark in the annals of intelligent life. Those who seal them away wish to prevent their release due to the ignorance of others. Despite the inevitability of their eventual escape, armed with a legacy, Hill possesses the ability to revert the negative information of the malevolent gods to its original state. The Harry Potter universe is quite satisfied with Hill's current condition and wishes to avoid an early demise, thus bestowing upon him the task of vanquishing the malevolent deities. For Hill, eliminating these entities serves both as a means of personal growth and as a way to retain certain information, laying the groundwork for the establishment of his own world. In pursuit of authentic development, Hill declines assistance from the will of the world, for which he has willingly paid a price. To be candid, Hill believes that his legacy should be termed creator, as he merely seeks to gather inspiration from various realms. Hill was uncertain whether he could uncover information about the malevolent deity within the Forbidden Zone. The existence of such a malevolent entity in this world implied that divine beings must have once existed in the distant past. The adversarial relationship between the deities and the malevolent entity would undoubtedly compel them to seek ways to seal away the latter. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the deity's attempts to contain the malevolent being had been successful. However, the existence of such seals would surely leave behind warnings for future generations in the annals of history. Hill fervently hoped to uncover clues within the forbidden section, yet he was reminded of the existence of the Time Turner. He sensed that the world was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 18. Flying Lessons Part 1. From the second week of the school term, the young wizards of Gryffindor would partake in a flying lesson every Thursday afternoon. Although they were not particularly fond of the posture required while riding a broomstick, it remained a compulsory subject. Hill had no excuse to skip class. And until he mastered the art of flying, he could only rely on a broomstick to satiate humanity's age-old yearning for flight. The other young wizards were brimming with anticipation for the flying lesson on Thursday ever since receiving the announcement, and their enthusiasm remained undiminished even at the prospect of sharing the class with the Slytherin students. During breakfast on Thursday morning, the hall resonated with the chatter of young wizards discussing the upcoming flying lesson. Hermione felt a twinge of anxiety about this class, which she could not prepare for in advance. She feared her performance would not match her usual excellence in other subjects. This apprehension was not immediately evident. Yet the book in her hands betrayed her inner turmoil, for the confident Hermione would never be absorbed in a book during breakfast. She was immensely grateful to have discovered a tome titled The Origins of Quidditch in the school library, and at that moment, she was sharing her insights with the young wizards gathered around her, despite some of them appearing less than captivated by her incessant chatter. Harry and Ron were seated nearby, engaged in conversation, while Malfoy boisterously discussed the impending flying lesson. He complained that first-year wizards were ineligible to apply for their respective house Quidditch teams, all the while boasting about his own exceptional flying skills. Many young wizards in the hall were similarly bragging, but Hill was preoccupied, eagerly awaiting a package from his parents. Soon, the arrival of owls interrupted the young wizards' discussions as everyone busily reached for their own letters. He expertly recognized Wayne's silhouette and caught the package that was tossed from midair, which contained the books and stationery he had requested his parents to send, along with a plethora of candies. Hill found it exceedingly difficult to adapt to writing with a quill. Initially, there was a sense of novelty, yet prolonged use revealed its inherent inconvenience. Although assignments mandated the use of a quill, there was no such requirement for his personal notes. The obsolescence of the quill in the realm of ordinary folk undoubtedly highlighted its shortcomings. As for the candies in his possession, Hill chuckled wryly, well aware that the Drift family knew of his distaste for sweets since childhood. Their intention in sending the confectionery was clearly not for Hill to indulge alone, but rather to encourage him to share with his classmates, fostering camaraderie at school. However, he refrained from distributing them widely. Apart from sharing a few with his roommate and Hermione, the remainder found its way into Neville's eager stomach, who welcomed them without hesitation. Speaking of Neville, he had just received a parcel from his grandmother via owl, containing a crystal-clear memory orb. With excitement, he proclaimed to his friends, "Look, it's a memory orb. Grandma knows I often forget things, so she sent me this. If I forget something, this orb will remind me. See, if I hold it tightly." And it turns red. Suddenly, he was taken aback, for the orb in his hand emitted a brilliant red light, indicating he had indeed forgotten something. Neville desperately racked his brain, hoping to recall what he had neglected, while Hermione anxiously assisted him. Typically, she would remind the forgetful Neville to bring his necessary textbooks to class, and now, with his books lying nearby, what else could he possibly have overlooked? As Neville pondered, Draco Malfoy happened to stroll by, effortlessly snatching the memory orb from Neville's grasp. Before Hermione could intervene, Harry and Ron emerged from the side. Ever since their initial encounter on the train, the two had been at odds with Malfoy. Now, witnessing Neville, a Gryffindor, being bullied by a Slytherin, they seized the opportunity to confront Malfoy. Even if they were to face repercussions later, it would hardly be their fault. However, Professor McGonagall was quicker than both of them. Appearing almost instantly, "What is going on?" she inquired sternly, regarding the commotion among the young wizards. "Malfoy stole my memory orb," Neville exclaimed. Malfoy, with a mocking grin, made a face at Harry and the others, tossing the orb carelessly onto a table. "Not a chance," he sneered before swaggering away, flanked by his two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle. As the clock struck 3:30, the young wizards, brimming with excitement, prepared for their inaugural flying lesson. They dashed down the stairs, traversed the grass, and arrived at the edge of the forbidden forest. The weather was indeed splendid for flying practice, with bright sunshine and a gentle breeze invigorating their spirits. The Slytherin students had already assembled, and the Gryffindor wizards quickly lined up in an orderly fashion. 2 rows of brooms were placed on the ground, though it was evident that these brooms had seen better days and appeared somewhat worn. Reflecting on this, Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, made her entrance before the students. With her short gray hair and sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of an eagle, she exuded an air of authority that made her the perfect candidate to teach young wizards the art of flying. Madame Hooch commanded the students to stand beside their brooms. "Extend your right hand over the broom and shout, 'Up!'" The young wizards chorused enthusiastically. The broomstick leapt into Hill's hand with remarkable agility, and Harry Potter, having inherited his father's Quidditch prowess, effortlessly met Madame Hooch's expectations. However, for some young witches and wizards, this task proved to be quite a challenge. Hermione's broom rolled stubbornly on the ground, refusing to leave the earth beneath her. It appeared that her prior rehearsals had yielded little success, causing her brow to furrow in frustration. Neville fared even worse. His broom remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to his commands. He muttered to himself that he would rather walk than ride a flying broomstick. Madame Hooch demonstrated the art of broom riding, instructing them on how to maintain balance to avoid tumbling off. After her demonstration, she encouraged everyone to practice on the ground, moving among the students to correct their postures. Draco Malfoy's earlier boasts were clearly unfounded, as Madame Hooch reprimanded him loudly for his improper seating. In contrast, Harry received commendation from Madame Hooch, which cast a shadow over Malfoy's countenance. This stark contrast brought evident delight to Harry and Ron, who proudly gazed at Malfoy, who could only turn away with a disdainful smirk. Chapter 19. Flying Lessons, Part 2. Before long, Madame Hooch urged the young witches and wizards to attempt flying on their broomsticks. "Now, pay attention to my whistle. When I blow the whistle, push off the ground with all your might, grip your broom tightly, try to rise a few feet, glide forward slowly, and then return to the ground. Ready? Listen for my whistle." At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. Despite Hill's warning to Neville, it appeared to have little effect, possibly heightening Neville's anxiety. Before Madame Hooch's whistle could sound, his foot involuntarily kicked off the ground, and he soared into the air. This was clearly beyond Madame Hooch's expectations, and she hurriedly shouted for Neville to come down. However, Neville was already in a state of panic, the broom darting erratically through the sky. Fortunately, he fell safely to the ground, though the broom continued its flight into the depths of the forbidden forest. Madame Hooch rushed to Neville's side, conducting a thorough examination. Fortunately, he only suffered a broken wrist. Frowning, she encouraged him to rise and turn to the rest of the young witches and wizards, saying, "While I escort this student to the infirmary, no one is to attempt flying on their own. Anyone who does will be barred from my class. Understood?" Neville was already in tears, cradling his injured arm as he staggered away with Madame Hooch's assistance. Once her figure disappeared from view, the students collectively exhaled in relief, while Malfoy erupted into laughter. Did you all see that fool's expression? Huh. What a complete idiot. The Slytherin students joined in the laughter. Hermione, visibly annoyed, was more concerned for Neville and chose not to engage in argument. However, Malfoy disregarded the Gryffindor students' opinions, bolting from the group to retrieve something from the ground nearby. Look, isn't this the memory ball that idiot's grandmother gave him? In the sunlight, the memory ball in Malfoy's hand sparkled brightly. Put it back, Harry shouted angrily. Instantly, silence fell, as everyone awaited the unfolding situation. Malfoy cast a scornful glance at Harry, then turned to his fellow Slytherins and said, "Let me think. How about we hide this memory ball? Let the fool search for it. I think hiding it in a tree would be splendid. Put it down." Harry yelled again in fury, but Malfoy had already kicked off and soared into the air on his broomstick. Although Malfoy's body trembled slightly, it was not his first time flying, yet the sensation of being airborne still unsettled him. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure. He ascended to the highest point of a large tree, tossing the memory ball in the air and taunting Harry, "Come on. If you dare, come up and get it." "Potter." Harry seized the broom from the ground. "Don't go." Hermione cried out in concern. "Madam Hooch instructed us to stay on the ground, and you always bring us trouble." Hermione was not particularly fond of the savior who constantly caused Gryffindor to lose points, as Harry often turned her hard-earned merits into futile efforts. Yet, seeing Harry stand up for Neville softened her perception of him. However, Harry was now filled with rage, casting aside Madam Hooch's warning. He pushed off the ground with force and swiftly ascended into the air. Hill observed Harry, who swiftly mastered the art of flying in midair, marveling at his exceptional talent. "Hand it over to me," Harry commanded as he maneuvered his broomstick opposite Malfoy. Witnessing Harry's adept handling of the flying broom, Malfoy momentarily stood in stunned silence, but quickly regained his composure, retorting, "I want to give it to you. What will you do about it?" This provocation only fueled Harry's fury further. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward Malfoy on his broom, intent on reclaiming Neville's memory ball. The young wizards on the ground gasped in astonishment. But the aerial contest soon reached a decisive conclusion. Malfoy, dodging left and right, was clearly no match for the furious Harry Potter. Realizing his predicament, he flung the memory ball far away, and Harry promptly pursued it, catching it gracefully from the sky. The Gryffindor wizards erupted in cheers for Harry's dazzling display. Even Hermione, who had previously harbored discontent towards him, joined in the jubilant uproar. However, their elation was short-lived as Professor McGonagall appeared behind them, her expression grave. The crowd fell silent, awaiting her reprimand. Yet, she merely surveyed the scene before summoning Harry away. Whispers soon erupted among the onlookers. The Slytherin wizards laughed boisterously, as if it were a foregone conclusion that Gryffindor would be penalized, with Malfoy asserting that Harry would face even harsher punishment, possibly expulsion. The Gryffindor students were filled with anxiety, glaring fiercely at the Slytherin snakes. Hermione glared at Malfoy, who was grinning broadly, clenching her fist in anger. Although Harry had made a mistake, it was in defense of Neville, her dear friend. In her eyes, Malfoy's smug smile became utterly detestable, and her disdain for Slytherin intensified. She inwardly chastised Harry for creating an unnecessary predicament that could have been easily resolved once Madame Pomfrey returned. With her emotions in turmoil, Hermione directed her frustration solely at Malfoy, glaring at him as if it might alleviate her displeasure. Observing Hermione's fury, Hill reassured her, "Do not be upset. Harry will be fine." Hermione turned to see Hill standing casually to the side, and a sudden surge of indignation welled up within her. "Aren't you at all angry or worried? Neville is our friend. Are you indifferent to his bullying? What good does anger do?" Hill shrugged. "It's not a serious matter. Perhaps just a broken arm. By tomorrow, Neville will be back in class, unharmed." Hermione fixed her gaze on Hill, asking, "So you would just stand by while Slytherin bullies Gryffindor? What do their actions have to do with me?" Upon hearing this, Hermione found herself momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, she sensed the chilling indifference lurking beneath Hill's calm demeanor. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "What if it were me instead of Neville?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her blunder. Before she could mask her discomfort, Hill looked at her as if she were foolish. "What do you think?" he countered. Hermione quickly turned away, failing to respond. Seeing her reaction, Hill chose not to continue the conversation, as he already possessed a clear answer in his heart. Fortunately, Madame Pomfrey reappeared before the young wizards, signaling the resumption of classes. Chapter 20. Self-doubt. Before long, Harry Potter appeared before the crowd with a smile. The news of his extraordinary selection to the Gryffindor Quidditch team spread rapidly among the young wizards. Harry has been chosen to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team," Hermione exclaimed joyfully as she confirmed the news and rushed to Hill's side. Hill nodded, indicating his understanding. This markedly different demeanor stood in stark contrast to the jubilant celebrations of the nearby little Gryffindors. The performance of Hill sent a chill through Hermione's heart. Could someone as indifferent to others truly regard themselves with a different perspective? Did Hill genuinely consider Hermione as a friend? Doubts began to creep into Hermione's previous judgments. And with a clenched jaw, she posed her inquiries to Hill. Do you not feel any joy in this? Harry is Harry. His selection as a player for the Quidditch team bears no relevance to me. Is it possible that you are pleased simply because our house was not penalized for his earlier actions? After all, Harry is a member of our house. Heath emitted an odd chuckle. What are you laughing at? Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with irritation. Harry becoming a Quidditch player in his first year is a point of pride for our house. I strive for points to bring recognition to our house. Is that not justified? Hermione's words, though laced with frustration, held merit, and Heath found himself at a loss for retort. Humans are inherently social beings. The acknowledgement from others signifies the recognition of one's efforts or contributions. Yet, it is impossible for any individual to attain universal approval. Slytherin House secured the House Cup, leaving Gryffindor dissatisfied. If Gryffindor were to win the cup, would Slytherin be content? Clearly not. Competition is an unavoidable aspect of existence. And the desire for recognition is a universal aspiration. Hermione's yearning for acknowledgement is not misplaced. In fact, it should be encouraged. However, Heath regarded her pursuit of such trivial accolades as childish, and he feared that this quest for superficial glory could lead to complications. To Heath, Hermione's perspective appeared somewhat juvenile. Yet it was indeed a sentiment befitting her age. Silence became his most suitable response. Witnessing Heath's reaction, Hermione felt a twinge of disappointment, mingled with a quiet anger. And she departed alone. Although it was a trivial matter, it provoked deeper contemplation within Heath. After liberating himself from the nostalgia of the past and redirecting his thoughts to the present, he resolved to minimize emotional entanglements in this world, lest he endure the pain of separation once more. At that moment, he focused solely on his own emotional resilience, never contemplating whether his actions were truly right. This indifference toward others inevitably rendered him somewhat aloof, particularly towards the Drelf couple. Hill did not wish for the Drift family to be deeply affected by his departure. Rather, he hoped they would consider having another child to fill the void he would leave behind. However, out of concern for Hill, the Drifts had refrained from pursuing this notion. Fearing that the arrival of another child might further isolate the already reclusive Hill, diverting the affection he received. As time passed, Hill gradually acknowledged their parental role. And his demeanor towards them softened considerably, though his attitude towards others remained unchanged. Having had little interaction with others, he never contemplated whether his behavior was appropriate. That was until he encountered Hermione, whose unconventional nature unveiled to him a myriad of aspects he had never previously noticed. Hill gazed up at the vast expanse of the sky, yet it did little to alleviate the heaviness that weighed upon his heart. Shaking his head, he stifled the urge to delve into profound contemplation, acknowledging that such matters could not be unraveled in a fleeting moment. Thus, he sought to divert his attention, soon becoming captivated by the gathering crowd. Observing the beaming Harry, Hill couldn't help but recall Draco's lament prior to class about being unable to join the Slytherin Quidditch team due to his year. At that moment, young Malfoy must surely have been seething with indignation. He began to scan the crowd and, indeed, not far off, he spotted Malfoy, surrounded by Slytherin wizards, wearing a sullen expression as he listened to their grievances. Noting Malfoy's demeanor, Hill surmised that by dinner time, the pampered Malfoy, unaccustomed to such treatment, would undoubtedly seek retribution against Harry. With a slight shake of his head, Hill adjusted his mindset, intending to take this opportunity to examine the broomstick in his hands. Although Hermione was no longer at his side, she remained vigilant, easily noticing Hill's movements. Following the direction of his earlier gaze, she quickly identified the brooding Malfoy. The astute Hermione readily observed that Malfoy's attention was fixated on Harry and Ron, and she quietly made a mental note to keep this observation in mind. Hill was unaware that Hermione was likely to soon become involved in Harry's daily life. At this moment, he was wholly absorbed in observing the flying broomstick before him. Although the original narrative did not elaborate extensively on the craftsmanship of magical artifacts within the enchanting realm of Harry Potter, it is evident from the majestic Hogwarts castle that the production of magical items once experienced a period of remarkable brilliance. However, in Hill's magical vision, the dim magical aura emanating from the broomstick indicated that the current level of craftsmanship had not only stagnated but had significantly deteriorated. Hill felt a tinge of curiosity regarding this phenomenon, yet he deemed it unnecessary to delve into the underlying reasons, for he was not one to indulge in meticulous inquiries. Nor did he possess the capacity to investigate the matter at present. The flying broom was inscribed with 4 spells: levitation, item securing, flight, and magic release. Levitation bestowed the broom with the ability to hover in midair. Item securing allowed the user to sit more comfortably upon the broom. Flight granted the user control over its movements, while magic release enabled the broom to accelerate or decelerate during flight. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was equipped with all essential functions. Hill was eager to disassemble the broom for a more profound study. However, this particular broom did not belong to him, leaving him unable to pursue such an endeavor. He could only plan to check the price and purchase one during his next visit to Diagon Alley. Contemplating this, Hill considered inquiring during his leisure time whether any upperclassmen might offer a purchasing service. After all, his ordinary parents were ill-suited to venture into Diagon Alley on his behalf. And the nearby village that provided goods and services would only grant access to third-year students, which posed a significant obstacle to Hill's academic inquiries. Lost in thought, Hill inadvertently caught sight of Ron in the distance, which immediately reminded him of Ron's 2 remarkably inventive older brothers. Hill vaguely recalled that they possessed a live map capable of monitoring the entirety of Hogwarts Castle, which also revealed several secret passages, one of which seemingly led directly to Hogsmeade, not far from the castle itself. However, Hill was uncertain whether they had indeed acquired that map. Nevertheless, this matter could be easily ascertained later, requiring little effort. Chapter 21. Division. As Hill had anticipated, during dinner, Malfoy indeed approached Harry, who was engaged in conversation with Ron. Yet, this development held no significance for him. After finishing his own dinner, Hill pondered how he could effortlessly initiate contact with the Weasley brothers. His left hand unconsciously tapping gently on the table before him. The brothers Weasley and Hill share no significant connections. And due to their desire to remain uninvolved in Harry's various escapades, their acquaintance with Ron is rather superficial. Consequently, the avenue of connecting with the Weasley brothers through Ron proves futile. The Weasley siblings possess an abundance of creativity. Yet they have channeled this ingenuity into the creation of prank items. Their aspiration is to establish a shop dedicated to selling their innovative joke products. However, their parents do not support this ambition. As a result, the Weasley brothers have been clandestinely researching their comedic inventions, all the while facing a considerable lack of financial investment. Hill believed he could approach the matter from this angle. However, the issue of funding posed a significant challenge. Perhaps he could attempt to create an exceptional potion and sell it through Professor Snape, thereby securing a continuous influx of capital. Hesitation lingered in Hill's mind. As a first-year Muggle wizard, he had developed a new potion with the assistance of Professor Snape. A piece of news that would undoubtedly be the highlight of the Daily Prophet. It would be difficult not to gain notoriety from it. However, if he chose not to proceed, a multitude of his plans would remain uninitiated due to a lack of funding. Safety or efficiency? Shaking his head gently, Hill resolved that prudence was the better option. Time was always abundant for him. There was no need to rush. Perhaps he should first memorize the entire library before contemplating these matters, for who knows what splendid ideas might arise then. Returning to his thoughts, Hill prepared to head back to his dormitory to continue reading the books borrowed from the library, when he spotted Hermione conversing with Harry and Ron in the distance. What a disturbance, Hermione's voice carried over. Is it impossible for us to enjoy a quiet dinner? Ron complained in response. Hermione disregarded him and turned to Harry, saying, I just heard you speaking with Malfoy. Harry listened helplessly as Ron muttered, I wish you hadn't heard that. Hermione shot him a glare and continued, You two had better not wander around the school at night. If you get caught, just think of how many points Gryffindor will lose for you. You will be responsible for that. Whatever happens is none of your business, Harry retorted. Goodbye. Ron tugged Harry away. Hermione, upon hearing Harry's words, appeared somewhat displeased and quickly approached Hill, who sensed her intent before she even spoke. Why did you feel the need to approach Harry and Ron? He preemptively asked. What is the matter? Did they upset you? They are incredibly selfish. The house points are earned through our collective efforts. Yet they contribute nothing to our house while repeatedly violating rules, deducting from our hard-earned points, and then claim it has nothing to do with them, Hermione exclaimed, her voice laced with frustration. That is why I suggest you refrain from being so competitive in your attempts to earn points for the house, Hill ventured, attempting to dissuade her combative spirit. No, Hermione interrupted vehemently. How can you think that way? Being proactive and striving for honor on behalf of our house is the duty of every student. Why shouldn't you support me in addressing their behavior? Why impose your views on others? Hill interrupted Hermione's words. My thoughts are not erroneous. On what grounds do you believe your perspective is infallible? Hermione retorted with exasperation. Then let me ask you, do you think it is wrong of me to ask Harry and Ron to refrain from violating school regulations? Hill found himself powerless to oppose. In the eyes of the common man, those who excel are deemed worthy to educate those beneath them, much like individuals of moral superiority are entitled to condemn the immoral. Unless one achieves a higher standard, they shall forever lack the right to voice their discontent. The silence of Hill left Hermione somewhat disheartened. Why do you treat others with such indifference? Why is there a complete absence of collective pride? As she spoke, Hermione's emotions surged. I believe you ought to be a wonderful person. You maintain a commendable relationship with your parents and do not look down upon Neville, who struggles academically. What is the reason behind this? Is it because you harbor some secret? I do not wish to answer that question. Faced with Hermione's relentless inquiries, Hill evidently faltered. Watching Hill's swift departure, Hermione let out a self-deprecating smile. Do true friends keep secrets from one another? Hermione had come to realize that Hill did not regard her as a trustworthy companion. She had no desire for friends who could not share mutual trust. In an effort to intercept Harry and Ron, who were planning to sneak out that night, Hermione waited until her roommates were fast asleep. She quietly rose from her bed, grabbing a book to occupy her time during the night. Upon entering the common room, she spotted Hill seated by the fireplace. What brings you here? Hermione approached Hill, her tone icy. I wish for you to return. This was Hill's final attempt. Hermione chuckled softly. You have never considered me a friend. So you are not my friend now. She paused momentarily before continuing. If you are not my friend, why should I heed your words? I regarded you as a friend. Do friends deceive one another? Do friends harbor secrets? Although Hill yearned to affirm that they do, he understood that the concept of friendship he held differed vastly from Hermione's. Observing the blend of sadness and hope in Hermione's gaze, Hill found himself unable to articulate the answer she sought. He acutely sensed her emotions fluctuating, first sinking into despair, then soaring with sudden intensity. If you do not wish to be my friend, then why are you still seated here? Feeling a sense of guilt, Hill stood up. He suddenly realized that, amidst various factors, he had unconsciously cast himself in the role of a protagonist, believing that his wishes would surely come to fruition, even without the aid of a greater will. Yet, the world is tangible. He was never truly the protagonist. Each individual possesses their own memories, emotions, and will, which would not alter due to his desires. Hill had never experienced reality in such a manner. Chapter 22. Excess. How many individuals have felt reality so intimately close to Hill? Hill is unaware. In the heart of every child, they undoubtedly perceive themselves as the protagonist of the world, convinced that they will achieve greatness in the future. However, as they mature, the harsh realities of life ultimately lead the majority of children to understand that they are merely ordinary individuals. Hill mocked himself, pondering when he had begun to harbor thoughts akin to those of a child. He remained oblivious to the answer and felt no inclination to seek it. Acknowledging his folly was sufficient for him. Silently, Hill returned to his dormitory, seated himself on his bed, and gazed out at the silvery moonlight streaming through the window. He was acutely aware of the significant debt of gratitude he owed Hermione. Without her intervention, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Hill to recognize his prior erroneous mindset. His previously smooth sailing experiences would inevitably lead him towards arrogance and hubris, traits he had no desire to embody. Even though Hill's character had been introduced into the original narrative, Hermione still accompanied Harry and Ron to confront Malfoy in a duel. As anticipated, the three, having been stood up, entered the room strictly forbidden by Dumbledore and discovered the three-headed dog being kept inside. However, this no longer concerned Hill. After a night of contemplation, he resolved to assist Hermione significantly in the future, yet the events of their first year did not harbor any particularly perilous developments. Following the fallout with his friend, Hill did not believe Hermione would retreat to the girls' restroom in tears simply because Harry and Ron spoke ill of her. Thus, it seemed unlikely that she would encounter a troll again. Despite knowing he could not take things for granted, Hill felt that such occurrences were improbable given Hermione's steadfast character. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he advised Neville to keep an eye on Hermione. It was evident that Hill had overlooked Neville's tendency to forget things. In the ensuing days, Hill, engrossed in his studies, gradually relegated thoughts of Hermione to the recesses of his mind. Although their friendship had fractured, Hermione harbored hopes of reconciliation. Her primary desire was for Hill to recognize his mistakes and alter his indifferent demeanor toward others, ultimately prompting him to apologize to her. However, Hill's behavior left her profoundly disappointed, leading her to resolve never to acknowledge him again. Harry remained silent, aware that Hermione's perspective on friendship was not misguided. Yet his kind-hearted nature prevented him from disparaging Hill. In contrast, Ron unabashedly expressed his grievances about Hill in Hermione's presence. Due to his family's modest means, He had seldom indulged in snacks and found himself intrigued by the assortment of novel treats sent to Hill by the Dursleys. Yet, why would Hill share these delights with him? At that time, Hill had not contemplated reaching out to his two older brothers through Ron, so he outright rejected Ron's request. Consequently, Ron harbored an enduring disfavor toward Hill. Shared secrets can swiftly bridge the gap between individuals. And soon Hermione frequently found herself in the company of Harry and Ron as they endeavored to uncover the mystery hidden beneath the trapdoor guarded by the three-headed dog. As a result, they often frequented the library in search of clues. The academic life during this period was devoid of significant events worth recounting. Save for the day when Harry received a Nimbus 2000 broomstick. This was the fastest broomstick available on the market, considered a luxurious and costly item. Even someone as affluent as Malfoy would not hastily update the model of broomstick in his household without necessity. The broom currently in use at the Malfoy residence was already several years old, having been stood up by Malfoy previously and returning home startled. Harry and Ron had long felt a sense of irritation toward him. This time, they seized the opportunity to flaunt their triumph over Malfoy. Therefore, when Harry unwrapped the packaging to reveal the broom's model, Ron eagerly called out to Malfoy, "Hey, Malfoy, I recall you mentioning the model of your broomstick last time. Come see this, Nimbus 2000. Your model can't hold a candle to it." Malfoy stood beside them, astonished that Harry had acquired a Nimbus 2000. Casting envious glances at the broom in Harry's hands, he genuinely wished to procure one of such caliber from his parents. Yet, Ron's audacity to speak in such a manner baffled Malfoy, prompting him to retort, "What do you know, Weasley? I doubt you even have a broomstick. You and your brother will have to gather twigs for ages to afford one." Ron was poised to respond, but Filch suddenly appeared beside them. "Professor, someone has gifted Potter a broomstick." Malfoy promptly reported to Filch, asserting that, per regulations, first-year students were prohibited from using broomsticks. Yes, I am aware." Filch replied with a smile directed at Harry. "Professor McGonagall has informed me of everything. What model is that broomstick, Potter?" "It's a Nimbus 2000, Professor." Harry managed to suppress the urge to glance at Malfoy's loathsome face, adding, "I owe my gratitude to Malfoy. Without him, I would not have received such a gift." Watching Harry and Ron ascend the stairs, Malfoy seethed with indignation, yet he found himself powerless in that moment. The blow to his ego was substantial. Since encountering Harry Potter, he had been beset by a string of misfortunes. Prior to flying lessons, he had boasted to his classmates about his superior flying skills, claiming that school regulations prevented him from joining the Quidditch team. Instead, he had ended up humiliated in class when Harry caused Neville's memory charm to be discarded, losing face in front of his peers, while Harry was exceptionally recruited as the seeker for the Gryffindor team. Now, not only had Harry escaped punishment, but he had also received a brand new broomstick. Malfoy's previous efforts to undermine him had backfired spectacularly. He felt a pang of resentment, but was hesitant to provoke Harry and Ron again, fearing that it might lead to their further success. He could only seethe in silence, contemplating how to find a solid incrimination to ensure Harry faced consequences. Hill felt that the professors at the school never seemed to have children, though he could not fathom why, as the original text never alluded to the familial situations of the professors. In truth, the most he knew pertained to the family backgrounds of Snape and Dumbledore. Gathering his thoughts, he wiped his lips clean and packed some food. This would serve as his lunch. Chapter 23. The troll time swiftly passed, and Halloween arrived. On this day, the school had organized a grand feast for the students, ensuring that everyone would celebrate the occasion joyfully. However, until the moment they began to eat, Hermione's presence was conspicuously absent from the festivities. It was only when Hill noticed Neville sitting beside him that he realized this fact. Ever since the earlier incident, Hermione had not sought out Hill, and Neville, being closer to Hermione, had consequently distanced himself from Hill as well. Ordinarily, Hermione would be seated with Harry and the others, while Neville would occupy the space beside her. However, the fact that Neville was now at Hill's side indicated that Hermione was absent from the soiree. Hill could not help but recall the incident with the troll from his first year. A sudden wave of concern washed over him. "Neville, do you know where Hermione is?" Hill inquired of Neville, who was seated beside him. "Parvati Patil mentioned that she is in the bathroom and refuses to come out. She has been crying in there all afternoon," Neville replied. This morning, after class, Ron spoke ill of Hermione in front of everyone, and she overheard him quite clearly. "Especially when he mentioned you. She said she is too meddlesome, and even her previous friends can no longer tolerate her." Hill was acutely aware that the predicament was his own doing, yet he was taken aback to find it perceived as Hermione's fault by others. A pang of guilt washed over him as his gaze shifted to Harry and Ron. Observing their jubilant expressions left him feeling somewhat unsettled. At that moment, the doors of the hall burst open. The troll from the dungeon had emerged. Professor Quirrell shouted with all his might before collapsing onto the floor. The students immediately erupted into screams, scrambling towards the exit. Seizing the opportunity, Hill dashed outside. The world was palpably real, and anything was possible. While Hermione had faced no grave danger in the original tale, with Hill's presence now, could her safety still be assured? If anything were to befall her, to whom would he owe his gratitude? How would he confront the Drelf couple, who held affection for her? Thus, Hill resolved to investigate. As he sprinted, he assessed his own condition and managed a rueful smile. The suddenness of the event had left him with little magical energy. In his quest for academic efficiency, he had habitually relied on magic to aid his studies, often exhausting his magical reserves in the process. The magic he possessed at that moment had barely replenished since leaving the library, rendering him ill-equipped to confront a troll. He had believed that as long as he refrained from courting trouble in his first year, he would remain safe, and had thus devoted his time solely to reading. His knowledge of spells was limited to mere curiosity, having learned a handful of incantations without mastery, leaving him uncertain of his ability to remain composed and cast spells in the face of danger. Although the school set low requirements for magical practice, first-year students had not been taught many combat spells. In the original story, the troll was vanquished by Ron's levitation charm. Yet Hill did not consider himself fortunate enough to replicate such luck. If Hermione truly encountered the troll, could he possibly save her with his current abilities? Nevertheless, he soon made a decisive choice. He must go. Hill would not truly perish, yet Hermione would. If his own actions were to precipitate Hermione's demise, he would become a version of himself he could never accept. In such a scenario, even if he were to survive, would he still be the same person he is now? Contemplating this, Hill quickened his pace significantly. In the distance, Hermione's scream echoed. This sound did not emanate from the ladies' restroom, but rather from the corridor. A transformation had begun to unfold. Hill felt fortunate for not having made an erroneous choice. He was about to rush forward when he considered his current condition. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his magical prowess to enhance his agility, strength, and perception. Though the enhancement to his perception failed due to his excitement, this way he could hasten his approach toward Hermione. He was acutely aware that all he needed to do was to stall the troll until the professors, alerted by the commotion, could arrive to neutralize the threat. At this moment, that was all he could think. He retrieved weapons from a statue along the corridor, ensuring he was no longer empty-handed. With a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Hill bore little resemblance to a wizard, having stowed away his wand, which rendered him temporarily incapable of casting spells. Clad in gear ill-suited for his stature, he sprinted toward the source of the noise. Meanwhile, Hermione felt a sense of despair. After spending time with Harry and Ron, she had come to believe that they were fundamentally good-hearted and felt they had forged a friendship. However, she never imagined that her image in Ron and Harry's eyes was so distorted, especially with Ron speaking ill of her behind her back. This revelation struck her deeply, leading her to retreat to the restroom in tears, missing an entire day of classes. Was it truly this difficult to make friends? When hunger became unbearable and she felt somewhat better, resolved to find something to eat, she had scarcely left the restroom when she collided with a towering creature. Having read extensively, she recognized the creature as a troll, yet she also understood that she possessed no means of resistance against such a behemoth. In a moment of panic, Hermione emitted a startled cry and fled aimlessly from the troll. However, her scream attracted the creature's attention. Lacking the stamina to match the troll's immense size, and having gone an entire day without sustenance, she did not manage to escape far before the troll caught up with her. She could only dodge to the sides. But in a misstep, she stumbled and fell, witnessing the troll's club swing toward her. As the enormous shadow loomed over her, Hermione instinctively closed her eyes. When Hill arrived, the scene that unfolded before him was dire. Without the luxury of relief, he shouted and hurled his sword with all his might, racing to stand before Hermione. With a thunderous crash, a jolt of pain coursed through him. Though the troll was momentarily distracted, causing its swing to slow, Hill nevertheless stumbled backward, his left arm hanging limply at his side as the shield slipped from his grasp. Without needing to contemplate further, Hill realized he had broken his left arm. And in the presence of the towering troll, he felt the primal fear that arises when confronted with such a massive creature. Hermione, having regained her footing, retreated a few steps and looked up to see the troll preparing to strike again. "Hill, watch out." Her urgent cry snapped Hill back to focus. He quickly rolled aside to evade the troll's next swing, using his right hand to help himself rise. despite his regular training and the enhancement from his magic. The exertion from running and the toll of the troll's earlier blow had left him with little stamina. Hermione, you must flee. Yet the resolute Hermione clearly did not heed his words. She collected some scattered stones from the ground, determinedly hurling them at the troll in an attempt to divert its attention. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Hill retrieved the shield from the ground and cautiously approached the towering giant. After all, the giant's imposing stature and elevated center of gravity rendered it somewhat unstable. Coupled with its sluggish movements, maneuvering beneath it might prove to be a safer strategy. The giant soon became intrigued by Hill, who was circling at its feet. Unable to strike directly with its club, it resorted to attempting to kick Hill instead. The Hill's speed is not slow, rather. It demands considerable effort to simultaneously attend to both upward and downward directions. Coupled with the foul stench emanating from the ogre, he must also suppress the urge to vomit. Quickly seek out the professor. Noticing her limited impact, Hermione felt a twinge of concern for Hill. Biting her lip, she urged him to hold on and hurriedly set off in search of the professor. Fortunately, Professor Snape was nearby, searching for clues, and he arrived at the battlefield guided by Hermione. As Hill sensed someone approaching, he momentarily lost focus and was inadvertently kicked by the ogre, shielded behind his armor. Hill was propelled backward and crashed heavily against the wall, losing consciousness. Observing the injury of a student, Professor Snape felt a pang of urgency. With a wave of his wand, he rendered the ogre unconscious. He swiftly approached Hill, conducting a preliminary examination. Upon discovering that the injuries were easily treatable and would not result in lasting harm, he exhaled in relief. Chapter 24. Awakening when Hill regained consciousness. He found himself resting on a hospital bed in the school's infirmary. Attempting to move his arm, he realized that his severed left arm had nearly healed under Madame Pomfrey's care. Although he could still feel a twinge of pain, it was no longer significant. Unsure of how long he had been unconscious, he felt a pang of hunger. Observing the brightness within the room, he discerned that it was not nighttime. Hill propped himself up and noticed Hermione sitting nearby, lost in thought. "You're awake," Hermione exclaimed, her tone revealing a hint of joy. "What time is it now?" Hill inquired as he attempted to rise from the hospital bed. It should be the afternoon of the day after Halloween," Hermione replied after a moment's reflection. "You've been asleep for nearly a day. You must be famished." With that, she picked up the sandwich she had brought from the table and offered it to Hill. "Ah, you're awake. Let me see how you're recovering," Madame Pomfrey approached with a glass of water in hand. She meticulously examined Hill, gently patting his shoulder as she said, "Though I understand you were injured while saving a classmate, I must remind you to act within your limits. Otherwise, you may inadvertently cause more harm than good. Do you understand?" Hill nodded, took a few sips from his cup, and swiftly devoured the sandwich that Hermione had brought him. "Thank you. It was the least I could do," Hermione expressed her gratitude. Having gone nearly a day without food, Hill felt a pang of hunger. Even with a bit of sustenance, it merely alleviated his hunger somewhat. "I informed the professors about your condition and advised that you should rest for another day. The headmaster approved, so please return and take some time to recuperate," Madame Pomfrey advised. Hill prepared to take his leave, but suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back to inquire about the location of the kitchens. Although a bit taken aback, Madame Pomfrey swiftly provided him with detailed directions. Having acquired the information he sought, Hill disregarded the need to change his clothes and dashed off to the school's kitchens with Hermione. He intended to indulge in a hearty meal to satiate his hunger. Hermione followed closely behind, her thoughts momentarily set aside as she observed Hill's urgency. Following Madame Pomfrey's directions, Hill soon discovered the kitchens. As he stepped inside, they were greeted by a whole new world. The kitchen was bustling with house elves diligently at work, presumably preparing dinner. Although mealtime was still some time away, with a rough estimate of a couple of hundred students at the Magical Academy, it was wise for them to start preparations early. Hermione felt a twinge of curiosity, but, captivated by the industrious little creatures, she asked, "What are they?" "They're house elves," Hill answered promptly, while simultaneously inquiring with one of the nearby elves, "What is your name?" The elf appeared somewhat frail yet lively, clad in a piece of fabric that seemed rather old but was impeccably clean, indicating it had been well cared for. The house elf appeared a bit apprehensive but bowed respectfully, replying, "I am Winky. How may I serve you?" "All right, Winky. I am Hill. Could you bring me something to eat? I'm quite famished," Hill requested. Winky, initially startled by the request, quickly responded, "Of course." The elf then led Hill and Hermione to an empty table and hurried off to prepare their meal. Hermione sat down beside Hill, glanced around, and couldn't he help but ask, "Did they prepare the dinner we had earlier?" Hill shrugged and remarked, "Of course. They are one of the invaluable treasures of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, having dedicated themselves to the institution for centuries, specifically managing the kitchen and maintaining cleanliness. As magical beings, they possess the ability to perform various spells, which come effortlessly to them. By describing them as the school's treasure, does that imply they lack freedom? Hermione inquired. I'm not entirely certain, Hill admitted candidly. Just then, Wit arrived, delivering a sumptuous meal, a testament to his commendable efficiency. Wit, having received praise, appeared elated, his earlier trepidation completely vanishing. Noticing Hill indulging in the feast, Hermione beckoned Wit to engage in a more detailed conversation. Delighted by Hermione's willingness to converse, Wit eagerly shared all he knew, though Hermione seemed somewhat taken aback. Perhaps due to her previous encounter with the troll, she did not exhibit excessive emotion. As Hill relished the delicious fare, he recalled from the original tale that Hermione had once proposed the establishment of an organization for the protection of house elf rights after witnessing the living conditions of Dobby and his kin. However, subsequent narratives had scarcely mentioned this initiative, leading Hill to suspect it may have faded into obscurity. Having acquired the information she sought, Hermione dismissed the house elf and quietly sat aside, lost in thought as she gazed at the food on the table. Her brow furrowed slightly, lips gently bitten, her right arm resting on the table while her left hand propped up her chin. Without needing Hill to scrutinize closely, one could sense the perplexity and confusion swirling within her. Observing Hill voraciously devouring his meal, Hermione could no longer contain her thoughts and voiced her concerns. The school has never compensated these house elves for their labor, which is evidently unjust. Yet, why do they appear so content, seemingly proud to serve us? Her voice lacked its usual volume, and her tone no longer exuded the unwavering confidence it once did. Her faith seemed to have wavered in light of recent events. Hill was uncertain whether her transformation was beneficial or detrimental. However, since Hermione had posed the question, he felt compelled to share what he knew. I recall reading in a book within the library that, in the past, the world was teeming with a myriad of magical creatures, unlike the scarcity we witness today. House elves were relatively common, yet following a war in the magical realm, they were coerced into aiding Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry against an invasion due to their reluctance to ally with dark forces. Although Hogwarts emerged victorious in this battle, remnants of darkness still lingered, forcing house elves to rely on humans for protection. The current state of affairs seems to be the result of an agreement among wizards. Hermione appeared skeptical. Did everyone truly believe that such treatment of house elves was justified? How should Hill respond to this? Chapter 25, Confusion. Hill did not respond directly. Discussing such a topic in a kitchen filled with house elves felt rather inappropriate to him. Thus, he gently shook his head and remarked, I believe this matter can be addressed later. Noticing the house elves surrounding them, Hermione too realized that this was not the suitable venue for such discussions. Yet her mind was tumultuous and restless. Perhaps we could shift our conversation to the subject of friendship? I am curious about your understanding of friends. If you would indulge me. Of course, Hill replied after taking a sip of water. Your perception of friendship is not entirely erroneous, yet it is somewhat narrow. There exists a multitude of forms of friendship. What you consider a friend is, in fact, the highest realm of camaraderie, often referred to as a confidant. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Some may never encounter even one in their lifetime. In the eyes of the average person, many who engage in amiable conversation and frequently share time together may be deemed friends. These friends often possess an unspoken understanding. The virtuous ones assist one another, while the less genuine harbor ulterior motives and offer insincere flattery, merely existing as superficial acquaintances. Are there truly such individuals? Hermione inquired, astonished. In this vast world, such people certainly exist. Your expectations of friendship are rather lofty. What you are capable of achieving may not be feasible for others. Currently, the situation is manageable, as most individuals harbor good intentions at heart. However, if they perceive that they cannot meet your expectations, they may choose to distance themselves, reluctant to pursue a friendship. Hermione appeared somewhat disheartened. Is my sincerity towards others the reason I struggle to make friends? Not everyone is inclined to reveal their true thoughts to others. Each person is autonomous, with unique perspectives. It is unreasonable to expect everyone to share your viewpoints. Forming ordinary friendships is not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lies in your desire for every friend to become a confidant. Hill's words left Hermione in a state of turmoil, prompting her to reflect upon her past actions and demeanor. Hill paid no mind and continued to eat. When he felt it was sufficient, he asked Hermione to bring some extra food for dinner, sparing him the trip to the cafeteria and prepared to leave. However, at that moment, a group of house elves approached him. "May I inquire if your name is Hill Drive?" An elderly voice emerged from among the house elves. Hill came to a halt, and upon turning back, he beheld an elderly house elf emerging from the ranks of the domestic creatures. Leaning heavily on a stout cane, its skin was creased with age. Its back hunched, and it breathed laboriously, appearing as though it were on the brink of death. Such a sight was indeed an uncommon occurrence. Hill learned from the book that since house elves have been employed as servants by wizards, their perception has undergone significant transformation over time. The elderly among them, unable to serve their masters, often feel profound shame and frequently choose to end their own lives upon reaching a certain age. Under this distorted mindset, an aged house elf typically signifies that its master has commanded it to continue living in order to fulfill the tasks assigned to it. Just moments ago, the house elf before Hill uttered his full name, yet Hill distinctly recalls not having disclosed his name to any house elf. Furthermore, there had been no prior interactions between them, and it should not possess knowledge of his identity. Could it have seen it in the homework? Hilton expressed a flicker of interest, nodding in response. "Indeed. I am Hill Drift." Upon receiving Hill's acknowledgement, the diminutive house elf became visibly excited, trembling as it retrieved a key from its cane, eager to present it to Hill. "My name is of little consequence, yet at long last, the mission bequeathed to me by my ancestors may come to a close today." Hill took the key and examined it repeatedly, yet found nothing particularly remarkable about it. "What mission?" he inquired. Shaking his head, he replied, "The predecessors merely entrusted this key to me, instructing me to deliver it to a first-year wizard named Hill Drift, and then heed his commands." "Is it possible," Hill inquired, "that after all these years, I am the only one bearing this name? How can you be so certain that it is indeed I? After all, the headmaster is named Dumbledore, and your classmate is Harry Potter." With that, it slowly turned and vanished from sight. A tempest of confusion surged within Hill, for it was evident that events beyond his comprehension had transpired, leaving him utterly perplexed. However, the unwavering gaze of Hermione snapped him back to reality. Observing the gathering of house elves around him, Hill promptly instructed them to disperse, yet would step forward to enlighten Hill on the manner of summoning him, assuring him of his readiness to respond at any moment. Hill quickly led Hermione out of the kitchen after revealing his awareness of the situation. As they walked toward the Gryffindor common room, he found himself at a loss for words, observing Hermione's complex expression ahead of him. Unbeknownst to him, Hermione was grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. In just a few short days, she had encountered fear in the face of the troll, felt exhilaration at Hill's rescue, experienced guilt upon seeing him injured, harbored frustration towards Harry and Ron, expressed gratitude towards Hill, and now was left pondering his recent words. This turmoil rendered her momentarily speechless. However, indecision was not in Hermione's nature. She soon resolved to take action. Noticing Hermione had slowed her pace, Hill realized she had reached a conclusion and hastened to catch up with her. Instead of continuing toward the Gryffindor common room, Hermione took a detour to a secluded spot where she halted. Turning to face Hill, she expressed her gratitude for his bravery in saving her from the troll. Yet she sought to understand his motivation behind such a perilous act. Hill found himself momentarily at a loss for an answer, but Hermione seemed unfazed by his silence. "By your own words, it seems you do consider me a friend, don't you?" she inquired, to which Hill replied affirmatively. Hermione smiled, noting, "While you have a point, I still believe the friends I wish to have are far from ordinary as you described. Such companions are not what I seek. However, given that you saved my life, I suppose you can be considered my friend, if that is acceptable." As Hill gazed at Hermione, he suddenly recognized the significant impact his presence had made on her. It was evident that she had matured, learning to reflect and to respect and understand others. Although she retained a degree of stubbornness, she was no longer as resolute as before. Reflecting on their encounter on the train, Hill felt a surge of emotion. He understood that Hermione's life trajectory had irrevocably altered, though he could not discern whether this change was fortuitous or detrimental. Nevertheless, he resolved that Hermione's path must not be diminished by his influence. Chapter 26 Commentary. What is your perspective on the house elves in the school kitchen? The topic had shifted. "I have no opinion on the matter. As I have not conducted thorough research, my understanding is merely superficial," Hill replied, reluctant to unveil the harsh truths behind the situation. In his view, humanity's dominion over the material world had come at an unimaginable cost. The will of a species would not permit the emergence of any intelligent group that posed a threat. They faced two options, submission or death. Nature undoubtedly grants limited space for all beings to exist, and the ruling class of humanity would not sacrifice its own interests for the sake of other sentient beings. But I believe their treatment is unjust, Hermione countered. Do you consider yourself more intelligent than Professor Dumbledore? Surely the headmaster is aware of the house elves' conditions. Resigned, he'll invoke Dumbledore as a shield in the discussion. Hermione shook her head. Thus, if the headmaster finds no issue with it, there must be a compelling reason behind it, one that you may not comprehend. If you wish to know more, you could always approach the headmaster. I am certain he would enlighten you. Hill could not help but commend his own thoughts. In contrast to Hill, the illustrious Professor Dumbledore, a renowned white wizard in the magical realm, spoke with a gravitas that Hill could scarcely aspire to match. After some contemplation, Hermione abandoned the notion of approaching the headmaster with her queries. Although Professor Dumbledore exuded an air of approachability, he had never conducted a class for the young witches and wizards, leaving Hermione with a lingering trepidation. Consequently, she resolved to first seek out some materials to familiarize herself with the specifics regarding house elves before forming any opinions. With this determination, Hermione expressed her gratitude to Hill once more and dashed towards the library. She intended to seize the opportunity while the library was still open to borrow several relevant books for thorough examination. Watching Hermione's retreating figure, Hill couldn't help but smile. However, he swiftly redirected his thoughts as he made his way back to the Gryffindor common room, reflecting earnestly on his past notions and actions. Having endured the recent encounter with the troll, Hill profoundly recognized the fallacies in his previous mindset. Time is an invaluable asset. Once lost, it can never be reclaimed. Even with the prospect of eternal life, if one fails to utilize time effectively and appropriately, such immortality becomes dimmed by the futility of squandered moments. Thus, irrespective of past circumstances or future uncertainties, it is imperative for individuals to seize the present and make the most of their time, preparing diligently for their forthcoming lives. Grounded in the present while gazing toward the future is a fundamental responsibility for all. Yet, in pursuit of a promising future, meticulous planning is undoubtedly essential. Previously, Hill had perceived his first year at school as a bastion of safety, neglecting to prepare for the unforeseen dangers that could arise at any moment. The very essence of unforeseen events lies in their unpredictability. Contemplating this, Hill resolved to overhaul his prior plans, which had failed to account for such realities. A modicum of vigilance should entail ensuring that his magical prowess enabled him to escape from unexpected crises. It is not necessary to resolve every emergency. Merely preserving one's life opens the door to rectifying past mistakes in the future. Yet, during the troll incident, Hill found himself in a shocking predicament where he faltered in spellcasting at a critical moment, an inconceivable scenario. Unless interrupted, failing to cast a spell is an eventuality that any competent wizard strives to avoid. A proficient wizard cannot afford to neglect mastery over their spells. Mastery and proficient application are distinct realms. The ultimate aim of any knowledge should be its practical application. Hill has made a resolute decision. He intends to shorten the time spent in the library memorizing knowledge and instead allocate that time to mastering spells. Merely possessing knowledge without the ability to apply it renders one nothing more than a mere repository of books, a fate Hill is determined to avoid. Thus, the proficient mastery of magic will be his foremost endeavor. However, the plethora of spells available to him is overwhelming. Moderation is essential. Hill must meticulously analyze which spells are of paramount importance and strive for excellence in those. With a firm resolve, his right hand instinctively clenches. A cold smile crept across his face as he recalled that the trolls were deliberately unleashed by Professor Keela to repay virtue with virtue, and to respond to malice with integrity. Such is the conduct of a gentleman. Hill considered himself neither a petty person nor a gentleman, although he felt gratitude towards Mr. Voldemort, who inadvertently made him aware of his own shortcomings. He believed that after suffering such a loss, a measure of retaliation was necessary to restore his sense of balance. He recalled that within the room of requirement lay one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, presumably the diadem of Ravenclaw, and he resolved to seek it out. While he did not intend to destroy it immediately, acquiring Voldemort's Horcrux would undoubtedly grant him a degree of leverage. Lost in thought, Hill arrived at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room, skillfully uttering the password. Upon entry, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of younger wizards, all clamoring for him to recount his encounter with the troll. Hill felt a twinge of exasperation. While he had no desire to boast, he realized that failing to share his story might incite animosity from these young wizards. Incurring the wrath of the masses was undeniably unwise, and Hill wished to avoid living in such a hostile environment for the foreseeable future. Fortunately, dinner was approaching, and after a brief recounting of his tale, He successfully extricated himself from the crowd and returned to his dormitory. After hastily consuming the meal he had brought back, Hill retrieved the key he had received from the house elf. Bathed in the soft glow of the light, he contemplated the key for a moment, but finding no clarity, he carefully stored it away. Although its purpose eluded him now, he was certain that the key would prove useful in the future. In the following moments, he took out pen and paper, preparing to meticulously plan the tasks he needed to accomplish in the days ahead. Chapter 27. The dilemma. The uproar caused by Hill soon subsided, as he did not frequently mention the incident nor display any particular emotions amidst the astonishment of others. The little wizards, receiving no feedback, quickly ceased their futile inquiries. Moreover, Hill often ventured alone to the room of requirement to practice spells rather than lingering in the library all day, making it difficult even for Hermione to locate him. Consequently, the daily lives of the little wizards returned to normalcy. Now, Hill no longer concealed his presence. Reflecting on his previous cautious trips to the room of requirement, he couldn't help but chuckle. The room of requirement had existed in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry for an indeterminate number of years. While many little wizards were unaware of its existence, the school's faculty likely knew of it. At the very least, the headmaster, Dumbledore, was undoubtedly aware. Yet, since they tacitly acknowledged the room's existence, why should Hill exercise such caution in utilizing it? Even if discovered, he could simply state his desire for uninterrupted study. As Hill immersed himself in spell practice, Ron and Harry approached Hermione, seeking to apologize for their previous actions. Although Hermione still harbored some resentment, she expressed her willingness to forgive them. However, Hill pondered whether their friendship would remain as steadfast as depicted in stories. Hermione even took the time to inform Hill about this matter, but this time, Hill refrained from dissuading her from her thoughts. He respected her decision. By the way, after considerable effort, Hill had located the Horcrux hidden in the room of requirement, but he currently lacked the means to destroy it, thus leaving it in its original place for the time being. After all, the dark wizard Voldemort had intentionally fractured his soul to create 6 Horcruxes, in addition to Harry himself. Until these 7 Horcruxes were destroyed, Voldemort was nearly invincible. Seeing Hill agree with her thoughts, Hermione felt a surge of happiness. She intended to facilitate Hill in making more friends. To that end, she specifically retrieved a book on Quidditch from the library and handed it to Harry, hoping he could bring glory to Gryffindor House. However, mere days after the book reached Harry, Professor Snape found an excuse to confiscate it. Although Snape had not directly checked the Philosopher's Stone after rescuing Hill, for some inexplicable reason, he still suffered a bite from the 3-headed dog guarding the entrance. When Harry sought to reclaim the Quidditch book from Professor Snape, he discovered this situation. Under Snape's hostile demeanor, Harry instinctively concluded that the professor sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone hidden within the school. As Harry's close friend, Ron wholeheartedly supported Harry's assessment, yet Hermione remained skeptical. Firstly, she had witnessed Snape's anxious concern for Hill after the incident, and secondly, as a professor, he had no apparent motive to engage in such thievery. Nevertheless, Hermione's perspective evidently did not resonate with Harry and Ron, but this time, they did not argue. Observing Harry and Ron's attitudes, Hermione chose to keep her thoughts to herself rather than stubbornly voice them. Upon hearing Hermione's account, Hill let out a derisive chuckle. Though he had sustained injuries from a troll, it was evident that without Harry and Ron, there would have been no troll in the school, and thus Hermione would not have encountered any peril. While he did not wish to quibble with children, he took a certain delight in witnessing their misfortunes. Regarding Hermione's perplexity about Snape, Hill recounted the parable of the blind men and the elephant. She seemed to grasp the essence and inquired, "Are you suggesting that what each of us perceives is merely a fragment, and therefore we should refrain from making hasty conclusions?" Indeed, Hill nodded, adding that what we observe is not necessarily the truth. In the face of any situation, we must refrain from making immediate judgments. Only through thorough understanding can we arrive at sound decisions. Often, those with lesser cultural acumen are more prone to making superficial judgments. Conversely, individuals with broader knowledge tend to exhibit indecisiveness when confronted with dilemmas, rendering decisiveness a valuable skill in such instances. Furthermore, first impressions tend to leave a lasting impact. Professor Snape's initial impression on Harry was decidedly negative, such that even if Snape were to perform a good deed, Harry might perceive it as a veiled attempt to conceal some unspeakable secret. Hill paused for a moment to facilitate Hermione's understanding. There is never an unfounded aversion. Even ugliness arises from the aesthetic sensibilities shaped during our formative years. Thus, Professor Snape's harsh demeanor towards Harry may be influenced by matters unknown to us. Hermione, upon hearing these words, evidently gleaned much. Observing Hill, who was preoccupied with his own affairs, she felt an undeniable curiosity about his recent whereabouts. However, Hermione refrained from voicing her inquiries. She was already aware that Hill harbored his own secrets, and since he chose not to share them, she was reluctant to place him in an uncomfortable position. Everyone possesses secrets, yet humans are often driven by an insatiable desire to uncover those of others. Although the adage "curiosity killed the cat" is widely acknowledged, few can truly master the art of suppressing their curiosity. In truth, Hill harbored some trepidation that Hermione might inquire about him. Thus he busied himself with practicing spells, harboring a subconscious desire to evade such questions. Fortunately, Hermione did not ask, which provided him a measure of solace and allowed him to immerse himself in the recent predicaments he faced. Practicing magic is no simple endeavor. The casting of spells necessitates a harmonious collaboration of gestures, incantations, mental constructs, and the infusion of magical energy. While gestures and incantations serve to facilitate spell casting in this world, they remain indispensable for a novice like Hill. His current repertoire of spells is rather limited, and the prospects appear dim, prompting him to devote the majority of his energy to the spells inherited from his lineage. Due to prior events, even while engaged in magical practice, Hill maintained a certain reserve of magical energy. The intervals of waiting for his magical energy to replenish were utilized for rehearsing incantations and gestures, as well as for meditation. Perhaps due to the exhilarating battles he had endured, coupled with a protracted accumulation of experience, Hill achieved a breakthrough, enabling him to attempt casting third-tier spells. Consequently, he was reluctant to expend excessive time on meditation, as it merely solidified his existing abilities without yielding rapid advancements in a short span. The sluggish recovery of his magical energy left him feeling as though his progress was painfully slow, which troubled Hill, igniting a fervent desire for a potion to expedite his magical recuperation. Thus, he found himself contemplating how to reasonably procure such a potion. Chapter 28. Contemplations during the Quidditch match. Until the commencement of the Quidditch match, Hill could devise no solutions. Standing in the stands, he felt a considerable sense of ennui. To be frank, Hill did not perceive any allure in the Quidditch match. However, the surrounding young witches and wizards were utterly captivated by the event. Even the typically studious Hermione found her attention diverted. Nevertheless, even in his disinterest, Hill recognized that Quidditch is a remarkably popular sport within the wizarding community, complete with official matches. In Hill's view, such competitions lacked formality. Although they may be informal school contests devoid of strict regulations, it seemed unreasonable to allow competitors to race on flying broomsticks of varying quality. In comparison to the players' skills, the quality of the broomsticks evidently exerts a far greater influence on the outcome of the match. Hill perceived that the Quidditch match resembled a promotional event orchestrated by the manufacturers of flying broomsticks, aimed at showcasing the superior performance of their products. Without paying much attention to the unfolding game, Hill learned from Hermione that the ultimate champion would be determined between the Gryffindor and Slytherin houses. This revelation ignited excitement among the students of both houses. Gryffindor had not claimed a Quidditch championship in many years, but with the inclusion of the savior Harry, they believed this time would mark the end of Slytherin's winning streak. Conversely, Slytherin was eager to continue their triumph and relished the prospect of defeating Gryffindor. According to those around, this Quidditch match promised to be a spectacular affair. Even before the players took the field, the students, having divided into their respective factions, began to chant their house slogans, fervently cheering for their athletes. The headmaster and professors were already seated in the special viewing area, prepared to witness the event. When the teams entered the arena and Madame Hooch signaled the commencement, the match officially began. Harry, making his debut as a team member, received unanimous encouragement from the Gryffindor Wizards. Hill, uninterested in the match, found himself pondering his thoughts, contemplating an exploration of the restricted section if not for Hermione's insistence on his presence. After all, with all the professors occupied in the viewing area, the castle should be relatively empty, presenting a prime opportunity. Yet, since he was now stationed in the stands, Hill consoled himself with the notion that entry to the restricted section was not so easily attained. As for Hermione, in her eagerness to watch the match, she had somehow procured a pair of binoculars, striving to observe the players more clearly. At this moment, she was intermittently cheering for the Gryffindor athletes, reveling in the thrill of the game. Hermione had never imagined that such an exhilarating sport existed. although she was not particularly fond of flying on broomsticks. Witnessing the players darting through the air at high speeds filled her with excitement. Flight had been humanity's long-held dream since time immemorial. However, Harry's performance suddenly captured Hermione's attention. And soon the commentator also noted Harry's predicament. His broomstick had gone awry, careening uncontrollably through the sky, presenting a perilous sight. This was hardly characteristic of Harry. After seeing Harry's father's Quidditch championship trophy in the trophy room, Hermione was convinced that Harry possessed similar talents. What could have caused him to fly erratically? Puzzled, Hermione instinctively recalled the ever-challenging Professor Snape. She turned the binoculars and spotted Snape, hands clasped, seemingly muttering incantations. Hermione instinctively wanted to share her discovery with Ron beside her. But she hesitated, recalling Hill's previous words. Although Snape had consistently troubled Harry since the beginning of the term, Hermione did not believe he would resort to endangering a student's safety. After all, Snape's concern for Hill during his injury seemed genuine. Restraining her thoughts, Hermione prepared to observe the situation more closely, but her gaze was drawn to another figure in the upper right corner, also with hands clasped, Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. At that moment, he was similarly moving his lips rapidly, indicative of spellcasting. Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Could the timid Professor Quirrell truly cast a spell to harm Harry? In her uncertainty, Ron snatched the binoculars from her hands, his concern for Harry evident. He first glanced at Harry, then turned his attention to Professor Snape in the faculty box. "It's Snape who wants to kill Harry," Ron shouted. Having clearly witnessed Snape's gesture of spellcasting, Hermione watched as Ron instinctively blamed Snape for Harry's broomstick troubles, recalling her own initial thoughts, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. Yet, considering Harry's perilous situation, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She did not wish to disclose her findings to Ron, aware that he would stubbornly hold on to the belief that Snape was behind the dark deed, while Quirrell was attempting to save Harry. After all, Quirrell was the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, capable of thwarting Snape's actions. Therefore, Hermione resolved to set fire beneath Snape's seat, preventing both professors from continuing their incantations. As she rushed away, Hill instinctively glanced at Snape, recognizing him as a profoundly tragic figure. If magic did not exist in this world, it is highly likely that he would have married his childhood companion, Lily Evans. Yet, alas, there are no what-ifs in reality. Due to their shared magical talents, Severus Snape and Lily were fortunate enough to be accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Initially thrilled by this achievement, Snape soon encountered the individual he would come to despise most in his life, James Potter. As the heir of the Potter family, James was handsome and of noble lineage, and upon seeing the beautiful Lily, he quickly became enamored with her, which in turn made him resentful of Snape, who shared a close bond with her. In his youth, James was hardly a model student, and he, along with his three companions, often troubled Snape. Coming from an ordinary half-blood family, Snape was no match for the four of them and soon found himself embarrassed in front of Lily. Although Lily attempted to defend Snape, his pride led him to decline her assistance, causing her to turn to James and ultimately miss out on the love he cherished most. After severing ties with Lily, he devoted himself to Voldemort, which ultimately resulted in Lily's death, a source of lifelong regret for him. This is the reason Professor Snape intentionally made things difficult for Harry. Each time he beheld Harry, he involuntarily recalled his beloved Lily, as well as his greatest rival, James. This created a profoundly complex and unimaginable emotional turmoil, making it inevitable that he would not regard Harry with kindness. Nevertheless, Harry bore Lily's blood, and Snape could not bring himself to harm her descendant. Instead, he endeavored to ensure Harry's safety. Achieving such a level of restraint was no small feat for Snape. Reflecting on Snape's feelings for Lily, Hill suddenly had a bold idea. Chapter 29. After the match with recent improvements in his abilities, Hill felt a newfound confidence. Frustrated by his current constraints, he ultimately resolved to actively pursue his idea, even if it entailed certain risks. However, before putting his plan into action, he believed thorough preparation was essential. With this decision, he felt a sense of clarity. At that moment, the cheers of the crowd drew Hill's attention back to the ongoing match, thanks to Hermione igniting a fire beneath the teacher's podium. Although it did not cause significant chaos, it effectively halted Snape and Professor Quirrell's spellcasting. Harry, who had been struggling to control his broom, quickly regained his composure and successfully caught the golden snitch, securing victory for Gryffindor House. Ron witnessed everything, further solidifying his belief that this was all part of Professor Snape's scheme, deepening the misunderstanding. Yet, What did this have to do with Hill? He acknowledged Hermione with a nod and departed from the match to commence preparations for his own plan. As for Hill's departure, Hermione gave it little thought. Gryffindor's victory had captured the majority of her attention. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding witches and wizards, she squeezed her way to Harry's side. "Thank you, Hermione. I couldn't have caught the snitch without you." Harry expressed his gratitude, having learned the truth from Ron. Hermione immediately realized that Harry had heard about her actions from Ron. But the situation was far more complex than Ron had suggested. She contemplated sharing her observations with Harry but hesitated, feeling that in the midst of the jubilant crowd, it was not the right time. Furthermore, she doubted Harry and Ron would believe her and feared it might lead to an argument, which would serve no purpose other than to frustrate her, unless she could present them with concrete evidence. Harry and Ron would undoubtedly trust their own eyes and thoughts over hers. With a sigh, Hermione suddenly understood why Hill was somewhat averse to making friends. Finding genuine companionship was exceedingly difficult. The thoughts of individuals often fail to align, and thus, trust must be cultivated over time and through various experiences. Even when one acts with sincerity, perceptions can differ greatly, leading to misunderstandings. Such misunderstandings severely undermine the reliability of trust and can threaten friendships. This also implies that there is no fixed method for forging friendships. Each friend demands a deep understanding of their preferences to avoid damaging the bond through inappropriate actions. Friendships require considerable effort to maintain, resulting in a limited number of true friends one can acquire in a lifetime. For Hill, who devoted immense energy to his studies, forming friendships could potentially distract him. Hermione shook her head. She genuinely wished to cultivate friendships and could not give up so easily. "Hermione, what are you thinking?" "You should be celebrating our victory," Ron inquired, puzzled. Of course. Hermione hastily retracted her thoughts, a smile gracing her face. Professor Snape, however, was beset by an overwhelming sense of agitation. Despite not having received any news from Dumbledore, he keenly sensed an underlying peril lurking within the school, particularly concerning the rather dubious defense against the dark arts instructor, Professor Quirrell. He longed to confront Dumbledore directly, yet considering Dumbledore's usual demeanor, Snape promptly dismissed this absurd notion. Since the commencement of the term, Professor Snape had found no solace. Each time he lectured the first-year students of Gryffindor, his gaze would invariably drift towards Harry's eyes. For whenever he beheld those eyes, the visage of Lily would materialize in his mind, only to be swiftly followed by the painful reminder of Harry's father, James Potter. In the wake of Lily's death, Snape had languished in despair, a torment he concealed deep within, unable to express it outwardly. His self-loathing mirrored his animosity towards James. To Snape, if it were not for James's ruthless interference, Harry would not have been born, and Lily would not have departed this vibrant world at such a young age due to an unproven prophecy. Although he would never harm Harry, who bore Lily's blood, Snape harbored no desire to see James's son lead a life of ease. As he treaded the path back to his office, the pain from the bite inflicted by the three-headed dog throbbed through the gash on his foot, even after effective treatment. With a calm demeanor masking his inner turmoil, Professor Snape approached the door of his office, poised to unlock it, when he suddenly halted. He swiftly grasped his concealed wand, attuning himself to the ambience around him. Though inconspicuous, he discerned that his door had been pushed open, and that an unfamiliar presence lingered within his office. After a brief pause, he feigned nonchalance and pushed open the door. Confident in his abilities yet cautious of the unknown, Snape entered, wand raised, while his other hand instinctively closed the door behind him. To his astonishment, the office was brightly lit, and a familiar young wizard was seated at his desk, perusing his notes. "Is it you?" Snape inquired, surprise evident in his voice. "Hilary Drive?" He gathered his notes and set them aside, fixing his gaze directly into Professor Snape's eyes, and replied, "I am surprised that you, Professor Snape, would know the name of a humble little wizard like myself. I had assumed that apart from Harry Potter, you would not concern yourself with other students." Snape was taken aback, yet maintained his composure as he responded. Can a wizard capable of contending with a troll truly be considered inconspicuous? Such an exceptional student is certainly someone I must take the time to know. However, I am curious to understand why you, as a student, find yourself seated in my office. Hilton smiled faintly, though a sense of awkwardness lingered within him. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Instead of responding to Snape's inquiry, his expression shifted, and he solemnly declared, "I possess a means to resurrect your beloved Lily, and I wish to propose a transaction. I wonder if you would consent." Chapter 30. The attempt. From the onset of their dialogue, the initiative had remained firmly in Hilton's grasp. This was largely due to his meticulous preparation and considerable understanding of Professor Snape. Yet he was acutely aware that losing this conversational dominion could lead to his failure. Even as Snape absorbed Hilton's words, his demeanor remained inscrutable. Nevertheless, Hilton recognized that this apparent lack of reaction was, in fact, Snape's most profound response. Logically, the professor ought to have been incensed, demanding Hilton's immediate departure. Snape stood in silence for a moment, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl, soon realizing the error of his ways. He strode briskly to the table, fixing Hilton with a cold, penetrating gaze. "I do not know how you acquired knowledge of my past," he stated, "but I have spent nearly a decade seeking a means of resurrection, and I have all but relinquished such futile aspirations. While methods of revival do exist, the documented processes are either rendered impossible by the extinction of necessary materials or are fraught with limitations. How can I trust that you possess a method to resurrect Lily without dire consequences?" A smile graced Hill's face as he remarked, "I am aware that you are a master of the mind-closing technique. I can only imagine that your thought extraction must be equally adept." Snape remained motionless, yet discreetly ceased his own incantation. Sensing that Snape had halted his subtle maneuvers, Hill continued, "I initially assumed you would inquire how I came to know of your past. Yet you chose to pose this question directly instead." Snape retorted with a cold smirk. "This question only holds significance when you fail to convince me of your ability to present a satisfactory resurrection plan. Now that you are seated before me, I invite you to reveal your method." Heath gently tapped the table and said, "I have no means to prove it to you, for my current abilities are insufficient to resurrect Lily in her entirety." Snape furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Observing Snape's demeanor, Heath withdrew his wand, pointed to the side, and softly uttered, "Summon steed." No sooner had he spoken than a magnificent black horse materialized in the indicated spot, standing silently and without a sound. Snape maintained his stoic expression, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. Over the years, in his quest to discover a method to resurrect Lily, he had indeed perused a multitude of ancient texts, including those housed within the libraries of pure-blood aristocrats, many of which he had borrowed through potions. However, he had never encountered such magic as this. He approached the steed and examined it closely, quickly realizing that it was not a living creature, but rather a magical horse, capable of carrying a wizard at speeds of 110 kilometers per hour for 6 hours. Noticing Snape's confusion, Heath elucidated, "This is a third-tier spell. Spells have levels?" Snape marveled, sensing the unfolding of a new realm before him. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive urge to trust Heath, yet this sudden sensation caused him to hesitate. "I cannot divulge too much unless you sign this agreement." A parchment of sheepskin appeared in Heath's hand. Last year, Heath had proposed purchasing a sheep to roast in his yard, and this parchment was crafted from the hide of that very sheep. Due to the complexities and unmentionable reasons, the Drells had declined to undertake another endeavor. Thus, there was little of this parchment left in Heath's possession. Snape, intrigued by the sudden appearance of the parchment, silently accepted it and began to scrutinize it. Though the parchment was not large, it was densely inscribed with writing, outlining a contract witnessed by the will of the world. Heath would assist Snape in resurrecting Lily within 1 year, provided his strength met the requirements. In return, Snape would keep Heath's secret and pledge his loyalty to him, a loyalty that would cease upon Lily's resurrection and would not exceed 20 years. During this time, Snape would receive some new knowledge as recompense. The contract was not entirely equitable, yet for the sake of resurrecting Lily, Snape did not mind this disparity greatly. However, it did not prevent him from contemplating the hidden implications behind each clause. "Do not overthink it, for I harbor no malice towards you. Signing the contract is merely to ensure you will not renege." Snape, however, did not lift his gaze. As a double agent straddling the line between Voldemort and Dumbledore, he had always been wary of the most malevolent thoughts regarding human nature, having witnessed many instances of heartless betrayal. Hill could only wait quietly on the sidelines, occasionally responding to the inquiries posed by Snape. Although there were certain questions to which Hill refrained from answering, he did provide detailed explanations for the majority. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the contract, Snape set aside the parchment and sank into contemplation. Upon witnessing Hill's magic in the parchment before him, he found himself increasingly convinced of Hill's ability to resurrect Lily. After all, the events unfolding before him could not possibly be a mere prank or a test orchestrated by another. Could it be that Lily truly held the promise of reappearing before him? Snape sighed softly. For Lily, he would willingly lay down his life. "Speak, how do I sign?" Snape intoned solemnly. Hill had initially believed he would need to persuade Snape further, but to his surprise, Snape was remarkably straightforward. Consequently, He bit into the tip of his right thumb, leaving his mark on the parchment. Snape offered no additional words and, following suit, pressed his own fingerprint onto the parchment. As soon as he lifted his finger, the parchment began to levitate slowly, and a sudden flame erupted, consuming the parchment rapidly. In an inexplicable moment, Snape sensed that something had witnessed this contract. Just as he was about to pose his inquiries to Hill, he saw Hill gesture dismissively and say, "Indeed. As stated in the contract, our agreement has received the world's acknowledgement. Do you think I would easily divulge the details to anyone without a formidable and impartial witness? Are you not afraid that I might reject your terms?" Even after signing the contract, Snape's demeanor towards Hill appeared largely unchanged. Hill remained unfazed, offering a faint smile without providing a response. When he resolved to embark on this uncertain endeavor, he had already anticipated the present circumstances. Deep within, he hoped that Snape would acquiesce to his terms, for the ultimate decision rested with Snape, as well as the will of the world. Although there had been prior agreements, Hill harbored no dissatisfaction with this interference. The reason the world's consciousness would influence Snape was its fervent desire for Hill to mature swiftly. Chapter 31. Arrangements. Ultimately, Hill achieved the objective he had initially set out to accomplish, yet he continuously reminded himself of a vital truth: one cannot rely solely on others. One's own capabilities are the most fundamental assets. The world's will cannot perpetually assist him, much like fortune cannot always be in one's favor. Therefore, Hill must consistently strive for self-improvement and education. Temporarily setting aside these reflections, he seized the opportunity to inquire about Snape's perspective on resurrection. After all, having promised Snape to revive Lily, it was prudent to first seek his opinion. "Now, I would like to ask you about your views on the spell of resurrection," Hill said, gently tapping the table as he gazed at Snape across from him. "What is there to consider?" Snape hesitated, questioning whether there were any nuances to the concept of resurrection. Hill let out a soft sigh and said, "Very well. I would like to inquire about the method you believe to be the most effective for reviving you. When discussing the art of resurrection, one must inevitably confront the question of self-awareness, how to ascertain that the individual being revived is indeed the same person, rather than another entity possessing identical physical form and memories. This ultimate inquiry of identity remains unanswered even for Hill, rendering him incapable of providing a definitive response to Snape. Although the existence of ghosts suggests a belief in souls within this realm, the concepts of soul and consciousness diverge significantly. Nevertheless, Snape's demeanor indicated that Hill was perhaps overthinking the matter. "At present, I can contemplate two potential methods for resurrecting Lily. The first involves directly employing a resurrection spell, which necessitates the ability to cast 7th-tier magic. The second is a 6th-tier sorcery, requiring the deceased to have recently passed away. The third, a 5th-tier spell, similarly demands that the individual has only just departed. However, the subject will emerge from resurrection with diminished power. Yet, given that Lily has been gone for a decade, does it not follow that only the first method remains viable? However, since you have suggested these two alternatives, does this imply the existence of a means to traverse back in time?" Snape queried with skepticism. "Initially, I too was uncertain regarding the existence of such methods. Nevertheless, a particular key indicates that there must be a way to return to the past." Snape discerned that Hill was reluctant to elaborate on the matter of the key, yet he resolved to listen attentively, despite his lingering questions. "Since you have sought out extensive information, have you ever heard of a time-turner?" Hill inquired. "A time-turner?" Snape lowered his head, swiftly scouring his mind for relevant knowledge. Soon, he arrived at an answer. "I believe I have heard of such an object, though I have never encountered it myself. I previously regarded it merely as a legend. However, since you have mentioned it, it must indeed exist." Hill nodded and said, "Indeed. Time-turners exist in this world. Professor McGonagall should be aware of such devices. However, I only know that a time-turner can return one to 24 hours prior. As for whether it can transport one to a more distant past, I suspect it is possible, yet I have yet to confirm it." "Are you intending to use the time-turner to save Lily before her demise?" Snape inquired with palpable excitement. "Impossible," Hill emphatically denied. "Why?" Snape's emotions were somewhat heightened. Hill cast a disgruntled glance towards Snape, who, realizing his own lapse in decorum, returned to his seat, eager to hear Hill's explanation. "As I understand it, the ramifications of time travel can be categorized into two distinct theories. The first posits that history is immutable and predetermined. Any attempts to alter the past in hopes of transforming the present are ultimately futile, for those actions have already transpired. The present we inhabit is merely a modified version of the past, echoing a sense of fatalism. The second theory suggests that history is malleable, however. Even if one possesses the power to traverse time, the inclination to alter the past is rarely pursued, as the outcome of such changes remains uncertain. Human cognition is inherently limited. We cannot fathom the future, just as those of the past could not envision our current existence. Therefore, those with the opportunity to change history often strive to preserve its course, unless they are convinced that the current future is devoid of hope, in which case they would thwart any attempts at alteration. Moreover, Lily's demise is an unavoidable event. Why? I cannot fathom that Lily would passively witness her child's death at the hands of Voldemort. Without her sacrifice, how could Voldemort possibly fade into obscurity? Snape began to grasp the weight of this reality, a sense of gloom enveloping him. What purpose does seeking a time-turner serve then? Snape queried in disappointment. Hill elucidated. Given that each individual's perception differs, whose version of history would we be altering? No one can perceive the entirety of history, thus, by minimizing our impact. The world, possessing its own volition, will naturally restore history to its original state. With Lily's death being immutable, Hill inquired further. How was Lily laid to rest? In a grave. Snape replied without hesitation, realizing Hill's implication. Though I have my own thoughts. The priority now is to determine whether the time-turner can indeed facilitate a return to the time surrounding Lily's death. Please advise me on how to proceed. I recall there is a room in the basement of the British Ministry of Magic that might contain such a device. I would like you to investigate. In any case, I entrust this matter to you. Understood. Snape nodded in agreement. However, since you sought me out, I assume you have tasks for me. Indeed, Hill orchestrated. I would like you to find opportunities to commend me in the forthcoming lessons and subsequently provide me with a note granting me access to the restricted section of the library. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in procuring certain magical materials, along with your insights on potion brewing and your proficiency in spells. The note permitting your access to the restricted section can be provided immediately. Hill waved his hand and said, I certainly do not wish to attract Dumbledore's attention. Although it is rather surprising for the notoriously strict Professor Snape to commend a student, it is at least somewhat explicable. Hill rose to his feet and remarked, It is getting rather late. The materials I asked you to procure will be delivered to you the next time you summon me to your office. Naturally, I shall also impart some new knowledge at that time. With that, Hill briskly departed the office, leaving Professor Snape to ponder in solitude. Chapter 32. Notification upon returning to the Gryffindor common room from Professor Snape's office. Hill realized he had arrived just in time, avoiding the hour when the school forbids young witches and wizards from wandering about. With the support of Professor Snape, many matters would henceforth be considerably easier. For instance, if caught by Mr. Filch, Hill could readily use Professor Snape as a shield. Fortunately, he made it back to the Gryffindor common room unscathed. Why have you returned so late? Hermione's voice called from near the fireplace. Having waited a considerable time for Hill, Hermione felt a twinge of displeasure after the Quidditch match. She had been unable to locate him. As curfew approached, Hermione still had not spotted Hill in the common room, forcing her to wait until now, as she wished to discuss the events that transpired during the match. Professor Snape had business with me, which delayed me. Do you have something to discuss? Hill explained. Professor Snape sought you out? Hermione expressed skepticism regarding Hill's words, yet realizing he had no reason to deceive her, she accepted his explanation. You are aware that Harry's broom went haywire during the Quidditch match. I noticed that both Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell were in the stands casting spells. I suspect one of them intended to harm Harry, though I cannot ascertain which. Ron firmly conveyed to Harry after the match that it was Professor Snape who wished him ill, and Harry readily believed him. To avoid an altercation, I refrained from sharing what I had witnessed. You acted wisely, Hill replied as he seated himself opposite Hermione. We later confided in Hagrid, but he dismissed Ron's claims, advising us to disregard such implausible matters. I contemplated revealing what I saw, yet witnessing Harry and Ron's unwavering belief, I kept silent. Clearly, Harry places greater trust in Ron. I find myself at a loss as to what to do now, Hermione confessed, voicing her distress. Professor Snape is a good man, Hill stated, not wishing to elaborate further. This was Harry's dilemma, not his own. Hermione pondered his words. Although curious about how Hill arrived at this conclusion, she refrained from inquiring further. Just as she was about to close her book and retire to the dormitory, Hill called out to her. Could you rise early tomorrow morning? What is it? Hermione pondered briefly before answering eagerly. Of course. Let us meet here at 4 o'clock. I have a place to take you. With that, Hill entered the boys' dormitory. As he had matters to attend to, despite some hesitation, He resolved to teach Snape the meditative practices of the traditional wizarding discipline, and thus decided to share the meditation techniques with Hermione as well. After all, she would frequently be by Harry's side and could easily become embroiled in Voldemort's schemes. Enhancing her abilities early on would certainly be beneficial. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when Hill entered the common room, Hermione was already seated, awaiting his arrival. "Where are we headed?" Hermione inquired softly, approaching Hill. "The room of requirement, but we must prepare first," Hill nodded in response. After reflecting the previous night, he ultimately decided to postpone teaching the meditation techniques to Hermione for a few days. This was because, should he impart the knowledge to her directly, he would struggle to explain its origins and would lack a valid reason to prevent her from sharing it with others. Hill did not wish for the meditation technique to become widely known. Therefore, a few days later, upon obtaining a permission slip from Professor Snape for the restricted section, he could claim to have discovered this practice within its confines, acknowledging both its potential benefits and inherent dangers. Hill had obtained Professor Snape's approval to teach Hermione. Consequently, Hermione would likely refrain from disclosing this matter. The purpose of bringing Hermione to the room of requirement today was twofold: to prepare for the upcoming lessons in a few days, and to provide Hermione with an opportunity to enhance her physical abilities. Hill wished to ensure that, in the event of a future escape, Hermione would not find herself tripping and falling, bestowing upon both himself and Hermione the effects of invisibility and silencing any sounds that might arise while they walked. Hill gently took Hermione's small hand and led her directly to the entrance of the room of requirement. "Perhaps due to the Quidditch match held yesterday, Mr. Filch seemed somewhat lenient today, allowing Hill and Hermione to reach their destination without incident." After Hill paced back and forth 3 times in the corridor, Hermione was astonished to see a door suddenly appear on the wall. She was unaware that such a place existed within the school. Curiously, she stepped inside, only to find the room largely empty, save for a few tables and chairs stacked in one corner, along with some books. This could be considered a private space, whose safety, while not flawless, was certainly preferable to the rooms outside. As Hill stepped inside, Hermione turned to see the door on the wall vanish after his entrance. "If you wish to exit, simply think about it, and a door will appear on the wall. You can pass through it to return to the corridor," Hill explained. "Did you bring me here for a specific reason?" Hermione inquired confidently. "I felt that your performance before the troll was rather inadequate, so I wanted to teach you a method to improve your physical condition," Hill replied. The suddenness of that encounter had been overwhelming. The troll was so massive and reeked of foul odors. Mentioning this incident caused the usually strong-willed Hermione to feel a twinge of embarrassment. "All right, no need to elaborate. It's not your fault. I simply wish for you not to repeat such mistakes in the future," Hill interrupted Hermione's explanation. "Surely, there can't be monsters lurking around the school all the time?" Hermione remarked. "Then how do you explain the 3-headed dog locked away in a room?" Hill countered. "Having a good physique never hurts." Hermione fell silent for a moment, then nodded. She trusted that Hill would not cause her harm. The specifics of the training process need not be detailed. By the time they finished, Hermione's complexion was flushed, and she was panting heavily. "I wish to go back and take a shower," Hermione said, leaning against the chair, breathing heavily. "There's no need for that. There is a bathroom right here. After my training, I washed up in the bathroom over there." Hill pointed towards another door. "But I don't have any change of clothes," Hermione murmured. Hilton smiled and inquired, "Do you still remember those house elves?" Upon finishing his sentence, he snapped his fingers and called out, "Witter." No sooner had he spoken than a figure materialized before them. "You can have it assist you in retrieving your garments." Although Hermione was somewhat taken aback, she contemplated the suggestion and ultimately acquiesced. Chapter 33, the restricted section. When Hermione emerged from the bathroom, fully attired, she discovered that breakfast had already been laid out on the table. "What is this?" she asked. "Oh, as usual, after I finish my workout here. Witter prepares breakfast for me, and it also takes away my soiled clothes for cleaning. You can entrust your garments to it as well. It will return them afterward," Hilton explained. "No wonder I haven't seen you at breakfast in the dining hall for quite some time," Hermione remarked as she settled at the table. The two swiftly consumed their meal, and after satisfying their appetites, they headed to their classroom early. In the ensuing days, as per their plan, Hilton successfully obtained the authorization from Professor Snape to access the restricted section and also handed over the first part of the meditation technique to him. Driven by curiosity about the tomes housed within the restricted section, Hilton strode directly into the library clutching his authorization slip. "Madam Pants, here is the authorization I received from Professor Snape. I believe I am now permitted to enter the restricted section to read," he announced. Pants, surprised, took the authorization slip from Hilton, scrutinized the handwriting, and confirmed, "Indeed, this is Professor Snape's script. I can grant you access to the restricted section, however. Please be aware that the books within carry certain dangers, and you must exercise caution while reading. Furthermore, books from the restricted section are strictly prohibited from being taken outside." Hill nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "May I enter now?" "Very well, follow me," replied Madame Pants, as she vacated her seat and guided Hill to the entrance of the restricted section. At that moment, a formidable lock adorned the entrance, rendering access quite a formidable challenge without the appropriate key. Unlike the tale in which Harry effortlessly ventured into the restricted section under the cover of night, it was likely that Professor Dumbledore had orchestrated that encounter behind the scenes. Hill certainly did not expect to receive such privileges. Nonetheless, the restricted section loomed before him, and as Madame Pants unlocked the door and offered a few cautionary words, Hill stepped boldly into the hallowed domain. Although the area was devoid of any occupants, Hill remained vigilant, for this place could undoubtedly be deemed one of the most significant locations within Hogwarts School. As Hill entered this place for the first time, he mused that, true to Dumbledore's character, the headmaster might be lurking nearby, closely observing him. The powerful perception granted by his mental acuity indeed made Hill sense certain peculiarities. However, he dismissed them, for he harbored no malicious intent. His entry into the restricted section was entirely legitimate, leaving no grounds for anyone to accuse him of wrongdoing. Dumbledore's time was precious, and even if he were curious about how Hill had garnered Professor Snape's attention, he would not squander too much of it on Hill. After feigning nonchalance while meandering through the restricted section a couple of times, Hill found that he no longer sensed anything unusual. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, he decided to take another circuitous stroll before finally approaching the books that piqued his interest. In comparison to the volumes found in the public library, the selection in the restricted section was rather limited, leading Hill to suspect that the school still concealed some texts from public view. Despite having been affected by the ravages of war, it seemed improbable that only a scant few books had accumulated over millennia. As for the hidden tomes, Hill surmised that Dumbledore must have them securely stored in his office. After all, there was no safer place than in the company of the greatest white wizard of the century. The previous ambulations had not been in vain. In his perambulations, Hill had gleaned a preliminary understanding of the categorization of books within the restricted section. At that moment, he retrieved a volume that introduced the intricacies of the legilimency spell. After leafing through it, Hill felt a twinge of disappointment, for the book merely outlined the casting method of the spell without delving into more nuanced details. Conversely, it provided extensive information on the mental occlusion technique, which could counteract legilimency. Although he had finally obtained a long-desired resource, Hill remained somewhat discontented, for the mastery of spells required diligent practice. Yet, how could he possibly train in these arts? Surely he could not cast legilimency upon the young wizards around him. Such actions would surely provoke Dumbledore's wrath. Moreover, practicing the mental occlusion technique in isolation would yield no practical insight into its effectiveness when the time came to employ it. Hill had initially hoped for a more comprehensive exposition within the book to illuminate his path. After all, standing upon the shoulders of giants is far easier than navigating the dark alone. With a sigh of resignation, he continued his search, but though some texts mentioned legilimency, they too lacked enough discussion. Hill would have to later request Professor Snape to share his insights on these two spells for further guidance. Despite Professor Snape's profound expertise in these areas, his perspectives were deeply personal and might not necessarily align with Hill's own practice. Consequently, Hill anticipated that he would need to invest time in adapting them to suit his own application. Committing the book's contents to memory through spellcasting, Hill returned the tome to its place, surveying the shelves laden with volumes. It seemed that the upcoming days would be spent amidst these texts, even with an approval slip. It was imprudent for Hill to visit daily, as such behavior would be glaringly obvious to Dumbledore. Thus, he planned to come twice a week, valuing his time and intending to document the materials as soon as possible. By the time Hill returned to the Gryffindor common room, night had fallen. The hall was filled with young wizards engrossed in their assignments. While first-year homework was not particularly burdensome, it was typical for youngsters of that age to indulge in mischief. Thus, completing assignments at night was not unusual. Hill himself had once harbored the bad habit of procrastinating his work until the last minute, but now, with a clear goal in sight, he recognized the importance of finishing early. Consequently, he diligently sought opportunities to complete his assignments promptly after class. Some students exhibited commendable self-discipline and had already finished their work, engaging in conversation on the other side of the room. Hermione, clearly one of those with strong self-control, was at that moment poring over a massive encyclopedia of magic, seemingly in search of something. curious about her quest. Hill took a bite of a sandwich he had brought back from the kitchen and sat across from her. "Do you know about Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione inquired, her gaze still fixed on the book. "Oh, you don't know? You claim to admire our headmaster, yet you are unaware of Nicholas Flamel?" Hill teased from his seat. Chapter 34. Transformation. Hermione paid no mind to the tone of Hill's banter, lifting her gaze to meet his. "I have merely read a biography of the headmaster. But how could a single book encompass the entirety of his deeds? Even the author cannot possibly know all that the headmaster has done, at least. The book I read contained no mention of Nicholas Flamel." Hill shook his head, swallowed the last bite of his sandwich, and replied, "I do not wish to divulge this matter directly to you. You may seek information in the library or inquire with the professors. You ought to be able to uncover the answer." Seeing that Hill was reluctant to provide a straightforward answer, Hermione felt a twinge of irritation. However, she refrained from voicing her discontent, for Hill had at least indicated a direction for her to pursue, sparing her from aimlessly wandering and relying solely on chance. In recent days, Professor Snape had unexpectedly lavished praise upon Hill, which had gradually led to his estrangement from Gryffindor House. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor had always been fraught with animosity, and Hill's prominence in Slytherin naturally unsettled the young wizards of Gryffindor. They harbored a vague sense of betrayal, and given Hill's inherent tendency to stand apart, the Gryffindors subconsciously distanced themselves from him. While Hill remained unfazed by this development, Hermione was less than pleased, yet felt powerless to effect any change. Consequently, her relationship with Harry and Ron also experienced some strain. Nonetheless, Harry, possessing a kind heart, did not allow his negative perceptions of one individual to extend to others. Thus, he refrained from commenting and expressed understanding towards Hermione's behavior. In contrast, Ron was less magnanimous. But under Hermione's simmering displeasure, he chose to remain silent. As the days passed, Hermione swiftly unearthed information regarding LeMay and became aware of his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. After discussing their findings with Harry and Ron, the trio soon deduced that the stone was likely concealed beneath the trapdoor guarded by a three-headed dog. The Philosopher's Stone is regarded as one of the pinnacle achievements in the realm of magical item creation. It not only possesses the ability to transmute base metals into gold, but also to concoct the elixir of life. While it may seem extraordinary, the elixir has considerable drawbacks. The potion derived from the stone merely grants immunity from death due to the depletion of one's lifespan, yet it does not halt the aging process. Thus, although one may not perish from old age, the body continues to deteriorate with time, and this potion does not prevent death from unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, the effects of this potion are not perpetual. It must be ingested periodically, and it also carries side effects, such as the loss of taste, rendering one unable to savor any flavor. For these reasons, the proud Tom Marvolo Riddle rejected the notion of achieving immortality through the Philosopher's Stone, opting instead to delve into the study of Horcruxes. Otherwise, would Voldemort, well-versed in Dumbledore's experiences, be unaware of the stone's existence? Would he not seek to possess it? The reason the resurrected Voldemort desires the stone is solely to create a vessel capable of harboring his soul. Hill had gleaned substantial information about the Philosopher's Stone from Snape. As one of the professors responsible for its protection, he had long recognized Dumbledore's intention to conceal the stone within the school. Recently, since acquiring meditation techniques, Professor Snape had swiftly made progress. As a half-blood, he commanded considerable respect among the pure-blooded Death Eaters, which necessitated exceptional talent. Regarding Hermione, after careful consideration, Hill successfully entrusted her with the meditation method, albeit in a simplified form. This version merely offers a faint enhancement of mental fortitude, facilitating a basic grasp of mental prowess while improving the speed and precision of spellcasting. Since Hermione is not Snape, Hill could not guarantee that the changes resulting from her use of the original meditation technique would go unnoticed by others. It is worth noting that a robust mental presence inevitably alters one's aura, a change that is difficult to conceal without practice. Unaware of the intricacies, Hermione felt immensely grateful to Hill and, after seeking his counsel, shared the simplified meditation technique with Neville, Harry, and Ron. Given the previously mentioned dangers associated with the technique, Snape's persona would preclude him from deterring Harry from learning something perceived as hazardous. On the contrary, he ought to appear supportive. Neville approached the meditation technique with utmost seriousness, dedicating specific time each day to practice. However, Harry and Ron lacked the patience to engage in such exercises, as the simplified method yielded only meager results, making it nearly impossible to discern any progress without weeks of practice or acute sensitivity. Moreover, since the technique originated from Snape, they inevitably harbored some resentment. and after a few days of practice, they ceased to devote time to it. Hermione felt helpless regarding Harry and Ron's lack of commitment, as she had no authority to regulate their actions. In recent days, Hill's frequent visits to the restricted section of the library had attracted the attention of Headmaster Dumbledore. Hill often sensed that someone was observing him in secret, and he had learned from Snape that Dumbledore had inquired about him specifically. However, Snape had simply brushed it aside, and Dumbledore did not pursue the matter any further. Snape played a vital role in Dumbledore's plans, and he was reluctant to jeopardize their understanding with his probing questions. Dumbledore believed that Snape had likely recognized Hill's exceptional talent and hoped to have him as a successor to pass on his knowledge. Dumbledore welcomed this prospect, as it would not only benefit Hogwarts but also provide Snape with a connection that might prevent him from betraying the school and returning to Voldemort. Due to emotional factors, Snape found it difficult to let go of his inner turmoil, making it nearly impossible for him to contemplate having descendants. The notion of having a successor among the Hogwarts students was advantageous for the institution, while simultaneously strengthening Snape's ties to it. Snape's mental occlusion was so sophisticated that even Dumbledore could not fathom his thoughts. Thus, including Snape in the Order of the Phoenix was a decision Dumbledore made after much contemplation. Although Snape's candid demeanor was a factor, he could not guarantee that Snape would not betray him. While Snape had speculated about Dumbledore's intentions, he was currently preoccupied with other matters. Following Hill's request, Snape had been diligently searching through ancient texts, seeking potions that could restore magical power. After all, it had been ages since any such potion had been seen in the world, and if not for his previous quest for a potion of resurrection, Snape might never have even heard of such a thing. However, as he sifted through ancient tomes, he began to notice some overlooked issues in light of the changes he experienced after practicing meditation. Chapter 35, Christmas. With the arrival of Christmas, the students of the school eagerly prepared their belongings for the journey home. This was particularly true for the younger wizards, many of whom were experiencing their first prolonged separation from home. Initially, Hill had intended to apply to stay at school, as students were not permitted to practice magic once they returned home. Yet, the circumstances Snape uncovered compelled Hill to alter his plans and inform his parents that he would be spending Christmas at his teacher's residence. Although they felt a tinge of regret that their child could not return home for the holiday, they took great joy in knowing that their son was valued by his teacher, merely advising him to heed his instructor's guidance and insisting he return to visit them before returning to school. Upon learning that Hill would be spending Christmas at Professor Snape's home rather than his own, Hermione was astonished. However, considering Hill's recent frequent visits to Snape's office for inquiries, she accepted this reality. Harry, having heard about Hill's situation from Hermione, remained silent, as Snape's reduced focus on him due to his recent research into ancient texts had significantly improved his academic life, leading him to harbor favorable feelings towards Hill, who had seemingly diverted Snape's attention. Ron, however, felt compelled to defend Harry, believing that Hill had compromised Gryffindor's spirit. Hermione grew somewhat irate at Ron's disparaging remarks about Hill and urged him to refrain from speaking ill of him. Ron, undeterred, continued his criticisms, resulting in a heated argument between the two. Fortunately, Harry stepped in to mediate, ensuring that their disagreement did not create a substantial rift between them. Although Hill was indifferent to the opinions of those around him, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort upon learning of the matter. However, he had no time to dwell on it. After hastily packing his belongings, he swiftly followed Snape to his former residence. Snape had not returned to this place in a long while. He typically resided at the school, which facilitated his teaching duties and allowed him to avoid the emotional turmoil that this place often evoked. Thus, upon opening the door and witnessing the untidy state of his home, he felt a sense of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he promptly guided Hill into the house and retrieved his wand, employing magic to perform a rudimentary cleaning. To be honest, the enhancement of living conditions through magic was substantial, saving a considerable amount of time that would have otherwise been spent on tidying up. When Hill had settled his luggage and made his bed, emerging from his room, Snape had already attended to his domestic affairs. He led Hill to the basement, which had once served as his sanctuary for research and study during his youth. After graduating from Hogwarts, he did not immediately take a position as a professor. Instead, he dedicated his spare time to furthering his knowledge in the solitude of his basement. Even after becoming a Death Eater, he did not forsake his self-improvement. It was this unwavering commitment to personal growth that enabled him to attain mastery in potion making. Although the basement was not particularly spacious, it was adequately equipped for the ensuing research. Snape first conducted a thorough inspection of the apparatus and found that the instruments were largely in good condition. The equipment was sound, and I have already placed orders for the materials that may be needed for the experiments. They are set to arrive tomorrow morning. Well then, may I inquire about your findings? Hill nodded in response. Snape acknowledged him with a slight nod, retrieving a few tattered tomes from his satchel. Ever since you tasked me with devising a means to concoct the mana restoration potion, I have been scouring ancient texts. Given that the mana restoration potion has not graced the eyes of wizards for ages, I could not simply conjure it out of thin air. However, I vaguely recalled references to such a potion in one of the ancient magical books I had perused. Hill took the book from Snape, following his guidance, only to awkwardly realize that he struggled to comprehend its contents. After all, language and script have evolved over millennia, making direct understanding nearly impossible without specialized study. As for the evolution of accents, without personal instruction, the average individual cannot even grasp the basics. Thus, the pureblood aristocrats hold the Muggle-born wizards in such low regard largely due to this. To fortify their own status, few pureblood nobles are willing to impart this knowledge. And most Muggle-born wizards lack the awareness to pursue such learning. Even those who aspire to acquire this knowledge must pay a considerable price, binding themselves with various stringent oaths to obtain even a modicum of understanding. The decline faced by the pureblood aristocracy is not primarily attributed to the dissemination of magical knowledge. Their excessive fixation on their own status has led to an insular practice of intermarriage, resulting in dangerously close bloodlines among the various families. And their descendants are beginning to exhibit a range of deficiencies. Silently, Hilmer withdrew his wand and cast a spell to comprehend languages, then began to read. The tome detailed a potion with restorative magical properties. Although many of the required ingredients had vanished due to environmental factors, as a master of potion making, I am confident in my ability to reconstruct this potion through my own means. However, what is of greater significance is my subsequent discovery. Snape paused to gather his thoughts and continued. At that time, I was solely focused on searching for a potion capable of resurrection. Thus I had not paid heed to this matter. Yet, in retrospect, it raises considerable perplexity. I am left wondering why this potion has seemingly disappeared from the public consciousness. At least by the time I commenced my studies at Hogwarts, no one had mentioned it. While the intensity of conflicts among wizards has diminished with the advancement of civilization, it seems implausible that such a crucial potion would be disregarded, if the ingredients for brewing the potion have indeed vanished. The pureblood aristocracy would hardly relinquish this continuous source of wealth. They would surely devise ways to cultivate the necessary materials. Upon further investigation, I discovered that this potion was last recorded approximately a millennium ago, and prior to that, the method of its creation had been lost to time. My curiosity piqued. I delved into the family histories of several pureblood families. After a thorough reading and comparison, I realized that contemporary wizards are vastly different from their predecessors, particularly the ancestors mentioned in these family chronicles, who possessed abilities beyond imagination. Logically, one would expect that as time progresses, magic should flourish. Yet, in stark contrast to the past, the number of those capable of wielding magic has significantly dwindled. This phenomenon, which has emerged since the establishment of magical schools, perplexes me. Previously, many wizards of Muggle descent had no opportunity for education and could only watch their chances of becoming wizards fade as they aged. Chapter 36. Daily life. The occurrence of this situation may be attributed to environmental factors, Hilmer remarked. Environmental factors? Indeed. During my time in the school library, I perused numerous texts and discovered that many magical plants and creatures that once graced history have long since disappeared from the awareness of wizards. Even those that still exist today have changed significantly from their historical counterparts. This situation may largely result from the declining magical concentration in the environment. Upon hearing this, Snape appeared contemplative. Indeed, before I learned the meditative technique you provided, I had no knowledge of such methods to enhance one's own power. Previously, wizards generally believed that their magical abilities only increased with age, although some sought alternative means to augment their powers, most endeavored in vain. With the aid of meditation, my mental faculties were honed, allowing me to perceive the ambient magic that permeates my surroundings, thus granting me the ability to actively enhance my own magical prowess. Nonetheless, I remain skeptical that ancient spellcasters relied solely on their lineage for strength. Even in a high-concentration magical environment, such prowess seems implausible. Furthermore, the drastic changes in the abilities of spellcasters over 1,000 years ago suggest that if the decline in magical potency were responsible for the decrease in their strength, it would manifest as a linear reduction rather than a staggered drop. Hence, there must be other significant factors at play. Wait, did you say over 2,000 years ago? Hilmer suddenly inquired. Yes. I recall that was also around the time of Hogwarts founding. Snape, realizing the implications, softly asked, "Are you suggesting?" Hill waved his hand, saying, "It would be wise to refrain from delving into these secrets for now. I recall the rumors of the Chamber of Slytherin at Hogwarts, and the school is home to numerous ghosts who have existed for over a millennium." Snape replied, "Indeed, these matters run deep." Hill contemplated the key obtained from the house elf, and a notion began to form in his mind. "Have you sought any clues regarding the time turner?" Hill suddenly inquired. "Of course," Snape immediately responded, "but the leads are scarce. I have learned that there is a time room located on the 9th basement level of the Ministry of Magic, overseen by the most confidential department. Yet no one knows what they are researching. Had you not reminded me, I would have assumed, like most wizards, that it was merely a place of fanciful tales. I believe if such a time turner exists, it must be connected to the time room. However, I lack the means to gain entry, and I cannot approach those responsible for the Department of Mysteries. Then let us set that aside for the moment. Rest assured, I will find a way to revive Lily. For now, I hope you can focus your thoughts and attempt to brew the potion of magical recovery. After that, there are other potions that will require your expertise." Snape nodded in understanding. The crafting of the potion of magical recovery proved to be more challenging than anticipated, even with the foundational information gleaned from ancient tomes. The actual production was far from straightforward. Possessing a complete formula did not guarantee one could faithfully concoct the potion, as the specific brewing process remained elusive. Even contemporary recipes are rife with ambiguous terminology, how much more so for wizards of yore who regarded their formulas as coveted treasures. Although ancient texts recorded most of the ingredients, they seldom detailed the precise ratios or brewing procedures. Even a master potion maker like Snape would require considerable time for research and experimentation to recreate such a potion. While Hill's knowledge of potion making could not compare to that of Snape, he was nonetheless capable of undertaking various tasks, thereby enhancing Snape's efficiency and significantly enriching his own understanding of potion making. After all, school is not a welfare institution, providing students with abundant opportunities for free experimentation. Aside from brewing potions in class, students are not afforded free materials for personal practice during their spare time. Without substantial funds, one cannot gather the necessary ingredients, let alone brew potions. Under Snape's guidance, Hill made remarkable strides in his potion-making knowledge over the past few days, accumulating considerable experience in the craft. However, these advancements were not the most significant gains from his time at Snape's home. In addition to his prowess in potion-making, Snape exhibited exceptional talent in spellcasting. Beyond the impressive memory charm, his ability to create a new spell, the disarming charm, further underscored this point. Following Hill's previous request, Snape meticulously documented his insights into various spells. With Snape's notes in hand, Hill would diligently study them during his free time, experimenting with the techniques therein. This privilege of staying at Snape's residence bore its advantages. As a first-year wizard, Hill was prohibited from performing magic upon returning to the mundane world during the holidays. Should he be discovered violating this rule, he would face punitive measures from the Ministry of Magic, including the revocation of his student status. The ministry could ascertain whether a young wizard had cast a spell by monitoring the traces embedded in their wands. Given the magical realm's commitment to secrecy, the public display of magic is strictly forbidden. Young wizards, lacking sufficient self-control, are ill-equipped to manage the consequences of their magical actions, prompting the ministry to legislate against their spellcasting. Through the fluctuations of the traces during spellcasting, the ministry can easily identify offenders and dispatch personnel to address the violations. These traces dissolve automatically once a young wizard reaches a certain age, eliminating the need for proactive deregistration with the ministry. However, if accompanied by an adult wizard who can vouch for them, young wizards may be permitted to perform magic. The traces would respond to the surrounding magic, making it impossible to discern whether the magic was cast by the adult or the young wizard. This allows the ministry's inspectors to designate specific areas where trace fluctuations are overlooked, much like at Hogwarts, where such fluctuations are disregarded. Similarly, the residences of typical adult wizards are typically exempted, as their children are likely to be wizards as well, and the ministry cannot prevent parents from teaching their children magic. Clearly, Snape's home falls into this exempt category, allowing Hill to practice magic freely. However, upon returning home, he would be unable to engage in such magical endeavors. Chapter 37. The memory charm. Snape's memory charm could be described as a pinnacle of mastery. When discussing the memory charm, one must inevitably mention the legilimency spell, as their relationship is akin to that of a sword and shield. Legilimency, as its name suggests, enables the caster to delve into the thoughts of the target. Beginners, even if they succeed in casting it, often only perceive vague emotions. However, with practice, these emotions can transform into concrete thoughts accessible to the caster. With further refinement, a skilled practitioner may even uncover thoughts buried deep within the target's consciousness, of which the target remains unaware. Nonetheless, achieving such proficiency is exceedingly challenging. Typically, casters employ various subtle techniques to facilitate their exploration of others' thoughts. The simplest method involves creating an atmosphere conducive to inquiry. In moments of pressure, an untrained individual's instinctive response to a question is often the answer itself, followed by the deliberation of whether to vocalize it. Furthermore, for ordinary people, the harder they attempt to forget a matter, the more it occupies their thoughts. Knowing that the questioner is adept in legilimency makes it quite difficult to conceal one's secrets. He'll believe that Voldemort utilized intimidation to gain insights into the thoughts of his subordinates, while Dumbledore, on the other hand, employed his charisma to lower people's defenses in order to achieve a similar understanding. The pinnacle of the legilimency skill likely lies in perceiving the subconscious of another individual. The elevated demands of this practice render legilimency a formidable spell. Mastering it is a daunting challenge. Conversely, to resist legilimency, one must possess a high level of occlumency. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort are adept practitioners of legilimency, and Severus Snape, who earned the trust of both, evidently possesses profound expertise in occlumency. However, despite Snape's guidance, Hill found his progress in occlumency to be less than satisfactory. According to Snape, his ability to shield his thoughts from Voldemort and Dumbledore was rooted in his inner obsession. Initially, when he allied himself with the Death Eaters, despite his knowledge of occlumency, he could not prevent Voldemort from discerning his thoughts. At that time, whether his thoughts were perceived was of little consequence. Coupled with his remarkable talent in potion-making, Voldemort exhibited considerable tolerance towards him. However, as events unfolded, the emergence of the prophecy concerning the Chosen One unsettled Snape. Coincidentally, at Voldemort's behest, he had applied for a teaching position at Hogwarts, which provided him with a plausible reason to abstain from attending Death Eater meetings, thus concealing his true thoughts from Voldemort. It was during this period of inner turmoil that Dumbledore discerned Snape's hesitation, leading to Snape's eventual transformation into a double agent under Dumbledore's persuasion, gaining his initial trust. Yet, following Lily's death, an indelible obsession took root within Snape, prompting him to close off his heart. Leveraging his innate talent, Snape adeptly utilized this obsession to obscure his true intentions, reaching a level of concealment that even Dumbledore found challenging to penetrate. This ultimately solidified his position as a crucial element in Dumbledore's plans. However, while Snape harbored an obsession, Hill himself lacked any steadfast fixation. Even the notion of returning to his original world was undermined by the mediocrity of his potential abilities. Moreover, the concept of obsession could devolve into a form of inner turmoil, which Hill did not wish to exploit as a means to practice occlumency. Consequently, Hill was compelled to seek an alternative approach. In his perspective, there existed two primary avenues for defending against legilimency. The first involved augmenting one's mental fortitude to surpass that of the adversary, thereby enabling timely detection and resistance, rendering the opponent incapable of penetrating one's thoughts. Yet, this method proves futile against those with formidable mental prowess and is not universally applicable. The second method entails mastering one's own mind, exercising control over one's myriad thoughts. However, achieving complete dominion over one's thoughts is an exceedingly arduous task. According to Hill's understanding, the human psyche can be divided into three components: the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID represents the primal instincts inherent in the physical body, encompassing, but not limited to, the drives for nourishment, rest, and reproduction. It requires no learned behavior for its existence and aims solely at survival. Lacking rationality and moral discernment, it nonetheless imparts a drive for advancement. The soul resides within the body, embodying the superego, which gradually develops throughout one's life, shaped by personal experiences to form an individual's moral compass. It possesses the attribute of absolute rationality, endowing humanity with wisdom while simultaneously introducing various original sins and virtues. Due to its residence within the corporeal form, the superego is inevitably influenced by the ID. Generally speaking, the superego plays the role of a censor, continuously scrutinizing the ID, permitting suitable thoughts to pass through while suppressing inappropriate ones, thereby enabling individuals to consistently exhibit rationality rather than devolving into mindless beasts. In the intense clash between the superego and the ID, the true self emerges. The true self symbolizes human emotion, It is a product woven from the ID and the superego. While it fosters bravery, strength, and kindness, it also engenders fear and weakness. It serves as a unique testament to an individual. Only through its possession can one truly be oneself. To resurrect a person, 3 steps must be undertaken: imbuing the lifeless body with vitality to awaken the ID, summoning the departed soul to regain the superego, and retrieving the true self from the collective consciousness of humanity. The absence of any single element renders resurrection an unsuccessful endeavor. Recollecting his scattered thoughts, Hill pondered for a considerable time. Drawing upon Snape's experiences, an idea suddenly struck him. Snape's obsession with Lily was, after all, a manifestation of unwavering will. Perhaps Hill could approach this aspect, cultivating an indomitable will to unify various thoughts, achieving coherence in his thinking when resisting mental intrusion and preventing others from discerning his true intentions. However, developing a will of steel is no simple task. It necessitates years of rigorous training and the endurance of various trials. Achieving significant results during the brief Christmas holiday was utterly implausible. Chapter 38. The Dragon Egg. Though mastering the art of mental occlusion is undeniably essential, achieving proficiency within a short time frame is impossible. During the forthcoming holiday, Hill could only reach a competent level in utilizing mental occlusion, integrating it with previously learned spells. Consequently, he felt a newfound confidence when confronting mental intrusion. As for the cultivation of willpower, Hill planned to seek assistance from the legacy of the traveling mage. Snape's progress in potion making was relatively smooth, however. Due to a lack of certain ingredients, he had to rely on his knowledge of potion making to seek alternatives, while experimenting and refining the potion according to his own ideas. Considerable work remained before the potion for magical recovery could be completed by the start of term. Nevertheless, according to Snape, he was confident that he would deliver the finished potion to Hill before the end of the first-year semester. Hill was quite satisfied with such rapid progress. Although it was a restoration of the magical recovery potion, even with the foundation laid by predecessors, the final product would undoubtedly differ significantly from the original. It could not be said to be the development of a new potion, yet it demanded considerable energy nonetheless. In the final days before the holiday concluded, Hill returned home for a few days at his parents' request. The Drift family, having not seen Hill for quite some time, was overjoyed to be reunited with their child and prepared several sumptuous meals, allowing him to indulge. After all, one could not expect Snape to conjure delicious dishes. On the Hogwarts Express back to school, Hill encountered the long-absent Hermione. Perhaps due to her dedication to exercise, Hermione appeared somewhat slimmer, presenting a more balanced figure. And her hair seemed to have been meticulously groomed by her parents before departure, contrasting sharply with its lackluster appearance at school. Upon seeing Hill, Hermione was visibly delighted, sharing her frustrations about being unable to use magic at home, which left her feeling quite bored, resorting only to books for amusement. A few days after returning to school, life and studies gradually resumed their normal course, prompting Hill to once again immerse himself in the library. In the restricted section, he anticipated completing his recording by the end of the semester, thus liberating himself from the need to consult that area for his studies. However, it was not long before Hermione brought ill news that Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg. Given that Harry had accompanied Hagrid to school, Hagrid maintained a close relationship with him, extending a special fondness towards Hermione and Ron as well. Hermione frequently expressed to her classmates that despite Hagrid's towering stature, he possessed a kind heart and was ever willing to assist young wizards in distress. Dragons, as magical creatures, are exceedingly rare in the current natural environment. Although Hermione was eager to witness a dragon firsthand, she and Harry did not believe it was appropriate for Hagrid to privately incubate a dragon egg, as dragons are inherently dangerous creatures that should not be kept near the school, a fact explicitly outlined in the Ministry of Magic's prohibitions. Nonetheless, Hagrid was resolute in his desire to hatch the dragon egg. For him, raising a living dragon had always been a cherished dream. As Harry and his companions also wished to see the newly hatched dragon, coupled with their trust in Hagrid, they refrained from voicing further objections, eagerly anticipating the day the hatchling would emerge. Hill recalled that the incident would be reported by Malfoy to Professor McGonagall, implicating him in the subsequent punishment of patrolling the Forbidden Forest. It was there that they encountered Voldemort. Although Hermione faced no immediate danger, Hill remained somewhat uneasy. The narrative had shifted, and he could not be certain that Hermione would remain unharmed. Therefore, he inquired whether he might also witness the moment of the dragon's hatching, which would simultaneously satisfy his curiosity about dragons. Ron expressed some discontent, yet Harry and Hagrid welcomed the idea, as Hermione had already sought Hagrid's counsel before her departure. Harry, in turn, expressed gratitude for Hill's diversion of Snape's attention. When Hagrid informed them that the egg was on the verge of hatching, the four of them stealthily made their way to Hagrid's hut under the cover of night. Upon entering Hagrid's modest abode for the first time, Hill found the space, which seemed rather spacious to him and his companions, somewhat cramped for Hagrid himself. Moreover, Hagrid's lack of inclination towards tidiness contributed to the room's somewhat chaotic appearance under the dim light, although it was devoid of any peculiar odors. Consequently, Hill felt a genuine disdain for Dumbledore, the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. As the chief figure opposing the Death Eaters, Dumbledore had, after temporarily vanquishing Voldemort, declined the position of Minister for Magic due to personal reasons and instead chose to become the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This decision led to Fudge, who assumed the ministerial role, harboring concerns about Dumbledore's immense reputation, resulting in a persistent campaign against Hogwarts, the nation's sole magical institution. Furthermore, the members of the Order, who had previously placed their trust in Dumbledore, found themselves unable to partake in the fruits of victory. Most continued to live in destitution, while those who had sacrificed their lives received little more than honorary accolades with scant actual compensation. While Hill felt a profound sense of unworthiness, he could not help but admire Dumbledore's remarkable personal charisma. Due to his unfamiliarity with Harry and the others, Hill merely stood aside, listening to their conversation with Hagrid. However, Hagrid's knowledge of magical creatures was indeed exceptional, and they did not have to wait long before subtle movements emanated from the dragon egg. The group gathered around the egg, eager to witness the moment the hatchling would emerge. Soon, with a soft crack, a small fissure appeared in the eggshell, and a slender head broke through, struggling to free itself from the confines of its shell, revealing its body to the onlookers. "Oh, this is a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother works at a dragon sanctuary in Romania. I recognize it," Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Hill felt a tinge of disappointment upon encountering the dragon before him. Although it was referred to as a dragon, he sensed none of the legendary majesty associated with such creatures. To the eye, it appeared merely as a lizard adorned with wings. The young dragon looked rather fierce, scanning its surroundings and strenuously flapping its wings in an attempt to intimidate. In a display of defiance towards Hagrid, who sought to capture it, it unleashed a jet of fire. Hill discreetly sensed the magical essence of the creature before him. To his astonishment, despite the fact that this hatchling dragon had only just been born, it contained a remarkable amount of magical power, surpassing that of both Harry and Ron at present, with even greater quality. Such formidable attributes likely explain the origin of its designation as a dragon. Chapter 39, Night Patrol in the Forbidden Forest. In light of the hatchling dragon's somewhat fierce demeanor, Hermione and Harry displayed signs of concern. The two began to persuade Hagrid to swiftly find a solution for the dragon. Hagrid hesitated, yet upon observing the hatchling's destructive tendencies, he resolved to take action. Coincidentally, Ron suggested sending the dragon to the place where his brother worked, a notion that Hagrid agreed to, albeit with a desire to keep the dragon a few more days. As the group deliberated over how to discreetly transport the dragon, Malfoy, lurking outside the window, was keenly detected by Hagrid. Previously, Hagrid had been entirely focused on the hatchling and, in his distraction, failed to notice Malfoy's presence outside. He was taken aback, but before he could utter a sound, Malfoy swiftly vanished from the sight of the few individuals inside the room. Hagrid's unusual demeanor prompted the others to turn their attention to the window. "It's Malfoy. Damn it. He will definitely report us," Ron exclaimed. "Could you refrain from startling us like that?" Hermione retorted, clearly displeased by Ron's sudden outburst. Ignoring Hermione's irritation, Ron continued. "How did Malfoy know we were here tonight? Harry and I never disclosed this matter to anyone. Are you insinuating that I told someone? Or do you suspect that he'll leak the information?" Hermione, ever perceptive, quickly discerned the implications behind Ron's words. "Snape has always been particularly focused on Draco," Harry interjected. "I trust this matter is not instigated by Hill, although Snape has been a constant source of trouble for me. Hill is a member of Gryffindor and would never aid another house. I believe it is best for us to leave swiftly," Harry concluded. In a state of disarray due to the hatchling's discovery, Hagrid, feeling overwhelmed and blank-minded, acquiesced to their request to depart. Despite the urgency in their hearts, the deep stillness of the night rendered rapid movement potentially noisy, prompting the four to hasten their steps back home. Yet, Hill felt little sense of urgency. Upon encountering Malfoy, he knew they would inevitably be caught by Professor McGonagall. Indeed, on their return journey, Hill spotted Malfoy standing beside Professor McGonagall, a smile adorning his face. "Good evening," McGonagall's voice rang out, causing the expressions of the other three to falter. The group obediently followed McGonagall into a classroom, bracing themselves for her reprimand. Under no circumstances. I reiterate, under no circumstances may students roam the campus at night, she declared. Therefore, as punishment, I shall deduct 50 points from each of you. Upon hearing McGonagall's words, Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, 50 points? For everyone? Indeed, McGonagall emphasized. Hearing this, Malfoy's smug grin faltered as he nodded with self-satisfaction, casually averting his gaze. To ensure such an infraction does not occur again, all 5 of you shall serve detention. Malfoy's smile instantly vanished, and he adjusted his expression, softly inquiring, Excuse me, Professor, perhaps I misheard you. Did you say all 5 of us? You heard correctly, Mr. Malfoy, McGonagall replied, turning to him. Despite your good intentions, you two have violated school rules by wandering at night, and you must join your classmates in detention. The faces of the Gryffindors brightened, and Ron could not help but chuckle. Malfoy turned away, frowning, silently glaring at the 4 who were smiling. Hill, amused by this turn of events, wore a pleasant smile of his own. The weight of McGonagall's admonishment lifted from their hearts, although they might face detention. The fact that the informant Malfoy would share in their punishment was rather gratifying. After the lecture, McGonagall allowed them to return to their quarters, pending notification of their punishment. As they parted ways, Malfoy shot a venomous glare at the 4 before storming off. Once his figure disappeared, Ron could no longer contain his laughter. The punishment of detention was not immediately enforced. In fact, it transformed into a night patrol in the Forbidden Forest alongside Hagrid. Hagrid was uncertain whether this truly constituted a form of punishment, as those subjected to it seemed to suffer neither material nor psychological loss. Even standing in place would be more educational than this method. The punishment was scheduled for the evening after Hagrid's young dragon was sent away. Despite his deep reluctance, Hagrid acquiesced to Dumbledore's arrangements, allowing Ron's brother to discreetly escort the young dragon to Romania under the cover of night. When he assumed his duties from Filch, he expressed concern for the well-being of the departing dragon to those recently intimidated by Filch. However, with the reassurances from Harry and Hermione, along with Ron's promises, Hagrid quickly regained his composure and began to discuss the precautions for the night patrol. The necessity for a night patrol arose from recent disturbances in the Forbidden Forest, which is home to numerous magical creatures and rumored to harbor a herd of unicorns. Alarmingly, a unicorn carcass had been discovered in the forest, prompting the school's immediate attention and the assignment of Hagrid to investigate the source of this grim occurrence. However, it puzzled Hagrid that such a perilous task involved young wizards with minimal self-defense capabilities. He found Dumbledore's rationale difficult to comprehend. Perhaps Dumbledore believed that those responsible for the incident had fled to avoid detection, and given the forest proximity to the school, immediate assistance could be rendered in the event of an emergency. Still, Hagrid found Dumbledore's decision perplexing. Yet, for now, Hagrid continued to lead the way forward, with Hagrid's only aim being to ensure Hermione's safety. Even if they encountered Voldemort, Hagrid was confident in his ability to stall him long enough for Dumbledore to arrive. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, the temperature noticeably dropped, and the enveloping darkness instilled fear in the 4 young wizards, who clung closely to Hagrid, terrified of losing their way. Hagrid's dog Fong led the way, with Hagrid following closely behind, lantern in hand. A faint mist hung in the air, as spring had not yet arrived. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of their footsteps. It was unclear how far they had traveled or how much time had passed. And just as fatigue began to set in from their prolonged vigilance, Fong, who was at the forefront, detected something unusual. Chapter 40. Shadows. A pool of silvery liquid suddenly appeared on a rock by the roadside, sending a shiver through the hearts of the young wizards. Hagrid approached, dipped his finger into the liquid, and after a moment of careful observation, he quickly arrived at a conclusion. Hagrid, what is that? Harry asked timidly. This is precisely why we are here. Do you see? Hagrid displayed his finger to the group. This is unicorn blood. I discovered a dead one a few weeks ago, and it appears this one is also gravely injured. The group instinctively glanced around, fearful that something dreadful might suddenly appear. After a brief pause, Hagrid continued. So, our task now is to find that poor creature. Ron, Hermione, you will follow me. Harry, you will accompany Malfoy and Hill. We shall search separately, hoping to locate that unfortunate animal as soon as possible. Hill was reluctant to confront Voldemort directly, thus he stepped forward to voice his differing opinion. Although Hagrid felt somewhat displeased upon noticing Hill's dissent regarding the group allocation, he was fundamentally a good-hearted individual and Hill's reasoning held a modicum of validity. According to Hill's assertion, Harry and Ron, being good friends, should not be separated, and due to their lackadaisical approach to their studies and poor self-defense skills, it was essential for Hagrid to personally supervise their nocturnal patrols. As for the remaining three, they had exhibited diligence in their studies and possessed a certain level of self-defense capability, sufficient to manage until a teacher arrived. Despite feeling a twinge of annoyance at Hill's remark about their study habits, Harry was filled with anticipation at the prospect of patrolling with Hagrid. Hermione, trusting Hill, refrained from voicing any opposition, while Ron was particularly pleased to be grouped with Harry and Hagrid, observing the hopeful gleam in Harry's eyes. Hagrid contemplated for a moment before consenting to the proposed arrangement, dismissing Malfoy's solitary protest as inconsequential. To ensure the safety of Hill's group, Hagrid instructed Fong to accompany them, preventing them from losing their way and allowing for timely assistance should danger arise. After a series of admonitions, the group commenced their separate endeavors. Although the Forbidden Forest was vast, Hagrid was primarily responsible for patrolling the outer areas near the school, where perilous creatures were relatively scarce. Nevertheless, the feeble glow of a lantern offered little reassurance to Hermione and Malfoy, as the fear of darkness is arguably one of humanity's most primal fears. This prompted Malfoy to involuntarily begin complaining, seeking to bolster his courage through conversation. However, Hill and Hermione were not inclined to indulge Malfoy's sentiments, and after a few utterances, he fell silent, moving closer to Hill in search of light. Noticing Malfoy's somewhat pitiful demeanor, Hill deliberated for a moment before handing the lantern to him. Malfoy, visibly taken aback, found himself unable to articulate any words of gratitude as he accepted the lantern, sulking forward. Due to his confidence, Hill felt little trepidation. Were it not for Malfoy's presence, he could have easily employed the Lumos charm to dispel the encroaching darkness, which would have been far brighter and steadier than the flickering light of the lantern. Alas, such hypotheticals remained unfulfilled. The group continued onward, and without any reference points. Their perception of time became increasingly distorted. Perhaps it was only a short while, or perhaps an eternity. The initially leading Malfoy had unwittingly fallen behind, utterly exhausted, prompting him to shatter the silence once more. I say, how do you all possess such stamina? I can barely move. May we pause for a moment? The sudden interruption startled Hermione, who spun around in mild irritation. Just as she was about to express her discontent, she noticed Malfoy had crouched down on a nearby rock, the lantern carelessly set aside, a picture of fatigue. Through her training, Hermione had significantly improved her endurance, and after such a prolonged walk, she was merely slightly out of breath. Considering the need for physical endurance in case of unexpected situations, Hill suggested, let us take a brief respite here. He then turned and walked over to Malfoy, but instead of sitting down like him, he leaned against a nearby tree trunk alongside Hermione. Soon, Malfoy's shallow breath steadied, and just as Hill was about to urge Malfoy to rise and continue their journey, unusual sounds emerged from the surrounding darkness. Fong suddenly stood alert, straining to catch scents in the air. Malfoy, seated upon the rock, quickly noticed Fong's unease, instinctively rising with the lantern in hand, eager to illuminate whatever lurked in the shadows. Hermione, leaning against Hill, scanned their surroundings, her heart brimming with tension. Logically, Hill had not observed any traces of unicorn blood along their path, nor had they encountered any unicorns, suggesting that Voldemort, who thirsted for unicorn blood, should not be present in this area. Furthermore, the perimeter of the Forbidden Forest had recently been patrolled by Hagrid, making it improbable for any particularly dangerous creatures to exist. Otherwise, he would not have proposed splitting up. So what could be hiding nearby? Hill did not have to wait long before a shadow suddenly darted forth from the darkness. Before he could discern its nature, Malfoy had already tossed the lantern aside, screaming loudly as he fled in the direction they had come. Fong, evidently startled by Malfoy's actions, closely followed suit, sprinting after him. Soon, only Hermione and Hill remained, along with the dark figure standing not far from them. Hermione grasped Hill's left hand tightly, her gaze fixated on the shadow ahead, alert and apprehensive. Perhaps influenced by their previous encounter with the troll and bolstered by Hill's presence, Hermione's composure had significantly improved, allowing her to maintain her composure unlike Malfoy. Listening to Malfoy's cries fade into the distance, Hill contemplated briefly before retrieving his wand. A bright, gentle orb of light appeared above his head, dispelling the surrounding darkness and revealing the true form of the shadow before them. A centaur. The stars shall guide our path. At the appointed time, I, representing our kind, invite you to visit our tribe, the centaur proclaimed as it approached Hill, its expression solemn under the light. Legends speak of centaurs possessing the foresight to perceive the future, interpreting the signs of the world's evolution through the movements of the stars, making them genuine seers skilled in astrology. Although Hill did not comprehend the reason behind the centaur's words, he sensed no malice from it. "May I inquire your name?" "You may call me Fetter. This bone flute is entrusted to you. When the time is right, you shall sound it, and we shall meet once more, Hill Drive." After conveying his message, the centaur named Fetter departed swiftly. Gazing into the unknown darkness ahead, Hill realized there was no longer any necessity to proceed. He ran his fingers over the bone flute, noting its slightly rough texture, yet the intricate patterns on its surface indicated it was a finely crafted object. "I hope you will keep this matter confidential, if you please." Hermione paused, momentarily bewildered, yet she nodded in agreement, of course. She trusted that Hill had his reasons for this request, and chose not to pry further. Even if she understood the reasoning, she felt incapable of assisting Hill with her current abilities, motivating her to strive harder. What about Malfoy? Hagrid, the groundskeeper of the school, was undoubtedly aware of the centaurs residing deeper within the Forbidden Forest. If the centaur community posed a threat to the school, it was unlikely they would be permitted to remain there. Thus, even if their relationship was not particularly cordial, it would not lead to actions detrimental to the school. And then, we simply recount that we encountered a centaur who advised us against proceeding further, assuring us that no dangers lurked in the vicinity. "We can return the way we came, and that should suffice," Hill responded. "Are you certain there will be no repercussions?" Hermione inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Hill looked at Hermione, extinguished the light above him, and bent down to pick up the still-burning flame from the ground, casually remarking, "There's no issue. Even if Hagrid inquires at the centaur tribe, I am confident they will not disclose anything." As he spoke, Fong returned, barking twice and wagging his tail, urging Harry and Hermione to hasten their pace. Thus, Harry and Hermione swiftly followed Fong, soon encountering Hagrid and the others. "Hey, Hermione, there's no need to be afraid. Firenze has already informed me that the beings you encountered deep within the Forbidden Forest are centaurs, and they pose no threat to you," Hagrid boomed with his deep voice. With this reassurance, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, as it seemed Hagrid would not delve into further details. "I have read about them. But what exactly is that?" the observant Hermione inquired, extending her hand. "Ah, that is a poor creature, a unicorn." Hagrid's tone turned somber. His fondness for these magical beings was evident. "Oh, my goodness!" Hermione gasped, rendered speechless by the cruel sight before her. Not far away lay a pure white creature, resembling a horse, with a slender horn protruding from its forehead, giving rise to its name. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Hagrid urged the young wizards to return swiftly. They were all eager to leave the dark confines of the Forbidden Forest and followed Hagrid quickly toward Hogwarts Castle. The following day, Hermione recounted to Harry the events that had unfolded the previous night with Harry and the others. Thanks to Hagrid accompanying them, Harry's group soon followed the trail of blood to the fallen unicorn. At that moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black loomed over the unicorn, obscuring its appearance. Upon noticing Hagrid, the figure attempted to attack them, but was frightened away by the sudden appearance of the centaurs. That the cloaked figure dared to confront Hagrid was unexpected to hear, however, considering many were aware that Hagrid's wand had been broken. It might have seemed to the dark figure an easy task to deal with someone incapable of magic. In truth, however, Dumbledore had long since repaired Hagrid's wand, which he kept concealed within his small umbrella. Even if the dark figure had launched an attack, Hagrid would likely have revealed his wand in a moment of peril. But the figure would undoubtedly retreat empty-handed. While Harry and Ron strongly suspected the dark figure to be Snape, Hagrid vehemently denied this, asserting that Snape was guarding the Philosopher's Stone alongside him and could not possibly betray their trust. Hearing Hagrid's words, Harry felt somewhat disheartened yet remained resolute in his quest for clues, enlisting Ron and Hermione to assist him. He'll surmised that Harry had acquired one of the Deathly Hallows left to him by his father, the invisibility cloak. Although he was intensely curious to behold it, he found himself devoid of a suitable pretext to ask. Nevertheless, the cloak would remain in Harry's possession, and Hill felt no urgency. Thus, life returned to a state of tranquility. Hill seized the opportunity to have Snape indirectly commend him, thus awarding Gryffindor House an additional 50 points. This gesture was intended to compensate for the 50 points deducted earlier due to Hill's presence, although Dumbledore would undoubtedly rectify the house scores at the end of the term. Elevating Harry to the status of a hero for Gryffindor and securing the House Cup championship, Hill still believed it prudent to have Snape address this matter on his behalf. His reasoning was that he had made a remarkable contribution during Snape's potion brewing process, while Snape awarding points to Gryffindor was somewhat incongruous with his persona. The justification could be considered acceptable, given that the mana restoration potion had been successfully concocted by Snape, albeit with unexpectedly remarkable effects. At this moment, Hill was meticulously examining the pale blue potion in his hand, speckled with twinkling starlight. This was the so-called mana restoration potion. What you are holding is a diluted version of the mana restoration potion. The original concoction contained an excess of magical energy, so I devised a method to dilute it while preserving its efficacy. Even so, the potion you currently possess requires only 7 vials to completely replenish my mana, Snape stated. Why the quantity of 7 vials? Hill inquired. This consideration is based on the experience of potion absorption. Ingesting a large amount of magical energy in a short span can easily lead to discomfort. Generally speaking, this potion is predominantly used during combat, where maintaining an optimal state is of paramount importance, Snape elucidated. Moreover, there is currently no standardized measurement for magical energy, taking into account individual variances. I utilized my own mana levels as a benchmark for classification. Based on your mana capacity, 1 vial would suffice for complete replenishment. Thus, this potion is not suitable for your use and requires further dilution on my part. Hill nodded and said, Then I must ask you to assist me in concocting a batch of potions. Additionally, I believe you could also create a selection of potions for sale. In response, Snape shook his head and remarked, This task is not as simple as you might envision. As I previously mentioned, the magical power possessed by each individual varies. What is suitable for me may not necessarily be appropriate for you. Therefore, it must be tailored according to personal circumstances. This is not something that can be standardized for mass production and sale. If one were to absorb a significant amount of magical energy in a short period, it could lead to a catastrophic surge in a wizard's magical power, potentially resulting in chaos or even death. Hill pondered for a moment before inquiring, Is it not possible to have a personalized customization? Snape chuckled softly, remaining silent. Chapter 42. Speculation. Hill quickly realized the crux of the issue. Observing Hill's expression, Snape spoke up. This is not a viable option. While we can indeed offer bespoke services for individuals, it demands an excessive amount of effort. If we could produce in bulk, we might reduce costs, but personalized orders entail small-scale production. No one would undertake the challenge of cultivating raw materials on a large scale for us. Thus, the sources of supply are severely constrained, preventing any reduction in prices. Furthermore, I cannot afford to seek assistance for potion making, as it would consume a considerable amount of my time, and I am also obligated to teach my students, leaving me with insufficient time. Moreover, are you familiar with the current state of combat among wizards? Hill shook his head. Contemporary society is undeniably more tranquil than in the past. Coupled with the diminishing concentration of magical energy in our environment, the spells we currently employ, although seemingly less effective than those of yore, consume significantly less magical energy. The reduction in spell potency has transformed our battles. We no longer wield magic with reckless abandon, but rather adopt a strategy of countering and outsmarting our opponents, resulting in considerably shorter combat durations with a surplus of magical energy remaining. Furthermore, aside from the followers of Voldemort, interwizard conflicts rarely culminate in death, thus diminishing the urgency for desperation in combat. Consequently, I harbor skepticism regarding the market demand for such potions. Upon hearing Snape's elucidation, Hilton was struck by an epiphany. He began to understand why this potion nearly faded into oblivion throughout history. Times have indeed changed. As Snape initially noted, the potency of magical energy within the potion was excessively high. Before the decline of magical power, the amount of energy that an ordinary wizard possessed far exceeded the restorative capacity of the potion. However, following the reduction of magical strength, wizards have seen a significant decrease in their abilities, outpacing the rate of magical decline. Thus, the restorative potion has ceased to be practical and has, in fact, become rather perilous. Moreover, due to the limited dissemination of knowledge, not everyone is capable of properly diluting the restorative potion, leading to its gradual retreat from public consciousness. The evolution of magic has altered the nature of combat, delivering a fatal blow to the potion's relevance, leaving only remnants of its existence in tomes. It is crucial to recognize that an abundance of magical energy is not inherently beneficial, without robust mental fortitude to control it. Excess magic beyond one's physical capacity can inflict severe harm upon the wizard, potentially resulting in their demise. Considering the historical records that indicate a disjunction in wizardly prowess, Hill harbored doubts regarding whether this was attributable to the loss of meditation practices. After all, only by mastering meditation could wizards accelerate their growth and elevate their potential, rather than relying solely on innate talent and the passage of time. Yet, the notion of meditation practices being lost is almost unfathomable. As long as there exists a means to enhance a wizard's strength, it could not simply fade into obscurity. Even in the event of loss, it would likely occur one tradition at a time rather than a complete disappearance. Meditation has not been abandoned due to a loss of efficacy. Thus, there must be some undisclosed secret at play, perhaps even a clandestine organization systematically obliterating all traces of meditation practices. But does such an organization truly exist? Skepticism enveloped Hill regarding the matter at hand. After all, the practice of meditation is a legitimate path. Even if an organization exists, it ought not to completely abandon this route. Its aim should be to sever the growth prospects of others to achieve its own nefarious ends. Yet, the magical realm currently appears tranquil, devoid of any lurking crises. Shaking his head, Hill curtailed his wandering thoughts, realizing the necessity to enhance his abilities promptly. However, he found himself ambivalent about his present situation. Having devoted considerable time to reading, Hill had significantly reduced the hours allocated to practicing spells, thereby impeding his mastery of magic. Initially, he had considered the lack of mana restoration potions to be a hindrance to efficient practice, but now that such potions were available, should he revert to a more rigorous regimen? While the acquisition of knowledge undoubtedly bolsters one's capabilities, this enhancement is often subtle and not immediately apparent. Why is it said that children possess greater learning abilities? In Hill's perspective, this stems from two factors: the youthful capacity for retention and the tangible positive feedback they receive. When young, one's knowledge base is limited. Thus, the assimilation of new information leads to a noticeable sense of improvement, which serves as encouragement. However, as one ages and accumulates knowledge, the new information gained becomes minuscule in comparison to what is already known, making it challenging to perceive any advancement. The distinction between having learned something and not having learned it at all becomes almost negligible, naturally breeding a sense of despondency. Yet, it is widely acknowledged that knowledge is of paramount importance. Even in the absence of perceivable progress, one must persist. In his indecision, Hill confided in Snape about his predicament, hoping that Snape, as a competent wizard, could provide valuable insight. Upon hearing Hill's inquiry, Snape pondered for a moment before responding, "I believe you should engage in more spell practice." Why, you may ask? Knowledge is indeed significant, as it largely determines the upper limits of an individual's growth. However, for you at this juncture, an excess of knowledge may not yield substantial benefits, as your current abilities struggle to synthesize this information. Often, you may merely know something without forming a coherent system. Moreover, knowledge, constrained by the writer's proficiency, may contain errors or contradictory viewpoints, which would be of no use to you. Therefore, I suggest you first solidify your foundation before delving into those complex ideas. Hill remained silent. Although he had previously referred to it as reading, it was merely a form of superficial skimming. He did not delve deeply into the knowledge contained within those tomes. Apart from a few purposeful texts, he primarily retained only a cursory memory of most books. Nevertheless, this endeavor consumed a significant amount of his energy. Hill understood Snape's goodwill, yet as he observed the rapidly diminishing stack of books, he resolved to first accomplish the goal of memorizing the titles within the restricted section. Hill was reluctant to return to the restricted section next semester. However, despite having made a decision, he still urged Snape to quickly concoct a potion suitable for him, and after a moment's consideration, he added a request to prepare one for Hermione as well. Snape acquiesced to Hill's demands but insisted that he'll find a way to ascertain Hermione's magical capacity. Without precise data, Snape was unable to create an appropriate potion. Consequently, Hill resolved to devise a means to measure magical power. Chapter 43: The Decision for Wizards. Measuring magical power is no simple task. The casting of spells requires the harmonious interplay of two elements: magical energy and mental strength. Magical energy is akin to soldiers, while mental strength serves as the general. A general without soldiers is bereft of combat capability, and soldiers without a general are merely a disorganized mob. Only when soldiers are guided by a capable general can they unleash their full potential in battle. Possessing either formidable magical energy or robust mental strength can empower a wizard significantly. Yet, an abundance of magical energy does not equate to superiority. Excessive magical energy can lead to loss of control and even self-harm, much like an incompetent general commanding too many soldiers, seemingly powerful but ultimately fragile and superficial. The world is populated by those deemed dud wizards, individuals lacking adequate mental strength. As heirs of wizarding lineage, these duds harbor considerable magical energy within. Yet their insufficient mental fortitude renders them unable to wield it effectively. Thus, even with fervent desires, their intrinsic magical energy remains unresponsive to their commands. What authority does an inept general possess over a battalion of valiant soldiers? Relying on the frequency of casting a particular spell as a metric is utterly impractical. Snape's awareness of Hill's magical capacity stemmed from the fact that Hill's mental strength far exceeded the magical energy he possessed, thereby rendering the totality of his magical energy available for use. In truth, many wizards today harbor magical energy that exceeds their control, which explains the residual magical energy after battles. If wizards could fully master their magical energy, they would judiciously allocate its use during combat. Any remaining energy would either be intentionally preserved or released as an enhancement of prior spells. The notion of residual magical energy following a skirmish would be inconceivable. According to Snape's earlier discourse, contemporary wizards often engage in reactive combat, evidently lacking a coherent battle strategy, making it implausible that they deliberately retain magical energy. At this moment, he'll suddenly recognize that there exists no clear hierarchy among wizards. Even upon graduating from Hogwarts, one merely needed to pass a few examinations. Yet freshly minted wizards are clearly not on par with their more seasoned counterparts. Although perplexed, Hill chose to set this issue aside for the time being. So, how could he measure Hermione's magical energy? The most straightforward approach would be to impart to her the complete meditation technique, which had initially been his intention. However, due to prior concerns, he had only shared a simplified version. Now, upon reconsideration, Hill found himself somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, he trusted himself above all. He could not ascertain whether Hermione would divulge the meditation technique to others. He had entrusted Snape with the technique because they had forged a pact. And under the world's witness, Snape would not dare disclose it without Hill's consent. Yet, Hill had no grounds to impose such expectations on Hermione. Should he trust her? Did Hermione merit his trust? After much contemplation, Hill ultimately arrived at a decision. He would teach, since Hermione believed in herself. Hill was willing to place his trust in her as well. With this resolution, and recognizing the futility of lingering in his current location, he informed Snape and prepared to seek out Hermione to impart the meditative technique to her. Hermione was relatively easy to locate within the school, as the academic year was drawing to a close and she had yet to form many friendships. Aside from her time spent in the Gryffindor common room, she mostly occupied herself in the library. As expected, Hill found her there. Although puzzled as to why Hill was seeking her at this moment, Hermione promptly returned her book to the shelf and followed Hill to the room of requirement. Is there something you need? Hermione inquired. Is it not permissible for me to seek you out without a specific reason? Hill retorted. I suspect that if there were no purpose, you would not have come to find me. Hermione's response left Hill feeling somewhat awkward, as it did reflect his usual demeanor. However, he quickly composed himself, gazing intently into Hermione's eyes as he said, I will provide you with a pamphlet, and I hope you can keep it confidential. Is that agreeable? Hermione, a bit perplexed, accepted the slender booklet from Hill. The cover bore no inscription, which struck her as odd and led her to entertain some erroneous thoughts. Noticing Hermione's lack of reaction, Hill resorted to the legilimency he had mastered over the Christmas holidays. Upon perceiving Hermione's thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Merely tapping her gently on the head with the pamphlet. Do not overthink it. It is merely a form of training and poses no danger. The disparity between expectation and reality left Hermione inexplicably relieved, though she remained unaware of a subtle sense of disappointment within her. If it is merely a training method, why must I keep it from others? Upon regaining her composure, Hermione quickly grasped the crux of the matter. In response to her query, Hill fell silent, unsure of how to articulate an answer. Observing Hill's demeanor, Hermione realized this might pertain to some of his secrets. After a moment of thought, she replied, Very well. I swear I will not disclose this to anyone. Upon hearing Hermione's vow, Hill handed her the pamphlet. This contains the complete meditative technique, which can enhance your mental prowess, simultaneously accelerating your magical growth. It is an invaluable resource. Hermione immediately grasped the significance of what she held, her extensive reading having made her acutely aware of the rarity of such techniques within the current wizarding society. While she felt immense gratitude that Hill trusted her, she remained perplexed as to why he wished to keep this method from circulating widely. Although Hill often preferred solitude, Hermione, who frequently accompanied him, understood that he was not as cold as his exterior suggested. Whether it was his assistance to Neville on the train at the beginning of the term or his heroic act of saving her from the troll, Hill had proven himself a trustworthy individual. Thus, even without understanding Hill's motives, Hermione was inclined to trust him. Hill felt a twinge of embarrassment at Hermione's thoughts, which only added to his sense of disorientation. Hill had previously been unaware of the profound affection the young girl harbored for him. With a soft sigh, Hill cast aside his tangled thoughts and led Hermione to a serene location, where he began to meticulously explain the essential considerations for the meditation process. The experience of one's first meditation is of paramount significance for future cultivation. Chapter 44. Matters astute. Hermione quickly grasped the concepts. Trusting in her abilities, Hill refrained from reiterating his caution against disclosing this knowledge. Anticipating Hermione's progress, he planned to take the time to document the subsequent stage of the meditation technique for her. Being the meticulous individual he was, he would never divulge everything to another. This was also a source of his lingering guilt. Thus, Hill resolved that once Hermione had concocted her magical restorative potions, he would teach her a few additional spells to enhance her own prowess, attributing this knowledge to Professor Snape. It must be noted that with Snape's assistance, Hill found his endeavors considerably more manageable. After imparting the meditation technique to Hermione, Hill felt a significant weight lifted from his heart, which inadvertently enhanced his own learning efficiency. As he awaited Hermione to fully master her magical abilities, he arranged for Snape to produce a selection of potions tailored to her specific needs. The quantity of potions was limited, for such concoctions inevitably have a shelf life. Magic cannot indefinitely remain contained within potions without dissipating, hence a modest supply sufficed. Astute Hermione, even without explicit confirmation from Hill, surmised the origins of these potions, further solidifying her impression of Snape as a seemingly aloof, yet profoundly dedicated professor. Given that Hill informed her these potions were exclusively suited for her, coupled with the source of their creation, Hermione chose not to disclose this information to Harry and the others. Nevertheless, she complied with Hill's instructions, carrying 2 potions with her for unforeseen circumstances. Recently, Harry's behavior had heightened her vigilance for impending danger. Although Harry had survived Voldemort's killing curse, a permanent scar remained on his forehead. Initially, this scar was merely a mark of injury, but after their encounter with the mysterious figure in the Forbidden Forest, it began to radiate heat intermittently, causing Harry discomfort. He perceived this as a forewarning of impending peril. Hermione shared this revelation with Hill, seeking insights from him. But he could not ascertain when Professor Quirrell would attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Unable to provide a straightforward answer, Hill expressed his inability to assist her but assured her that being prepared was always prudent. Maintaining Hagrid's secrecy proved to be an arduous task. Shortly thereafter, one afternoon, Hill received confirmation from Snape regarding Harry's revelation of a plot to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Stealing the Philosopher's Stone? Hill chuckled mockingly. Where is the safest place in all of Britain? Undoubtedly, it is in the presence of Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore carries the Philosopher's Stone, who could possibly seize it from him? It is evident that the entire scheme to steal the Philosopher's Stone was orchestrated by Dumbledore from the very beginning. From the moment Harry received his acceptance letter to the school, Dumbledore anticipated the emergence of this situation, and Professor Quirrell's application to teach defense against the dark arts undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. With his mastery of legilimency, would he not notice Quirrell's peculiarities? This is a conclusion that requires little contemplation. Yet, Dumbledore chose to retain him, intending for Professor Quirrell to serve as a sharpening stone, nay, a stepping stone in Harry's journey. Dumbledore's remarks at the feast were a blatant invitation to the Voldemort that clung to Quirrell. The Philosopher's Stone is right there. If you desire it, find a way to steal it. But why could it not have been stolen sooner? Consider the safeguards established to protect the stone, which even 3 first-year wizards could surpass. How could they possibly thwart Voldemort? It is because Dumbledore remained vigilant within the school. How could the cautious Voldemort dare to act recklessly? Thus, when Harry informed Professor McGonagall that someone intended to steal the stone and was told that Dumbledore was not at the school, McGonagall was also signaling to Voldemort that tonight presented the perfect opportunity to strike. Moreover, Snape, dispatched by Dumbledore to provoke Harry, was subtly guiding Harry and his friends to thwart the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. All of this was intricately woven into Dumbledore's grand design. In Hill's heart, there lingered a sense of uncertainty regarding how to evaluate the esteemed headmaster, Dumbledore. Yet, reflecting on the injuries he had sustained at the hands of Voldemort, Hill hesitated over whether to intervene that evening. After much contemplation, he ultimately chose to relinquish that thought. though Hermione's safety remained a matter of utmost concern. In the dead of night, just before their departure, Hermione meticulously reviewed her preparations. To facilitate her movements, she had deliberately donned her athletic shoes. As she gently caressed the healing potion nestled in her arms, a faint smile graced her lips. This vial of potion was one of the carefully concocted elixirs by Snape. As long as one drew breath, it could at the very least preserve life. Other injuries, in the eyes of a wizard, could always be remedied. Safeguarding one's existence was paramount. This potion had been procured by Hill from Snape, and to prevent any unfortunate accidents that might lead to its shattering, Hill had taken the precaution of reinforcing the vial with magic. With a soft sigh of relief, Hermione carefully stored the potion away and quietly slipped out of the dormitory, making her way to rendezvous with Harry and Ron. Meanwhile, Hill concealed himself in the shadows, observing as Hermione employed the petrification spell on Neville, who had attempted to impede their progress. He sighed inwardly. Once Hermione and her companions had vacated the common room, Hill revealed himself and approached Neville to dispel the enchantment. Without acknowledging Neville's gratitude, he simply urged him to return to rest while he settled by the fireplace. Despite having made arrangements, Hill's heart remained heavy with unease. After a moment's thought, he summoned Wit. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Wit inquired, evidently pleased by the summons. "I wish for you to follow closely behind Hermione, ensuring you remain undetected. Is that agreeable?" "Of course, it is no trouble at all. Remember, should Hermione sustain injuries and lose consciousness, you must administer the potion to her." Wit nodded affirmatively, then promptly vanished from Hill's sight using the disapparition spell. Hill had done all he could. The flickering light of the fire danced upon his face, and in this moment, he could only await the outcome in silence, fervently wishing for Hermione's safety. This sense of helplessness compelled him to clench his fists. Despite his tireless efforts to enhance his abilities, time would never bend to individual desires. However, fortune smiled upon them, as Wit soon returned with the reassuring news that Hermione was unharmed. Hilton sighed with relief, stood up, and quietly returned to his dormitory. He hoped that Hermione would not see him sitting before the fireplace upon her return. Chapter 45, the conclusion of the first academic year the following day. The entire school was abuzz with the news of how Harry had protected the Philosopher's Stone from the mysterious figure. As a member of the trio, Hermione was elated to receive the accolades of her peers, her demeanor considerably more vibrant than usual. Typically, her face bore little expression, as her limited friendships often left her stern and unyielding. She often found herself irritated by Harry and Ron's carefree antics. However, witnessing Hermione's joy brought a sense of happiness to Hilton as well. Although he had gleaned the general outline of their nocturnal adventure from others, he attentively listened as Hermione recounted it anew. Despite the fact that Hilton's earlier preparations had been superfluous, Hermione still expressed her gratitude. As he beheld Hermione's innocent smile, Hilton suddenly realized that she had secured a significant place in his heart. This revelation left him somewhat unsettled, for he himself was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for Hermione. Shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to cast aside this dilemma, he resolved to allow time to unveil the answer. The remaining days of the first academic year passed almost unnoticed, with Hilton achieving his self-imposed goal of thoroughly memorizing the books in the restricted section, freeing him from the necessity of venturing there again. As for the tomes in the library beyond, he would have to set them aside for now, knowing he could always seek Hermione's assistance if needed. Apart from dedicating some time each day to internalizing the knowledge from the restricted section, he devoted all his extracurricular hours to practicing spells. He had set an ambitious target for the upcoming semester, to craft some exceptional enchanted items. Compared to potions, enchanted objects were evidently more convenient to carry and less conspicuous. However, to create the ideal enchanted items, he first needed to master the spells intended for enchantment. During this period, Hermione had been occupied assisting Neville, as she felt remorse for having previously petrified him. To atone, she invested considerable time helping him with his studies. Yet Neville's performance left much to be desired. Causing Hermione considerable distress, she even solicited Hilton's counsel, genuinely perplexed by the challenges of learning. Hilton candidly informed her that, for some individuals, the pursuit of knowledge could indeed be more daunting than scaling a mountain, had it not been for his exceptional memory. The task of memorizing such an extensive array of books would have been insurmountable for him as well. In his previous life, he had endured significant hardships in his studies. Ultimately only attending an average university, one could hardly claim he lacked effort to alleviate Hermione's burdens. Hilton took on some of her tasks and even devised a plan to procure potential exam questions from Snape, ensuring Neville would memorize them diligently. Through their combined efforts, Neville finally managed to secure a passing grade, extinguishing Hermione's hopes of seeing him excel as she did. Harry and Ron, having crammed before the exams, also achieved commendable results, which delighted them both. However, Hermione was discontented with their performance, believing they had merely coasted through the exams without genuine effort. The exams had concluded, and Harry and Ron paid little heed to Hermione's concerns, which left her thoroughly disappointed, resulting in several days of silence between them. It was tea until the feast for the House Cup that Hermione once again sat with them. Another year had passed, and it was once more time to present the House Cup. After Professor McGonagall signaled for silence, Dumbledore rose to deliver a speech. Although Hilton had, at Hermione's behest, contributed some points to Gryffindor, they still languished at the bottom of the standings, trailing the leading Slytherin house by a significant margin of 150 points. The Wizards of Gryffindor appeared dejected. After all, acknowledging one's inferiority is not inherently shameful. One could only blame oneself for not striving harder. Yet with the presence of the Savior, how could Gryffindor possibly be in last place? As anticipated, Dumbledore commenced a rather blatant maneuver. Well done, Slytherin, but recent events must also be taken into account. The Slytherin students were momentarily stunned. In a manner consistent with Hilton's expectations, Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor 100 points for Hermione and Ron, and bestowed an additional 60 points for Harry, ultimately securing Gryffindor's victory in the House Cup by a narrow margin of 10 points. In Hill's heart, the blatant favoritism shown by Dumbledore elicits nothing short of profound incredulity. While he acknowledges that Hermione and Harry deserve their points, he cannot comprehend the rationale behind Ron's mere game of chess earning the house an additional 50 points. Is it truly the case that no one in the entire school excels at chess more than he does? Such an exaggerated degree of bias evidently serves to exacerbate the tensions between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Does Dumbledore's conduct truly align with the dignity expected of a headmaster? Harry's calm demeanor captured Hermione's attention, compelling her to follow his gaze towards the Slytherin section, where she observed a series of somewhat sullen faces. Instinctively, Hermione ceased her applause, acutely aware of Dumbledore's excessive favoritism towards Gryffindor, which stirred a disquiet within her. As she glanced at the surrounding jubilant young witches and wizards, a sense of shame washed over her, and she felt a twinge of regret towards Slytherin, particularly concerning Professor Snape. Do not overthink it. Your happiness is what matters, she reminded herself. Suddenly, the laughter around her faded, and Harry noticed the shift in Hermione's demeanor. I know what you're about to say, but reason has no place in such matters, Harry murmured. The more you witness, the clearer it will become to you. Taking in his words, Hermione fell silent. After regaining her composure, she managed a faint smile and rejoined the throng of laughter and cheer. As the final feast concluded, the students began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return home. Due to the fervent insistence of the Deriv family, he was obliged to stay with them for a month. Outside the station, Mr. Deriv had already arranged a trip with the Granger family, both eager to learn about their children's experiences at school. By the time the journey concluded, Harry was utterly exhausted. After a week of rest, he asked Mr. Deriv to drive him to Professor Snape's residence, though he would not remain there for long. Chapter 46, Supreme Sect, 3000. Mana is the name of a medium-sized plane known to Harry through his inheritance. Mount Kano, the highest peak of the Mana Plane, has stood at the center of this realm since its inception. The throne of the gods hangs high above, and as the nearest point to the heavens, Mount Kano has been bestowed with an unparalleled sacred status. A legend persists in this world. Anyone who can reach the summit of Mount Kano may present a reasonable request to the gods. Yet, this legend is more than mere folklore. The gods indeed laid a sacred staircase upon Mount Kano, granting any wise being who ascends it an opportunity to make a wish. However, since the staircase was established, only a handful have reached its pinnacle, while countless others have fallen short along the way. The last to achieve this feat did so over 5 millennia ago. With the passage of time, the miracles of the gods have faded from existence, and the sacred staircase has gradually become a mere legend. The weathered temple before here has stood sentinel over this place, shielding the staircase from worldly disturbances. Yet, as the staircase became a tale of old, this once sacred sanctuary of ascetics has also declined, its former glory discernible only through the dilapidated structures that surround it. This temple, along with the staircase it protects, is Harry's destination. He intends to engage in rigorous training within these walls, honing his will through the most direct means of asceticism, before embarking upon the sacred staircase to face a formidable trial. To the ordinary person, the soul may seem an elusive concept. However, to those who pursue the mysteries of existence, willpower represents an even more challenging domain. As previously mentioned, The three aspects of the self converge to give rise to consciousness, a complex and intricate phenomenon. Will, as a facet of consciousness, is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Various professions possess methods, albeit limited, for training willpower, yet none compare to the ascetics, whose practice is defined by the essence of suffering. Ascetics, true to their name, emphasize the pursuit of hardship, not solely the anguish of the body, but also the tribulations of the mind. They endure suffering in search of an enduring peace, believing that from the moment of birth, one is beset by myriad pains. Some of these pains are overt, such as physical afflictions. Others are more subtle, like the pain of aging, ever-present and inescapable. Even when temporarily forgotten due to external distractions, this fleeting comfort is bound to dissipate, leaving one in a deeper void upon its departure. Unwilling to accept such a reality, ascetics voluntarily immerse themselves in suffering, seeking to understand it, adapt to it, and ultimately transcend it. They strive to preserve their true nature amidst adversity, discern the truths of existence, harness formidable power, attain prolonged life, and achieve everlasting tranquility. In the early stages of their training, they often seek to experience various forms of suffering by aiding those in distress without expecting anything in return, truly deserving of respect. In this savage, dark, and chaotic era, few exhibit the selflessness to help others without seeking recompense. This decline reflects the plane's trajectory towards oblivion, a primary reason the gods have distanced themselves from it. As Here lost himself in contemplation, the closed door gradually creaked open. Upon regaining his focus, he was immediately captivated by the elderly figure at its center. Despite the frigid temperature, the man appeared rosy-cheeked, clad only in a simple garment. His bare feet planted firmly upon the icy stone floor, seamlessly integrating with his surroundings. Although no words had yet been exchanged, Here sensed an intrinsic comfort emanating from him, as if his profound gaze encompassed all the mysteries of the universe. "Honored guest, I was forewarned of your arrival. You may enter with me now," the elder intoned. "In the time to come, I shall guide you in your training." With hands clasped and a slight bow, the elder's disciple followed closely behind, honoring the moment. His voice resonated with warmth akin to spring and clarity reminiscent of autumn. From that single utterance, Here felt the depth of the man's wisdom. Hill returned the gesture, acknowledging, "I entrust you with these 3 months." 3 months was the maximum duration Hill could remain here, a time frame meticulously calculated in advance. The flow of time between worlds is not uniform. To traverse between two realms, one must wait for their temporal velocities to align. Failing to do so could result in tumultuous time currents during transit. One might find themselves in another world, or, if fortune frowns, be swept away by the chaotic currents of time, losing the remainder of their life. The positions of worlds are not static. Their movements transcend the ordinary understanding of proximity and distance, existing instead in higher dimensional shifts. Previously, Hill was able to consciously reach the gifted world of Kasha because it maintained a synchronized flow of time with the Harry Potter universe. This time, seeking to extend his training duration, Hill orchestrated a movement of the Kasha world, allowing it to elapse a maximum of 3 months, constrained by 1 month of time in the Harry Potter realm. Throughout this process, the ratio of time's passage was not constant, but rather in a state of continual flux. Therefore, Hill could not leave this place prematurely. He could only return after 3 months, coinciding with the commencement of the academic term. Following the elderly man into the temple, his disciple promptly closed the door behind them. "How should I address you?" Hill inquired. Despite the world's nominal ownership, he felt it inappropriate to invoke the generosity of others. Respect for those worthy of reverence was a principle Hill held dear. "You mean my name? I possess none. If you must refer to me, call me master," the elder replied. "Moreover, my disciple bears no name either. Should you require his assistance, simply make your request known." "Why is that?" Hill pressed. "This pertains to the philosophy of our sect's cultivation, a matter too intricate to convey succinctly. If you wish to know more, you may inquire once you have settled in," the master responded, shaking his head with a smile. As they traversed the temple, Hill observed a lack of vitality. Only a few individuals clad in thin leather sat motionless in the biting wind, engaged in their practices. The temple was indeed vast, yet many areas appeared long abandoned, with only a few spaces still in use. Hill quickly memorized the pathways surrounding him. Eventually, under the master's guidance, he arrived at the place where he would reside during this period. "I apologize for the simplicity of our accommodations. I hope you will not find it lacking," the master said as he opened the door. Indeed, the room was as modest as he described: a bed, a table, and a stool, nothing more. The space was quite ample. And a clean, thin blanket had already been arranged on the bed. That is of no consequence. I came prepared, as I am here for cultivation, not for leisure. Hill replied, the room next door is where I will be practicing. Should you have any concerns, feel free to seek me out at any time. The master gestured toward the adjacent space, smiling warmly. Hill nodded. Now, including you, there are finally 4 individuals in this temple. The master waved off his disciple and gazed at the retreating figure of his pupil. Hill was somewhat astonished, for he had already encountered several individuals engaged in ascetic practices along the way. Sensing Hill's bewilderment, the master elucidated, what you have witnessed are my predecessors. They have attained the pinnacle of our lineage, the state of unity of all things. What remains is merely their corporeal form, while their consciousness has ventured to unknown realms. Once my disciples assume my responsibilities, I too shall follow in their footsteps, achieving the grand freedom we envision. However, it appears that our sect may face extinction. You mentioned there were 4 individuals. What of the 4th? Hill inquired. The master shook his head gently. You shall meet her in due time. This temple appeared quite different from Hill's expectations. The vast expanse of dilapidated structures bore testament to its former glory as a sacred site. Why has it fallen into such disrepair? Hill couldn't help but ask. This ties back to your earlier question, the master replied with a smile, gradually revealing the truth to Hill. Asceticism is a vocation, and to summarize, it embodies the essence of suffering. However, the perspectives among ascetics regarding the nature of suffering vary significantly. The world is rife with myriad forms of suffering. Each ascetic possesses their own interpretation. Although they do not engage in disputes over their beliefs, their adherence to distinct philosophies has nonetheless birthed various sects, each aspiring for broader recognition of their ideologies to aid others in escaping the abyss of suffering. The master's sect, known as the Supreme Sect, ranks among the most esteemed among ascetics. Yet, its exalted status necessitates enduring forms of suffering that are often intolerable to the average individual. In other words, the entrance barrier is exceedingly high. It is not perplexing that this sect has waned over time. In contrast to other ascetics, the Supreme Sect venerates a method of practice termed the Sacred Divine Path, which encapsulates the 3 stages of its discipline. In Hill's understanding, this translates to the principles. The sage is selfless, the divine is unaccomplished, and the holy is nameless. The initial step towards initiation involves relinquishing one's name. Chapter 47, Consciousness and Suffering. A name is one of the most significant aspects of an individual. It often carries the hopes of ancestors for their descendants and symbolizes the legacy of a family. Wealth, power, and reputation are frequently intertwined with one's name, serving as a marker of one's status in society. To forsake one's name typically signifies the abandonment of all the gifts and privileges associated with it, which constitutes a monumental decision requiring immense resolve. Ascetics of the Supreme Sect believe that relinquishing one's name is among the most excruciating experiences in existence. Yet, this sacrifice enables a deeper understanding of one's true self. Without names, they are devoid of wealth, power, and fame. Moreover, given their frequent endeavors to assist the impoverished, they can be regarded as a group of nameless benefactors, selflessly serving others and deserving of universal respect. Hill was profoundly shocked by their decision to relinquish their names, and his admiration for the master grew even deeper. The master, however, took little notice of this, choosing not to elaborate further on the principles of his sect, for he understood that Hill's forthcoming cultivation would not employ such a method. Soon, the master formally transitioned into the main topic. Since you have come here to pursue the cultivation of will, allow me to impart some insights to you. With that, the master seated himself directly in the corridor, facing the flora and trees of the courtyard. Hill mimicked his posture and sat down. To cultivate one's willpower, one must first comprehend the essence of consciousness and suffering. Hill inquired, is there any other interpretation to this? The master gently nodded. In our Supreme Sect, we believe that the essence of consciousness is faith. Faith? What do you perceive that to be? The master gestured towards an artificial rock formation in the courtyard and asked, do you believe that it is merely a facade? Hill hesitated slightly and remarked, does my disbelief in its artificiality render it any less of a foam mountain? Of course not. The master chuckled softly and continued. When you perceive it as a mere imitation, it becomes one. Yet, should you choose to dismiss its artificiality, it remains an imitation nonetheless. Our understanding of the objective world must align with reality to hold any significance. However, the perception of the subjective realm operates differently. Consciousness is inherently subjective, and the entirety of the self is constructed upon the foundation of belief. As long as one lives with awareness, there exists a truth that they hold dear. Hill was lost in thought, yet he soon grasped the essence of the master's message. In essence, every endeavor undertaken by an individual is influenced by a certain belief. It is this belief that compels one to act. For instance, if a person believes that running contributes to good health, it is this conviction that drives them to dedicate time to the activity. Without such belief, they would never invest their time in it. Humans harbor a myriad of thoughts, and these beliefs constitute the entirety of their consciousness, indicating that the root of consciousness lies in belief. So, what is suffering? Observing that Hill quickly comprehended his thoughts, the master smiled with satisfaction. Suffering arises from the dissonance between ideals and reality. The average person often struggles to attain an accurate self-awareness, failing to recognize their own capabilities, which leads them to set unattainable goals. Consequently, despite their utmost efforts, they remain unable to achieve their anticipated objectives. And the chasm between ideals and reality gives rise to anguish. Does recognizing one's limitations and setting appropriate goals alleviate suffering? Indeed. But do you believe you possess the capacity to accurately discern your current limitations? Hill shook his head. As time progresses, individuals are in a constant state of change. Their abilities and thoughts are not immutable. In other words, one's perception of suffering is contingent upon personal perspective. The master nodded. I believe you have grasped the essence of this concept. Now, allow me to introduce you to the key principles of the ascetic's willpower cultivation. Hill immediately focused his attention. To cultivate willpower, one must possess three essential qualities: resilience, perseverance, and wisdom. The honing of willpower necessitates resilience. Without it, one cannot endure suffering, rendering further practice utterly futile. Furthermore, the cultivation of willpower is not a matter of a single day or night. It demands a gradual accumulation and sustained commitment over time, which requires a resolute perseverance. These two qualities are the most fundamental prerequisites. Hill was enveloped in a veil of confusion. What of Huaxing? Is it merely a matter of honing one's will, rendering Huaxing unnecessary? Huaxing serves as a means to attain clarity. Without it, the path of cultivation becomes a mere endurance of suffering, devoid of any destination. Yet, no individual can indefinitely withstand torment. Inevitably, there comes a day when one may succumb to despair. Nonetheless, just before the brink of collapse, one's resolve can be said to be unwavering, leaving little room for further progress. At that juncture, one need only refrain from continuing the arduous journey. Hill felt a twinge of discomfort within, for he had never been one to abandon tasks midway. Yet, he did not aspire to become a recluse. So he merely nodded in acquiescence. By the time the master concluded his discourse, twilight had descended, prompting Hill to follow him to the dining area for supper. The dining space was modest, and as Hill entered behind the master, he observed that two individuals were already seated. One was a previous disciple, while the other was an unfamiliar young woman. Her waist-length white hair cascaded freely down her back, and her attire bore numerous patches and holes. Upon closer inspection, Hill discerned that she must have been a strikingly beautiful girl in her youth. However, prolonged existence in this environment had rendered her skin quite coarse, and the fingers gripping her utensils were calloused, testaments to her labor. This was Vicky, who resided in our temple, voluntarily taking on the responsibility of preparing our daily meals and performing various cleaning tasks as her form of recompense. Upon hearing the master's words, Vicky rose slightly and inclined her head in a gesture of respect towards him, before taking her seat once more, seemingly indifferent to Hill's presence. Do not concern yourself. Hill nodded, yet he felt an overwhelming curiosity towards the young maiden. Based on prior introductions, since she bore the name Vichy, she could not possibly be a disciple of the supreme sect. Thus, what circumstances led her to appear in this place? Although his mind was rife with questions, Hill deemed it inappropriate to voice such inquiries in her presence. He silently concluded his modest evening meal, while Vichy quietly tidied the utensils and departed alone. As he watched her silhouette fade into the darkness, Hill could not restrain himself from confiding his concerns to the master. To an ordinary observer, Vichy seemed like a most unfortunate soul. Once a princess, she enjoyed the prosperity of her nation, the affection of her parents, and the admiration of a devoted brother. What calamity had befallen her? Hill pondered. Her father could be described as a formidable monarch. Under his reign, the nation swiftly grew powerful, even annexing a relatively strong neighboring country. This action aroused the vigilance of adjacent realms, which covertly formed alliances to prevent further expansion of her nation. Aware of this precarious situation, Vichy's father expressed a desire for peace and sought to foster goodwill with neighboring countries, proposing a marriage alliance with one of their princes. It was likely meant to be Vichy. Indeed, her father cherished her deeply, selecting the most distinguished prince from the surrounding states. And only after consulting Vichy did he finalize the union. However, he never anticipated that on the day of the wedding, the neighboring nations would suddenly turn hostile. A sanguinary chaos erupted amidst the celebratory feast, resulting in Vichy losing her father, mother, and brother, as well as her homeland. Under the protection of the guards, Vichy managed to escape. Perhaps having heard the legends of the sacred ladder, she endured countless hardships to reach the exterior of our temple, beseeching us for refuge. Hill listened in silence to the master's narration, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirling within her. Had she succeeded? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized the folly of her inquiry. The sacred ladder was not easily ascended. Her heart was shrouded in darkness, rendering the summit utterly unattainable. The master shook his head. After 4 years of attempts, the lingering resentment in her heart would forever bar her from reaching the peak. The master cast a glance at Hill, and she understood the implication in his eyes. Yet, Hill shook her head, rising to her feet and bowing to the master before returning to her quarters. The master was inquiring whether he should assist Vichy. In this realm that belonged to him, Hill possessed the power to alter a person's destiny. But why should he undertake such an endeavor? This world has never been purely benevolent. Where there is goodness, there must also be malevolence. It is only through the clash of good and evil that one can discern the beauty of virtue and the ugliness of vice. These opposing forces, in their collision, give rise to a multitude of thoughts, fostering societal progress, the evolution of civilization, and the enrichment of the world with greater understanding. Thus, Hill did not believe he ought to extend a helping hand to Vichy, despite harboring profound sympathy for her plight. After a brief grooming, Hill settled onto his bed, gazing out at the luminous crescent moon suspended in the night sky, momentarily lost in thought. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a sense of unease suddenly gripped his heart. Tomorrow, he would officially commence his training. Confronted with the impending suffering, he felt a twinge of foolishness, seeking unnecessary trials in pursuit of unwavering resolve. Could there be no alternative path to attain such fortitude? Yet, Hill swiftly recognized the negativity of his thoughts, promptly quelling them and striving to fortify his determination. Having made a decision and arrived at this place, he must steadfastly tread the path he had chosen, for it was indeed the right one. Chapter 48. Vichy. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Hill followed the master to the quiet chamber. Upon entering, he found Vichy finishing the last of her polishing on a wooden plank. She silently bowed, casting a glance at Hill before lowering her head and departing. This was her daily task. Vichy rested every third day, and on her day of respite, she would attempt to ascend the ladder alone. Hill nodded in understanding and commenced his first day of rigorous training. To be fair, the initial day of arduous practice could hardly be deemed as such. The master merely required him to maintain a single posture without motion. At first, Hill dismissed this as a trivial task, believing it to be easily achievable. However, he soon discovered that remaining still in one position was far from simple. In his previous life, Hill had thrived in a fast-paced society. And even after arriving in the world of Harry Potter, he continued to uphold a tense academic routine. Suddenly coming to a standstill proved to be quite challenging for him. With the inability to move, Hill resorted to various thoughts in an attempt to divert his attention, though this strategy yielded little success. An hour had already become a considerable challenge for him. Yet, the master sat across from him, utterly motionless, which added to Hill's pressure as he endeavored to maintain his composure. He couldn't help but think of meditation, where remaining still is relatively effortless. However, he was instructed not to meditate but to concentrate, learning to focus his attention on a singular issue. The master's voice echoed in his ears, compelling Hill to abandon his meditation plans. Before long, he could no longer endure the stillness. Throughout that day, Hill persistently attempted the practice of sitting quietly. Yet by the end, he still struggled to execute it proficiently. According to the master, this practice of stillness was a crucial element of rigorous training. It not only tested one's resilience and perseverance, but also illuminated thoughts that often went unnoticed in the daily hustle of life. Hill expressed his understanding and continued to strive diligently. Over the next few days, Hill engaged in this practice consistently. Finally, after 5 days, he barely met the master's requirements, managing to sit in meditation for an entire day. During this period, Hill directly observed his progress. His patience increased day by day, and his focus on tasks became more concentrated. He was genuinely pleased with these transformations. However, on the evening he accomplished this feat, Hill did not see Vichy during dinner. Is she not coming? Hill inquired with curiosity. No need to wait. Following her usual routine, Vichy will attempt to ascend the steps tonight. Although Hill had lived there for several days, he had yet to witness the sacred stairs set by the gods. Sensing Hill's curiosity, the master spoke up. How about I take you to see the stairs we guard at the temple tonight? You can experience it first and mentally prepare for your future ascent. Sure, Hill replied eagerly. Dinner quickly disappeared into Hill's stomach, leaving the disciple to clear the table as the master led Hill toward the back mountain. It was a narrow path, showing signs of recent maintenance. This was likely Vishy's doing. The path was not long, and before long, the master and Hill arrived at the foot of a mountain trail. This trail was the staircase established by the gods, marked by a stone gate at its entrance, adorned with various carvings of figures. These reliefs depicted the gods, and passing through this gate signified the commencement of the challenge. The challenge posed no mortal danger. The pain it inflicted was merely an illusion, indistinguishable from reality. One could perceive that they were genuinely injured while atop the stairs, but would be healed once the challenge concluded. The staircase stretched on endlessly, its steps made of seemingly ordinary material, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Hill did not perceive Vicky's presence upon the staircase. She must have been situated at a higher elevation. After securing the master's consent, Hill passed through the stone door and ascended the steps. Initially, he felt no discomfort, but after traversing several dozen steps, a twinge of pain began to manifest. As he continued onward, this agony intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable. Having lived for such a considerable time, Hill had never encountered such torment. He persevered, determined to push forward. However, not far along his path, the pain became truly excruciating. Yet, he still could not discern Vicky's silhouette ahead, which fueled his resolve to persist, even as he staggered and ultimately collapsed. When he regained consciousness, Hill found himself lying in the comfort of his own bedroom. Instinctively, he reached for his forehead, only to realize that he felt no pain whatsoever. Recalling the master's earlier words, he was struck by the wondrous nature of the staircase. In the following period of training, the master designated arduous practices to be conducted upon the staircase, requiring Hill to ascend to a certain number of steps and then pause for meditation. This was a formidable challenge, yet with Vicky as a contrasting goal, Hill was imbued with motivation. Time slipped away as he diligently advanced his limits, and his formidable mental strength proved to be a significant asset. Under the immense pressure of suffering, this mental fortitude underwent a degree of purification. Hill's strength has undoubtedly improved to a certain extent. The agony brought forth by the ascent has its limits, and by the time Hill acclimatized to the utmost suffering, over a month had elapsed. The master was not particularly astonished by Hill's innate talent. However, he permitted Hill to rest for 2 or 3 days before resuming the climb. Yet, despite Hill's capabilities, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Vishy, which instilled in him a sense of admiration, as well as a tinge of sympathy for her. What kind of torment must she have endured to reach such elevated heights? Over the course of this month, Vishy passed by Hill on several occasions, but he merely watched her silhouette fade into the distance. Though they never exchanged a single word, Hill gradually sensed the colorless depths of Vishy's soul. Nevertheless, amidst these repeated encounters, Hill began to discern certain peculiarities. Master, why is it that after each of my training sessions I feel utterly exhausted? Yet I have never witnessed Vishy in a similar state? Because she has grown accustomed to it. In Hill's heart, an inexplicable emotion stirred. The child had already ventured into a dead end. Without a stroke of fortune, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to emerge from it throughout his life. The master sighed and continued, one must understand that, influenced by various factors, human cognition possesses inherent limitations. When an individual is firmly convinced of their own thoughts, there exists no one, save for themselves, capable of altering that conviction. Not even you, master? The master chuckled softly and shook his head. Why would I wish to do so? The pinnacle of our supreme sex practice is to harmonize with the world. We strive to comprehend the truths of existence, align ourselves with the laws of development, refrain from actions that contravene the will of the universe, and diligently uphold our responsibilities. Ultimately, it is you who truly holds the power to shape the future of Vishy. Hill remained silent, furrowing his brow before departing on his own. In the days that followed, Hill persevered in his ascent upon the staircase, yet the trials he encountered began to shift. The agony bestowed by the stairs no longer increased gradually. Instead, it manifested in erratic fluctuations. The pain would surge suddenly, only to plummet just as abruptly, imparting an exhilarating sensation upon Hill. The most intense episode occurred when, while enduring the pinnacle of suffering, the torment abruptly vanished. However, just as he prepared to catch his breath, the pain reemerged, striking him at its utmost intensity. That instance nearly caused Hill to faint, yet he managed to endure, and following that experience, his pace of advancement significantly quickened. In the subsequent realm, the trial revolved around the anguish residing within the human heart. It was in this domain that Hill finally beheld the silhouette of Vishy. Gazing upward from the base of the stairs, he observed Vishy seated quietly upon the steps, resting his chin upon his hands, lost in thought. Despite the distance between them, Hill discerned that Vishy's countenance remained serene, seemingly untouched by suffering. The words of his master echoed in his mind about acclimatization. After enduring such an array of torment, Hill felt a tinge of bitterness in his heart. The illusions conjured by the stairs in this domain possessed the power to alter one's perception of time. With each step he took, it felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Upon reaching the step where Vichy was seated, Hill recognized that the trial had evidently escalated in complexity. This time, he found himself ensnared in a phantasm. As he gazed out at the kaleidoscopic lights beyond the window, Hill realized he had returned to his former world. The decor was both strange and familiar, the dust motes floating in the light, and the spectacles perched upon his nose stirred profound emotions within him. Trembling, he pushed open the door, revealing the visage of his long-lost parents. Tears welled up in Hill's eyes as emotions, long buried in the depths of memory, resurfaced after many years. The tender care of his parents echoed in his ears, and the steaming dishes on the dining table seemed to whisper to Hill that everything that had transpired before was merely a dream. Hill chuckled softly, pinching his arm to invoke a suitable sensation of pain. Everything around him seemed to affirm the reality of his circumstances. Suddenly, he comprehended the essence of the master's words regarding the origin of consciousness. As long as one firmly believes the world before them is genuine, why should Hill not immerse himself in this realm? Yet, how could he linger indefinitely in this place? He had forged new bonds and could not remain here eternally. Moreover, the connection to the very essence of existence was unmistakably revealing to Hill that all of this was an illusion. He could not deceive himself. With a heart full of longing, Hill shook his head, extricating himself from the reverie. Gazing at the vacant-eyed Vichy before him, he felt he had begun to grasp the reason for her presence in this place. Chapter 49. Transformation. Are you all right? Hill was uncertain whether Vichy could hear his words, yet he took the initiative to speak. Vichy's eyes flickered, clearly indicating that she was not entirely ensnared by the illusion. She blinked, regained her lucidity, and turned her gaze towards Hill in silence. I believe you could reach far greater heights, yet why do you linger here? She pondered. What purpose does it serve to continue moving forward? Perhaps due to her infrequent speech, Vichy's voice was somewhat hoarse. In this world, even deities are not omnipotent. My kin have long been slain, dissipated in this realm, and there is no possibility of their resurrection. Even if they could be revived, what significance would it hold? Why would it lack significance? Hill seated himself beside her. My nation has already been obliterated. Even if I were to bring my loved ones back, would it merely subject them to the anguish of our fallen state? Do you not desire vengeance for your kin? She replied, they are beyond reach now. Vichy tilted her head, gazing into the boundless night sky. I once wished to leave this place, to seek tidings, but my master disclosed the truth to me directly. Perhaps it was due to the inequitable distribution of spoils. For the sake of my nation's territory, surrounding nations have ignited an unending series of wars, and the very nation that slaughtered my family has been annihilated by its neighbors. Hill found himself at a loss for words, compelled only to listen in silence. Why must there be war in this world? Would it not be preferable for everyone to live together in joy? In the past, I possessed a blissful family. My father was beloved by the people, and the citizens lived in peace and abundance. Yet, why did such unfortunate events transpire? Even now, the specter of war persists. How many lives have been lost because of it? Did your father not also annex a nation? Hill inquired. That was a response to provocations from neighboring countries at the border. My father resorted to military action only after negotiations failed. Moreover, after the annexation, he improved the lives of the people there. He was not in the wrong, Vichy asserted with unwavering conviction. But did that conflict not claim many lives? Hill countered. My father also alleviated taxes for their families and provided compensation, Vichy continued, gradually recounting the story of her past. From her words, Hill envisioned a wise and capable king. As a monarch, Vichy's father performed commendably, suppressing the powerful, dividing the great nobles, uniting the lesser lords, and distributing the nobility's wealth among the common folk. He invested significantly in infrastructure and promoted education, greatly enhancing the lives of the citizenry and winning their hearts. Internationally, he adhered to principles of peace, signing numerous trade treaties with neighboring nations, amassing considerable wealth for the kingdom. Under his reign of nearly 2 decades, the nation's strength visibly flourished. A neighboring country, once of comparable power, suddenly experienced a marked enhancement in its capabilities, fostering unease among other nations. Perhaps this was the impetus for one nation to initiate provocations, fearing that as time passed, it would be powerless to resist annexation by its neighbor. Hill had also heard some accounts from the master regarding the ensuing events. When contemplating these matters, he found himself uncertain of how to judge. Were these individuals truly at fault? They merely acted in accordance with their roles. Regardless of the time, place, or circumstances, it is often the ordinary citizens who suffer the most. Hill sighed, observing that Vichy was well protected by her family, exuding an innocent naivety. Yet, one cannot remain ensnared in sorrow for a lifetime. I do not feel pain. Vichy unexpectedly smiled. In just a few days, I shall return here. Here, I can revisit the past, see my father, mother, and elder brother, all of whom were blissfully happy. It is such joy. Witnessing Vichy's smile, Hill felt a pang in his heart. Yet, those were mere illusions, fabrications of the mind. As long as I believe they are real, Vichy's face radiated with happiness. I think your parents would not wish for you to be this way. Then what do you want me to do? Vichy retorted angrily, her voice rising. I am merely a princess of a fallen kingdom, an ordinary person, devoid of family, power, or home. Where else could I go if I leave here? Her tone softened as she continued. Perhaps this is my future, being well-fed, having a place to stay, and occasionally visiting my family. It's quite agreeable. With that, Vichy stood. It is getting late. I must leave. Tomorrow, I shall rise early to prepare breakfast. She descended the steps, one by one, watching Vichy's retreating figure. Hill couldn't help but recall the visage of his parents from the previous illusion. As the sole heir of the family, his sudden disappearance would undoubtedly inflict profound grief upon them. After nurturing him for over 20 years, they had hoped for a bright future for their child, anticipating his return in their twilight years to visit. Yet, who could foresee that their child would vanish abruptly? What began as merely a month's separation now transformed into the harrowing news that they would never again see their beloved offspring. Alive, yet absent, dead, yet unconfirmed. Shrouded in silence, oblivious to his fate. Would they not, like Vichy, succumb to despair? It seemed likely. Perhaps they initially harbored hope. But as time passed and their relentless search yielded no results, they would surely descend into despondency. Over 2 decades, watching their child near the threshold of adulthood, ready to marry and start a family, their dreams shattered in an instant. How many 20-year spans does an ordinary life encompass? The heart of Hill ached faintly. He could not help but clench his fists and gaze upward at the towering peaks, rendered speechless. He was resolute in his determination to ascend to the summit of this great mountain in the time to come. This singular thought consumed him upon returning to his chamber. Hill was profoundly dissatisfied with his past performance. Merely to evade complications, he had willingly shackled himself, and under such constraints, how could he hope to elevate himself swiftly? Too much precious time had been squandered. While it is true that adequate rest is essential, Hill had previously squandered far too much time on trivial pursuits. When he encountered the master again the following day, the master unmistakably sensed Hill's transformation. He offered no comments, maintaining his usual demeanor. In the days that followed, Hill refrained from attempting to climb the steps. Instead, he earnestly sought guidance from the master. He aspired to reach even greater heights on his next attempt. Upon ascending the steps once more, the experience was profoundly different. A significant shift in his mindset had altered his resolve. The steps that once posed a formidable challenge now felt considerably lighter beneath his feet. Yet, he did not indulge in joy. He continued to progress with steadfast determination. In a short span of time, Hill arrived at the point he had reached previously. Vichy remained seated there, lost in his own reveries. Hill approached her and took a seat beside her, choosing not to disturb her, but instead quietly gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains. Despite his minimal noise, Vichy soon awakened. Although she often asserted that if one believes the events in a mirage to be real, then they become real, deep down. She understood clearly that an illusion remains an illusion. The false cannot transform into the true. Otherwise, she could not have so effortlessly extricated herself from the illusion. The anguish of an abrupt separation from loved ones must be profoundly painful. Vichy did not comprehend why Hill uttered such words. She turned her head and quietly regarded him. Were it not for you, I might have long forgotten that I too had experienced the sudden separation from loved ones. Sighing deeply, Hill continued. Do not be perplexed by my youthful appearance. Though I seem to be merely in my teens, I have accumulated the wisdom of over 30 years. A decade ago, I was abruptly separated from my parents and transported to a distant realm. I remain uncertain how long it may take to reunite with them. For a long time, I evaded my emotions, burying my longing and regret deep within. However, upon meeting you, I have come to realize that self-avoidance is never a viable solution to one's dilemmas. The anguish of losing loved ones is a heavy burden to bear, yet I hope you can liberate yourself from your own emotional shackles. Observing Hill's earnest gaze, Vichy ventured. Would you share your story with me? Of course, he replied. Although there were certain matters he could not divulge to Vichy, Hill recounted his past experiences in a fragmented manner. Do you believe in reincarnation? Vichy inquired after listening to Hill's narrative. At least in this world. Humans do not possess a second life. Is the world vast? Indeed, it is immensely expansive, beyond your imagination. Then surely, in some realms, humans must have the possibility of rebirth. Yes. Alas, why is there no reincarnation in this world? Do you yearn for a second life? Without rebirth, doesn't one's regrets perpetually linger? I truly wish to once again be the daughter of my father and mother, the sister of my elder brother. Vichy lamented. A silence enveloped the two. After a moment, Hill rose, brushed off his garments, and softly declared, I must take my leave. He then turned and continued his ascent towards loftier heights, while Vichy remained seated, gradually closing her eyes. Chapter 50. Departure in the days that followed. Hill diligently ascended the staircase. Although he believed the master was aware of the trials awaiting him beyond the stairs, he refrained from inquiring. He understood that it was impossible for one to be adequately prepared for every endeavor. The portion of the path above Vichy primarily examined the joys and sorrows that are part of the human experience. For an ordinary individual, happiness is seldom sustained for long. In life, one invariably encounters a myriad of disappointments. Having already traversed a similar path in the realm of illusions, Hill found this segment manageable, albeit tinged with a hint of bitterness in his heart. The subsequent trial focused on the complexities of human emotions, such as love and enmity. Yet, Hill perceived this challenge as relatively straightforward. Thus far, he had not experienced love, and discussing it without a true understanding would prove futile. As for hatred, he genuinely felt none. This was largely due to his previous life in a peaceful society. Although he may have encountered individuals he found disagreeable, it was merely aversion, not hatred. Additionally, in contemporary society, animosities often arise from romantic entanglements and disputes over interests, experiences Hill had yet to encounter. Hence, he navigated this segment with relative ease. The final trial presented even less difficulty for Hill. This last test revolved around the suffering caused by the inevitabilities of life: birth, aging, illness, and death. Ultimately, these are merely manifestations of the pain stemming from the limitations of human existence. Death is one of the greatest fears of humanity. The pursuit of extended life is an unchanging aspiration for many. People fear death, partly due to their dread of the unknown, and partly due to the terror of their existence fading into oblivion. Once a person succumbs to death, they can no longer influence the world. And with the passage of time, their legacy is gradually erased. Ultimately, apart from the world retaining the memory of their existence, no one will recall them. However, Hill had, in a certain sense, achieved a form of immortality. The anguish related to life as cycles did not pierce his soul, even though he could empathize with others' feelings concerning birth, aging, illness, and death. It was not an experience of his own. Standing at the final step of the staircase, Hill realized he had taken a shortcut. Lacking sufficient life experience as a foundation, the rewards gained from his ascent were considerably diminished. Glancing towards the temple at the journey's end, he sighed and began his descent. With a few days remaining before his departure, he resolved to repeat his ascent several more times. Although the effectiveness of this endeavor in honing his resolve was limited, there remained room for improvement. As he descended the staircase, Hill spotted Vichy, still frequently seated in her original spot. Despite his previous attempts to console her, she seemed unchanged, adhering to her routine of visiting the staircase every few days. Throughout these days, whenever he encountered Vichy during his efforts on the stairs, Hill would sit beside her for a while. Though they exchanged few words, he sensed that Vichy's heart had undergone significant transformations. Yet, he was uncertain whether these changes were for better or worse. In the past, Vichy had remained expressionless, silently engrossed in her own pursuits. Now, however, moments of confusion crossed her features, occasionally giving way to a carefree smile. Hill felt a pang of concern, for as the emotional knots began to unravel, Vichy might gradually lose her will to live, as she had yet to discover the essence of her existence. "You've come down," Vichy said, turning her head with a smile upon hearing footsteps behind her. "Yes," Hill replied, settling beside her. "I will soon be leaving this place. Then I wish you safe travels. What are your plans after I depart?" "Me?" Vichy pointed to herself, momentarily taken aback, but then exhaled softly and said, "Once you leave, I suppose I shall remain here for a while longer, and then I shall likely move on." A smile returned to her face as she stretched her slender legs, raising and gently lowering them while gazing into the distance. These words seemed to be Vichy's heartfelt sentiments. She appeared to have found clarity, yet her newfound acceptance left Hill feeling uneasy. "What do you intend to do after you leave?" "I suppose I will find a place to rest." She spoke these words with a smile still adorning her face. Do you truly wish to depart from this world? Hill felt a tumult of surprise and sorrow within. Indeed. I have thought of returning to the place of my former life, to see if I might uncover the remnants of my parents and elder brother, to build them a grave, and then to remain by their side until the end of my days. As she spoke, Vishi's voice quivered with emotion. But looking at my frail body, I doubt I can accomplish this. The only reason I managed to arrive at this place was due to the aid of loyal guards serving my father, and when I reached here, I was utterly alone. I do not believe this weakened body will ever return to my homeland. Having never trained in any discipline, Vichy was but an ordinary individual, perhaps due to malnutrition. She was diminutive and exceedingly frail. I too wished to return. You were right. My parents must have hoped for my survival, otherwise they would not have commanded the guards to help me escape. But after leaving here, will I still possess the strength to go on? I have witnessed the darkness of the world during my flight. Tears streamed down Vichy's face, each drop falling onto the ground and into Hill's heart. He could not help but ponder how his own parents might fare after their loss, fearing they too might relinquish their will to live. Thus, he wished fervently for Vichy to retain her belief in life. Yet before Hill could voice any words, Vichy had already composed herself. She wiped her tears with her arm and smiled, saying, rather than continue to struggle in this world, it would be better to bid it farewell. Although you have said there is no afterlife, perhaps upon my death, I might reunite with my beloved parents and brother. Alas, why was I not born into a world that offers the promise of a next life? Vichy's tone was laden with regret, yet devoid of complaint. Only a profound sense of resignation. When the time comes for my departure, I wish to give you a gift, she added. Hill stood, gazing into the distance as he replied, very well. She nodded with a smile. Time swiftly passed, arriving at the day of Hill's imminent departure. Glancing around at the place he had called home for nearly 3 months, he let out a soft sigh, habitually straightening his bedding and surveying the empty room. He found himself at a loss for words. After finishing breakfast, Hill expressed his gratitude to the master. The master, already aware of his impending departure, simply smiled and offered his blessings. Subsequently, Hill and Vichy made their way to the back mountain. Though Vichy recognized that the day marked Hill's departure, she refrained from mentioning the gift, for it did not weigh heavily on her mind. As usual, Vichy lingered in her familiar spot, while Hill, after spending a moment with her, set off alone towards his final destination. After enduring the trials presented by the staircase, Hill found himself once again at the final step. This time, he took the last stride forward. Upon entering the temple, Hill was struck by the sight of its considerable decay. The once pristine white columns had succumbed to a gray hue, and the various statues had become rough and indistinct. Even the divine power that once resided within the idols had diminished significantly. The gods had long departed, their attention diverted from this realm for an extended period. However, as long as there remained a semblance of divine power, the force of the covenant could summon them back, and thus Hill felt no apprehension. Upon reaching the center of the temple, he was not surprised to witness an array of radiant lights emanating from the statues. Ah, it appears this realm has been calling for me. I have neglected it for far too long. A commanding voice resonated throughout the temple, met with the harmonious responses of the surrounding deities. In accordance with the covenant, we shall grant you one reasonable request. Speak your desire. Hill found the situation somewhat amusing, yet he did not dwell on it excessively. I shall summon Vichy to ascend the steps to this place. You know whom I refer to. The deities paid little heed to Hill's tone, oblivious to his true identity, and engaged in discussion together. Soon, they reached a consensus. After deliberation, they deemed it a reasonable request. As the words concluded, a radiant light flashed, and Vichy's figure materialized in the center of the temple. The abrupt change in scenery left her momentarily astonished, but upon seeing Hill, she regained her smile. Where is this? She inquired, gazing at him. At the temple. Where the steps conclude, he replied. Previously, I promised to present you with a gift, and this is it. At that moment, the voice of the deities resonated. In accordance with the pact, state your reasonable request, and we shall fulfill one of your wishes. Although not explicitly stated, Vichy understood that the voice was addressing her. This realization rendered her momentarily at a loss. As for me, I am about to depart. This wish holds no significance for me, so I bestow it upon you. I hope you will contemplate it carefully. Furthermore, I wish for you to live well. As Hill spoke, a gentle luminescence enveloped him, and his form gradually faded away. The last image Vichy beheld was Hill smiling and waving goodbye. She stood there in silence, deep in thought. Do you not wish to know what choice she will make? Inquired the world will, Kasha. Hill shook his head. He expressed no desire to know. though he was indeed curious about the wishes she might utter. Yet, he respected her choice. At times, maintaining an air of mystery can be the most exquisite of experiences. Kasia remained silent. How much longer until I can return to the world of Harry Potter? Soon. Then I entrust this to you. Hill stood there, gazing at the distant, colossal stars. Chapter 51. The Speculations of the Chamber. Upon Hill's return to the world of Harry Potter, Snape was engrossed in concocting a potion to reverse petrification. This was the task Hill had entrusted to him prior to his departure. As the second year at Hogwarts was marked by the lurking presence of a basilisk capable of petrifying individuals. Speaking of the basilisk, one cannot overlook Salazar Slytherin, the inaugural head of Slytherin House and one of the founders of Hogwarts. The tendency of Slytherin House to disdain the other houses can be traced back to that era. Historical accounts reveal that Slytherin, in his capacity as headmaster, advocated for the admission and education of young wizards from noble lineage. A stance met with disapproval by the other three founders. As time progressed, the rift between Slytherin and the other founders deepened, prompting him to construct the Chamber of Secrets within the school. Before his departure, he uttered a prophetic statement: Slytherin has sealed the chamber, and no one shall unlock it until his true heir arrives at the school. Only that heir would possess the ability to open the chamber, releasing the horrors within to purify the institution, ridding it of those deemed unworthy of practicing magic. However, as far as Hill knew, the chamber had seemingly only been opened once by Voldemort, resulting in the tragic demise of a female student, with no further incidents recorded. Moreover, it remained unclear whether the student's death was caused by the basilisk within the chamber or Voldemort himself. Referring back to the original narrative, when the basilisk roamed, it merely petrified a few young wizards, leading Hill to question the veracity of this tale. Undoubtedly, the basilisk exists. Yet, having lived for nearly a millennium, it seems implausible that such a creature could endure without sustenance for such an extended period. If the basilisk had just emerged from the chamber and encountered young wizards, according to the lore, it should have instinctively sought to feed. Nevertheless, the reality was that the young wizards did not perish from the basilisk's gaze. Rather, they fortuitously witnessed the basilisk being petrified. This occurrence was not singular, but rather repeated multiple times. Hill harbored doubts regarding whether the serpent creature would indeed pose a threat to the students. However, it was certain that the creature did not emerge in a state of hunger. Consequently, there must exist a location capable of providing sustenance for the serpent. And within the confines of the school, there was but one such place, the kitchen. Hill could not help but recall the key he had received from the house elf in the kitchen. The basilisk was likely not placed in the Chamber of Secrets by Slytherin merely to cleanse the school. Its true purpose might be to guard something significant. There was probably another hidden chamber within the Chamber of Secrets. Slytherin's words were likely intended to conceal his true intentions. Clearly, this purpose must be intimately connected to Hill himself. He surmised that what was concealed there could be a time turner, an artifact capable of transporting him back to the past. Only through such a means could the present-day Hill possibly establish a connection with the Slytherin of yore. In the original narrative, Hill believed that Harry was attacked by the basilisk because he had inadvertently crossed into its territory, coupled with Voldemort's insidious influence lurking nearby. As for why Voldemort, despite crossing the basilisk's threshold, was not harmed, it could be attributed to the Slytherin blood coursing through his veins, which afforded him certain protections. Hill quelled his thoughts, refraining from delving further. After all, he could not even access the first secret chamber. What manner of language is Parseltongue? Do snakes truly possess a language of their own? Hill does not share this belief. Thus, he does not regard the mastery of a language as a sorcery that would enable him to comprehend and articulate Parseltongue. He might be able to communicate with the basilisk through a form of animal communication, yet such interaction would be rooted in a mental connection. And the language he employs is not truly Parseltongue. Consequently, he cannot unlock the door to the Chamber of Secrets. To gain entry, he must either rely on Harry or the Diary of Voldemort. However, Hill has yet to determine the approach he shall take. He intends to observe for the time being. To ensure his survival under the basilisk's gaze, he must first guarantee his own safety. When he confronts the creature, he will certainly not have the aid of a phoenix. Upon Hill's arrival, Snape paused his work. Having not seen Hill for merely a month, he noticed a significant alteration in Hill's demeanor. Were it not for the sensing brought about by the contract, Snape might have almost failed to recognize him. Has the potion to reverse petrification been completed? Hill inquired as he made his way to the kitchen. Just finished. During this period, I attempted to modify the formula, and the potion's shelf life has considerably increased. It should remain effective for at least a year, Snape replied, trailing behind Hill. Excellent. Retrieving a carton of milk from the refrigerator, Hill felt a surge of delight. At that moment, the taste of the milk was particularly exquisite. However, why did you request me to create the potion to reverse petrification? He asked. Because it will be needed in the upcoming academic year, Hill explained nonchalantly. How could that be? Snape expressed skepticism. There is a basilisk in the school. That is impossible. In the chamber, Hill clarified. Snape fell silent, hesitatingly asking, the chamber of Slytherin? Yes. I have only heard whispers of the chamber. It seems it has been opened before. But this is the first I have learned of a basilisk residing within. Squeezing the milk carton, Hill curiously inquired. Is there not a single record of this in Slytherin House? After all, it was left by your house's founder. As the headmaster, you should possess some knowledge. No. Snape slightly shook his head. When Slytherin departed from the school, it appears he took all his books and records with him, leaving behind little of value. Hill pondered thoughtfully. However, if it pertains to a basilisk, the potion to reverse petrification would likely prove of little utility. Anyone who meets the gaze of such a creature is doomed to perish, rendering these potions unnecessary, is it not? Snape queried in confusion. Well, let us consider it a precautionary measure. In any case, you have already prepared it, Hill replied, opting not to elaborate further. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring. By the way, have you gathered the books I will need for next semester? They are ready. Please follow me, Snape responded, discarding a milk carton into the wastebasket. Hill accompanied Snape to the study. Is this all of it? He exclaimed, astonished at the towering stack of books that reached the height of his arm. These are the texts required for defense against the dark arts, and these are for your other courses, Snape indicated, gesturing towards the volumes. Are so many books truly necessary for defense against the dark arts? I recall last year there was merely one, Hill remarked. Indeed. These are the essential texts mandated by this year's professor, Snape replied. At this moment, Hill recalled that this year's defense against the dark arts professor was Gilderoy Lockhart, a notorious charlatan skilled in the art of the Obliviate curse. He had a penchant for appropriating the accomplishments of others, rendering them utterly forgetful of their own achievements. And apart from his mastery of the forgetfulness charm, he was utterly inept. Lockhart had been appointed to teach the defense against the dark arts course this year. But due to his preoccupation with potion making, Hill had not taken the time to learn much about him. He had heard rumors of Lockhart's formidable reputation, however. Given the troubled history of previous professors in the subject, Hill surmised that there might be some underlying issues with him. Snape remarked that since Voldemort's application to become the defense against the dark arts professor had been thwarted, he had placed a curse upon the position. Consequently, no individual had managed to hold the role for more than a year due to various unfortunate circumstances. Initially, there were some capable candidates who applied. But with the Dark Lord's overwhelming presence, those who took on the role were unable to continue after a single year. Over time, this led to a palpable fear among wizards regarding the position, and in a state of exasperation, Dumbledore resorted to appointing individuals with questionable qualifications, who also could only last a year before being unmasked. Snape, over the years, had consistently applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor. However, for reasons unknown, Dumbledore had always denied his requests, yet Snape persisted in submitting applications annually. After spending a few days at Snape's residence, Hill endeavored to recalibrate his mindset, striving to restore his former demeanor. When Snape signaled his readiness to accept Hill's return, Hill contacted his driver, Mr. Deriv, to escort him home. Nonetheless, even after this, Hill's transformation caused a degree of unease for the Deriv couple, though they eventually settled after spending a few days together. Upon returning home, Hill received delightful news from his parents. Mrs. Lena was pregnant. Having lived at school for an extended period, the sudden absence of their child left the Derivs somewhat disoriented. For them, the presence of their child served as a soothing balm after a long day's work, particularly since he was exceptionally well-mannered. After deliberation, they resolved to have another child. This news brought relief to Hill, as he too desired for his parents to welcome another child. But he felt too bashful to voice this wish. Given that Mrs. Lena had just confirmed her pregnancy, Hill anticipated that by the end of the next academic year, he would be able to meet his brother or sister. To ensure his mother's health during this time, Hill planned to seek suitable potions for Mrs. Lena to take. He sincerely hoped that the child growing within her would possess the innate potential to become a wizard. For only by becoming a wizard could one truly attain the ability to safeguard oneself in this world, allowing Hill to depart with peace of mind. After a few more days at home, the commencement of the school year arrived. Listening to the incessant chatter of the Deriv couple, Hill pushed his cart onto platform 9 3/4. A new academic year was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 52. The plan. When Hill located the compartment where Hermione was seated, She appeared anxious, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The moment she laid eyes on him, she sensed a subtle change in Hill, but at that moment, her mind was preoccupied with other concerns. "Hill, have you seen Harry and Ron?" Hermione inquired, her urgency palpable. The train bound for Hogwarts was about to depart, yet she had not caught sight of either Harry or Ron, which filled her with apprehension. What would happen if they missed the train? "I haven't seen them," Hill replied, shaking his head. Hermione waited a moment longer, then could no longer remain seated. She stood up from her seat. "Please watch my luggage. I'm going to look for them," she said, rushing into the throng without a backward glance. When Hermione reappeared before Hill, her face was etched with worry. "Harry and Ron are not on the train." Her emotions were frayed. "I saw Ron's two brothers and his sister, who is starting school this year. They said Harry and Ron came with them, but now there's no sign of them." "Don't worry. Harry and Ron will be fine," Hill reassured her. Yet, Hermione remained troubled, anger simmering within her, but with the train already in motion. She could only sit in silence, her mood soured. Hill offered a few words of comfort, but soon fell silent. For he understood that consolation was merely that, comfort, and could not genuinely resolve the underlying issues. Thus, he turned to a book and immersed himself in its pages. It was not until the commencement banquet that Harry and Ron re-emerged into the collective awareness of their peers, albeit in a rather disheveled state. Following that, the students resumed their daily academic pursuits. As for Hill, he had yet to determine the course of action he would take for the academic year. In his quest for self-improvement, 3 paths lay before him: mastering the art of crafting magical equipment, learning to create spell scrolls, and delving deeply into the understanding of various spells. Hill pondered carefully before dismissing the third option. Specializing in certain spells was undoubtedly a valid path, within a limited time frame. Focusing one's energy on a singular aspect was essential for achieving greater success in that domain. However, the energy required for such specialization was exceedingly demanding. Coupled with the extensive practice he had undertaken on these spells last semester, it was evidently impossible to make groundbreaking progress in this academic year. The remaining 2 paths left Hill somewhat indecisive. Yet, upon contemplating the basilisk in the chamber, Hill resolved to learn the art of crafting magical equipment. In contrast to more offensive spell scrolls, magical equipment offered a greater degree of protection, enhancing one's safety. Nevertheless, the complexity of crafting magical equipment was distinctly higher than that of spell scrolls. Regardless of the challenges, Hill felt compelled to attempt it for the sake of his forthcoming endeavors. Thus, he enlisted Snape's assistance in procuring relevant books to explore the intricacies of magical equipment crafting in this world. Contrary to Hill's expectations, the threshold for creating magical items in this realm was not overly demanding, but the resultant creations did not exhibit particularly astounding magical effects. For instance, the howler letter Ron received from his mother after the school year commenced was undoubtedly a magical item. Its self-destructing nature indicated it was not a particularly valuable artifact. Easily crafted, yet its utility was rather limited, merely performing actions and emitting sounds. However, Hill aspired to create something far more substantial, an item imbued with consistent spells, akin to a flying broomstick. These ordinary objects, endowed with magical effects, were primarily produced through wizards reciting incantations and infusing them with magical energy, rather than inscribing spells upon them like a flying broomstick. Unfortunately, most of the materials Snape procured pertained to the enchanting of everyday items. While the restricted section contained accounts of crafting magical artifacts, those did not align with Hill's aspirations. Thus, Hill had no choice but to adhere to the methods of magical item creation documented in his lineage. This endeavor was no trifling matter. Consequently, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Hill anticipated a period of considerable busyness ahead. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred, stemming from the arrival of the new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. Driven by curiosity about the customs and cultures of other realms within the magical world, Hill perused Lockhart's books. Although these tales were not the professor's personal experiences, they were at least narratives he had gathered from others, rather than mere fabrications. Merely skimming through the texts, Hill had already committed the contents to memory. During class, Lockhart conducted an impromptu quiz, and in a moment of distraction, Hill inadvertently submitted a perfect score, the only one aside from Hermione's, and notably, he was a male wizard. Consequently, Lockhart praised him and frequently called upon him to answer questions. Had it ended there, Hill might have felt merely annoyed. Yet, subsequent events led Lockhart to fixate on him. As a highly regarded male wizard, Lockhart garnered a multitude of admirers who inundated him with letters. necessitating him to devote substantial time each day to respond, even enlisting Harry's help. Harry, in turn, found this quite burdensome. Learning that Hill was recently engaged in crafting magical items, Hermione sought him out to request his assistance for Harry. At that moment, Hill happened to wish to experiment and discover what it was like to craft ordinary magical items, so he readily agreed. In pursuit of superior quality, Hill meticulously crafted a quill inspired by the quotes provided by Harry from Lockhart, intending for it to serve as a substitute for Harry's own writing. Harry was exceedingly pleased with this quill, which also brought great satisfaction to Professor Lockhart. Hill recalled Professor Lockhart stating, "Each letter is handwritten by my dear fans. I am a person who values respect, and it is only fitting that I reply in kind. However, the sheer volume of correspondence I receive is overwhelming. To avoid disappointing my admirers, I must, with great reluctance, resort to using these quills." Consequently, Hill was entrusted by the professor to assist in the creation of 100 quills. Hill, lacking the inclination to assist with such tasks, found himself disinclined to be called upon in class to answer questions. Thus, he struck a deal with Professor Lockhart, investing some effort to fulfill the order. However, this transaction led to Lockhart fixating on him, often summoning Hill to craft various props for his lessons under the condition of anonymity. For instance, to prevent a recurrence of the situation during the first class, where he had released the pixies but could not return them to their cage, Lockhart requested Hill to create a living rope that could effortlessly bind them. Naturally, Lockhart's requests were veiled. Others, oblivious to the true nature of the arrangement, believed the professor was merely testing Hill's capabilities, which elicited their envy. Yet, Hill found the situation exceedingly vexatious. Consequently, he endeavored to teach Hermione how to create these trinkets, hoping she might take his place. Hermione, who harbored a fondness for Professor Lockhart, was more than willing. However, her progress was less than satisfactory, further exacerbated by a troubling matter that rendered her increasingly distracted during her studies. Hill also learned about it from Neville at the right moment. Given that there is only one Quidditch pitch available for training at the school, there exists a considerable conflict between Gryffindor and Slytherin regarding its usage. This rivalry has intensified, particularly after Malfoy successfully joined the Slytherin Quidditch team this year, following Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin in the previous year's Quidditch Championship, which ended Slytherin's long-standing winning streak. The Slytherins have harbored deep resentment. With funding from Malfoy's father this year, the team's equipment has been upgraded, instilling them with a strong confidence to reclaim the championship title. However, new equipment always requires a period of adjustment, which has made the Slytherin team frequent visitors to the Quidditch pitch, even encroaching on Gryffindor's training time. After a heated exchange, Malfoy derisively referred to Hermione as a mudblood. When Ron attempted to confront Malfoy, he was thwarted by a slug-vomiting curse, losing face in the process. Hermione, well aware of the derogatory implications of the term mudblood, had been affected despite Hagrid's attempts to console her. "Why didn't you tell me about Malfoy's insult?" Hill inquired, observing Hermione engrossed in her own affairs. "Thank you for your concern, but it's all in the past now. I refuse to stoop to the level of uncultured individuals," Hermione replied, visibly cheered by Hill's concern. However, while Hermione may have chosen to overlook the incident, Hill could not dismiss it entirely. From Malfoy's perspective, Hill himself was also considered a mudblood. "I heard the Slytherin Quidditch team is using the Nimbus 2001? Yes. I wonder if our house can still claim the championship this year." Hermione expressed her worries. "How about this? Could you speak to Harry and see if he would lend me his Nimbus 2000 for some research? I want to see if I can glean any insights to improve our house's brooms." During his studies, Hill had made considerable progress and was eager to test his abilities. He had contemplated Harry's Nimbus 2000 for quite some time. "Is that really possible?" Hermione asked, surprised. "Of course, I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't have some confidence," Hill assured her. "All right, leave it to me," Hermione exclaimed, immediately setting aside her tasks to find Harry. Chapter 53. Improvements to the broomsticks. Regarding Hill's proposal, Harry hesitated. "Harry, don't lend your broom to Hill. He has just a second year like us. I doubt he has the capability to enhance the Nimbus 2000. What if he accidentally damages it? Our house would be at an even greater disadvantage." Ron expressed his concerns. Though he had witnessed some of Hill's creations, he did not believe Hill possessed the skills required for the intricate task of broomstick improvements. "Ron, you should have faith in Hill. Just because you think something is impossible for you doesn't mean others can't achieve it," Hermione chided. Ron flushed with anger, retorting, "I never said that. I'm merely worried about the broom getting damaged." Seeing Hermione and Ron about to argue, Harry quickly intervened. "I've decided to let Hill give it a try." "Great. I'll inform Hill of your decision right away." Hermione said excitedly as she rushed off. Watching her depart, Ron muttered, "Do you really think there won't be any accidents?" Harry clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "I believe Hill, while perhaps a bit aloof, is a good person. Besides, we are all classmates. We must foster unity and trust among ourselves." Despite his words, Harry harbored his own doubts, recalling the Slytherin Quidditch team's earlier confrontational behavior. This fueled his desire to triumph over them and secure this year's Quidditch championship. A means to vindicate Ron and Hermione, while also acknowledging the significant impact that broomstick quality can have on the outcome of the match. When Hermione promptly returned with Harry's consent, Hill was taken aback. Although they had exchanged a few words this term, they were not yet friends. And Hill was surprised by her swift agreement to his suggestion, nonetheless adhering to the principle of prompt action. Hill set aside his own tasks and followed Hermione to find Harry. When the four finally convened, Harry had prepared his broom and even brought along the brooms of other team members. "I've brought the broom. What do you plan to do with it?" Harry inquired. "This isn't the place for discussion. Follow me," Hill instructed, leading the trio to a door. Using the key obtained from Snape, Hill opened the door to reveal a room filled with various tools and materials. While he had primarily crafted magical items in the room of requirement, he had requested Snape to set up a standard workshop to avoid suspicion. Most of the small objects he had previously created were completed in this very space. "May I see the broomstick?" Hill asked after tidying up a bit. Harry handed over the Nimbus 2000 without hesitation, placing the broom on the workbench and removing its packaging. The Nimbus 2000 was fully revealed before Hill. It was evident that Harry valued this broom highly. It was immaculate, and the bristles at the end were neatly arranged. As Hill gently ran his fingers over the broom, he began to sense its characteristics. Compared to the brooms used in previous flying lessons, the Nimbus 2000 was significantly more complex. In addition to the four basic charms, it was enhanced with an air barrier charm and a magical energy storage spell. The air barrier charm, as its name suggests, creates a protective shield of air in front of the user during flight. This not only safeguards the user from dust and debris that could impede their vision at high speeds, thereby enhancing safety, but it also allows for the shape of the barrier to be adjusted, effectively reducing air resistance during flight and alleviating discomfort. This dramatically improves the user's experience. The magical energy storage technology enhances the broom's acceleration and deceleration capabilities while also increasing its agility. During flight, the broom naturally accumulates a certain amount of magical energy, which is utilized for acceleration or deceleration, improving the rate of change in speed. The air barrier would also adapt its shape in conjunction with these changes, greatly enhancing the broom's maneuverability. The four basic charms had also seen considerable refinement in their engraving techniques, becoming more intricate and reducing the magical energy loss during operation. It was undeniable that the broom before him was a finely crafted piece of craftsmanship. "Is it particularly challenging?" Harry asked, noticing Hill's prolonged silence and furrowed brow. His concern evident. Hill shook his head and remarked, "The craftsmanship of this broom is exceptional. I can only make minor modifications. However, I require some time to contemplate my approach." "Very well, I shall leave my broom in your capable hands, but I kindly request a prompt return, as I need it for team training next week." Upon receiving a reply, Harry felt considerably relieved. "In 2 days, I will have Hermione return the broom to you, and I shall endeavor to present my modification plan as soon as possible," Hill assured him. He expressed his understanding, saying, "Then I shall entrust this ordinary broom to you." "No problem," Harry responded. After bidding farewell, Ron voiced his concerns. "I feel quite uncertain. The Nimbus 2000 is a meticulously crafted product by the company. How could Hill possibly improve upon it?" In light of Ron's genuine worry, Harry reassured him, "Rest assured, if it comes to that, we can consult Professor McGonagall regarding Hill's proposal. You should feel more at ease now." Hearing Harry's words, Ron's anxiety dissipated and a smile returned to his face. "You're right. We can certainly ask Professor McGonagall." Subsequently, Ron pulled Harry along to engage in a game of wizard's chess. Meanwhile, Hill began to meticulously document the broom's various specifications, an endeavor that proved to be quite complex. It was not until the incident involving Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, being petrified by the basilisk that Hill finally devised a satisfactory plan. Ironically, Harry found himself misidentified as the perpetrator of this unfortunate event. Despite Professor Lockhart having obtained several enchanted quills from Hill, he continued to pursue Harry relentlessly. As in the original tale, Harry heard the serpent's voice. Driven by curiosity, he followed the sound to the scene of the incident, where he was promptly surrounded by a group of concerned wizards. At that time, Hill was preoccupied with matters concerning the flying broom and was not present at the scene. He only learned from Hermione that the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. However, due to Professor Snape possessing the antidote to reverse petrification, he was able to save Mrs. Norris. Consequently, Filch refrained from pursuing the matter further. Although his perception of Harry had notably deteriorated. "Hill, have you heard about the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin?" Hermione inquired earnestly, as she was particularly concerned given her status as a young witch from an ordinary family, one of the potential targets of an attack. This thought unsettled her, affecting her recent studies. Pausing momentarily from his work on improving the flying broom, Hill replied, "You might consider asking Professor McGonagall. She would certainly know." Indeed. In the subsequent class, Professor McGonagall provided the young witches and wizards with a general account of the origins of the Chamber of Secrets. It was then that Hermione truly grasped why Slytherin House exhibited such arrogance and disdain for those of non-magical heritage. "I cannot comprehend how a founder of Hogwarts, a school of magic, could espouse such dreadful ideologies," Hermione pondered, perplexed. "Do not dwell on it too much. There must be a reason behind Slytherin's beliefs," Hill advised. "In this world, love does not exist without cause, nor does hatred. We simply lack understanding of the motives that led the founder to propose such ideologies." Hermione refrained from passing judgment on Hill's explanation, as her focus had shifted entirely to the matter of the chamber being opened. Considering the danger posed by the basilisk, Hill resolved to commence the creation of suitable equipment immediately upon completing the modifications to the flying broom. He had already made significant progress on the enhancements. Initially, he removed the spells inscribed on the ordinary brooms, thoroughly cleaned and repaired them, and subsequently inscribed the newly improved enchantments. Due to material constraints, he could only add an additional spell atop the original framework. After consulting with Harry, he integrated the magical energy storage feature from the Nimbus 2000 into the ordinary brooms, thereby augmenting their burst of speed. This enhancement meant that if the magical energy were released at the right moment, the sudden acceleration would prevent players from being left defenseless during confrontations. As for Harry's Nimbus 2000, Hill made only minor adjustments, refining the engravings and increasing the efficiency of the magical flow, while adding a simplified magical perception spell aimed at detecting the golden snitch. Although it could not pinpoint the snitch's exact location, it would provide Harry with a general direction, thereby reducing the time spent searching aimlessly. Despite this feature becoming less accurate as one approached the snitch due to its speed, Harry expressed great satisfaction with it. The other members of the team were equally pleased with the upgraded brooms, expressing renewed confidence in their pursuit of victory. In the ensuing days, the Gryffindor Quidditch team dedicated increased time to training in order to swiftly adapt to the changes in their brooms. Chapter 54, Quidditch in the second year amidst their training. Harry's thoughts were consumed by the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. On one hand, he wished to prove his innocence to all, while on the other, he sought to ensure the safety of his fellow young witches and wizards. Ron speculated that the so-called heir of Slytherin was likely Malfoy. Even if it was not him, he surely possessed knowledge of some undisclosed matters. Although Hermione was skeptical, Harry resolved to attempt to glean information from Malfoy. To this end, Hermione proposed a plan that would violate nearly 50 school rules. Likely motivated by her own urgent desire to understand the Chamber of Secrets and enhance her own safety and that of others, she intended to utilize the Polyjuice potion previously mentioned, planning to transform Harry and Ron into Malfoy's two lackeys to gain his trust and extract information from him. However, the preparation of the potion was a complex endeavor, requiring at least a month to gather the necessary ingredients. Therefore, after assembling the raw materials, they set the matter aside for the time being. Meanwhile, Hill was engaged in crafting his own equipment. Yet, a significant dilemma confronted him. According to the texts, any creature that made direct eye contact with the basilisk would perish immediately, while those who made indirect contact would be petrified. The underlying principle of this phenomenon eluded Hill completely. It is well known that humans see objects because our eyes receive light reflected from them. How then could the basilisk kill with its gaze? Gaze is not light. It cannot harbor magical power, and without magic, a gaze cannot exert influence upon reality. Was it possible that the world had established a rule that allowed this creature to kill through mere gaze? This notion was evidently implausible. Thus, dismissing the idea of a rule's direct influence, it became clear that this ability must rely on magical power. With no leads to follow, Hill could conceive no solution other than to request his parents to send him a pair of non-prescription glasses, thereby safeguarding himself from the potential fatal consequences of direct eye contact. Additionally, he inscribed a spell of resistance against petrification on one of his robes. To enhance the spell's effectiveness, he inscribed as many magical energy storage patterns as possible, aiming to slow the onset of petrification and allow himself time to react. Excluding the basilisk's unfair advantage, Hill felt that he would not be entirely defenseless in the face of it. After all, a basilisk is fundamentally a serpent, and its susceptibility to parseltongue implies that it retains the inherent traits of a snake, including the instinct to hibernate. During the previous academic year, Hill diligently practiced a spell known as the Breath of Ice, capable of significantly lowering the surrounding temperature. Although it would not directly freeze the basilisk, the drastic drop in temperature would surely impede its movements. Consequently, whether in retreat or confrontation, Hill would find himself at a considerable advantage. He believed that emulating Harry from the original narrative and slaying the basilisk outright would be exceedingly challenging. He did not presume that the thick layer of the creature's serpentine hide could be penetrated by just any incantation. Moreover, Harry's success in vanquishing the basilisk was attributed to his possession of the Sword of Gryffindor at that moment. In addition to his robes, Hill inscribed his shoes with spells of acceleration and agility, thereby greatly enhancing his nimbleness and improving his safety. While Hill was preoccupied with these preparations, the Quidditch matches at school commenced. As in the previous year, the finals would once again feature a contest between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Wizards from both houses were resolute in their pursuit of the championship title. Slytherin was particularly confident, having equipped all their players with the latest flying brooms. They believed that even with last year's brooms, they had been able to rival Gryffindor, and this year, victory would be effortlessly theirs. Although they had heard of Hill's enhancements to Gryffindor's brooms, they dismissed the notion that a second-year wizard could achieve remarkable improvements. Furthermore, having covertly observed Gryffindor's training sessions, they felt no significant threat to their aspirations. The Gryffindor players, however, were brimming with confidence, largely due to the presence of their seeker, the renowned Harry. While a disparity in broom quality existed, the improved brooms could, for brief moments, match the opponent's speed if wielded skillfully, thus preventing them from falling into a dire disadvantage. As for the pivotal role of the Seeker, Harry had already proven his mettle in a prior match, earning the team's trust. Yet, could Slytherin's Seeker, Malfoy, truly perform at Harry's level during the match? The Gryffindor players maintained an optimistic outlook. In the stands, Wizards fervently cheered for their respective teams. With Madame Hooch's whistle signaling the start, the match began. Initially, Gryffindor's Quidditch team found themselves at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, they remained composed, understanding that as long as they prevented a significant point gap, seizing the opportunities presented by the Golden Snitch would secure their victory. Thus, Gryffindor players focused on disrupting Slytherin's scoring attempts, strategically employing their acceleration spells at opportune moments to regain control of the quaffle. Harry, on the other hand, was wholly concentrated on locating the Golden Snitch, deftly evading the interference of opposing team members while searching for the swift, diminutive snitch. With the aid of a rudimentary searching spell, Harry continually adjusted his position, striving to minimize the potential area where the snitch might be concealed. However, an unexpected predicament arose when a bludger seemed to target Harry specifically. Sensing the imminent danger, Harry maneuvered his broomstick to evade the bludger's impacts, attempting to shake it off entirely. Yet, the bludger's speed was formidable, and even with his Nimbus 2000, Harry struggled to create distance. Hagrid, observing through his telescope, quickly discerned Harry's plight and exclaimed, "Oh no, Harry has encountered a rogue bludger. Someone must have tampered with it." Ron, hearing this, instinctively reached for his wand, eager to cast a spell to assist Harry. However, Hermione swiftly intervened, cautioning, "Their speed is too great. You might accidentally harm Harry." Aware of his own limitations in spellcasting, Ron reluctantly retracted his wand, muttering in frustration, "This must be Malfoy's doing. How despicable." Hermione, standing beside him, did not dispute his claim, as she too could not fathom who else would resort to such disgraceful tactics. Watching Harry's perilous situation, concern rippled through the crowd. With the bludger fixated on him, Harry was compelled to divert his attention from the snitch, complicating his pursuit. Hermione glanced at Hill, harboring a lingering hope that he might possess a solution to this predicament. However, Hill merely shook his head and called out, "Do not fret excessively for Harry's safety. Remember, the professors are watching from the stands, with them present." Can you truly worry? The surrounding noise was overwhelming, and to ensure their words were heard, one had to raise their voice. "You are right. But this severely hampers Harry's performance. We should trust in his abilities," Hermione replied, realizing Hill's sentiment, albeit with a sense of resignation, as she continued to monitor Harry's situation. In the midst of the chase, Harry unexpectedly discovered the location of the Golden Snitch. Instantly, the crowd erupted into cheers. With a clear objective, Harry temporarily shifted his focus away from the bludger and pursued the snitch with fervor. Thanks to his sudden burst of speed, he swiftly distanced himself from Malfoy and grasped the elusive snitch. However, in the final moments, the bludger struck his right arm with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground. Hagrid hurried over with Hermione and Ron in tow. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Hermione's stunning spell incapacitated the bludger that had been intent on colliding with Harry. With the immediate threat neutralized, Harry's tense demeanor finally relaxed. Though his right arm throbbed with pain, a smile of joy graced his face, albeit briefly. Upon witnessing Harry's arm in a twisted state, Professor Lockhart rushed over, eager to demonstrate his healing prowess. Despite having access to classroom tools, the students harbored significant doubts about his abilities, as they rarely witnessed Lockhart casting spells during lessons, and when he did, the outcome seldom aligned with his grandiose claims. In the midst of the commotion, Lockhart believed he could accurately perform a spell to mend fractures. Unfortunately, the incantation not only failed to heal Harry, but also resulted in the complete disappearance of the bones in his arm. Lockhart awkwardly chuckled, bending Harry's arm slightly, and awkwardly stated, "Now, Harry feels no pain at all." When Harry was escorted to the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey expressed her grievances. What should have been a simple matter resolvable with a single spell had become considerably more complicated, and Harry had to endure the agony of bone regrowth. After swallowing a bitter potion, he braced himself, awaiting the complete formation of his new bones. In the Quidditch match, Gryffindor emerged victorious, which only intensified the disdainful gazes of the Slytherin wizards towards their Gryffindor counterparts. However, these events held little significance for Hill, as the head of Slytherin House stood firmly behind him. As he continued to immerse himself in his unfinished work, two individuals knocked on the door of Hill's workshop. Chapter 55. An unexpected visit. The visitors to Hill were Ron's brothers, George and Fred. "Hello, Hill. We've heard that you are crafting various magical gadgets for Professor Lockhart. Is that correct?" Fred inquired. Fred and George were the fourth and fifth sons of the Weasley family and were, in fact, twins. Their lively nature and penchant for mischief, combined with their remarkable talent in magical gadgetry, fueled their aspiration to establish their own magical shop. "Indeed, that is I," Hill replied. Hill nodded and welcomed them into his workshop. "Wow, there are so many tools here." Upon entering, they gazed enviously at the well-equipped facilities. Mrs. Weasley disapproved of Fred and George's aspirations and routinely conducted strict inspections of their rooms. She believed that the humorous gadgets created by the Weasley twins held little promise and would be difficult to monetize. For her children, Mrs. Weasley hoped they would secure respectable employment after graduation, allowing her to rest easy. Consequently, Fred and George could only clandestinely create the amusing gadgets that piqued their interest. This time, they visited Hill because they admired the magical items he produced and wished to exchange insights with him. Hill was exceedingly pleased about this matter. Last semester, he had been contemplating how to strike up a conversation with the Weasley twins in order to procure the Marauders map from them. He had nearly forgotten about this endeavor due to various distractions, yet to his surprise, the Weasley twins had now taken the initiative to approach him. Hill never anticipated that assisting Professor Lockhart in the creation of magical artifacts would yield such unexpected rewards. However, he refrained from hastily raising the matter, for he was uncertain whether Fred and George had successfully pilfered the Marauders map from Filch. Yet, surprises often emerge quite suddenly, perhaps following their exchange. Hill's talents gained the approval of the Weasley brothers, as Fred produced a blank parchment from his belongings. Hill suddenly realized that the parchment before him was indeed the living map. "Hill, we implore you to trust us. This is a blank piece of parchment that we recently pilfered from Filch. After several attempts by my brother and me, we discovered that it is, in fact, a map." Noticing Hill's skeptical expression, Fred spread the parchment across the table and recited, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In an instant, a dark ink spot appeared on the previously blank parchment, which then began to expand, and before long, a map of Hogwarts unfolded before Hill's eyes. Hill exhibited a somewhat incredulous expression, curiously leaning closer to the map as he scrutinized it intently. The craftsmanship of this map left us somewhat perplexed after our earlier discussion. "We came to the conclusion that your expertise surpasses ours, hence our desire for you to take a look at it," George elucidated from the side. Gazing at the map that meticulously recorded the locations of everyone within the castle, Hill realized that this was precisely what he needed for the forthcoming endeavors. With this map in hand, his movements within the school would become significantly more convenient. Not only can Hill glean information about the secret passages within the school from this map, But he can also strategize his movements based on the positions of individuals indicated on it, allowing him to remain undetected. To gain access to the Chamber of Secrets, he need not rely solely on Harry's assistance. He could stealthily follow Ginny, who was under the control of Tom Riddle's diary, and effortlessly infiltrate the chamber. This enchanted map enables him to ascertain Ginny's precise location, thus deducing when she might venture to unlock the chamber. In a brief span, Hill conceived a preliminary plan for his impending actions, with this very map serving as the linchpin of his strategy. However, upon their initial encounter, it would be rather presumptuous for Hill to outright demand it. Of course, he could, yet it would likely require some time for him to study it. No worries. We can simply give you this map, Fred declared with alacrity, leaving Hill utterly astonished. We are far more intrigued by the process of creating such an artifact than the physical item itself, George elucidated. Moreover, we have explored all the passages documented on this map, and we are quite confident in our ability to evade the teachers. How could Filch possibly catch us? Fred proudly patted his chest. It would be remiss to ask for your assistance without offering something in return. Consider this Marauder's map as our gift to you, George remarked, rolling up the map and extending it toward Hill. After a moment of contemplation, Hill decided to acquire the Marauder's map. I appreciate your assistance. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. I shall certainly assist you, he declared. With a mutual nod of agreement, Fred and George took their leave. Acquiring one of Hogwarts' legendary artifacts, the Marauder's map, filled Hill with a sense of reflection. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters a myriad of unforeseen circumstances, for humanity is inextricably woven into the fabric of this world. Each choice and action reverberates through time, exerting unpredictable influences on the future. Hill shook the map of active points in his hand and sighed. Once more, he unfurled the map, recited an incantation, and the ink re-emerged upon the blank parchment. Hill did not immediately commence his research. Instead, he first took note of the positions of several noteworthy individuals within the castle. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore was in his office, while Professor Snape was likely engaged in potion brewing. Harry and Ron were currently situated in the infirmary, whereas Hermione was in the library, diligently seeking various useful pieces of information. Hill's thoughts shifted towards Harry's dormitory. Indeed, a name he had anticipated was clearly displayed within Harry and Ron's quarters. Wormtail, or Peter Pettigrew, one of the principal architects behind the demise of Harry's parents, was masquerading as a mouse, quietly residing in the cage Ron had prepared for him. While Hill harbored a certain disdain for Pettigrew, he could not help but admire his tenacity. Few could accomplish what he had, transforming into a small rodent through the Animagus spell and remaining in a confined space for over a decade without arousing suspicion. If Harry were to discover that the individual responsible for his parents' deaths had been living in close quarters with him for a year or two, during which he had even fed Pettigrew a fair share of delicacies, one could only imagine the tumult of emotions that might ensue. However, the revelation of Pettigrew's true identity was likely to unfold in the next academic year, and Hill felt no urgency. He had no intention of involving himself in Harry's familial affairs. Reflecting once more on the Animagus, Hill mused that he might attempt the transformation himself after the incident with the basilisk concluded. Curiosity stirred within him regarding what form he might assume. Nevertheless, he redirected his focus to the Marauder's map. After a period of diligent searching, Hill finally pinpointed Ginny Weasley's location. Having accepted a gift from the Weasley brothers, he deemed it prudent to check on the basilisk situation sooner rather than later. He felt a twinge of guilt at the thought of Ginny suffering significant harm, as had transpired in the original tale. A smile crept across his face as he reflected on how much he had changed since the previous semester. The Hill of last term, in his current position, would likely have viewed this as a mere transaction, devoid of any emotional resonance. He found his transformation quite agreeable. Setting aside distractions, Hill immersed himself in the preliminary study of the Marauder's map. This enchanted object was truly remarkable. At his current level, it was beyond his capabilities to create such a device. It involved the intricate magic of names. As previously noted, names hold profound significance for individuals. In the realm of magic, they possess extraordinary power. Blessings, curses, and contracts are all intimately linked to names. After scrutinizing the Marauder's map, Hill temporarily abandoned his quest for further understanding. Unlike the current crafting of magical artifacts, he could only perceive the surface patterns of the map, which did not form a cohesive whole. Many elements remained concealed, eluding direct observation. He doubted that this object had been created solely by Harry's father and his companions. It appeared more likely to be an enhancement of an existing magical item. Hill recited the incantation, carefully stowing away the marauder's map. At present, his foremost priority was to complete his equipment. Matters concerning the map could be revisited once his abilities had been further enhanced. Within a few days, a second attack occurred. Although Hill possessed the marauder's map, he had not utilized it at that time, rendering him unaware of the incident prior to it. The victim was Colin Creevy, a first-year student from Gryffindor. Hailing from a Muggle family, Colin was an ardent admirer of Harry Potter, often relishing the opportunity to capture photographs of him. At the time of the attack, Colin was attempting to take a picture with his camera, but when Dumbledore sought to view the images, the camera had already malfunctioned. Everyone could only hope that once Colin recovered, he would provide some valuable information. Snape's potions soon took effect. Colin blinked awake and sat up in his bed, exclaiming in surprise, which startled those around him. The surrounding wizards quickly reassured Colin, urging him not to be afraid. Upon noticing the multitude of faces around him, particularly that of Headmaster Dumbledore, he realized he was safe. "Colin, did you see what attacked you?" Dumbledore inquired kindly. Chapter 56. The Duel Club and Entry. Colin shook his head. "I heard some noise around the corner in the corridor and wanted to take a picture. Everyone said it was a very dangerous creature, so I had prepared myself before stepping out. All I saw was a pair of enormous eyes, and then I collapsed." Dumbledore pondered for a moment and asked, "Can you recall what those eyes looked like?" Colin nodded, replying, "Their pupils were vertical, just like a snake's eyes." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore formed a few hypotheses, yet he still seemed uncertain about the nature of the creature. Could Professor McGonagall, after transforming into a cat, not converse with Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion? After offering some words of caution to the gathered crowd, the headmaster departed alongside the other professors. Harry recuperated for a while, and Hermione had prepared the ingredients for the polyjuice potion, prompting them to commence its brewing. Due to the ongoing attacks, Professor Lockhart, as the defense against the dark arts instructor, requested Headmaster Dumbledore's permission to establish a duel club. Dueling had become largely an academic exercise, yet the young wizards were immensely intrigued. The class took place in a spacious classroom. Professor Lockhart stood on the dueling platform, delivering a few charming remarks before inviting his colleague, Professor Snape, to join him. As usual, Snape ascended the stage with an inscrutable expression. The two professors approached the center of the platform, bowed, and then retreated to their respective sides. As Lockhart counted down, 1, 2, 3, Snape swiftly uttered the disarming spell. A flash of white light erupted, and Lockhart was struck directly, tumbling to the ground. However, he quickly regained his footing, remarking that Snape's demonstration was commendable, but that the target was overly evident and easily evaded. Snape calmly redirected the conversation. Next, it was time for the students to attempt their own dueling. Lockhart wished to showcase a duel between Harry and Ron, but Snape effortlessly substituted Ron with Malfoy. With a smirk, Malfoy approached the center, his demeanor serious as he faced Harry. The two had long harbored animosity towards each other, and this duel was an opportunity to settle the score. In the first round, Malfoy cast his spell first, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by a determined Harry. Snape yanked Malfoy up, who, realizing his misstep, shot a fierce glare at Harry. The rapid exchange left the onlooking young wizards in awe. Subsequently, Malfoy unleashed the Serpensortia spell, and a dark serpent sprang forth from the tip of his wand, landing squarely in the center of the duel platform. The spectators felt a twinge of fear, but did not retreat. Snape, sensing the situation was amiss, commanded, "Do not move. Allow me to handle this." Yet, the flamboyant Lockhart had already approached the serpent. It appeared unperturbed, cautiously slithering towards the edge. As the snake neared a nearby young wizard, Harry, in a moment of desperation, emitted a peculiar sound. Was this Parseltongue? Hill attempted to employ the language of tongues, yet he still failed to comprehend the essence of Harry's words. It appeared that this dialect was not one that could be mastered through mere study. Rather, it was an inheritance tied to the wizard's lineage. Harry had never been formally instructed in the art of speaking Parseltongue, yet he possessed an innate ability to converse with serpents and discern their meanings. To wield such a language effectively, it likely required a harmonious blend of spirit, heritage, and linguistic prowess. Hirsch completely dismissed the notion he once entertained of learning Parseltongue. The serpent lying on the ground appeared somewhat perplexed upon hearing Harry's voice. Professor Snape, standing a short distance away, fixed his gaze intently on Harry. With a flick of his wand, he swiftly dealt with the serpent. In that moment, all eyes turned to Harry. Yet he remained oblivious to the astonishing act he had just performed. When Hermione and Ron joined him in a secluded spot, Ron could no longer contain himself. "Why didn't you tell me you're a Parselmouth?" he exclaimed. Harry, bewildered, replied, "What are you talking about?" "You can talk to snakes," Hermione clarified. Harry did not perceive himself as anything exceptional. He believed this ability was common to everyone. However, he soon recognized that conversing with serpents was an exceedingly rare gift, one that marked him as a potential heir of Salazar Slytherin. It dawned on Harry that his capability to speak Parseltongue significantly intensified the suspicion surrounding his connection to Slytherin, despite his unwavering conviction that he was not. As a result of this revelation, Harry Potter, who had once been the focal point of Gryffindor House, experienced the sting of neglect for the first time, even as Hermione and Ron instinctively kept their distance. Whispers and rumors concerning him circulated among the young wizards, leaving Harry feeling profoundly unsettled. Hill observed quietly, merely taking in the scene. His preparations had been thoroughly completed, and the next step involved following the entranced Ginny into the Slytherin chamber. To ensure his own readiness, Hill made adjustments to his daily routine, allowing himself to be in optimal condition to confront any challenges that might arise. According to the original storyline, he surmised that Ginny would not attempt to enter the chamber in the dead of night, but rather shortly before the onset of curfew. Once curfew commenced, the corridors would be devoid of activity, rendering encounters with the basilisk exceedingly unlikely. Thus, as evening approached, Hill activated the Marauder's map, intently monitoring Ginny's location. Although he felt slightly voyeuristic in his actions, this strategy was far preferable to trailing her directly. Fortune favored the diligent, and one fateful evening, Hill seized the opportunity. Noticing that Ginny's name had become somewhat indistinct, he confirmed her whereabouts, swiftly stowing the map away. He took a moment to steady himself before proceeding. Soon, he spotted Ginny alone, moving as if in a trance, clutching tightly to a diary. This diary was none other than Tom Riddle's journal, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The true architect of Ginny's current state was the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within the pages of that very journal. Hill did not disturb the intentions of the soul fragment that had come into self-awareness. Following Ginny, he arrived at a girl's lavatory. This lavatory was the dwelling of Moaning Myrtle. And in the past, Tom Riddle, who later became Voldemort, had once opened the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk that resided within. Myrtle was the unfortunate soul who perished because of this incident, while Voldemort cleverly placed the blame on Hagrid, who, lacking in intellect, faced severe punishment as a result. As Ginny uttered a few words, the basin in the center of the lavatory opened. Without hesitation, she leapt into it. Listening to the sound of her descent gradually fade away, Hill approached the dark opening. He adjusted the glasses on his nose, took a deep breath, and resolutely jumped in as well. Fortunately, aided by the silencing charm, the sounds of his clothes brushing against the passageway were muffled, allowing him to make no noise. Upon reaching the ground, Hill quickly stood up, disregarding the dirt on his clothes, and surveyed the surrounding terrain, seeking a secluded corner to conceal himself while awaiting Ginny's departure. Her purpose for coming was undoubtedly to release the basilisk. Being a cold-blooded creature with infrared vision, it would easily detect him, even in invisibility. The invisibility charm could not mask the heat emanating from his body, as the inventor of the charm dwelled in a realm devoid of the concept of infrared. Thus, in this world, the charm bore its flaws. Although Hill could employ spells to lower his temperature, achieving a balance with the surrounding environment was no simple feat. It required exquisite control. Hill did not wish to confront two adversaries simultaneously. He resolved to first deal with the basilisk, and subsequently turn his attention to the predicament involving Ginny. Should he recklessly reveal himself now? It was uncertain whether he could prevail in a confrontation. Furthermore, if Tom Riddle perceived the situation deteriorating, he might resort to using Ginny as leverage, leaving Hill utterly powerless. Fortunately, Ginny was not yet inextricably ensnared, and Hill could endeavor to persuade Harry to retrieve her from this peril. Ginny had always held a deep admiration for Harry, making this task relatively manageable for him. Hiding to the side, Hill listened intently to the sounds emanating from the corridor. At that moment, Ginny was standing atop the colossal head of the basilisk at the entrance of the passageway. Upon observing the creature suddenly come to a halt, she felt a twinge of impatience. The basilisk extended its tongue, emitting a hissing sound as if it were probing the lingering essence of the air. Under the urging of the possessed Ginny, the basilisk resumed its ascent, departing from the chamber. Tom Riddle, who possessed unwavering confidence in himself, was oblivious to any anomalies. In his youth, he was exceedingly arrogant, convinced that no one could ever detect Ginny's peculiarities. The notion that someone might secretly follow him into the chamber was a thought that had never crossed his mind. Chapter 57. Crisis. The basilisk's time outside would not be prolonged, and Hill remained still. Indeed, it was not long before the creature returned. Sierra patiently awaited the cessation of all sounds before dispelling her invisibility. However, it was at this moment that she realized she had no means to open the entrance. Closing her eyes, she quietly attuned herself to her surroundings. A breeze flowed through the passageway. This chamber was not a true sanctuary. The presence of wind indicated that there must be other exits leading to the outside. Hill felt a slight sense of relief as he officially commenced his exploration of the hidden chamber. He first returned to the entrance, gazing up at the sealed passageway before lowering his head to search for traces left by the serpentine creature. The creature's immense size inevitably left marks upon the ground, and Hill was able to easily locate its dwelling by following these traces. Although the floor was strewn with desiccated bones, the corridor did not exude an unbearable stench. Nevertheless, Hill prudently held his wand aloft, advancing cautiously, step by step. Following the imprints on the ground, he soon arrived at a grand hall. It resembled a cavern, with walkways flanked by pools that housed a series of serpent-related statues, their surfaces gently rippling with fresh water. The entire chamber was cold and damp, likely causing any visitor to feel a twinge of unease. It seemed that the creature had retreated into the passageway depicted in the stone reliefs, for aside from the sound of flowing water, Hill could discern no other noise. He employed a magical sensing spell, and, as anticipated, the statues on either side emanated waves of magical energy. However, the residual magic was minimal, suggesting that it was not of an offensive nature. With no retreat available, Hill inhaled deeply and took a step forward. In his perception, the magic emanating from the sculpture shifted, and soon, a disturbance resonated from the stone wall opposite him. It was merely a minor warning spell, and Hill exhaled in relief, yet he swiftly gathered his focus, preparing to confront the impending peril. A dark aperture materialized in the stone wall before him, and without a moment's hesitation, Hill began to chant an incantation. A stream of water erupted from the tip of his wand, surging into the opening. However, this lasted only a brief spell, for the serpent creature soon protruded its head from within. The creature hissed ominously, fixating its gaze directly upon Hill. Anticipating this, Hill had already bowed his head. He deftly wielded his wand, casting a series of enhancement spells upon himself before retrieving a vial of magical potion and consuming it to replenish the arcane energy he had previously expended. For the first time, he observed his quarry not only failing to meet his gaze, but also not fleeing. The serpent creature lunged forward with alarming speed, its gaping maw wide open, ready to strike. Despite its colossal size, the creature moved with remarkable agility. With his keen sense of magical perception, Hill managed to ascertain its location just in time, and a breath of icy frost was unleashed. Utilizing its agile form, the serpent-like creature evaded the oncoming assault. Nevertheless, it could not escape the chilling sensation that enveloped it. It loathed this feeling. With a forceful strike, it slammed its tail against the ground, shattering the delicate layer of ice that had recently formed upon its scales. Hill leaped backward, narrowly evading the assault, and with a flourish of his wand, unleashed another icy breath attack. The construction of this secret chamber by Slytherin had evidently been executed with great care, despite the ferocity of the basilisk strikes. The ground remained unscathed, not a single crack marring its surface. The prospects of the battle appeared grim, for Hill could not directly gaze upon the basilisk. He had to expend considerable effort to maintain his positioning. Although there were exchanges of attacks, the accuracy was woefully inadequate. Even when a strike occasionally found its mark on the basilisk, the damage inflicted was minimal. This situation was untenable. After a moment of contemplation, Hill resolved to take a bold gamble. He lifted his gaze, striving to avert his eyes from the serpent creature's hypnotic stare, and conjured a torrent of water to drench its form, subsequently unleashing a breath of icy frost to encase it in a frozen grip. The tide of battle evidently shifted, as the serpent's movements had begun to slow in comparison to its initial ferocity. Yet, before Hill could savor this turn of fortune, his robe emanated a radiant glow. Despite his efforts to avert his gaze, he found himself locked in a moment of eye contact with the creature, through the barrier of his glasses. The effects of petrification began to take hold. He knew he must vanquish the serpent before the enchantment of his robe waned. With a determined resolve, Hill uncorked a bottle of mana restoration potion and consumed its contents, causing his wand to dance with renewed vigor. Engaging in magical combat proved to be an exhausting endeavor. After prolonged and rapid wand movements, Hill's arms began to ache. Coupled with the necessity to continually evade the basilisk's attacks, he was drenched in sweat. Observing that the basilisk was struggling against the cold, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, Hill sensed victory was near. Yet, just as he was about to seize the moment, His foot unexpectedly slipped, disrupting his rhythm. It was only then that Hill realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. The incessant casting of frost breath had lowered the room's temperature significantly. While he had been in a state of vigorous motion, he had scarcely felt the chill, merely perceiving it as a refreshing breeze. However, the presence of a pool in the room rendered the floor quite damp. Furthermore, the water he had conjured during the battle splattered onto the ground, and with the cold wind blowing, it had begun to freeze. Unlike the basilisk, which, being a reptile of considerable mass, was unlikely to slip, Hill was not so fortunate. He nearly lost his footing due to his momentary lapse in caution. Despite this misstep, the basilisk seized the opportunity, launching a swift tail strike toward him. Realizing evasion was improbable, Hill gritted his teeth and conjured a sturdy wall of air before him, donning a layer of magical armor to brace for the impending blow. With a resounding thud, the basilisk's tail shattered the air barrier and struck Hill's magical armor. Although the force of the blow was considerably diminished, he was still propelled backward. Fortunately, thanks to his enhanced reflexes, Hill managed to adjust his posture midair and landed safely. Yet, before he could savor his good fortune, the sound of tearing fabric echoed ominously as the basilisk launched another attack. The hidden passage was treacherous. Under the impact of external forces, the robe, which had been resisting petrification, was disrupted, resulting in a fissure in its magical operation. Subsequently, the robe faded entirely, reduced to ashes that dispersed into the air. At this moment, the serpent creature launched another assault. Chapter 58, The True Chamber. Before Hill could evade the impending danger, a sharp metallic clang resonated as an object struck the ground, causing the serpent creature to halt abruptly. This was the key he had previously acquired from a house elf. The serpent lowered itself, cautiously approaching the key to ascertain its significance. Upon receiving affirmative confirmation, it closed its eyes and slithered on the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Witnessing the serpent's behavior, Hill felt a wave of relief wash over him, momentarily reflecting on his earlier actions with a sense of exasperation. Had he known the key could be utilized in such a manner, the prior conflict would have been entirely avoidable, sparing him the exhaustion he now felt. Yet, why had Hill chosen to initiate the confrontation? It was because he could not ascertain whether the serpent remained loyal to Slytherin's commands. Voldemort had indeed visited this place. Not only did he possess Slytherin's bloodline, but he also wielded Parseltongue. The serpent would undoubtedly obey Voldemort's directives in safeguarding this location. However, in instances where Voldemort's orders conflicted with Slytherin's, whose commands would it heed, it appeared that, even after a millennium, Slytherin's influence still held sway. Beneath his robe, Hill wore suitable attire. He dusted himself off and approached the serpent, bending down to retrieve the key from the ground. Struggling to comprehend the serpent's intentions, he attempted to engage in a mental dialogue through magical means. The prerequisite for such communication was the presence of rational thought, and Hill believed that a serpent who had lived for 1,000 years should possess some capacity for discourse. Indeed, Hill began to converse with the creature. However, after a brief exchange, he discovered that the serpent was largely ignorant regarding Slytherin's history. It only understood its duty to guard this place. Having followed a wizard with Slytherin's bloodline after being summoned by another wizard wielding the key, while prophecies existed in this world, Hill did not believe they could foresee events nearly 1,000 years in the future. He pondered that all these occurrences could only be attributed to one possibility. His future self had returned to the past. Only in this manner could the seemingly irrational events he had encountered thus far be elucidated. Did this imply that all his current endeavors were fated to transpire? Hill suddenly experienced a profound epiphany. In this world equipped with a time converter, where a distinct timeline of a single day exists, all narratives have already been predetermined, unbeknownst to us as we navigate our fragment of existence. The common folk may perceive this as fate, citing prophecies as evidence to assert that everything is preordained and that efforts are futile. However, this notion is fundamentally flawed. The future is indeed fixed, yet it is contingent upon every truth of the past. It serves as a chronicler rather than a dominator. Each decision we make is a culmination of our current reflections, informed by all the information at our disposal. Regardless of our awareness of the future, we invariably arrive at such decisions. In other words, within this realm, the future is an absolute certainty. If a prophecy foretells a person's descent into a tragic existence, no amount of effort on their part can alter that fate. Yet, who is the architect of this dismal future? It is the individual's own thoughts and actions that forge it. To elucidate this further, one might consider Hill himself. For the Hill of the past, the present incarnation of Hill undoubtedly resides in the future. The past Hill will inevitably reach the present, and the events experienced and decisions made during that interval are entirely the product of his own contemplation. Conversely, for the present Hill, all of this appears to be predetermined. Therefore, if one were to transpose their past self into the present and their current self into the future, a clearer understanding would likely emerge. Hill clenched his fists, relinquishing the notion of exploring the tales that his future might hold. It seemed wiser to allow the future to remain shrouded in mystery. Casting a glance at the serpent creature before him, whose eyes were closed, Hill inquired about the chamber of Slytherin. As anticipated, there existed an even more clandestine chamber. Following the serpent's guidance, Hill swiftly discovered a mechanism upon the relief. With a gentle press, a stone door emerged upon the nearby wall. Without further hesitation, he pushed the door open. However, to his dismay, the interior was utterly barren. Twirling the key in his hand, Hill realized that this place had long been uncovered by Voldemort. Given his inherently selfish nature, it was likely that any treasures within had either been claimed by him or utterly destroyed. Hill did not relinquish hope. He meticulously scoured the room several times, yet still found no clues. Stepping outside with a sense of disappointment, he conducted a thorough examination of the surroundings, but the outcome remained unchanged. Nothing of significance was unearthed. This left Hill in a state of perplexity, given that a key had been entrusted to him by predecessors. There must surely be a place where this key would be of use. In Hill's reasoning, to ensure that the passage of a millennium would not result in any issues due to external influences, Slytherin's chamber should be the most secure locale. Could it be that his future self did not intend to use this key here, and upon gaining assurance about his future, the predecessors felt comfortable leaving the treasures elsewhere? No, that could not be correct. Hill shook his head, for combining the information imparted by the basilisk, it was evident that Slytherin's establishment of this secret chamber was intrinsically linked to him. There must be something yet undiscovered. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, Hill inadvertently caught sight of the dark, foreboding entrance from which the basilisk had emerged. His intuition urged him that within lay the very object of his quest. He briskly approached the entrance of the cave and employed a luminescent spell in an attempt to discern the interior conditions. However, the passage was profound, and he gleaned little useful information. After confirming certain details with the serpent creature and ensuring that none of his belongings were missing, Hill resolutely leapt into the abyss. The sensation of weightlessness was somewhat disconcerting as the surrounding stone walls rushed past him. Yet, it seemed only a brief moment had passed when he arrived in a new cavern. This was the very place where the serpent creature had resided. Elevating the glowing orb high, Hill began to grasp the layout of the cavern. In the center lay a lake, upon which a lofty platform rose, adorned with various statues, likely a resting place for the serpent creature. At the apex of the cavern, a colossal opening, approximately 2 meters in diameter, loomed, the purpose of which remained a mystery to Hill. Only a solitary path connected to the platform, terminating at a formidable door. A shiver coursed through Hill's spirit as he hastened to the door. Chapter 59. Returning to the past. Before him stood a stone door. After ensuring there was no danger, Hill extended his finger to gently graze its surface. Perhaps due to the absence of light, this place, though damp, bore no trace of moss upon the stone door. The only sensations it evoked in Hill were those of roughness and chill. It seemed that no soul had ventured here in an age. The keyhole of the stone door was densely packed with dust. Hill endeavored to clear away the dust, inserting the key into the lock. There were no issues whatsoever. A sense of elation surged within Hill as he took a deep breath and rotated his wrist. There was no sensation of obstruction. As the key turned, intricate patterns emerged upon the stone door, radiating a faint luminescence. Feeling a surge of power emanating from the key in his hand, Hill instinctively released his grip. With a resounding motion, the stone door finally creaked open before him. However, before he could behold the scene within, a blinding white light suddenly engulfed him, plunging him into complete darkness. Although he could still distinctly feel his body, it was as if he had lost his sight entirely, rendered unable to perceive anything. An unsettling feeling welled up within him, as he realized this was the result of a distortion in time. Here, Hill seemed to have lost all sense of temporal awareness, as if he had experienced but a fleeting moment, yet also an eternity. He closed his eyes, awaiting the cessation of the temporal distortion. Hill was vaguely aware that he was about to journey to Hogwarts over a millennium ago, where many of his uncertainties could be resolved by the 4 founders. Once his discomfort subsided, he reopened his eyes. To his astonishment, a sharp sword lay before his neck. The room was modest in size, illuminated by magical fixtures. allowing Hill to clearly discern the presence of 4 individuals. They were indeed the founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. However, was this not the Chamber of Slytherin? Why were all 4 founders gathered here? Just as confusion swirled within him, a stern voice inquired nearby, "Tell me, who are you and how did you come to know this place?" Turning his head slightly, he beheld a striking young man, whose features unmistakably identified him as Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor House. Hill pondered briefly before resolving to speak candidly. "My name is Hill Driff, a student of Gryffindor. I do not recall having encountered a young wizard such as yourself within my house." Gryffindor interjected, "That is because I hail from over 1,000 years hence." Upon hearing this, Gryffindor turned to the young wizard on the opposite side, who must be Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. He shook his head and remarked, "Legitimacy does not grant me insight into his thoughts. However, based on my experience, this young wizard speaks the truth. Godric, you ought to sheath your sword and apologize to this young wizard," said Helga Hufflepuff, the founder of Hufflepuff House, her tone gentle yet earnest. Gryffindor smiled apologetically, sheathing his sword, and patted Hill on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You have displayed remarkable courage, truly befitting a student of Gryffindor. Do you also readily place your trust in my words?" Hill found himself somewhat perplexed, as he had previously pondered how to convey that he truly hailed from a millennium into the future, yet none of his explanations were necessary. It was the other female wizard sitting beside Hufflepuff, the founder of Ravenclaw House, Rowena Ravenclaw, who provided the clarification. As she spoke, she revealed an object she held in her hand. Seated aside by Gryffindor, Hill clearly saw that it was an hourglass. "What is this?" "The divine relic. The sands of time. Am I here because of this?" he inquired. "That seems to be the case," Ravenclaw affirmed with a nod. "However, I am genuinely uncertain of the purpose for which I have arrived here." Hill expressed his confusion. "We too are unaware of your purpose for being here, as we exist upstream on our own timelines," Gryffindor remarked from the side. "Then, you wouldn't mind if we posed a few questions to you, would you?" Hufflepuff gently interjected. With a wave of her hand, an array of refreshments appeared upon the central table. Here was somewhat astonished to discover that she had cast magic without the aid of a wand. Upon closer inspection, she realized there was no trace of a wand on her person. "What is the matter?" Hufflepuff inquired curiously. "Do you not require a wand to perform magic?" Gryffindor removed his wand and remarked, "Is this what you mean? It appears rather exquisite." "Indeed," she affirmed. Gryffindor glanced at it and passed the wand to Ravenclaw, who examined it before returning it to her. "This matter encompasses many facets, and it cannot be explained all at once. We shall provide you with an answer after we have posed our questions." "Very well," she replied, and Gryffindor was the first to inquire, "How did you come to know of this place?" "In our time, it was rumored that a hidden chamber of Slytherin lay within Hogwarts Castle, containing dreadful creatures awaiting the heir of Slytherin to unleash them upon those unworthy of practicing magic." The 3 founders turned their gaze toward Salazar, who had remained silent until now, and he asked, "Why did you discover this place?" "I obtained a key from a house elf, but I found no place to use it above, leading me to suspect there was another chamber, thus guiding me here." Hufflepuff pondered thoughtfully. "I'm quite curious as to why the Chamber of Slytherin includes all 4 founders." Gryffindor chuckled, "Because this chamber was originally constructed by the 4 of us together. Yet, the historical narrative suggests that Slytherin departed from the school due to differing educational philosophies with the other 3 founders. Surely, you do not believe that our friendship would fracture over such matters? We undertook adventures and faced numerous dangers together. Have we not developed a profound understanding of one another?" Hufflepuff smiled gently. Chapter 60, The Omitted History, Part 1. Then why does the tale persist that Slytherin left the school alone due to educational discrepancies? Then I ask you, in Hogwarts over 1,000 years later, does Slytherin House still exist? Gryffindor inquired with a smile. Indeed, he replied with conviction. If it were truly due to educational differences that Slytherin departed, why do you think the remaining 3 of us would retain this house that embodies Slytherin's ideals? Hufflepuff countered. This question led here to realize that Slytherin's departure was far more complex than the rumors suggested. However, the theory of pure-blood supremacy was indeed posited by Slytherin. "It is true, I introduced that theory," Slytherin finally spoke, having remained silent until now. "Seeing that wizards still exist 1,000 years later, I find that my theory has not been in vain." Upon hearing this, he was filled with confusion and astonishment. Noticing her expression, Gryffindor placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, saying, "Do not be overly surprised. While we do not endorse his views, we do not oppose them either. Which is why we have not abolished Slytherin House." Hufflepuff sighed softly and said, "The introduction of this theory is rooted in many reasons. Let Rowena elucidate that for you." Ravenclaw nodded and began to recount some of the history long obscured by time. In the beginning, this world was inhabited by deities. They aided humanity in traversing the initial hardships, guiding them to establish their own civilization and safeguarding their survival amidst various calamities. The first wizards acquired their knowledge of magic from these divine beings. Thus, magic proliferated among humanity, continually advancing. This relationship endured until the appearance of the dark gods in this world. As an inherent mechanism of world development, the dark gods cannot be destroyed. Even the most powerful deities can only seal them away, but as human civilization flourished, the duration of such seals grew ever shorter. The gods, weary of this unending conflict, decided to collaborate in sealing the source of magical power, ensuring that as they fell into slumber, the dark gods would lose their direct means of influencing reality. Furthermore, to resist the dark gods' temptations upon humanity, the deities established various religions, urging their followers to maintain a positive outlook and to coexist harmoniously without harming one another. While their intentions were noble, they overlooked certain matters they deemed insignificant. First and foremost were the wizards who learned magic from the deities. Possessing powers akin to those of the gods, the wizards would not worship them. At most, they could only extend their respect. The sealing of the source of magic meant that magic became rootless, obstructing the wizards' path to growth. Consequently, the wizards united and challenged the deities. This war was immensely brutal, and ultimately both sides were compelled to compromise. For the continuity of the world, the sealing of the source of magic was a non-negotiable stance for the gods. They could only delay the sealing for a time, and, relying on the vast magical power, constructed another illusory realm. This realm served as the resting place for the deities, as well as a destination for all wizards after death. There, wizards could achieve a semblance of immortality and continue their studies and research from their lifetimes. Is this what you refer to as the wizard's underworld? You're questioned, compelled to seek confirmation regarding her promise to Snape. You may interpret it thusly, however. This underworld does not impose significant constraints on wizards. Should they desire, they may still exist in this world in a spiritual form. Simultaneously, the underworld will supply them with magical power based on the contracts formed through their bloodlines, allowing them to persist indefinitely. This is common knowledge among our generation of wizards. Ravenclaw clarified. This implies that as long as one becomes a wizard, they can attain the immortality of the soul? No wonder there exists such a multitude of ghosts within Hogwarts 1,000 years hence. Generally, souls do not endure long after death, in a world of reincarnation. Souls are cast into the cycle to begin anew, while in a world devoid of reincarnation, they often dissipate swiftly between heaven and earth. Here also began to comprehend why wizarding families hold such fervent aspirations for their children to become wizards. As long as their children could become wizards, there would someday be a chance for reunion in the underworld, a chance for the family to be reunited once more. However, Ravenclaw's explanation also left here with further questions. Bloodlines? This generation? Confronted with Hill's inquiries, Hufflepuff offered him a cup of tea, signaling him to remain patient. Soon, Ravenclaw elucidated the matter of bloodlines to Hill. Bloodlines represent the privilege of wielding magical power, a means employed by the deities to suppress the proliferation of the wizarding community. Initially, deities imparted the practice of meditation to wizards. Anyone possessing the aptitude for such practice could, after diligent effort, harness magic. However, bloodlines emerged as a sugary coating concealing a bitter truth, effectively solidifying the wizarding population and rendering its growth increasingly arduous. Consequently, the number of wizards became contingent upon their reproductive capacity rather than the ability to assess the innate talents of the masses. Perhaps early wizards perceived this condition as wholly beneficial, devoid of drawbacks, yet by the era of Hogwarts Castle's establishment, the impending crisis had begun to reveal itself. This was closely tied to the wizards' decision to adhere to the clandestine regulations. Previously, Hill had been perplexed as to why those endowed with wondrous powers would shroud their existence. But now he gleaned the answer from Ravenclaw's discourse. The war between wizards and deities had far-reaching repercussions for many ordinary souls. In contrast to wizards, who were often absorbed in their own scholarly pursuits, common folk were more inclined to place their faith in the benevolent deities advocating for humanity's betterment. Thus, the war-weary populace began to harbor animosity toward wizards, covertly enacting revenge during moments of unguarded vulnerability. This situation intensified with the sealing of magical sources, becoming increasingly blatant in contemporary times. Wizards suffered greatly, The ceiling of magical sources led to a decline in the environmental concentration of magic, diminishing their prowess. Furthermore, the advent of bloodlines established a chasm between wizards and ordinary people, rendering the long-standing conflicts nearly insurmountable. Consequently, seclusion emerged as the sole path for wizards to perpetuate their existence. When the wizards resolved to retreat from society, their numbers had significantly dwindled compared to times past. Did wizards not resist? In comparison to ordinary people, wizards ought to be formidable, Hill questioned. Gryffindor spread his hands, stating, in the past, a single wizard could effortlessly vanquish a vast army. However, now, due to the decreased magical concentration, unless employing diseases or natural disasters, even a well-prepared and sacrificial force of 100 could easily capture a lone wizard. In truth, wizards generally refrain from initiating conflict with ordinary folk. The existence of the afterlife instills no fear of death in us. The suffering we endure is merely the punishment we must bear. Is being a wizard a crime? Hill inquired, bewildered. Indeed, it is, Ravenclaw replied. The selfish desires of our predecessors have rekindled malice within humanity. The war claimed countless innocent lives, reigniting hatred in the hearts of mankind, thereby rendering the deity's efforts to delay the world's demise largely futile. It is exceedingly difficult to elevate a community. Yet it is a simple task to lead one astray, Slytherin interjected. No. Wait a moment, Hill exclaimed, a realization dawning upon him. Did you not assert that ordinary people could never become wizards? Yet in our time, many young wizards had parents who were mundane. Logically, with such individuals existing, there must be potential for reconciliation between wizards and ordinary folk. Slytherin scoffed at Hill's assertion. Do you genuinely believe that those individuals' parents were entirely ordinary? Were they not? Hill retorted. Not at all. Ravenclaw shook her head. They are half-bloods, Slytherin declared, offering his perspective, but the wizarding blood within them is minuscule. Ravenclaw proceeded to provide a detailed explanation. Initially, wizards sought to ensure their descendants could wield magic, so a wizard would only marry another wizard. However, as the wizarding population dwindled, coupled with the influence of love, many wizards concealed their identities and married ordinary individuals. These offspring were the first half-bloods. They too could perform spells, albeit with diminished capabilities compared to pureblood wizards. The original half-bloods continued to intermarry with ordinary folk, and through generations, as half-bloods increased, instances of those unable to wield magic emerged. The bloodline became increasingly diluted over time until its power ceased to manifest. These half-bloods without magical abilities largely reintegrated into ordinary society, disseminating the wizarding blood further. One can surmise that, with the passage of time, it is highly probable that every human being possesses, to some degree, the essence of wizarding blood. Thus, the young wizards hailing from ordinary families are, in fact, a product of serendipity, where the wizarding blood within them has once again reached a standard that allows them to harness magical powers. Given this, why then do you propose the theory of pureblood? Hill queried Slytherin. To preserve the historical existence of wizards, he replied. Upon hearing Slytherin's words, the other three founders fell into contemplative silence. Hufflepuff sighed, saying, do not hold it against him. The pureblood theory is, in truth, a supplementary aspect of an impending plan. What plan? Hill inquired. The wizarding decline plan, Gryffindor replied, his expression grim. Due to the ceiling of magical sources, the magic present in the environment has lost its replenishment, diminishing with each magical act, never to increase again. A properly trained wizard requires a vast amount of magic throughout their development. The practice of meditation considerably accelerates the consumption of magic, and powerful wizards require immense magical reserves when casting spells. Even though a substantial quantity of magic still exists in the environment, it is insufficient to sustain the current wizards for extended periods. To ensure the continuation of the wizarding legacy, the existing wizards have collectively decided to significantly revise the current magical framework. They aim to modify existing spells, eradicating all traces of the meditation practice to allow wizards to endure longer, albeit at the expense of the subsequent generation's abilities. Thus, the seclusion of wizards also serves to protect the new generation of wizards whose powers are drastically diminished. But how does this relate to pureblood? Hill pressed further. The loss of the meditation practice also signifies that the wizarding bloodlines can no longer be purified. In other words, the proportion of wizarding blood within the collective of humanity is unlikely to increase. Based on the current distribution, if wizarding blood were to be evenly apportioned among all individuals, none would possess the ability to cast spells, Ravenclaw elucidated. Hence, the pureblood theory serves to ensure, to some extent, that new wizards will emerge among future generations. They're the seeds, capable of continuously infusing humanity with wizarding blood, Slytherin concluded. Hill felt a chill run down his spine, for according to this assertion, those wizards adhering to the pure blood doctrine were akin to the breeding stock of animals. He found himself at a loss for words. Yet, would this not lead to the emergence of consanguinity? The offspring would inevitably suffer from congenital defects, would they not? Are you unaware of the perils associated with such practices? Given the current number of pure blood wizards, the repercussions may take quite some time to manifest, though one cannot dismiss the possibility that other factors might accelerate this timeline, remarked Lacquenlow. Moreover, should you truly feel pity for those wizards who endorse the pure blood theory? Exclaimed Gryffindor, somewhat irate. To compensate them to some degree. Any family supporting the pure blood ideology receives a substantial influx of wealth, knowledge, and power. Yet, many wizards fail to comprehend this. They are lured by these incentives and thus throw themselves into the ranks of pure blood advocates. In order to preserve this clandestine scheme, wizards born after our generation remain oblivious to these truths. They are genuinely blinded by self-interest, sighed Hufflepuff. To bolster their credibility, Slytherin guided his descendants to embrace the pure blood theory, a move we deemed unnecessary. What has become of my descendants? Slytherin inquired abruptly. Only one remains, a half-blood. And a dark wizard, Hill replied. Chapter 62. Discussion. The other three founders turned their gazes towards Slytherin, who sat in somber silence, his expression darkening. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply. Observing Slytherin's demeanor, Hill could not help but ask, do you not feel remorse for your actions? In a collective pursuit of a shared objective, sacrifices must inevitably be made. My family has endured for nearly a millennium, surely having experienced its own glories in that time. Why should I feel regret? Yet, the last few members of your lineage bear the flaws that arise from your pure blood ideology. But what purpose does this discourse serve? Slytherin retorted. Is the course of history so easily altered? Silence enveloped Hill for a moment, before he inquired, why was it you who initially proposed this theory? Slytherin chuckled self-deprecatingly. Because I am one of the greatest wizards of this era. Salazar Hufflepuff exclaimed with a hint of concern. Slytherin waved his hand dismissively, indicating his well-being. Observing Slytherin's demeanor, Hill found himself at a loss for words. Yet, did he possess the authority to judge him? If Hill were to occupy Slytherin's position, what choices would he have made? Wizards are destined to fade away. This is an inexorable trend, akin to the world's inevitable demise. All I endeavor to do is postpone that day. Slytherin gazed at Hill and remarked, at the very least, your existence assures me that a millennium hence, wizards still endure, and our establishment, Hogwarts, remains. However, Hill interjected. In truth, your pure blood theory is nearing its end. I comprehend, for by that time, the predominant demographic among wizards will be those of mixed heritage, Slytherin lamented. Please, regale us with tales of a millennium in the future, Gryffindor suggested, seeking to lighten the heavy discourse. Thus, Hill began to narrate the societal landscape of 1,000 years ahead. He commenced with an overview of the significant nations' histories, weaving a tapestry of the world's developmental trajectory. Before delving into the myriad advancements in human social sciences, ultimately sharing what he knew of wizard circumstances, in stark contrast to the flourishing of the ordinary populace. The decline of wizards became glaringly apparent, evoking a sense of melancholy among them. Driven by a thirst for knowledge, Ravenclaw expressed keen interest in the sciences of the future, prompting Hill to share some insights he possessed. Hufflepuff, on the other hand, was eager to learn about the fate of house elves 1,000 years hence. But upon discovering their plight, sighed heavily. The twisted mindset of house elves cannot be altered overnight. Why do wizards instill such distorted beliefs in them? Hill questioned. This ties back to the aforementioned conflict between wizards and the deities, Hufflepuff replied, reclining in her chair with hands clasped before her. The war was primarily waged by wizards against the divine, yet in pursuit of victory and to safeguard humanity's security should wizardly power wane. Many magical races were either invited or coerced into joining the fray. Perhaps initially, all were united in purpose, but as the war turned sour, divisions emerged. Some betrayed their ranks to align with the gods, others withdrew to remain neutral, while some, although still within the wizarding fold, refused to contribute yet sought to partake in the fruits of victory. Consequently, after the war's conclusion, wizards collectively resolved to purge these magical beings, simultaneously reducing the number of entities capable of wielding magic, thereby prolonging its existence. Those magical beings who betrayed their kin were branded as malevolent, subjected to mass extermination. While spells were cast to skew the perceptions of ordinary humans against them, those who remained neutral were met with understanding, yet faced oppression to stifle their growth. and those reluctant to exert effort yet desiring a share of the spoils were subtly coerced into unwavering loyalty to wizards. Thus, house elves are among those unwilling to contribute? Hill inquired. Indeed, wizards did not impose overly burdensome tasks upon them, primarily asking them to safeguard and assist ordinary people affected by the war. Yet they failed even in that regard, Gryffindor added from the side. It was then that Hill comprehended the rationale behind the wizard's manipulation of house elves' thoughts. He found no grounds to criticize such behavior, as he himself was a member of the human race. Gryffindor held a profound concern for its own house. And since Hill was a part of Gryffindor, he was asked to elaborate on the circumstances of their esteemed academy. Hill was more than willing to recount his experiences, sharing some of his own encounters. However, he was taken aback by the profound discontent expressed by the four founders regarding the current state of the academy. Is your headmaster truly from Gryffindor? I fail to perceive even a hint of the unique courage characteristic of that house in him. His wisdom is merely a trait of Ravenclaw. His gentleness reflects Hufflepuff. His shrewdness is emblematic of Slytherin. But what has become of Gryffindor's essence? Gryffindor remarked with indignation. A headmaster who cannot maintain impartiality cannot be deemed a good one. As the leader of the school, one should foster competition among the houses. Yet such unfair treatment only breeds animosity and division. Is he not aware of this? Hufflepuff lamented with disappointment. Ravenclaw also expressed discontent, noting that Hill's previous narratives predominantly featured Gryffindor and Slytherin, undoubtedly due to the heightened tensions between those two houses. Nevertheless, she keenly observed the neglect faced by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff in the modern academy a millennium later. Slytherin remained composed, interjecting, "Now, please elucidate the circumstances surrounding my last bloodline heir. I suspect that he is intricately linked to the root of this predicament." Hill nodded and began to recount the life experiences of Voldemort to the four founders, having acquired a wealth of information from Snape. Chapter 63. The request. After listening to Voldemort's tale, Slytherin sighed once more. Despite having anticipated it, he was still deeply saddened upon hearing of his family's future plight. Gryffindor approached and gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It perplexed me, for a wizard's most treasured possession should be knowledge. Wealth, as perceived by ordinary folk, ought to hold little significance. Even if depleted, a wealth of knowledge allows one to amass riches anew. A pure-blood family, unless beset by war or other insurmountable circumstances, should find it difficult to decline in peaceful times. Hill inquired, "Why do you not intend to bequeath your knowledge to your family?" Slytherin explained. As one of the founders of Hogwarts, we each decided to leave our knowledge within the school, accessible to every student. Thus, while I have bequeathed substantial material wealth to my family, the actual knowledge I have left is rather scant. But I have not observed much of your knowledge remaining in the academy, remarked Ravenclaw with a wry smile. That is due to the wizarding decline plan, he replied. The decline of a civilization is invariably marked by a significant loss of history, culture, and knowledge, and occurs within a remarkably brief time frame. Such a situation usually arises only after prolonged warfare or widespread epidemics. To realize their decline plan, wizards must systematically alter their own history, culture, and knowledge. This undertaking is monumental, requiring the concerted effort of all wizards worldwide. In a sense, the establishment of Hogwarts was intended not only to educate a greater number of young witches and wizards, but also to impart correct knowledge, thus ensuring the proper execution of the plan. For all involved, it is an excruciating endeavor. The predecessors must witness and enact the plan while burying their once glorious history, whereas the successors are deceived, living within a meticulously woven world. To eliminate any potential discrepancies, wizards have obliterated items and knowledge that might incite suspicion. Consequently, a vast reservoir of knowledge from the original wizarding civilization has been rendered forbidden, and all inheritable knowledge exists only in a modified form. Though Slytherin and the other founders were profoundly learned, they had to invest considerable effort to transform the original knowledge before it could be reintegrated into the school's repository. Thus, Slytherin had little inclination to dedicate time and energy to preserving knowledge specifically for his family. As a result, the Slytherin lineage, namely the Gaunt family, amassed substantial material wealth. Yet their actual knowledge reserves paled in comparison to other pure-blood families. Material wealth can be swiftly acquired and just as quickly lost. In contrast, the accumulation of knowledge requires the relentless endeavor of successive generations. It is evident that the initial overseers of the Gaunt family may have strived to sustain their lineage. However, due to the issues stemming from inbreeding, Subsequent generations began to exhibit an increasing number of mental afflictions, leading to a gradual neglect of family affairs. Ultimately, the demise of the Gaunt family became an inevitable fate. Perhaps they could have abandoned the pureblood ideology and introduced fresh bloodlines to ensure their continuity. Yet this was an exceedingly improbable prospect. As the heir of Slytherin, the other pureblood families would never permit the descendants of the ideology's proponent to forsake their ancestors' tenets. The Wizarding Decline plan has undoubtedly succeeded, albeit at an exorbitant cost. May I request a favor from you? Slytherin inquired, regaining his composure. Of course, Hill promptly replied. Standing up, Slytherin sighed, saying, I hope to meet my last blood heir soon. His words were somewhat veiled, yet Hill readily grasped his meaning. Hill hesitated. For in the grand scheme, Voldemort's path to demise had not diverged significantly. It was anticipated that Harry would indeed vanquish his mortal foe. Should Hill intervene in this matter, it would undoubtedly yield profound and unpredictable consequences. Yet, contemplating the wizards who might perish in the wake of Voldemort's resurgence, he ultimately acquiesced to Slytherin's request. Severus Snape had become a reliable ally, and Hill was resolute in preventing him from sacrificing himself in the battle against Voldemort. Consequently, the original method of triumph over Voldemort was rendered unfeasible. In due course, it seemed Hill would have to engage directly in this affair. Thus, agreeing to Slytherin's appeal would also afford him a valuable favor. The four founders expressed their satisfaction with Hill's demeanor. Since the true Chamber of Secrets will not be opened until a millennium hence, I can leave behind some vital information you may require. As a reward for your compliance with my request, Slytherin declared, Pray, what do you seek? We shall assist Slytherin in gathering this knowledge. Gryffindor added with a pat on his chest. Well, I desire detailed information regarding the dark gods, Hill responded after a moment's contemplation. After a millennium of time's passage, he surmised that any remaining information concerning the dark gods would be scant, and such knowledge was likely to be obscured within the wizard's plans for decline. Rather than expending considerable effort 1,000 years hence to uncover fragments of information, it would be far more prudent to have the four founders collect as much as possible in this age, as their understanding of the dark gods was undoubtedly richer and more precise than that of the distant future. The founders regarded Hill's request with some puzzlement. Yet they refrained from questioning him, believing it to be the primary purpose of his journey through a millennium. I shall endeavor to gather relevant knowledge regarding the dark gods and subsequently organize it for placement within this chamber, Slytherin affirmed. We shall employ magic to safeguard these tomes. So you need not worry about their deterioration over time, Ravenclaw assured. Moreover, we shall rear a basilisk to guard this place until your arrival, Gryffindor winked at Hill. Chapter 64 details why did you decide to rear a basilisk for protection, rather than another magical creature? Hill inquired. Is it because I mentioned encountering a basilisk in the chamber a millennium hence that prompted such a decision? Not at all, Hufflepuff smiled. In truth, we convened here in anticipation of the basilisk's birth before your arrival, Ravenclaw elucidated. But isn't a basilisk a creature wrought through dark magic? Hill pressed on. Its lethal capabilities are formidable. Do you not deem it perilous to harbor such a creature within the school? Gryffindor chuckled. Have you forgotten something? Observing Hill's bemused expression, Hufflepuff explained, We possess one of the most learned wizards of our time, Rowena Ravenclaw. It became clear that the basilisk they hatched was not the original creature capable of causing death with a mere gaze. To mitigate its lethal potential and ensure it would not pose a grave threat to students, Ravenclaw utilized her knowledge to modify the hatching process. The newly hatched basilisk lost the ability to kill with its gaze. Instead, it could merely petrify. Petrification did not result in death, as an antidote could restore the afflicted. Furthermore, it was assured that the four founders would provide ample education to the basilisk, ensuring its harmlessness towards students. In some respects, Hill's earlier concerns were unwarranted. However, Hill did not regret his cautiousness. Subsequently, Ravenclaw pointed to a vial of potion on the table, stating, Originally, we intended to administer this potion to the basilisk immediately upon its hatching. This potion further diminishes its petrifying ability, allowing any creature petrified by its gaze to recover after some time. It also slightly reduces the basilisk's inherent magic, enabling it to control its petrifying power. We prepared this potion considering the future decline of wizarding strength. Should the basilisk escape the chamber, wizards might find it challenging to subdue it. Yet, your arrival has reassured us that our worries were unwarranted, Hufflepuff interjected. Thus, they resolved to preserve the potion for when Hill returned, allowing him to administer it to the basilisk. In some sense, we brought it into this world, only to confine it for a millennium. If you do not wish for it to be your subordinate, you may release it into the sea. But even a diminished basilisk poses a considerable threat to wizards and ordinary folk alike, Hill contended. At that moment, Slytherin interjected, "You need not concern yourself with that." Why? Even a weakened basilisk retains a surfeit of magic that saturates its surroundings. Thus, upon leaving Hogwarts, its power will gradually wane until it harmonizes with its environment. By that time, its abilities should be significantly diminished. Then why must I administer the potion? Hill queried. Ah, you mentioned leaving Hogwarts? Upon Hill's realization, Gryffindor clapped him on the back, exclaiming, "Do you not understand why we chose to establish our school in this remote location? The answer lies in its history as a battleground, where countless wizards perished. And the residual magic from their deaths has imbued the area with a density of magic far exceeding the norm, a splendid locale for cultivation. A place where many have met their end is indeed a prime site for growth." Hillel found himself somewhat perplexed by the thought processes of Gryffindor. "Do not be bewildered," explained Hufflepuff. "This place has witnessed the demise of countless wizards, and even after the war's conclusion, the souls that linger here have been guided into the afterlife. This proximity to the realm of the dead accounts, in part, for the abundance of spirits residing within Hogwarts. Perhaps it could be considered a loophole, as magical beings. The ghosts are inextricably linked to the supply of magic, yet those spirits that remain in the living world are shielded by the afterlife, which continually bestows upon them the magic necessary for their existence. Inevitably, some magic will dissipate from them, thereby elevating the magical concentration within Hogwarts. Though these magical traces may be minuscule, they should not be deemed insignificant in your era. Do ghosts truly possess such an influence? Hill had never contemplated this notion. However, reflecting upon the environment surrounding the academy in contrast to that of ordinary society, Hill now perceived certain aspects that had previously eluded his attention. The abundance of magical creatures in the vicinity of the school is indeed rather excessive, even accounting for human influence. It is implausible that the realm of ordinary people is devoid of any magical beings. The dissemination of plant seeds and the roaming of animals cannot be wholly dictated by human intent. They do not simply heed the commands of wizards and remain in place, unless there exists some allure that entices them, compelling them to linger near Hogwarts Castle. It now appears that this is likely the consequence of the ethereal enchantment of the specters. All things in the world are interconnected in unavoidable ways, and these connections collectively shape the future of our existence. Hill felt a sense of reflection, noting that in life, there are invariably elements we have grown accustomed to. Yet many individuals have never contemplated the reasons behind their existence. Much like the omnipresent force of gravity, which remained unnoticed by humanity until Newton acknowledged it. People often overlook its presence, merely accepting its effects as fundamental truths. An appreciation for detail is one of the essential qualities required for success. A vast dam may collapse due to a mere ant hole. In many ways, the intricacies of detail ultimately dictate an individual's triumph or failure. Hill does not wish to be burdened with regret in the future over a seemingly trivial issue that was overlooked. Thus, he quietly reminds himself to pay attention to the details surrounding him moving forward. However, this is no simple task, and all he can do is strive to the best of his ability. Chapter 65. Returned subsequently, Hill sought further information from the four founders, inquiring about various matters, such as the time converter. Hill has the ability to return to the past a millennium ago, as Laquenlaw explains, due to the influence of the sands of time on the table before them. At this moment, the hourglass is rapidly pouring its sands, and when it ceases to flow, it will likely signify Hill's return 1,000 years hence. The four founders expressed keen interest in the time converter Hill mentioned, yet none had previously heard of such a marvelous object. Nevertheless, Laquenlaw is willing to conduct research on this topic in the future, leaving her findings within this secret chamber for Hill's further exploration. However, when asked about Hill's intentions regarding the use of the time converter, they expressed differing opinions. Upon acquiring much previously unknown information, Hill now realizes the formidable challenge of fulfilling the promise he made to Snape. The existence of the underworld suggests that Harry Potter's parents did not truly perish. Rather, they likely continue to exist in the afterlife. Consequently, Hill remains uncertain whether resurrection is something Lily would willingly accept. Having undergone various experiences, Hill has learned to respect the will of others. He no longer insists that Hermione act according to his desires, nor does he wish to resurrect Lily without her consent. However, he still seeks Snape's perspective on this matter, as Snape is the one with whom he forged a contract. The four founders, however, do not readily agree with the notion of resurrection. Gryffindor posits that the courage displayed in the face of death is the truest form of bravery. Death signifies an end, a point beyond which nothing can be altered. To respect death is to respect oneself and the history one has created. Slytherin, on the other hand, believes that death is the eternal destination of life. As long as one lives, they inevitably move towards death. He does not believe in the existence of anything eternal. What is deemed eternal is merely the observer's inability to witness its ultimate conclusion. Hufflepuff's view on death reflects her gentle disposition. In her eyes, the fear of death arises from unfulfilled desires and unfinished business, leading one to resist embracing death's embrace. Hufflepuff has always followed her heart, allowing her to approach death with a clear conscience and an open heart. Laquenlaw, however, remains indifferent to death. For her, knowledge is the pursuit of her lifetime. While alive, she can explore the world and acquire new knowledge. Even after death, she can continue her research in the underworld, even in the absence of an afterlife. Laquenlaw would maintain the same perspective, as death, in a sense, embodies the unknown, and surrendering to it offers the opportunity to gain insights about it, knowledge unattainable elsewhere. Their differing views nonetheless represent the unique philosophies of life held by each of the four founders. Hill gleaned a wealth of invaluable knowledge from them. In addition to the Time Turner, he described the appearance and functions of the Marauder's map to the four founders. He felt that this magical artifact was so intrinsically linked to Hogwarts Castle that it likely had been created at the time of the castle's establishment. Upon hearing Hill's description, the four founders quickly recalled something. Gryffindor retrieved a rather tattered piece of parchment from a nearby shelf and spread it across the table before them. At first glance, this parchment appeared to be a fragment of another map. According to Gryffindor, this map was also an unexpected acquisition during their adventures. It was this very torn map that enabled them, after careful scrutiny, to discover this location. Following further investigation and research, they formally decided to establish their Hogwarts school in this very place. To some extent, this map was intimately connected to the location itself, as any changes in the real geography would manifest on this map in tandem. Thus, after Hill shared the information about the Marauder's map, it was only natural that they would think of this fragmented map. As for the origins of this map, the four founders had once sought answers but ultimately relinquished their quest after numerous fruitless endeavors. This matter piqued Hill's curiosity. He pondered the intentions of the being that had crafted the complete map. However, with the founders unable to provide an answer, Hill felt even more certain that a millennium later, he would be even less likely to uncover the truth. Hill felt a twinge of regret. Yet he resolved not to delve further into the matter. As for how he would explain things to the Weasley brothers, he could only recount the aspects he comprehended from the map. Subsequently, Hill engaged in conversation with the four founders. And just as they were about to invite him to visit the school, they noticed the dwindling grains of sand remaining in the hourglass. Hill had only time for a brief farewell to them, a familiar sensation washing over him. When he regained his sight, he discovered that he had returned a millennium into the future. The grand door before him had been ajar. As Hill stepped inside, he discovered that there was no unpleasant odor whatsoever. The floor was impeccably clean, devoid of any speck of dust, entirely unlike a place that had been untouched for a millennium. On one side, the shelves were adorned with neatly arranged books and various trinkets, which, under the meticulous protection of magic, retained their original form. Gazing at the largely unchanged furnishings before him, Hill faintly envisioned the four founders still occupying their respective seats, engaging in harmonious conversation with him. Within Hill's heart resided an inexplicable sensation, although this was likely his third experience of time travel. The formidable force of time unveiled itself before him for the very first time. He marveled at the potency of time and felt a profound regret for his hasty farewell to the four founders. Upon entering, he soon discerned an hourglass placed upon the table alongside a meticulously preserved letter. Adjacent to these was a well-sealed vial of a magical potion, presumably the elixir mentioned that needed to be administered to the basilisk. Approaching closer, Hill picked up the letter and began to read it with earnest attention. Chapter 66. The letter was lengthy, and its words conveyed an elusive emotion. It was penned by Slytherin. From the correspondence, Hill gleaned a wealth of information that had not been disclosed at the time, as well as insights into the experiences of the four founders following his departure. Having promised Hill to seek news of the Dark God, Slytherin undertook considerable travels across the globe. The other three founders joined him in assisting the gathering of fragmented information he had unearthed from various locales. Fortunately, remnants of ancient history indeed lingered in their era, and after a diligent search, they swiftly identified a location suspected to be the resting place of the sealed Dark God. This site lay within the borders of their own nation, and upon comparing it with his own knowledge, Hill made a remarkable discovery. With the clues they had unearthed, the four founders naturally sought a suitable time to investigate further. Upon reaching their destination, they were met with hostility from a cadre of wizards. These wizards were not the original guardians of the Dark God's seal. Though the four founders were immensely powerful, the waning of their magical prowess diminished their individual strength. Outnumbered, they were compelled to retreat, and during their withdrawal, they encountered the original guardians, the centaurs. From the centaurs, they learned much about the Dark God. This malevolent entity was named Jealous, embodying one of humanity's original sins, jealousy. Jealousy is an emotion that every sentient being finds hard to evade. We cannot deny that human existence is exceedingly brief, implying that the scope of one's achievements is also quite limited. In this world, no one is flawless. Each individual can invariably find aspects in others that surpass their own. How many can assert, with certainty, that they have never felt even a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing another's superiority? Hill contemplated the possibility that there might indeed exist individuals capable of such feats in this world, yet in comparison to the entirety of humankind, these individuals were undoubtedly so few as to be nearly forgettable. Even Hill himself could not claim to have never experienced feelings of jealousy. To guard this malevolent deity, the gods bestowed upon the centaurs the ability to glimpse certain futures. As the adage goes, jealousy blinds one's vision. The centaurs too could feel jealousy, yet their foresight allowed them to comprehend the detrimental consequences it could engender. Thus, they maintained their rationality, refraining from foolish actions driven by jealousy. In the absence of unforeseen events, such a seal could endure for an exceedingly long time. However, the outbreak of war unleashed a torrent of negative emotions. Among these emotions, jealousy provoked the malevolent deity, enabling a restoration of its power. Consequently, the deity seduced a faction of wizards and some centaurs, leading to an insidious collaboration that expelled the rightful centaur guardians from their posts. Fortunately, the deity's power was swiftly siphoned away once more by the preventative measures previously established by the gods, and its influence was subdued anew. The enchanted beings, however, had been utterly stripped of their reason by jealousy. They could do naught but persist in their envy, thereby continually supplying the malevolent deity with meager strength while eroding the god's seal. Yet, the effects of this erosion were exceedingly feeble, due to their neglect. The centaurs found their foresight diminished by the gods, resulting in only a scant few among them capable of perceiving distant futures. The rest could merely foresee events occurring a few days hence. Thus, at the invitation of the four founders, the displaced centaurs accompanied them into the forbidden forest of Hogwarts to establish a new settlement. In return, the centaurs would be responsible for the perilous creatures within the forest, providing timely warnings to Hogwarts when danger loomed and offering protection through force. The centaur leader acquiesced to these terms. Yet he divided their kin into two factions, one led by a new leader to reside in the Forbidden Forest, while he would lead the other in search of a new haven and strive to reclaim their lost homeland. Additionally, Slytherin gathered information about the whereabouts of another malevolent deity during their travels. However, when he departed from that place, Slytherin had yet to confirm this information. Time was not on his side to verify and return to record his experiences in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. The gods had imposed a lifespan limit on the wizards, mandating that all who surpassed this age must journey to the underworld within a specified time frame. Consequently, the four founders had little time left to act within this world. To avert suspicion among the younger wizards, they coordinated the order of their passage to the underworld, with Slytherin designated as the second to last. This arrangement afforded him greater time to seek out clues regarding the malevolent deity across the lands, assisting future generations, including Hill, in achieving their aspirations. As for the final founder, Slytherin did not disclose their identity. Nonetheless, Hill surmised that this individual was likely intended to remain within Hogwarts Castle to receive the information relayed back by Slytherin. For the four founders, Hogwarts Castle represented the safest haven. Here alone could they ensure that the records they left behind would undoubtedly be seen by Hill. Hufflepuff remained oblivious to the emotions that coursed through Slytherin as he penned this letter. Upon its completion, he would sever ties with the other three founders as planned, departing from the institution to which he had devoted so much effort, embarking on a journey across the globe in search of elusive clues that might substantiate the existence of this nebulous dark deity. Hill was uncertain about the emotions that the last founder who remained at Hogwarts harbored upon entering this chamber, as he or she meticulously organized the messages relayed from Slytherin. What thoughts might have occupied their mind while gazing at the familiar decor, particularly after the final tidying up and the closure of the chamber's grand door? Would he or she have felt a sense of discomfort or perhaps relief? Hill found it difficult to envision such a scenario. He was acutely aware of the immense support afforded him by the selfless assistance of the four founders. With a sigh, he resolved to involve himself in the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort, determined to eliminate the latter swiftly, as per Slytherin's instructions. Reflecting on his previous attempts to prevent Hermione and Harry from approaching, he couldn't help but chuckle at his own folly. He then carefully preserved the letter, gathered the potion from the table, and departed from the chamber. Time was of the essence, and to be prudent, Hill decided it would be wise to return to the dormitory early. Chapter 67. Interrogation. After a period of contemplation, Hill refrained from immediately administering the potion to the basilisk. According to prior descriptions, this potion would, to a certain extent, diminish the creature's magical prowess, thereby reducing its threat level. Hill was uncertain whether this weakening would be noticed by Tom Riddle, who would later arrive in the chamber. Therefore, Hill resolved to administer the potion to the basilisk only after dealing with Voldemort's Horcrux, since the path he had taken had been sealed. Hill followed the guidance of the four founders and ventured into a concealed route, perhaps due to its infrequent use and the dampness in the air. This path was quite arduous to traverse. Nevertheless, aided by magic, Hill persevered, steadily advancing along the route. The path was steep, with near vertical stone steps that required climbing. It was unclear how long he had been walking when he finally arrived at a narrow platform. This marked the end of the path. Before him stood a wall devoid of a door. Hill attempted to feel along the stone surface but discovered no clues. The four founders had not imparted any method for passing through the stone wall, which implied that this was not a particularly challenging trial. Hill meticulously scrutinized his surroundings. Yet he still found no useful information. However, he soon recalled a place that bore some resemblance to this one, the Room of Wishes. With this thought in mind, Hill sprang into action. Before long, his endeavors yielded a response from the stone wall. What had once been an unremarkable surface now revealed a stone door. Without hesitation, Hill promptly pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. The room beyond was cluttered with various odds and ends, yet everything was meticulously arranged, exhibiting a sense of order. The floor was remarkably clean, suggesting that it was swept daily. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the faint sound of Hill's footsteps. It did not take long for him to discover an exit on the far side of the room. Upon opening the door this time, he was finally greeted by a medley of other sounds. As he advanced down the corridor, it swiftly dawned on him where he had found himself. This was the kitchen of Hogwarts, the dwelling place of the house elves. Sure enough, the commotion soon attracted the attention of several house elves, who were initially taken aback by Hill's unexpected presence but quickly extended a warm welcome to him. From their chatter, Hill learned that it was already deep into the night. After expressing his intention to return promptly, the house elves ceased to crowd around him. Taking a few morsels of food with him, Hill departed the kitchen and made his way towards the Gryffindor dormitory. The recent battle with the basilisk had drained much of his stamina, and the climb back had further sapped his energy, leaving him feeling quite peckish. It was only natural to satisfy his hunger with a bite to eat. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, Hill noticed the door was ajar, and the fat lady was absent, likely off visiting elsewhere. Without a second thought, he stepped into the common room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his presence caught the attention of someone seated by the fireplace. It was Hermione. Hill found it rather peculiar that Hermione had not yet retired for the night. However, he swiftly realized that she had been awaiting his return. "Where have you been this evening?" Hermione inquired with an air of seriousness, her gaze fixed intently upon Hill, her tone earnest. "I was in the kitchen," he replied. Hill presented the food he held to Hermione. "You did not lie, but it is evident that you have not fully conveyed the truth," Hermione remarked, glancing at the items in his possession. "How can you be so certain that I have not disclosed everything? Are you unaware that another attack has occurred?" Hermione inquired with a tone laced with skepticism. At that moment, Hill comprehended the basis of Hermione's certainty. The latest assault within the school had naturally captured the attention of every student. Hermione would undoubtedly have rushed to the scene of the incident, only to find that Hill was conspicuously absent. As a witch hailing from a modest background, akin to those referred to as muggles by the purebloods, Hermione would instinctively seek out Hill, fearing that he too had fallen victim to the creature's assault. However, Hill had already ventured into the Chamber of Secrets, rendering him unreachable to Hermione. Yet, within the confines of the school, Hermione's awareness was nearly omnipresent. Having searched in vain for Hill, she would certainly conclude that he was not within the territory she was familiar with. Regarding the possibility of Hill being with Professor Snape, Hermione had already encountered Snape at the scene of the attack. If Hill had been in Snape's company, he would undoubtedly have accompanied the professor to assess the situation. In light of recent events, Hermione had ample reason to suspect that there existed a hidden locale within the school, known to very few. This led her to involuntarily link Hill with the recent spate of attacks, casting doubt on whether he could be the true orchestrator behind these incidents. Yet, she quickly felt a pang of shame for such thoughts, recognizing their implausibility. For one, like Hermione, Hill was a young wizard from an ordinary family. with no ties to the pure blood lineage, thus devoid of any motive to mastermind such attacks. Additionally, during the previous incidents, numerous individuals had been in close proximity to Hill, leaving him with insufficient opportunity to perpetrate harm against other young wizards. Moreover, the occurrences within the Chamber of Secrets were not unprecedented, chronologically. Hill could not possibly be the instigator. But where had Hill vanished to? Hermione was at a loss, yet she hesitated to inquire openly. Fully aware that Hill harbored many secrets he wished to keep concealed, she did not wish to draw undue attention to Hill through her actions, which left her to search in solitude. As nightfall approached, Hermione still had not caught sight of Hill, stirring a sense of worry within her. After dealing with her roommate, she remained in the common room, waiting for Hill's return. The prolonged wait only intensified her anxiety, gradually transforming it into irritation. Thus, when Hill finally appeared in the Gryffindor common room, she earnestly directed her inquiry towards him. Chapter 68, Dialogue. Confronted by Hermione's questioning, Hill refrained from offering an immediate response. Although he recognized that his reluctance to answer directly indicated the existence of certain issues, he was unwilling to fabricate a lie regarding the matter. This, he realized, was precisely the reason he had initially claimed to be returning from the kitchen. Hill does not lie, but that does not imply he is obliged to disclose everything. Initially, he believed that revealing just a portion of the truth would suffice, yet he was taken aback to discover that Hermione had searched the entire school for him. So, should Hill share all that transpired this evening with her? Hill hesitated for a moment, but after some contemplation, he resolved to share more of his experiences with Hermione. However, this intention inevitably conjured in Hill's mind the image of a sinister magical creature. This being never uttered falsehoods in response to inquiries posed by others. It always spoke the truth. Yet, in pursuit of its not-so-pure objectives, its statements, while factual, were invariably incomplete. Through these partial truths, it had the capacity to mislead others, steering them along the path it desired. Is there a distinction between what Hill is about to do and this magical creature? Even if he harbors no malicious intent, what differentiates telling a misleading truth from outright deception? With a sigh, Hill spoke. Today, I heard some commotion in the corridor and discovered a clue. So I decided to follow it. Hermione had a vague awareness of Hill's abilities, yet she still doubted that he could compare to the professors. The professors had been deeply concerned about the recent attack incidents, which left Hermione both worried and somewhat irritated by Hill's actions that day. However, now that Hill had returned safely, she felt it inappropriate to dwell on the matter. After offering him a few reminders, she shifted the conversation to his findings. So, what did you discover? You were gone quite a while, Hermione inquired. Hill pondered his words before replying. You may not believe me, but I saw Ginny's figure. That's impossible, Hermione exclaimed, utterly astonished. She could hardly believe Hill would utter such claims. Overwhelmed by her surprise, she almost gasped but instinctively covered her mouth to restrain herself. Observing Hermione's reaction, Hill felt a sense of helplessness. He moved aside and sat down, waiting for her to collect herself. Hermione's initial response was a candid reflection of her disbelief. She could not accept the notion that Ginny could be the mastermind behind the recent attacks. Hermione knew Ginny well. She was Ron Weasley's sister, formerly named Ginny Weasley. During their interactions, Hermione found Ginny to be a delightful person, particularly admiring Harry, to the point of blushing when he was near. How could such a girl possibly be a perpetrator of harm? Moreover, it seemed utterly illogical. Although the Weasley family was a pure blood lineage, they had consistently maintained a welcoming attitude toward wizards from non-magical backgrounds. Hermione had met the Weasley family, and it was unfathomable that Ginny would harbor animosity towards students of ordinary heritage. Furthermore, the Chamber of Secrets was most likely tied to Slytherin House. How could it involve a first-year Gryffindor girl? After considering these points, Hermione firmly rejected Hill's assertion. However, she did not perceive him as someone who would speak without evidence. The events that had transpired previously had strengthened their bond, and she could not believe Hill would deceive her. While she realized he might not disclose everything, she was confident that what he shared would not be erroneous. Conflicted, Hermione stated earnestly, I believe you wouldn't deceive me. But I also cannot accept that Ginny is the true culprit. I wish to learn more. Hill paused his meal, swallowed, and continued, I never claimed she is the culprit. But I did find her movements to be particularly suspicious. If I'm not mistaken, you should inquire about Ginny's whereabouts during the time leading up to the attacks. He then swiftly finished the remainder of his food and returned to his dormitory. Hermione contemplated his words, pursed her lips, and made her way back to her own dormitory. The following day, she began to investigate the clues surrounding Ginny's appearance from the previous night. Though she proceeded cautiously, a perceptive Ron noticed her unusual behavior. He was perplexed as to why Hermione would engage in such secretive actions when she could simply ask Ginny directly to maintain her cover. Hermione reluctantly shared Hill's discovery with Ron, which incited his anger and led to a more adversarial attitude toward Hill, straining his relationship with Hermione as well. As for Harry, he was absent because he had been the first to discover the petrified victim the night prior, making him a prime suspect. The victim this time was a ghost who, unlike a human, could not be revived with an antidote and had to wait for the effects to wear off naturally. This incident, coupled with Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, caused even Gryffindor students to harbor some apprehension toward him, leading to the circulation of rumors. Consequently, Ron and Hermione began to distance themselves from Harry. Nevertheless, when alone, they would still gather to discuss the various possibilities surrounding the attacks. After Hermione verbally assured Ron that she would cease her suspicions of Ginny, he only half-heartedly agreed not to inform Harry. However, Hermione continued to subtly monitor Ginny, and it wasn't long before Harry inadvertently learned from Ron about Hermione's doubts regarding Ginny. In the midst of his own turmoil, Harry paid little heed to this revelation, as he was fervently hoping for the Polyjuice potion to be prepared swiftly. He firmly believed that the attacks were intricately linked to Slytherin House, and that he could glean useful information from Draco Malfoy through the potion. Soon enough, the ingredients for the Polyjuice potion became ready for use, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione hastened to begin its preparation, regardless of the circumstances. They were convinced that the potion would yield new insights. Chapter 69. A difficult decision. Once Hermione completed the potion and allowed Harry and Ron to use it to extract information from Malfoy, the two returned with scant useful information. Their disappointment was palpable, leaving them uncertain of how to proceed in their investigation. Hermione briefly contemplated seeking Hill's input for guidance, but since the last incident, he had appeared exceedingly busy and often remained elusive. Recently, Hill has indeed been exceedingly busy. Upon discovering another pathway to the chamber, he no longer has to worry about encountering Voldemort on his way there. Consequently, he has devoted a considerable amount of time to organizing information within the chamber. Perhaps due to his revelations regarding the secrets of the world, the four founders of the academies left behind numerous tomes that were meant to be destroyed. In addition to these texts, there lies a substantial collection of clues they painstakingly unearthed, which may pertain to the malevolent deities. Although the founders have conducted a preliminary sorting and arrangement of these materials, a vast quantity remains. Hill must meticulously read, memorize, and contemplate each word, as these documents could be significantly linked to the dark gods. A mere oversight of a minor detail could lead to entirely divergent conclusions, thus potentially resulting in a futile expenditure of time. Initially, Hill considered enlisting Snape's assistance in organizing these materials. However, upon reflecting on the words of the four founders, he ultimately relinquished this notion. To them, wizards are destined for extinction, rather than allowing future generations to suffer under the weight of this grim reality. It is preferable to allow them to find happiness in ignorance. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the suffering, as the accumulation of knowledge reveals the existence of countless unknowns in the world. Hill possesses a profound understanding of the situation, however. He has had ample time to comprehend these matters, thus he does not experience an overwhelming sense of negativity. Yet, he is acutely aware of the significant blow that a proactive individual might suffer upon realizing the near impossibility of grasping the truths of this world. While organizing his reading materials, Hill contemplates ways to obtain the Horcrux, Tom Riddle's diary, from Ginny. Nevertheless, his intention in acquiring the Horcrux is not to destroy it immediately, as he remains uncertain whether its destruction would be detected by Voldemort. Although he believes, based on the original narrative, that Voldemort would not be able to sense it, Hill is reluctant to take such a risk. Furthermore, he feels that he may have a more effective method for dealing with the Horcrux. However, the Horcrux has yet to be secured, and Hill is uncertain whether his ideas will prove viable. The pressing question remains, how can he procure the Horcrux from Ginny? Initially, Hill contemplated the idea of stealthily retrieving the diary from Ginny with the assistance of a house elf during the night. However, he soon abandoned this notion after a brief period of reflection. He was uncertain whether the house elf could maintain a state of consciousness under the influence of the Horcrux. The fragments of soul within the Horcrux, while ensnaring Ginny, were continuously growing stronger, causing her to gradually lose her sense of self over time. Perhaps at the beginning of the term, the house elf could easily retrieve the diary, but now, Hill found himself lacking complete confidence in the creature. He regretted not enlisting the house elf's assistance at the start of the term to sever this matter at its roots. Initially, Hill believed that with Harry around, he would merely engage in subtle maneuvers, awaiting Harry to, through great effort, vanquish the basilisk and eliminate the Horcrux of Voldemort. However, Now, Hill realizes that if he wishes to retain the basilisk's assistance for his own purposes, he must ensure that Harry never discovers the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Coupled with Slytherin's commission, Hill feels an immense weight of pressure. What was once a mere observational role has now transformed him into a principal actor, leading Hill to reflect on the unpredictability of fate. The prospect of obtaining the diary from Ginny in a plausible manner appears exceedingly daunting, as he cannot conceive any rationale that would persuade Ginny to part with it willingly. While he contemplates employing a spell to manipulate Ginny's mind into voluntarily surrendering the diary, Hill, despite not considering himself virtuous, would never resort to such despicable tactics to achieve his aims. Is there truly no alternative? Hill felt certain that there must be a way to accomplish this task, though he struggled to conceive it in the moment. As days passed, he indeed devised a method that left him somewhat hesitant. According to Hill's understanding, Voldemort's diary engaged in a written dialogue with its keeper, and upon conclusion, no trace of the conversation remained. This indicated that Hill could seamlessly substitute it with an ordinary diary that bore an identical appearance. Moreover, Ginny could not possibly keep her diary in hand at all times. There would inevitably be moments when she set it aside for various reasons. Thus, Hill only needed to present himself as a trustworthy figure at the opportune moment, allowing her to naturally entrust him with the diary for a brief period. He believed that the most fitting moment would be when she visited the restroom. He could stand outside to hold her diary and execute the swap. However, this plan necessitated Hill to masquerade as a girl, for Ginny's brothers would never accompany her to the restroom. Apart from that, the only remaining option was to embody a close female friend of Ginny's. The notion of portraying a girl was quite distressing for Hill. Although he held no contempt for such an act, his ingrained moral values made it difficult for him to reconcile with the idea. Yet, aside from himself, there were no suitable candidates to undertake this task. Within the school, those with whom Hill shared a close rapport were few, and given the gender constraints, only Hermione remained as a possibility. Nevertheless, Hill hesitated to entrust this matter to Hermione, as it would significantly impact her. Previously, Hill's words had instilled a sense of worry in Hermione regarding Ginny, greatly affecting their friendship. To delegate this task to her would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. After acquiring the diary, no further incidents would occur, yet he would not disclose the truth to others. Consequently, the suspicion would linger, becoming a thorn in the friendship among Hermione, Harry, and Ron, remaining unresolved. After much contemplation, Hill resolved to undertake the matter himself. Chapter 70. The overlooked story disguising oneself as a close friend of Ginny was, in truth, not an exceedingly challenging endeavor. With the existence of Polyjuice Potion in this world, a mere trace of the requisite ingredients could facilitate a flawless transformation. Furthermore, not long ago, Hermione had successfully brewed the potion. To ensure that she could attempt the process anew in the event of a failure, it was certain that Hermione would prepare an ample supply of materials. Hill is convinced that there will undoubtedly be surplus materials left after Hermione completes the preparation, which can be utilized for the concoction of the compound potion, thus requiring only a minimal investment of his time. However, is it truly necessary to employ the compound potion? Hill was beset by uncertainty. For him, assuming the guise of a girl was already a matter that stirred discomfort within. However, upon the administration of the compound potion, he would truly embody the essence of femininity for the duration of its effects. Throughout his life, Hill had strived for perfection in all his endeavors. Although he was acutely aware that achieving absolute perfection was beyond his current capabilities, he believed that the pursuit of excellence was never misguided. The compound potion, while somewhat lacking in the duration of its efficacy, excelled remarkably in its ability to create a convincing fade, coupled with a few minor spells that Hill had mastered. He was confident in his ability to deceive with a remarkable degree of authenticity, leaving little room for error. Yet, it was precisely because the potion's effects were so compelling that Hill found himself wavering. Even without the potion, he could employ illusions to mislead others. But his illusions were mere ephemeral bubbles, easily burst with a single poke. Hill has yet to master the art of illusion to perfection, unable to maintain the illusion's effects in the face of unforeseen events. Moreover, in the past, Hill had never given significant attention to the spell of illusion. This was primarily because most situations where illusion could be employed could be effectively substituted with the use of invisibility, a skill in which Hill had acquired some proficiency. However, in the current circumstance, invisibility offers no viable alternative to illusion. Hill inscribed his analysis of the use of illusions and the application of compound potions onto paper. After extensive comparison, he finally arrived at a conclusion. He sighed, crumpled the paper before him, and set it ablaze to destroy it. Hill ultimately resolved to employ a potion to realize his ambitions. The execution of this plan unfolded with surprising ease, as he had previously utilized a live point map to summarize Ginny's daily activities. Subsequently, he fabricated a suitable excuse to separate Ginny from her friends, successfully acquiring the first Horcrux created by Voldemort from her. This incident was one Hill wished to keep concealed from others, as it was a source of profound shame for him. He yearned to swiftly erase it from his memory, and fortunately, he managed to do so in short order. With a Horcrux in his possession, Hill naturally redirected his focus to this object crafted through dark magic. Tom Riddle's diary unveiled a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him. In a bid to experience the alluring power of the Horcrux, Hill meticulously prepared himself and inscribed some information within the diary. As anticipated, the writing soon vanished, replaced by unfamiliar script. Simultaneously, Hill keenly sensed the activation of the mental defenses he had established. It appeared that the seductive capabilities of the Horcrux did not merely rely on language. Rather, they insidiously eroded the minds of others while inciting them through words. This imperceptible and elusive form of seduction was the wellspring of the Horcrux's formidable corrosive power. However, for Hill, such a degree of erosion posed little threat. His rigorous mental training had endowed him with a strength of mind far exceeding that of others, and having previously undertaken spiritual discipline in other realms, he did not perceive the Horcrux's allure as particularly perilous. The essence of the Horcrux's seduction and erosion lay in its subtlety, its ability to infiltrate without detection. Once discovered, and if it aroused suspicion, the efficacy of such erosion would be significantly diminished. As for the other knowledge associated with the Horcrux, Hill had a general understanding of their functions, yet the principles underlying their effects remained somewhat elusive to him. Although he had memorized the text from the restricted section, they primarily informed the reader of the existence of such dark magic, concluding with descriptions of its effects and some countermeasures. The most crucial principles and methodologies for employing dark magic were scarcely mentioned. This omission likely accounted for the continued presence of these books in the restricted section. Otherwise, they would have either been confiscated by Professor Dumbledore or destroyed. While Hill delved into the study of Voldemort's Horcrux, the tense atmosphere within the school began to ease. No longer did anyone dare to open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the basilisk upon hapless students. Ginny had also come to realize that she had likely been the one to open the chamber, as she noted that her diary had lost its ability to converse with her. Initially, she felt anger, but as time passed, she gradually recovered from the Horcrux's influence and began to feel concern. Since the exchange of her diary, no further attacks had occurred, and Ginny grew increasingly anxious about the possibility of her past actions being discovered. Although she had been under duress at the time, it was ultimately her decision that had led to the opening of the chamber. Yet, the diary had been missing for quite some time, and Ginny had received no news regarding its whereabouts, which both relieved her and piqued her curiosity about who had taken it. After all, this individual had effectively saved her life. Hermione was perplexed by the absence of further attacks, her intuition suggesting a connection to Hill. She had previously invested considerable time gathering information on Ginny and was aware of the sudden disappearance of the diary, which Ginny had held in high regard. Following this event, there had been no further incidents. Hermione suspected that the lost diary was pivotal to the attacks, but its current location was a mystery. Although she considered the possibility that Hill was involved in the diary's disappearance, having been the one to advise her to keep an eye on Ginny, she was also aware of certain details surrounding the diary's loss. Coupled with her prior experience concocting the potion, Hermione began to entertain some unsettling hypotheses. She attempted to glean information from Hill, which subtly confirmed her suspicions while also prompting her to keep this matter to herself. Chapter 72. New Plans When Certain Truths Are Already Understood. It is often best to maintain an unspoken agreement and refrain from voicing them. After being queried by Hermione, Hill has come to understand the potential thoughts brewing in her mind. Fortunately, Hermione refrained from laying the matter bare between them. Had she done so, while Hill would not resort to deception or lies, he would nonetheless feel a twinge of discomfort. For Hill, the incident concerning the Chamber of Secrets had been thoroughly resolved. Yet for Harry and Ron, who remained oblivious to the truth, the matter continued to weigh heavily on their minds. Despite the absence of attacks for some time, they were still apprehensive, fearing that the current calm might be a prelude to a more devastating event orchestrated by the true culprit. Their recent endeavors had indeed led them to uncover some clues. Harry and Ron discovered that the opening of the chamber was closely linked to Hagrid, with whom they shared a strong bond. Harry had always considered Hagrid one of his most trusted allies, believing he could glean some genuinely useful information from him. Although the past events surrounding the chamber were painful memories for Hagrid, for Harry's sake, he obliged to reminisce carefully. Consequently, Harry obtained crucial insights from him, particularly that Voldemort had likely opened the chamber and murdered an innocent female student. However, the cunning Voldemort had framed Hagrid for this crime, compelling him to release his spiders and accept punishment from the Ministry of Magic. Harry felt deep sympathy for Hagrid, yet he could only offer comfort, urging him not to dwell on his distress. Subsequently, Harry inquired about the released spiders, believing they might lead him to further clues. Though Hermione was aware of Harry's actions, Hill did not maintain a constant watch over the situation. He learned of Harry's progress only through Hermione's initiative. Otherwise, he would not have concerned himself with Harry post the chamber incident. Moreover, even if Harry were to discover the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, he would be unable to unlock it using Parseltongue. From Slytherin's notes, Hill derived a method to alter the entrance's password. This revelation did not surprise him, as the other three founders would not have spoken Parseltongue, implying that the original password was unlikely to be in that language. The use of Parseltongue as the unlocking incantation must have been a modification made by Slytherin upon his departure from the school. Regardless, for security reasons, the password for accessing the chamber would certainly be changeable, akin to the frequent updates of an account password to ensure safety. Hill was convinced that the newly established password would be virtually unbreakable, as he employed a language from another realm, one that no other individual in this world could comprehend. He had also administered the potion to the basilisk, enabling it to control its petrification ability, thereby preventing any inadvertent harm during its movements in the outside world. However, a pressing concern now dawned on Hill. He would likely be unable to present the basilisk casually before the public. On one hand, the basilisk, being a creation of dark magic, ranked high on the Ministry of Magic's list of prohibited magical creatures, and utilizing it would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny and complications from the ministry. On the other hand, since the basilisk emerged from the Slytherin chamber and the mastermind behind the previous attacks had yet to be identified by the school, employing the basilisk could easily implicate Hill in the prior incidents. Throughout the entire process of resolving the chamber's issues, there had been no witnesses, leaving no one available to vouch for Hill's innocence. Thus, this unjust blame inadvertently fell upon Hill, prompting an ironic chuckle. The only ones capable of attesting to Hill's innocence, aside from Ginny, were perhaps the four founders themselves. Hill did not believe that Ginny would come forward to defend him when his true self was revealed, nor was he inclined to place his hopes in someone he hardly knew. Thus, only the four founders remained as potential aids in resolving his predicament. However, they had been absent from this world for nearly a millennium. How could they possibly assist him now? Hill suddenly recalled the concept of magical portraits, a rather enchanting technology within the Harry Potter universe. When an elder passes away, their descendants can preserve their likeness and voice through a portrait, which also captures their memories and thoughts at that moment. In this manner, these elders can provide a form of companionship to their descendants. Numerous such portraits adorn the walls of schools, including the portraits of past headmasters in the headmaster's office. However, Hill was uncertain whether the magical portraits of the four founders existed among them, as he did not know if this technology had emerged during their era. This uncertainty motivated him to dedicate time to thoroughly explore the school, comparing it with the Marauder's map to familiarize himself with the layout of the grounds. Speaking of the Marauder's map, Hill had already engaged in discussions with the Weasley brothers. He refrained from mentioning the deeper secrets concealed within the map, partly due to his own lack of understanding and partly because he doubted the Weasley brothers could uncover those hidden elements. Thus, he confined their discussions to surface-level knowledge. While this information was not particularly challenging, and the Weasley brothers could certainly grasp it, Hill's distinct perspective provided them with valuable insights. Subsequently, they agreed to engage in regular discussions whenever time permitted, fostering mutual growth, an arrangement Hill was more than willing to embrace. He could not solely focus on the creation of magical items. For Hill, this was merely a supplementary aspect of his abilities, not the foundation of his power. Gaining knowledge from the Weasley brothers would enhance his proficiency in this area, and in return, he would share some unique insights with them. As Hill pursued the magical portraits, Harry and his friends also acquired new clues. They were resolute in their determination to continue their investigation. Observing their earnest attitude, Hill contemplated the possibility of clearing his name through Harry. However, this required careful planning, as Hill did not wish to inadvertently reveal the existence of the Chamber of Secrets through his new scheme. Chapter 73. The Path Ahead in the Current Circumstances. Persuading Harry and his companions to abandon their pursuit was a formidable challenge. Therefore, from the outset, Hill did not intend to dissuade them entirely. Rather, he aimed to mislead them through his actions, compelling Harry and his friends to temporarily set aside their investigative intentions. Compared to before, The likelihood of this approach's success had significantly increased. Generally, there are two main strategies to dissuade someone from their original plans. One involves instilling doubt in their thoughts, leading them to abandon their intentions entirely. The other entails altering the external environment, thereby creating an insufficiency of essential conditions for the realization of their ideas. Hill is poised to approach his plan from a second perspective, which necessitates a meticulous field investigation. The existence of numerous secret passages leading outside Hogwarts Castle is a fact known to quite a few within the school. Due to the legend surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, it is implausible for the inhabitants to believe that the basilisk entered through these hidden routes. However, Hill intends to mislead them into thinking that the creature has departed via these passages. Perhaps this notion lacks convincing substantiation. Yet Hill does not aim for immediate acceptance from everyone. For a time, he is disinterested in allowing the basilisk to resurface in public consciousness. Thus, he merely needs to propose a plausible explanation. As time progresses, the absence of the basilisk will gradually cultivate belief in this narrative, leading people to conclude that the monster from the chamber has indeed vacated the school. Consequently, devoid of the urgency of personal safety threats. Even though curiosity about the Chamber of Secrets remains, wizards will likely abandon their pursuit due to the lack of tangible results. Even if Harry and his friends genuinely wish to resolve the mysteries of the chamber, their task will become exceedingly arduous. The emergence of this alternative will render it seemingly more plausible that the creature has exited through the secret passages rather than continuing their investigation within the school. This possibility will, in turn, make them more susceptible to self-doubt in the face of setbacks, gradually diminishing their desire to persist in their inquiry. This is Hill's contemplation. However, he is neither Harry nor Ron, and he remains uncertain about the choices they might make. Nevertheless, he is resolved to undertake this endeavor. Preparing thoroughly is no simple feat. Certainly, here's the revised and improved translation. Hill was well aware that Dumbledore's phoenix was impervious to the basilisk's petrifying abilities. Moreover, considering that the basilisk had already consumed a potion to weaken it, once entangled by the phoenix, its fate would undoubtedly be grim. Thus, Hill's strategy needed to encompass every conceivable scenario. The first step involved releasing the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets. Unable to use the previously employed passage, Hill had no choice but to arrange for the basilisk to exit through the sewers. Originally, there was a sturdy enchanted door within the sewers, established by the four founders to prevent any creature from passing through. However, within the chamber, Hill had acquired the means to unlock this door left behind by the founders, making it a simple task. The second step involved selecting the secret passage. For Hill, who possessed a living map, this was a rather effortless endeavor. The castle's secret passages were meticulously documented on the map, requiring only the choice of a suitable route. However, due to the numerous passages available, Hill spent considerable time deliberating. This was not due to indecision, but rather to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. He traversed each passage, excluding those that led to unsuitable destinations and those too narrow to accommodate the basilisk. Only two passages remained. One led to the Forbidden Forest, while the other led to a lake outside the castle. Given that the depths of the Forbidden Forest were home to a centaur tribe, and that Hill would inevitably seek them out concerning the Dark God in the near future, housing the basilisk with the centaurs seemed a plausible plan. Nevertheless, Hill felt that he was not sufficiently acquainted with them, making a direct approach somewhat inappropriate. Thus, the passage leading to the lake was the only viable option left. With a plan in mind, Hill prepared to have the basilisk traverse the route a few times to acclimatize itself to the surroundings. When the weekend arrived, free from classes, he entered the chamber with some food from the kitchen. Upon hearing the noise, the basilisk immediately slithered over. Compared to its previous size, the basilisk had slimmed down considerably, allowing it to move with greater speed and stealth. The potion was used in conjunction with a carefully crafted incantation by a renowned potion master. Through this spell, Hill forged a partnership with the basilisk, with him assuming the dominant role in the pact. He could dissolve the bond at will. Under the influence of the contract, the magical power lost by the basilisk due to the potion transferred to Hill. However, due to the speed of assimilation, he had only absorbed a small fraction of it, with a significant amount temporarily stored within him. This magical energy would accelerate his growth, yet it would not catapult him to extraordinary heights instantaneously. Gently patting the basilisk's head, Hill set the lunch aside and led it to the sewer exit. Under the influence of the contract, Hill distinctly sensed the basilisk's simultaneous curiosity and trepidation towards the outside world. This contradictory emotion struck Hill as somewhat amusing. The basilisk had likely remained in the chamber since its birth, and in the 1,000 years since the founders departed, it had never ventured beyond. The school castle was probably the farthest it had ever traveled, and even then, it merely wandered briefly before needing to return. While the basilisk possessed a degree of cognitive ability, its prolonged confinement in the chamber rendered its thoughts somewhat dull and naive. Furthermore, having never engaged in hunting, its sustenance had always consisted of food discarded by house elves from the kitchen, relying solely on instinct for combat. Devoid of any understanding of how to wield its body effectively in battle, in confrontations, it primarily relied on its keen eyesight and venomous fangs. Without these, it could only flail its massive body ineffectually. Nevertheless, due to its immense size and the magical power accumulated over the centuries, an ordinary wizard would find little resistance against the basilisk. Following the instructions left behind for opening the door, he'll swiftly unlock the sewer entrance. The subsequent path, however, was not particularly easy to navigate, as it had fallen into disrepair from years of neglect. After a while, he'll thankfully climbed onto the basilisk's back, allowing it to lead the way. Chapter 74. The lake. The exit of this path was situated beneath a low cliff. The opening was mostly submerged by the lake's waters, obscured further by aquatic plants and the drooping branches of trees, rendering this location exceedingly concealed. To add to this, he'll sense fluctuations of magical energy nearby, presumably to enhance the area's concealment. Assessing the exit, he'll first check the ground conditions. Finding it damp yet stable enough to stand on, he slid off the basilisk's back. He believed the security measures in place were quite effective and did not wish to cause any damage. He wanted the basilisk to explore underwater first to see if it could exit directly. The basilisk moved swiftly, soon returning with promising news. Thus, he'll surveyed himself, casting a spell for underwater breathing, and, following the basilisk's lead, leaped into the water. The lake was icy cold, and having neglected to perform any preparatory exercises, he felt a momentary discomfort. Hill attempted to breathe deeply, only finding solace in his heart after ensuring that everything felt normal. Although he was aware of the efficacy of underwater breathing techniques, this marked his inaugural official usage. The pressure stemming from common knowledge compelled him to instinctively take a few rapid breaths. Hill glanced around but found nothing particularly noteworthy. He tugged at the serpent creature, urging it to hasten their progress. After all, how could his swimming speed possibly match that of the serpent? After advancing for approximately 10 meters, they finally emerged from the concealed passage. Hill faintly sensed a ripple of magical energy, prompting him to immediately bring the serpent creature to the surface. Upon glancing back, he was met only with a sheer cliff face. This sight inevitably reminded him of the wish room at school, as their effects were largely analogous. Without dwelling on it further, Hill oriented himself and then dove back into the water, advancing alongside the serpent creature. Progressing beneath the surface was undoubtedly more discreet than traversing the water's expanse, which would attract undue attention, even if the figures of individuals might remain obscured from a distance. The waves generated by rapid movement would be conspicuously apparent. Underwater progression, however, alleviated such concerns. Yet, after a brief interval, their pace had to diminish. For the serpent informed Hill of the presence of certain creatures approaching with deliberate intent. Hill then recalled that a community of fishmen resided in the lake outside the castle of the school. Their presence was so subtle that he had hardly noticed them, especially since he had found scant references to them in the school's literature. In retrospect, he could recall some information, yet his pace of reading had been so rapid that he had barely paid them any mind. After all, the records concerning the fishmen amounted to merely a few hundred words, which paled in comparison to the vast wealth of knowledge contained within the entire library. Had it not been for the reminder from the basilisk, Hill would likely have only remembered their existence shortly before the Triwizard Tournament. However, it did prompt the question, why was there a settlement of fishmen in the lake outside the school? Could it be that, like the centaurs, they were also connected to the dark gods? Suddenly, Hill found himself beset by doubts. Logically, the execution of the wizard's decline plan had been remarkably successful, and one would presume that the centaurs, as beings of magical intellect, should also be included in this scheme. Did they truly comprehend that their existence aligned with this plan? This was not the moment for such contemplations. Reflecting on the spells at his disposal, Hill resolved to employ an illusion to address the predicament he faced. He commanded the serpent creature to remain motionless at the lake's bottom and, after surveying his surroundings, cast the illusion. The authenticity of an illusion is contingent upon the caster's understanding of the subject, while the magnitude of magical energy merely influences the duration of the effect. Naturally, a more realistic illusion demands a greater expenditure of magical power. Although Hill's hastily conjured illusion was somewhat rudimentary, The dimness of the lake's depths provided them with adequate cover. Before long, Hill observed 3 mermen swimming nearby. Their lower halves resembled that of fish, with only their heads, arms, and torsos retaining a humanoid form, elongated and seemingly well adapted to aquatic life. However, he wondered if their dense hair might become ensnared in the thick underwater vegetation. The mermen donned garments that suggested a degree of civilization and intelligence. They lingered in the vicinity for a while, gathering together and gesticulating, evidently engaged in some form of communication. Yet, it was certain they had not detected Hill's presence. Previously, they might have sensed him through the water's scent or the current's disturbances. But now, so close, they remained oblivious, likely due to the water's fluctuations. The reason the mermen had come to investigate the disturbances was probably linked to some agreement they had with the school. Or perhaps they were merely patrolling due to proximity to their dwelling, considering safety concerns. With no discoveries made, the mermen soon departed. However, alerted by the serpent's warning, Hill did not lower his guard. Shortly thereafter, the mermen returned to the area. Had it not been for the serpent, Hill might have already been detected. Noticing the mermen's rudimentary attire, he found himself unconsciously underestimating their intellectual capacity, unaware of their cunning. The mermen searched once more before finally conceding defeat, dismissing the illusion. Hill took a moment to compose himself before continuing onward with the serpent, albeit at a significantly reduced pace. This change unsettled him. He was accustomed to a frantic rhythm, and this sudden deceleration felt jarring. It dawned on him that perhaps he should take a moment to rest. Since entering Hogwarts, he had not allowed himself a moment's pause. His free time was consumed by reading or practicing, leaving little room for respite. Clearly, this was an unhealthy state of being. It is high time for Hill to embrace a slower pace of life. However, this necessitates the conclusion of the matters at hand first. After what felt like an eternity, Hill finally arrived at the entrance of the secret passage leading into the school. He took a moment to gauge the passage of time, prompting a weary sigh. Yet, given the circumstances, he could only defer his plans accordingly. This passageway has evidently existed for quite some time, yet from the traces surrounding it, it appears that apart from a recent visitation, there are no other signs of use. As for those who have traversed this path, it must have been the Weasley brothers. However, they clearly have not returned since their initial visit. Hill pondered for a moment, finding nothing surprising about the situation. After surveying his surroundings, he led the serpent creature into the secret passage. Chapter 76. The plan. Although Hill had previously traversed this passage, he had not reached this end at that time, leaving him unfamiliar with the terrain. The passage was relatively spacious for Hill, yet it felt exceedingly cramped for the large serpent creature, making any attempt to turn around a daunting challenge. If they were to utilize this passage effectively, it would necessitate considerable expansion. Otherwise, in the event of an emergency, the creature would undoubtedly find itself in a perilous predicament. Despite the enveloping darkness, Hill advanced with ease under the influence of a light spell. It was evident that the Weasley brothers had conducted a preliminary clearing during their previous exploration, which spared Hill some exertion. However, the serpent's pace remained slow, compelling Hill to proceed at a leisurely rate. Had the passage been entirely in such a state, he would have had to exert significant effort to widen it. Fortunately, after traversing a distance, the passage's walls transformed into stone bricks, considerably enlarging the space. Numerous abandoned oil lamps hung from above, suggesting that this area had once been maintained, though the reasons for its current disuse remained unclear. Considering the location of the passage's exit, Hill speculated that it was initially intended as an escape route. In times of crisis at the school, teachers and students could swiftly reach the lakeside through this passage and escape via the water, which was evidently a faster and safer option compared to traversing land. The abandonment of the passage likely stemmed from the prolonged peace experienced by the wizards, who, lacking a sense of urgency, naturally ceased its upkeep. However, the very abandonment of the passage afforded Hill the opportunity to utilize it for his own purposes. As the passage widened significantly, the serpent's speed increased considerably. Yet, even so, it took them a considerable amount of time to reach the exit at the school. This exit was situated behind a picturesque painting, centrally located within the castle. While the foot traffic was not particularly heavy, there were occasional passers-by. Gesturing for the serpent to remain silent, Hill employed an auditory enhancement spell to sharpen his hearing, hoping to discern if anyone was traversing outside. Due to the necessity of navigating the lake, he had left his active point map in the passage, intending to retrieve it upon his return. Consequently, Hill found himself unable to gather information about the outside world through the map. This predicament sparked a desire within him to create a convenient magical item for storing possessions. For the moment, he could only rely on his hearing to ascertain whether anyone was present outside. Hill was fortunate. There were no students outside the hidden passage. He emerged alone, allowing the basilisk to reveal its head and acclimate to the surroundings. Given that Professor Dumbledore had been unable to address the basilisk issue, Hill began to harbor doubts regarding his control over the castle. The basilisk, a creature of immense danger, could not possibly roam freely within the school if Dumbledore and the professors were aware of its presence, thus leading Hill to conclude that the headmaster must be oblivious to the creature's existence. This realization, to a certain extent, suggested that Dumbledore's authority over the school was not as formidable as Hill had previously imagined. Reflecting on his own cautious demeanor during his first year, Hill felt a twinge of nostalgia. Yet, he acknowledged that being prudent would always prevent significant errors. Hill was not inclined to allow the basilisk to roam freely within the castle. After confirming that the creature had memorized the general layout of its surroundings, he returned to the secret passage and restored the entrance to its original state. Accompanied by the basilisk, Hill began to contemplate the course of his plan. Initially, he intended for the basilisk to enter the castle through the passage, create a minor disturbance, and then promptly retreat, thereby leading others to discover the existence of the passage and fostering the belief that the creature had vacated the area. However, after further reflection, Hill abandoned this strategy due to its inherent risks. Although he possessed a live map, it was impractical for him to remain by the basilisk's side during its movements, rendering him incapable of guiding the creature. Should he encounter any professors, the basilisk would undoubtedly be swiftly eliminated by the professors who would rush to the scene upon its discovery. Thus, the only viable option was for the basilisk to lie in wait at the entrance of the passage, ready to flee at the first sign of detection. Yet, considering the basilisk's previous patterns of behavior, it would only strike at isolated students from non-magical families, and the inevitable casualties raised concerns. To evade suspicion, Hill felt compelled to orchestrate a scenario in which a victim would be attacked by the basilisk. However, the thought of having the creature assault an innocent individual was deeply at odds with Hill's own moral compass. Consequently, he resolved to stage the event himself, intending to have the basilisk petrify him. Unfortunately, the contractual bond he shared with the creature rendered him immune to its petrifying abilities, and the basilisk steadfastly refused to harm him. This predicament left Hill somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, he soon conceived a solution, arranging for Snape to prepare a potion to reverse the petrification while remaining discreetly hidden. Hill, utilizing the student's locational data from the hotspot map, precisely determined the timing of his impending attack, ensuring he was discovered at the most opportune moment. He orchestrated Professor Snape's timely arrival, who administered the counter-petrification potion to Hill. Upon his restoration, Hill indicated the secret passageway through which the basilisk had entered, prompting Professor Snape to pursue the creature, following the traces it left behind. The students lacked the acumen to discern that Hill's petrification was feigned, and Snape's administration of the counter potion further convinced them of Hill's genuine state of petrification. By the time other professors, capable of noticing the anomalies, arrived, Hill had already returned to his normal state, while Professor Snape had entered the secret passage. Hill mused that, aside from the remarkable precision of his plan, there was little that could raise suspicion. However, he had yet to decide whether to proceed with such a scheme. Intending to reflect further and refine his strategy, retracing his steps, he exited the passage, submerged himself in the lake, and reached the hidden chamber. By then, hunger had overtaken him, and he indulged in a few bites of the provisions he had prepared earlier. Subsequently, Hill began to contemplate how to expand the passageway. Despite the aid of magic, the task of widening the passage remained a considerable undertaking for him alone. In the ensuing days, whenever he found spare moments, Hill dedicated himself to this endeavor, significantly altering his routine and, in turn, reshaping his original plans. Chapter 77. Execution. The day designated for the execution of the plan dawned dreary and rain-soaked. The recent incessant rainfall enveloped the atmosphere with a palpable humidity. Hill stood in the corridor, gazing at the dimly lit sky, resolved to execute the plan that very night. The rain rendered the ground slick, making it easy for the serpent-like creature to leave a distinct trail behind, revealing its path of escape. Furthermore, the humid air would obscure the creature's scent, facilitating its true getaway. Coupled with the enveloping darkness, these conditions provided an excellent cover for the creature's movements, hindering pursuers from clearly discerning its form, compelling them to follow the imprints left on the ground. With such advantageous factors at play, Hill felt confident in the likelihood of success for this endeavor. Returning to his workshop, Hill opened the live map to verify the professor's locations, then proceeded to finalize preparations for the plan. The execution was slated for the evening, and Hill had already arranged for the creature to take refuge in the secret passage, ready at a moment's notice. He had also informed Professor Snape, having previously discussed certain aspects of the chamber with him, although he had yet to reveal the true nature of the hidden chamber. Upon receiving the notification, Professor Snape had also made his preparations. Everything was set. According to the plan, after dinner, Hill would accompany the Weasley twins to his workshop. To avoid raising suspicion, Hill had proactively proposed to the twins over a week ago the idea of collaborating on a novel gadget. Unsurprisingly, the Weasley twins had eagerly agreed, as they had long wished to work together and learn from one another. Thus, for over a week, they had gathered each evening. For the plan, during the incident, the Weasley twins would provide Hill with an impeccable alibi. Indeed, Hill would not be present at the scene. The intended target was someone else entirely. Initially, Hill had intended to take action himself, but Professor Lockhart's subsequent intervention prompted him to alter his strategy. In the original narrative, Professor Lockhart would have been exposed as a thief who had appropriated others' achievements through the use of memory charms, ultimately losing his position as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. However, with the chamber incident now resolved, how would Professor Lockhart affect his departure? Hill harbored a desire to gain a general understanding of the future, particularly as it pertained to the upcoming academic year and its close ties to the defense against the dark arts instructor. Had Professor Lockhart not been dismissed, Hill would have been entirely deprived of foresight, significantly affecting his subsequent plans of action. Furthermore, Hill found it increasingly intolerable to endure lectures from an inept professor of defense against the dark arts. While the previous semester's instructor, Professor Quirrell, was possessed by Voldemort, he at least imparted some valuable knowledge. In stark contrast, Professor Lockhart was solely adept at regaling tales, lacking any substantive teaching ability. Not only is Hill unable to acquire any valuable knowledge from the classroom, but he must also spend his after-school hours crafting magical artifacts for Professor Lockhart, which is exceedingly troublesome. Furthermore, regarding Professor Lockhart's capabilities, apart from his exceptional proficiency in the Obliviate spell, he is remarkably inept in other forms of magic, leaving him utterly defenseless against a sudden attack from a basilisk. The primary dilemma lies in discovering a method to lure Professor Lockhart through the secret passage at the appropriate moment. This poses a challenge, as Professor Lockhart is perpetually occupied. Aside from his lectures, he devotes the majority of his time sequestered in his office responding to correspondence. Each morning, a multitude of letters are delivered to him by owls, and although he possesses a self-replying quill, he still feels compelled to peruse each letter, consuming a considerable amount of his time. Thus, enticing Professor Lockhart to emerge is no simple task. Nevertheless, Hill is prepared to approach this predicament by composing an anonymous letter, summoning Professor Lockhart to a designated location, where he would then initiate his attack. While this plan may seem somewhat fanciful, Hill believes its feasibility to be quite substantial. In his perspective, if he were to lavish praise upon Professor Lockhart within the letter, thoroughly expressing his admiration, there is a high probability that the professor would, in a moment of folly, rush to the requested location. Additionally, to bolster the plan's viability, Hill has arranged for Professor Snape to summon Professor Lockhart to discuss certain matters. Although the secret passage is not a necessary route to their meeting point, it is still in close proximity. During the meeting, Hill has also instructed Professor Snape to add a little something to Lockhart's tea, further increasing the likelihood of him traversing the secret passage. Should the situation unfold as planned, Professor Snape would be able to arrive promptly at the scene to eliminate any traces of his previous machinations. However, even with these precautions, there remains a possibility that Professor Lockhart may not attend, a concern that Hill has yet to resolve. Should the plan fail, he will have to devise another strategy later. Engaged in conversation with the Weasley twins in the workshop while simultaneously crafting magical artifacts, his mind is nevertheless preoccupied with other matters. Fortunately, after a while, the door of the workshop swung open. This is terrible. Professor Lockhart has been attacked. Hermione burst in, clearly agitated and somewhat breathless. Harry and Ron had discovered the assaulted Professor Lockhart in the corridor, with a gaping hole in the wall revealing a secret passage. Are they all right? The Weasley twins asked anxiously upon hearing Ron's name. Hermione shook her head, assuring them they are fine. I was there too. Professor Snape has already administered the antidote to counteract the petrification, but Professor Lockhart has sustained other injuries. Ron has gone to the infirmary to find Madame Pomfrey, and I have already informed the professors. They are now summoning everyone to the scene, and I rushed here to inform you." After speaking, Hermione cast a glance at Hill, revealing her evident bewilderment. Hill did not notice Hermione's gaze. Upon hearing that the plan was progressing smoothly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, why had Harry and his friends suddenly become involved in this matter? As Hill pondered the potential events that might unfold, he hastened alongside the others towards the scene. Within mere minutes, they arrived at their destination. A crowd had gathered in the corridor, yet it remained orderly. At the heart of the circle lay Professor Lockhart, while Madame Pomfrey bent over him, administering basic treatment. Synopsis: Hill embarks on a journey through the world of Harry Potter, where he learns, grows, and embarks on adventures, inviting you to unveil further mysteries of the magical realm.